My name is Han Guan, also known by the rather unflattering moniker the Wretched Coffin. Prior to last summer, I was merely an ordinary high school student, but now I have assumed a new identity, the Keeper of Coffins. Yet, I swear to the heavens that this was not a choice I made willingly over the past year. I have traversed the length and breadth of the country alongside my rather unreliable uncle, encountering a myriad of bizarre and extraordinary events. Should I recount each tale in detail, it would surely evoke a sensation akin to being struck by divine lightning, with the flames of one's soul erupting from one's very core. There is a saying, those who hear are astonished, while those who listen are left speechless. I can only surmise that you will either hold me in deep reverence or dismiss my words as mere fabrications. Who cares? I cannot pinpoint the exact moment when this story began. After all, who can truly comprehend the events unfolding in their lives from the outset? What? You wonder why I bear such an unusual name? Well, it all traces back to my great-grandfather. However, let me clarify, I do not subscribe to the peculiar and utterly unreliable tale he left behind. My great-grandfather, originally named Zhang Shangyun, was said to have been exceedingly timid as a child. On one occasion, a group of village children played a cruel trick on him, luring him to the mountains at midnight, where they disguised themselves as malevolent spirits to frighten him. This fright caused him to wet his trousers on the spot. The mischievous children spread the tale, and he soon earned the nickname Zhang Kudang as time passed. The villagers ceased to call him by his true name and instead refer to him by this epithet, that be why the time of the 19th year of the Republic of China. Zhang Kudang had grown into an 18-year-old young man, laboring as a long-term worker for a wealthy landlord named Liu. During this period, land consolidation in China was rampant, with most of the land held by affluent landlords. Zhang Kudang's village was no exception, as two-thirds of the arable land and hills in the surrounding area belonged to this prominent Liu family. The landlord, Liu Daily, was notorious for his unscrupulous behavior, often engaging in acts of oppression against the common people, and even marrying a concubine at the age of 50, which was not uncommon in those days. Liu Daoli's ancestry was rooted in the salt trade in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, where they had amassed a following of outlaws. It is said that he even had an affair with the renowned female salt smuggler, Manzhou Ergu. During the Xianfeng era, fortune smiled upon the Liu family when one of their descendants achieved the status of a scholar, leading them to a gradual transformation. By the late Qing dynasty, the practice of buying and selling official titles became commonplace, known as donation. Liu Daily leveraged his family's wealth to secure a position as an assistant in the grain transport department, amassing considerable wealth during his tenure. A few years later, when the Xinhai Revolution erupted and the revolutionary forces captured Nanjing, Liu Daily fled with his riches and several concubines back to his rural homeland, ultimately becoming a significant landlord through years of aggressive land acquisition. To the north of the village lay a small mountain range, aptly named the Jianglong Mountains. True to its name, this range was a site of extraordinary feng shui, having hosted countless tombs over centuries and attracting treasure seekers and fortune hunters alike. However, at the Dragon Eye location stood a peak known as Luowangang. This mountain was steeped in ominous lore. One could only enter at noon and must exit before the hour passed. Those who lingered beyond the allotted time often met with gruesome ends. 9 out of 10 would perish, and the sole survivor would be driven to madness. Thus, Luowangang became a forbidden zone, with tomb raiders daring to challenge its ominous reputation, yet none returned alive. Although my great-grandfather was somewhat timid, he was honest and straightforward, possessing a sturdy build and an appealing appearance that attracted the attention of young women. Unfortunately, he was impoverished, having been sold into servitude by his family to the Liu household, where he was provided only meager sustenance and a couple of silver dollars at year's end. Observing his childhood friends becoming fathers while he remained single stirred a longing within him to amass wealth sufficient to propose to a girl from a neighboring village. As a long-term worker, his responsibilities included tending to the fields, performing various chores, and, on occasion, accompanying Liu Daily to intimidate the local populace and harass the village maidens. During the Republican era, banditry was rampant, compounded by the chaos of warlords' conflicts and various armed factions. When they suffered defeat, they often resorted to banditry, leading to a proliferation of firearms among the populace. Wealthy merchants and landlords, including Lou Daly, hired local strongmen as guards to protect their homes. Lou Daly employed a dozen robust men, each armed with second-hand rifles, supplemented by 20 to 30 additional workers who serve as part-time guards, forming a security detail. However, the weapons in the hands of the long-term workers varied widely. Some possessed makeshift shotguns, while others wielded sabers, spears, or crude clubs. Jean Cadong received a well-worn rifle, its groove smoothed away, and its stock chipped, which had never fired a shot in his possession. It was barely more effective than a firewood stick, serving merely to intimidate. Nonetheless, Jean Cadong felt a sense of satisfaction, reasoning that as long as it did not explode, it would suffice. In a neighboring village lived a landlord named Lou, who was a bitter rival of Lou Daly. The fertile fields at the southern foot of the Jianglong Mountains became a battleground for their disputes, leading to multiple skirmishes over land ownership. However, since Lou Daly had established a security team, the Lou family had consistently found themselves at a disadvantage. Unwilling to concede, Lou sought to bolster his position by purchasing firearms on the black market, thereby forming his own security team. This newfound confidence allowed the Lou family to forcibly seize the contested land, uprooting boundary markers and expelling Lou's tenants. Upon hearing this, Lou Daly was incensed, exclaiming, "Who dares to let their belt loose and expose this scoundrel?" He promptly gathered over 30 men from his security detail, arming them for a confrontation with the Lou family. Jean Cadong, clutching his firewood stick, trailed at the back of the procession, contemplating the wisdom of making a hasty retreat should a fight ensue. Upon arriving at the scene, the two groups faced each other, rifles drawn, hurling insults steeped in local dialects and slandering one another's ancestors. As the commotion attracted numerous onlookers, the crowd swelled to several hundred, amplifying the chaos with jeers, cheers, and the cacophony of domestic disputes. In the midst of this pandemonium, a wobbly old man stepped forth, seeking to mediate. He suggested that peace would be more beneficial than conflict and proposed a contest. Whoever emerged victorious from a showdown would claim the land. Mr. Liu, eager for a challenge, proposed a daring trial at Luowangang. Let's send one representative from each side to brave the mountain. Whoever survives will claim ownership of the land. Do you dare? The local men from Lu's side quaked at the mention of Luowangang. Lou Dowley's face turned ashen, realizing Lou had become audacious. Yet he was unwilling to lose face and shouted in agreement. "Let us go to Luowangang. Who will you send from your side?" Then, a gunshot rang out, and a towering figure emerged from Liu's ranks, brandishing a rifle with bravado. "I am Long Outyin. What is just a small hill? Watch me enter and emerge 7 times. This black fellow hails from the north, originally named Ertzi. He served as a soldier under Wu Peifu, yet he was merely a ruffian. During the Second Jilifingtian War, he became a deserter and fled southward to seek his fortune. By a stroke of fate, he encountered an elder named Liu. With his prior experience as a squad leader, he was recruited as the captain of the security team. Finding his name rather rustic, he adopted a more imposing moniker, calling himself Long Outyin. Lou Daly inquired who would dare to go, and as he looked around, no one uttered a word. Lou's face turned a ghastly shade as he bellowed, "Whoever dares to go, I shall reward them with $20. Jean Cadong, initially lingering at the back of the group, had intended merely to catch a glimpse of Long Outyin. As he pushed forward, he beheld Long Aotian's robust frame clad in a deep blue jacket, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of a trader. His smile was so broad that it seemed his nostrils would poke someone in the eye. Unable to suppress a laugh, Jean Cadong thought to himself that his own looks were considered handsome in the village, and yet here was a man calling himself Long Outyin with such a countenance. Little did he realize that his laughter inadvertently pulled the trigger of a long-dormant gun, and indeed, it went off. The sound of the gunshot reverberated through the air, signaling the commencement of a deadly confrontation. Everyone turned to stare at Jean Cadong, nearly wetting themselves in shock. Was this a transformation in his character? The crowd erupted with applause. Those who revel in spectacle never shy away from chaos. Before Jean Cadong could offer an explanation, he was thrust to the forefront. Lou Daly, momentarily taken aback, recalled the adage that one should not lose face even in defeat. With a pat on Jean Coude's shoulder, he declared, "Well done, Jean Coude. I didn't expect you to show such courage at a critical moment. If you win, not only will I reward you with $20, but I shall also grant you your freedom. You must earn me some dignity." Jean Coude's heart stirred at the prospect of marrying, and emboldened by an inexplicable audacity, he thumped his chest and proclaimed he would take on the challenge. Thus, my great-grandfather unwittingly agreed to face the perilous task at Luhuangang. The two parties arranged to enter the mountains at noon the following day. Atop Luhuangang lay a peculiar stone. Whoever first descended the mountain bearing the stone would be declared the victor. That night, however, Jean Coude was filled with regret, realizing he had let folly cloud his judgment. Was money truly worth more than his life? Was Luhuangang a place for mortals? Restlessly tossing in bed, fear gnawed at him as he pondered his fate. Finally, he resolved to flee. Gathering his meager belongings, he slipped quietly from the village under the cover of darkness. The moon shone brightly, and the chorus of insects and frogs filled the air, mirroring the turmoil in his mind. He searched his person, but found not a single coin. Where could he possibly escape during such chaotic times? At that moment, a faint flicker of light appeared on the darkened road ahead. Jean Coude squinted into the distance as the light drew nearer. An elderly man, with hair and beard as white as snow, ambled toward him, his visage unremarkable, leaning on a wooden staff from which hung an oil lamp. The dim glow seemed both fragile and capable of illuminating the entire night. The old man moved slowly, yet his pace was swifter than that of an average person that Jean Coude was lost in thought. The elder had already reached his side and began to ponder aloud. Fortunes and misfortunes may be foreseen, yet the nature of one's character remains elusive. Reflecting on life's many tribulations, tomorrow will still mirror the drifting weeds. Each word struck Jean Coude's heart like a hammer. Although his literacy was limited, he had heard tales of Lou Bowen and the solitary lantern man, and he instantly recognized the elder as a sage. He bowed deeply in reverence. This venerable man was indeed a coffin maker, and upon observing Jean Coude's innocent demeanor, he could not bear to see him meet an untimely end. Thus, he revealed the ominous nature of Luhuangang, which harbored a malevolent grave, imparting to him a few lines of verse that would ensure his survival. Unbeknownst to Jean Coude, it was these very lines of verse that would save his life, leading him to establish his family, and, many years later, he would decree that every descendant must memorize this rhyme. But that is a tale for another time. For now, we shall set it aside. Chapter 2. The ghostly red firefly. The entire night, Jean Coude found himself incessantly reciting the few verses of the song, firmly committing to memory the matters entrusted to him by the old gentleman. By the following day, the village was bustling with an energy surpassing even that of the New Year festivities. Lou Daly, the miserly figure, had prepared dozens of banquet tables, with feasts of slaughtered pigs and stewed chickens, inviting the entire village, young and old, to bid farewell to Jean Coude. They even brought out the festive paraphernalia typically reserved for weddings. And a lively band of drums and suona played, making it seem as though a grand celebration was afoot. Jean Coude gazed at the lavish spread, which was more than what one would normally find even during the New Year, wondering if this feast was indeed his last meal before departure. Regardless, he decided to indulge heartily. After consuming an ample amount, he felt quite full, with Lou Daly toasting him several times, reciting something about the winds of the E River and comparing him to Jing Ke, yet Jean Coude found it all rather incomprehensible. Nonetheless, he relished the meal. Once satiated, it was time to set forth towards Luhuangang. Naturally, the villagers could not let the banquet be in vain. They formed an impressive procession to lend their support to Lou Daly, who was keen on establishing a grand spectacle. Jean Coude, seated in the mountain sedan chair, had even taken the effort to have his hair trimmed, washed himself with fragrant lemongrass water, and donned a clean outfit. The procession was heralded by the clanging of gongs and the popping of firecrackers, with an endless line of supporters behind him. It was unclear where Lou Daly had procured such an entourage, complete with golden gourds, ceremonial halberds, black fans, yellow umbrellas, and even large placards proclaiming the need for solemnity. Never in his life had Jean Coude felt so grand. It seemed as though he was not merely heading to the underworld, but rather accompanying a divine deity on a pilgrimage. Upon reaching the foot of Luhuangang, they encountered the Lou family, whose entrance was equally boisterous, with drums pounding, firecrackers roaring, and red flags fluttering in the wind, a veritable sea of humanity. The two factions seemed evenly matched, a draw at best. The proceedings were overseen by a venerable elder, who tied a red thread around the necks of both parties, an offering retrieved from the altar of the great sage temple, reputed to ward off evil spirits. After reaffirming the rules and signing a death contract, they awaited the auspicious time to commence. On one side, Long Out Yin appeared utterly composed, a box cannon and a dagger at his waist, exuding confidence. In contrast, Zhang Kegang muttered nervously to himself, prompting the villagers to wonder if he had been struck dumb by fear. Lu Daoli and Lu Daoli each fixated on their pocket watches. And as the hands ticked to precisely 3 in the afternoon, the copper gong struck, and firecrackers erupted. The appointed hour had arrived, and the contest began. In a flash, Long Out Yin darted along the path into the forest before the firecracker sounds had even begun to fade. Zhang Kegang, however, stood frozen for a moment, only to react by grabbing a small bundle, a kerosene lamp, and his old gun before following suit. The bundle contained items the old gentleman had instructed him to prepare, while the firewood stick was merely a source of reassurance. Once they entered the mountains, the lively scene outside quickly dissipated. Lu Daoli and Lu Daoli faced each other like two roosters, their eyes locked in a tense stare, while the villagers could only sigh in regret, lamenting the loss of such a promising young man. Each family sent a few members to remain at the mountain's base, while the rest returned home. Once Zhang Kegang ventured deeper into the mountains, he realized that the interior was far denser than it appeared from the outside. Sunlight still lingered for an hour or two. Yet upon entering, darkness enveloped him, and only the flickering light of the kerosene lamp allowed him to see the path ahead. The air was damp and cold, untouched by human presence for ages, with a thick layer of fallen leaves underfoot that creaked ominously with each step, accompanied by an unsettling odor of decay. The eerie verses echoed in his mind. Ghosts wail and laugh. Do not look back. And dressing table, embroidered shoes. Turn around and behold the crimson-clad specter. Ghostly red fireflies twinkled around, warning him not to approach carelessly. Zhang Kegang recalled the old gentleman's teachings. The Han people have long practiced the art of facing south. Graves are traditionally oriented north to south, with the deceased's head in the north and feet in the south. Conversely, ominous graves often lie east to west, exuding an increasingly heavy aura of death. From his bundle, he retrieved a compass, the old gentleman's words ringing in his ears. He must walk along the north-south axis. Under no circumstances should he stray off course, and he needed to find a safe place to hide halfway up the mountain. Those who had previously traversed these woods warned of numerous venomous snakes, and even sightings of tiger droppings. He trudged onward for over an hour, navigating a treacherous path carved by wild beasts. The forest grew darker, and the chilling winds howled as the light from his kerosene lamp flickered ominously, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Although he had fortified his courage with a bit of alcohol earlier in the day, Zhang Kegang still felt an urgent need to relieve himself. After another 10 minutes, with his bladder pressing uncomfortably, he sought a large tree for his relief. As he looked around, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Had he passed this place before? Panic gripped him as he realized he had unwittingly made a loop and returned to his starting point. Frantically, he pulled out the compass, which was spinning chaotically. Panic surged within him. He had fallen victim to the dreaded ghost wall. The old gentleman's warnings echoed in his mind. He had foretold that wandering at night through such deep forests could lead to the ghost wall phenomenon, trapping one within its confines for days on end. While practitioners of the craft had their methods for overcoming the ghost wall, there was also a simpler folk remedy involving the use of a black whip and a young boy's urine. Zhang Kegang retrieved the black whip, made from the skin of a black snake, a common medicinal ingredient in the south. Placing the snake's skin on the ground, he took a moment to appreciate his youthful status, knowing it would serve him well. The remedy was straightforward. With the urine of a young boy-soaked whip, he would strike in 4 directions, forward, backward, left, and right, 3 times each. Following this folk remedy, he checked the compass once more and saw it had returned to normal. He thought to himself how truly uncanny Lu Wangang was. No wonder one could become lost after nightfall. Just the ghost wall alone could seal one's fate here. He couldn't help but wonder how Long Out Yin was faring. However, Zhang Kegang was like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. He could not dwell on such matters and was solely focused on finding a safe haven for the night. As he ascended further into the mountains, the thicket thinned somewhat, with beams of cool moonlight filtering through the branches. Glancing upward, he caught sight of the pale moon, which only heightened his sense of dread. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, occasionally interrupted by the rustling sounds of unknown insects. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept past him from behind, causing Zhang Kegang to shudder involuntarily. Just as he contemplated the source of this strange breeze, an eerie, disembodied laughter echoed from behind him. The laugh was both male and female, old and young, sending chills down his spine and raising goosebumps all over his body. Frozen in place, Zhang Kegang dared not move, cold sweat pouring down as if he could hear his own heartbeat, pounding so hard it felt like it might burst from his chest. He recalled the old gentleman's warning. A female ghost was coming to claim his soul. In a moment of desperation, he pinched his thigh, the pain grounding him as he hastened his steps, chanting fervently, "Ghosts wail and laugh, do not look back. Ghosts wail and laugh, do not look back. Ghosts wail and laugh, do not look back." The saying served as a cautionary reminder when traversing desolate mountains or graveyards. Regardless of whether one hears laughter, cries, or someone calling their name, they must never look back. According to folklore, a person bears 7 lights, each representing a soul. Turning back even once could cause one's soul to be lost, allowing a ghost to take possession. The old gentleman remarked last night that those who ventured into the fallen Phoenix Ridge and never returned had lost their very souls, leaving behind only a fragment of their spirit, transformed into fools or madmen. The laughter morphed into weeping, alternating between the cries of women and the wails of children. A heart-wrenching lament that pierced the soul. As the weeping continued, the sound inexplicably shifted back to laughter. Zhang Kegang felt a creeping dread, his scalp prickling with fear. As the eerie voices drew ever closer, until they seemed to hover right behind him, culminating in an unsettling sensation of breath against his ear. He ran with fervor, stumbling and crawling, discarding his gun and oil lamp, relying solely on the faint light of the moon, muttering to himself, "Do not look back. Do not look back. The wails and laughter of ghosts, do not look back." He did not dare to pause until the haunting sounds faded into silence. Finally, he collapsed against a large tree, gasping for air, glancing up to see the moon still high in the sky, pondering the sluggish passage of time, wondering why dawn had yet to break. Thirsty and weary, he remembered the old man's stern warning that sleep could lead to a permanent slumber. Summoning his resolve, he recalled an essential task entrusted to him: to catch fireflies, his last means of survival. Fireflies, abundant in the southern mountains, emitted a soft yellow-green glow. However, he had never encountered the rare red variety. He had prepared a small net, and within half an hour, he had filled it with fireflies, their light providing him with a measure of comfort. Hearing the gentle sound of flowing water nearby, he ventured toward it and discovered a small stream. Overjoyed, he approached the water's edge to quench his thirst, only to be startled by a strand of hair floating by. Looking upstream, he was horrified to see a figure standing in the water. The moonlight illuminated the face of Long Outyen, who had entered the mountains before him. The water reached his knees, casting a ghastly pallor upon his expressionless face, his eyes devoid of life. "Hey!" Zhang Kegang called out tentatively, but received no answer. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Could he be possessed by a spirit? Peering closer, he noticed the red thread around Long Outyen's neck, reassuring himself that as long as the thread remained, he was likely not a ghost. However, before he could finish his thought, Long Outyen's head suddenly detached along the red thread, plunging into the water with a soft splash, staining the surface crimson. Immediately, from his severed neck, a swarm of thumb-sized fireflies emerged, their vibrant red hue resembling blood. A scream erupted from Zhang Kegang, echoing through the dense mountains. Years later, my great-grandfather would recount that this was the first time he had witnessed such a sinister and eerie spectacle, one that sent chills down his spine. The sky filled with ghostly red fireflies surged toward Zhang Kegang, as if intent on devouring him. Paralyzed by fear, his mind blank, he was astonished that the ghostly fireflies did not harm him. Instead, they circled around him. It dawned on him that he still had the net brimming with fireflies at his waist. Without time to ponder the reason, he tumbled and rolled back into the woods. The ghostly red fireflies pursued him throughout the night until Zhang Kegang, utterly exhausted, succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Realizing he had narrowly escaped a dire fate, he contemplated descending the mountain. Suddenly, the thought struck him that Long Outyen was dead, and if he could reach the mountaintop to retrieve a stone, the deed would be his, and he would gain the contract for his servitude along with 20 silver dollars. After the harrowing events of the previous night, Zhang Kegang felt emboldened, and with the sun now climbing high, the malevolent energies of the forest began to dissipate. He bravely made his way toward the summit. The mountaintop was barren, dotted only with a few mounds of earth overgrown with weeds. Unmistakably a site of unmarked graves, commonly referred to as a desolate burial ground. A shiver ran down his spine as he hastily scanned the area, and to his relief, he spotted an array of peculiar red stones atop one grave. Without hesitation, he seized one and hurried down the mountain. Chapter 3: The Gravestone. The news of Jean Cuden's return was akin to a bombshell, reverberating through the surrounding villages. The villagers gazed upon Jean Cuden with awe, as if he were a celestial being descending from the heavens. Moreover, with Jean Cuden embellishing his experiences, they began to regard him as a heroic figure akin to those from legendary tales. It was said that, in time, Jean Cuden was even rumored to be the reincarnation of the six-eared macaque from the dual holy temple, standing shoulder to shoulder with the great sage Sun Wukong. Lu Dalao, utterly humiliated, retreated to his hometown, where the next day he organized a group of over 10 young men to search the mountains for Long Outnan's body. Yet they could find no trace of it. Meanwhile, Lu Dalao was in high spirits, having never anticipated that Jean Cuden would emerge alive from the ordeal. The acquisition of the land was secondary. What truly mattered was the restoration of his reputation and the substantial blow dealt to Lu's arrogance. However, in the aftermath, Lu Dalao began to act ungratefully, offering Jean Cuden merely $20 while refusing to return his contract of servitude, claiming that their victory was due to the ancestral blessings of the Lu family. He insisted that without such protection, Jean Cuden would never have survived the descent from the mountain. Jean Cuden silently cursed Lu Dalao 100 times over, wishing him ill, but he knew he was powerless against the circumstances. At least he had earned $20, which was promptly transferred to him. An old sage had previously informed him to stay at the inn in town and to seek him out if he encountered any difficulties. Grateful, Jean Cuden purchased fine fruits and beverages to express his thanks. The old sage, fond of this upright young man, engaged in delightful conversation with him. Later, when Jean Cuden showed the old sage the stone he had retrieved from the mountaintop, the sage's expression darkened. Sensing trouble, Jean Cuden intended to keep the stone as a memento to boast about his heroic deeds to future generations, but the sage's reaction left him bewildered. The sage revealed that the stone was known as the gravestone, specifically utilized to suppress malevolent graves and spirits. Over time, it accumulated misfortune. The older the stone, the heavier the ill fortune. Judging by its appearance, it had likely been there for at least a century. Carrying it would absorb one's vitality, leading to certain death within a few years. Startled, Jean Cuden realized why he had felt so lethargic lately. It was indeed this cursed stone's fault. He hurriedly inquired if there was a way to dispel its effects. The sage explained that the gravestone, much like the folk remedy stone Gondan, became ineffective against malevolent forces. Thus, it was best to discard it in the most cursed location possible and cleanse oneself with lemongrass water to rid the negativity. Jean Cuden recalled a foul-smelling sewage pit in the wasteland behind the village, now largely abandoned. That very night, he took the gravestone to the desolate area and cast it into the pit, feeling a sense of relief afterward. Meanwhile, Lu Dalao was in high spirits, contemplating marriage to his 9th concubine. In the county, there was a tea merchant named Yu, whose family had amassed considerable wealth through their tea business over generations. Unfortunately, they became ensnared in opium addiction and gambling, squandering their fortune and racking up debts, with Lu Dalao being the largest creditor. The Yu family had a single daughter, 18 years of age, named Yu Qiushui. She had received a modern education and was renowned as a beautiful maiden in the county. Lu Dalao, a lecherous old man, had long coveted Yu Qiushui's beauty. He incited a group of ruffians to pressure the Yu family for repayment, ultimately coercing them into selling their daughter as his 9th concubine for $100 silver. However, Yu Qiushui had a fiery spirit, despite Lu Dalao's flowery words and threats. She adamantly refused to comply. How could a woman educated in modern schooling agree to become someone else's concubine, especially to a man over 50? Furious, Lu Dalao confined Yu Qiushui in a pitch-black room, determined to marry her by the end of the month regardless of her consent. The room had only a tiny hole for light, rendering it nearly impossible to see inside at night, leaving Yu Qiushui in tears day after day. One day, as Jean Cuden happened to pass by, he heard the muffled cries from within, realizing the unspeakable atrocity committed by Lu Dalao. The room was sealed tight, with guards stationed outside, leaving Jean Cuden feeling powerless. He could only visit daily to speak with her through the wall. Yu Qiushui had heard of Jean Cuden, and tales of his escapades had reached the county, filling him with a sense of pride. Upon learning of the room's darkness, he began to catch fireflies each night and release them through the tiny hole. It was said that on the day of the wedding, when the door was opened, the room was filled with a dazzling array of fireflies. Yet, tragically, Yu Qiushui could not escape her grim fate. She was bound and forced into a vibrant red silk wedding gown. Lu Daoli's wedding festivities were grand, with his two sons returning from afar. These two were equally debauched, ostensibly there to celebrate their father's new bride, but in reality, they had come to seek funds. As the sons indulged in drink, they clamored to witness the ninth concubine. Upon entering the room, they found that despite her gaunt appearance, Yu Qiushui was undeniably beautiful, and their base instincts took over. When Lu Daoli later entered and discovered his sons violating Yu Qiushui, he became concerned that such disgrace would tarnish the family name. In collusion with his sons, they strangled Yu Qiushui, discarding her lifeless body in the sewage pit, publicly claiming she had returned to her family. Rumors began to circulate among the villagers, with many whispering that the ninth concubine had indeed been murdered by the Lu family. Strangely, sightings of red fireflies near the wasteland proliferated. In the wake of Yu Qiushui's death, the Lu family encountered a series of calamities, as servants began to report ghostly apparitions, particularly from the room where Yu Qiushui had been confined. At midnight, the sound of a woman's weeping echoed, prompting many privy to the details to hastily return home. Whispers spread within the Lu household, claiming that it was the vengeful spirit of the ninth concubine seeking retribution. Fear engulfed the estate and remaining servants, terrified of the vengeful ghost, fled. Subsequently, Lu Daoli and his two sons fell victim to a mysterious illness, developing scales akin to fish skin. Despite consulting numerous doctors and seeking the help of shamans and monks, they found no remedy. The three grew increasingly emaciated, tortured by their affliction until they resembled mere skeletons. On the seventh night following Yu Qiushui's death, an eerie stillness enveloped the village. Not even the sound of barking dogs or chirping insects could be heard. Villagers emerged from their homes, astonished to see thousands of crimson fireflies swirling above, casting a fiery glow across the sky, ultimately converging upon the Lu estate. When dawn broke, a group of courageous villagers approached the Lu residence, only to discover that Lu Daoli and his sons had hanged themselves from the rafters, their faces gaunt and their deaths gruesome. The return of the ghostly red fireflies astonished Zhang Quden. The old sage, upon hearing the news, sighed, explaining that the ghostly fireflies were birthed from the tragic fate of the murdered bride. The Lu family had brought this upon themselves, receiving their just deserts. Now that Yu Qiushui's spirit had avenged herself, she could finally rest. Yet, as the sage had warned, the calamity did not cease there. It spread throughout the village. In the following days, numerous villagers fell ill with the same strange affliction, and each night, red fireflies circled ominously above the village, instilling widespread panic. Witnessing this turmoil, Zhang Quden hastily sought the sage's assistance. Upon learning that Zhang Quden had discarded the gravestone in the sewage pit, the sage deduced the true cause of the troubles. He informed Zhang Quden that the real culprit was not Yu Qiushui, but rather the vengeful spirit of a female ghost from the mountain, seeking to reclaim her life. Zhang Kedong, who had always been timid, upon hearing the news, found that his first thought was not fear, but rather a burning rage. This accursed fiend dared to exploit even the tragic spirit of a sorrowful woman. Zhang Kedong understood that if the malevolent creature in the mountains was not vanquished, more villagers would fall victim, and the vengeful spirit of Qiushui could never find peace, doomed to be a puppet for eternity. Thus, he sought the counsel of an elder, inquiring about the means to eradicate this abomination. Although the elder had known him for only a short time, he recognized Zhang's resilient spirit and, moved by his determination, decided to share the method for confronting a zombie. For the female ghost had accumulated 200 years of malevolence and had likely transformed into one. The following night was the full moon, the moment when a zombie's power was at its weakest. Zhang Kedong prepared himself, arming with a hoe, a shovel, and a bucket of oil, and before setting off, he placed a sycamore leaf in his mouth, as the elder had instructed, to ward off the corpse's influence. Upon reaching the mountain's summit, the graveyard bathed in moonlight. He located the tomb beneath a peculiar stone. Without hesitation, he brandished his tools and began to unearth the grave. The surface layer revealed nothing unusual, but as he dug deeper, the soil turned a deep crimson, as if steeped in blood. According to the elder, beneath lay a blood zombie. Humph. Even if the king of hell lies below, I shall dig up his ancestral grave today. Zhang Kedong, transformed by resolve, gritted his teeth and hastened his efforts. Soon, he uncovered a glossy pearwood coffin, just as the elder had described, ominously oriented east to west, emitting a foul stench. Spitting disdainfully at the coffin, he pried open the lid, revealing a female corpse adorned in a phoenix crown and a resplendent red silk wedding robe, unmistakably dressed as a bride. More horrifying were the scratch marks covering the coffin's interior. Had this woman been nailed alive within? Scattered among the remnants were treasures of gold and silver, suggesting she had once lived in opulence. Yet the reason for her dreadful fate remained a mystery. This wicked woman had already ensnared Xiao Shui and now targeted the villagers. Let these riches serve as her recompense. As Zhang Kedong reached for the gold ingots, the corpse's hollow eyes suddenly glowed with a chilling light. And she sprang from the coffin, her claw-like hands gripping his arm with a vice-like strength, her long nails piercing his flesh, inflicting excruciating pain. In that moment of agony, he recalled the bag of black glutinous rice he had prepared. Ignoring the pain, he hurled the rice at the female zombie, and a cacophony akin to popping beans erupted. The corpse was riddled with holes, collapsing back into the coffin, allowing him to wrench free from her grasp. Zhang Kedong had never anticipated such utility from glutinous rice. This black rice, known as blood rice, had been the best remedy for the undead for centuries, while white rice was effective against corpse poison. He had scattered 333 grains, a number revered by southern tomb raiders who carried it for protection. This method eventually traveled north, where it was adapted by northern tomb raiders, who would steam the rice into donkey hoof shapes for convenience and efficacy against the undead. In a frenzy, Zhang Kedong seized his shovel and struck the female corpse's face, the impact resonating like a blow against stone, numbing his hands, yet forcing the zombie back into the coffin. The female zombie let out a wretched shriek, temporarily incapacitated, and disregarding the treasures within, he poured the entire bucket of oil into the coffin. He retrieved a matchbox but struggled to ignite it, panic flooding him as he felt the effects of the black rice waning. Just as the female corpse began to break free from the rice's hold, a ghostly red firefly descended from above, darting into the coffin like a moth to a flame, igniting a raging inferno. As he watched the flames engulf everything, a sudden understanding dawned upon him. The fire blazed throughout the night, leaving only ashes in its wake. In the end, he excavated a few melted gold and silver ingots from the remnants and descended the mountain. Days later, the villagers' strange afflictions mysteriously vanished, and no one ever encountered the red fireflies again. The small mountain village finally returned to its former tranquility. Chapter 4. The Haunted House Agency. From that moment on, my great-grandfather no longer referred to himself by the nickname Zhang Quadang, but reclaimed his birth name, Zhang Shangyun. With the wealth acquired through gold ingots, he erected a tomb for the young lady, Yu Qiu Shui, and subsequently resolved to become a disciple of the old master. However, the master, aware of his imminent demise and unable to formally take on a student for certain reasons, agreed only to keep Zhang Shangyun by his side for a year, during which he accompanied him to various places. Before his passing, the master bequeathed to him a volume titled The Locking Coffin Manuscript, urging him to comprehend it on his own. With tears in his eyes, Zhang Shangyun cremated his master's remains and returned the ashes to his homeland. Through a series of unforeseen circumstances, he inadvertently joined the National Army and participated in the Central Plains War, serving as an aide to a commanding officer. Years later, he departed from the military and, relying on the teachings of the manuscript, officially became a master of yin and yang, skilled in fortune-telling, geomancy, disaster prediction, and exorcising malevolent spirits. As tensions escalated between China and Japan, Japanese practitioners of yin-yang Dao became increasingly fervent, flooding into China. Prolonged warfare and famine led to widespread suffering, with corpses littering the land and desolate graves dotting the countryside. Amidst rampant tomb robbing, Japanese practitioners seized the opportunity to wreak havoc across China, igniting a fierce battle of yin and yang between the two nations. Yet, my great-grandfather remained reticent about that period of history, with the family only aware that he had sustained an injury to his lung, leaving a deep scar on his chest. Following the victory of the War of Resistance, he returned to the countryside with my great-grandmother, purchased land, established a household, and fathered 2 sons and a daughter, even constructing a school for the village. He enjoyed an excellent reputation within the community, living into his 90s, his health remarkably robust. However, in the year preceding his death, he abruptly bid farewell to his family and embarked on a solitary journey. The family, anxious and in despair, received no word from him. A year later, he returned home, cradling a recently weaned infant, claiming the child was an orphan he had discovered during his travels, asking my grandfather to adopt him. After a brief explanation, he soon passed away. My grandfather, who held my great-grandfather in the highest regard, honored his wishes and adopted the child as his youngest son, naming him Zhang Qiyan. For his origins were indeed mysterious, even evading the grasp of the King of Hell. This was my never-before-seen little uncle, my mother, being 8 years his senior. took special care of this younger brother. Zhang Qian grew to the age of 12, and according to my great-grandfather's dying wish, he had to be sent away. The family was heartbroken, tears streaming down their faces, yet my grandfather ultimately adhered to his father's instructions and sent little Qian away. As for his destination, my grandfather steadfastly refused to disclose, forbidding any contact from the family. Thus, this is the connection I have with my uncle and the origin of my name. 3 years after Zhang Qian was sent away, I was born. Arriving 2 months prematurely, I was red and wrinkled, scarcely able to cry. My condition described as a mere whisper of breath. The doctor was far from optimistic, suggesting I could pass away at any moment. Coincidentally, my little uncle sent a letter home, accompanied by a peculiar pendant, said to be a protective talisman gifted by his master, a present for my birth. Although referred to as a pendant, it resembled more of a coffin nail. Remarkably, upon wearing this coffin nail, my health began to gradually improve. Though still frail, I survived. And even the ICU doctors deemed it a miracle. Therefore, my parents often remarked that Uncle Zhang Qian was my savior. However, I believed it was merely a coincidence. If such a remarkable pendant existed, what need was there for a doctor? After my brush with death, my parents prepared to name me. Our family maintained the tradition of naming based on the 5 elements theory. My grandfather consulted someone to calculate my birth chart, revealing that I lacked wood in my elements. After considerable contemplation, my father slapped his thigh and decided to name me Han Mumu, thinking this would rectify the deficiency. To my dismay, Han Mumu? What an utterly foolish name. While the wood element was accounted for, it seemed my intelligence had been overlooked. What a letdown from my scholarly father. Surely, he could be more serious about this. Thankfully, my mother vehemently opposed it, and reflecting on my miraculous recovery due to the coffin nail, she proposed the name Han Guan instead. Thus, I acquired this peculiar name. 16 years passed, and I continued to wear the coffin nail, yet never encountered my little uncle. Consequently, whenever my parents recounted the story of my naming, aside from my disdain, I felt a lingering sense of mystery surrounding this legendary uncle. Last year, the family received another enigmatic letter. Surprisingly, people still write letters these days. Sent by my little uncle. He explained that he had been unable to contact us for various reasons, but now, at last, we could reunite. Despite my miraculous survival, my health remained poor. I was frail and susceptible to illness from a young age. Numerous doctors failed to diagnose the cause, and countless herbal remedies proved ineffective. I was practically a small medicine cabinet. To illustrate the extent of my frailty, I would faint after just 10 minutes in the sun, and I couldn't outrun even the girls in a 100-meter race. I always carried a long-handled black umbrella, and I was prone to catching colds with the slightest breeze, necessitating that I wore various styles of trench coats, even in summer. This peculiar appearance naturally garnered significant attention, with classmates claiming I resembled a character from a Stephen Chow film. Perhaps due to my poor health, I had developed a rather sharp tongue, resulting in unpopularity, earning me the nickname Coffin Scoundrel. While my parents expressed great concern over my demeanor, I personally felt it wasn't as dire as they believed. Just after my 16th birthday, my mother revealed an astonishing piece of news. She had applied for a year-long leave of absence from school and intended to send me to my uncle Zhang Qian in Shanghai City for a year of recuperation. I was taken aback, unsure of my mother's intentions. My heart raced with a mix of anxiety and excitement, first, for the prospect of living in the bustling Shanghai City for a year, and second, for my intense curiosity regarding my enigmatic uncle. My mother informed me that Uncle Zhang Qian had moved to Shanghai City a few years prior and had opened an inconspicuous detective agency. Once I arrived in Shanghai City, I could assist him. As for her urgency in sending me there, she hesitated to elaborate, simply stating that the environment in Shanghai City was favorable for my health, and I paid it little mind. 2 days later, I packed my belongings and boarded a flight to Shanghai City alone. I must admit, my uncle was quite eccentric. In this day and age, there are still people who eschew electronic devices. He could have at least sent me a location, forcing me to navigate the city with only the address from the letter, wandering for half a day before finally locating his agency in a rather remote and desolate old district. When I stood before this so-called agency, my first impression was one of utter dismay, an overwhelming urge to turn back home. Good heavens, it was a theme agency, and the theme was a haunted house. The building was a 2-story structure, a rather historic gray villa, evoking the atmosphere of a black and white film from the last century. It was hard to fathom such a building could exist in a bustling metropolis like Shanghai City. Ivy vines clung to the gray exterior walls, stretching towards a modest sign, upon which were inscribed, in twisted English letters, the words Yin Yi Shirusa. To be honest, it took me 3 readings to grasp it. Goodness, Yin Yi Agency. Why not simply name it King Yan's Agency? A sense of foreboding enveloped me, as I could already envision this gentleman as an unabashedly narcissistic figure. The building exuded an eerie aura, resembling a ghostly castle from the pages of a novel, as if a colossal beast with a gaping maw beckoned. Come hither, young one. Lost in my whimsical thoughts, a creaking door announced the emergence of 2 fashionable young ladies from the office, each clutching a flyer adorned with the Yin Yi logo. How striking they were. The girl on the left, with her long, straight black hair, wore a dreamy expression. Look, I just captured this candid shot. Isn't he handsome? I must share it on my social media. The girl on the right, with her chestnut bob, was engrossed in fiddling with a trendy fruit machine, her infatuation rivaling that of her companion. They giggled and chattered as they breezed past me, rekindling my curiosity about this seemingly haunted office. Finally, I took a hesitant step forward. A copper bell jingled softly as the door swung open, producing a crisp sound that echoed through the air. My thoughts wandered to the ambience of this place as I surveyed every nook and cranny, which could only be described as an enchanting hidden gem, exuding a quaint charm. The decor retained its original essence, with flooring, chandeliers, tables, chairs, and wall embellishments reflecting a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western styles reminiscent of the Republic era. The peeling paint and cracked tiles bore testament to the building's storied past, prompting me to question whether I had stumbled into a diminutive museum of history. Upon entering, my gaze was drawn to a sign hanging on the wall, which read, a solemn reminder, please do not disturb the cats within. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Cats? I glanced around, yet saw no feline in sight. Only a husky curled up on the sofa, its round eyes fixed upon me, yawning widely, clearly displeased by my intrusion into its slumber. Aside from myself, the room was devoid of other occupants, save for a tall figure standing before a cabinet, clad in trendy work attire, sporting a samurai hairstyle, who was meticulously arranging porcelain mugs emblazoned with the Yin Yi emblem, each handle facing outward. Upon hearing the bell chime as I entered, he calmly remarked, "You've arrived," before turning to face me. Before me stood a man of approximately 30, showcasing a striking forehead and hairline, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a few strands of chestnut hair casually framing his angular face, hinting at a touch of mixed heritage. A cross-shaped metal earring adorned his left ear, blending fashion with a hint of rebelliousness. My thoughts raced. Goodness, is he not extraordinarily handsome? My heart brimmed with envy. Had he walked past me on the street, I would have presumed him to be a model. Why on earth was my face flushing? Was I to be swayed by this striking figure? I hastily reminded myself to remain composed. I was a staunchly straight man, steadfast in my convictions. His next words confirmed my suspicion that this man was indeed my legendary uncle. Hello there, my dear nephew. Thus, the narrative subtly shifted from this ghostly office to the carefree smile of my uncle. My story, no, our story, commenced in that very moment. Chapter 5. I am a laborer. As I contemplated the prospect of spending the next year living under someone else's roof, I resolved to make a favorable impression. I respectfully greeted, "Hello, uncle." "Shoo." He suddenly gestured for silence, glancing around furtively. "Little coffin, never call me uncle in front of others." Huh, why? My mind was filled with questions. Consider this. Most of the clients who come to me are young and beautiful girls. If they discover I have such a large nephew, how could I possibly flirt with them? Or serve them? He coughed lightly, adopting a serious expression as if proclaiming the customer is always right. It turned out that this uncle, in addition to being narcissistic, was a complete playboy. Just call me brother in public. I nearly choked on my own disbelief. Come on, the generational gap is immense. Wouldn't that make me take advantage of my own mother? Meow wow. Ooh, just as I was mentally criticizing him, an oddly peculiar sound emerged from behind me, resembling neither a cat nor a dog. I turned to see his husky leaping onto the sofa and rubbing against my legs. That's Cat D. It seems he really likes you. Cat D? What a strange name. And why does its bark sound so odd? I bent down to pet the husky's smooth fur, scratching its chin, and it seemed to enjoy it, half closing its eyes. I have always had an affinity for small animals like cats and dogs, but my mother's allergy to fur had prevented me from raising any. This husky named Cat D was quite endearing, and I couldn't help but think, perhaps this is my uncle's wingman in his romantic pursuits. However, its demeanor struck me as oddly feline, more like a cat. Cat D was picked up a few years ago. Since he grew up with cats, he still believes himself to be one, my uncle explained. He then retrieved a box of cat food from behind the counter and placed it on the floor, prompting Cat D to joyfully scamper over. Indeed, it seemed that the eccentricity of the owner extended to his pets. So, are there other cats in the shop? I mused, having already accepted this peculiar husky as a cat. There are a few, but at this hour, they should be outside entertaining clients. My uncle replied as he returned to the counter, retrieving a porcelain cup. What would you like to drink? The coffee table has a menu of special beverages I've meticulously prepared for my clients. Entertaining clients? I was baffled, shrugging nonchalantly before picking up the drink menu, which was filled with an array of bizarre coffee names. Love and Death 3 cups, intense cat poop, squeezing milk dry, lingering affection. Just a cup of plain water will suffice. My face was a canvas of embarrassment. Who knew what this eccentric might concoct? You've arrived at the perfect time. Allow me to treat you to my latest creation, the soul-stirring coffee. Before I could voice my refusal, my uncle had already retreated to the coffee station. Moments later, he presented me with a steaming cup of black coffee. I leaned in to sniff it, only to be met with an overwhelming aroma that brought tears to my eyes. It's onion. I added onion. Are you kidding me? Was that a lump of onion I saw? What are you trying to pull? Adding onion and calling it soul-stirring. I swallowed hard, feeling compelled to accept this unusual offering. Fine, I'd just consider myself a guinea pig. Wow, this is surprisingly delicious. To my astonishment, the seemingly nonsensical coffee was incredibly tasty, with a rich, caramelized onion flavor that fluctuated between sweet and bitter, truly a delightful surprise. The law of deliciousness. It was undeniably irresistible. Haha, I must be a genius. My uncle's proud expression mirrored that of Sakuraji Hanamichi. I had to admit, my uncle possessed remarkable talent in coffee brewing. I sampled several other concoctions, each more astonishing than the last, exclusive recipes one could never find on the market. He then guided me through the house. The first floor served as a reception and dining area, while the second floor was the living room. Perhaps due to the age of the building or my uncle's peculiar tastes, the entire structure was dimly lit, exuding a somewhat eerie chill. We ascended the staircase, the quiet hallway echoing with the sound of our footsteps and the creaking of the wooden stairs, casting an air of solitude and mystery over the residence. Every few paces, an oil lamp hung on the wall, rusted and reminiscent of a bygone era. However, none were lit, and I wondered if they were even functional anymore. Upon reaching the second floor, I discovered an attic above. Judging by the dust on the wooden ladder, it had not been visited in quite some time. I inquired about the attic's purpose, and he lazily replied, just for storage, before leading me to explore the rooms. His nonchalant attitude only piqued my curiosity about the attic further. Surely, there must be something inappropriate hidden away. The room's layout was my favorite minimalist Chinese style, furnished with merely a bed, a table, and a bookshelf. On the table, a delicate plant of asparagus fern was thoughtfully arranged, revealing a subtle elegance in my narcissistic uncle. The bookshelf displayed an assortment of ancient texts wrapped in brown craft paper, including I Ching, Prohibitions, Lubon's Book, Antique Guide, and 400 characters of alchemy. Some were so old that their age was indiscernible. However, these texts held little appeal for me, aside from my satisfaction with the room. Cat D seemed to enjoy it as well, rolling about on the tatami mat floor, clearly not a proper dog. Later, I set up a small nook for Cat D in the corner, and from that day forward, we became roommates. My uncle mentioned he needed to leave and encouraged me to rest, specifically warning me not to touch his cats, except for Cat D, of course. I nodded noncommittally. He then tossed me a badge, and upon inspection, I noticed it bore a peculiar single-eyed design. I internally muttered, this uncle has a penchant for the macabre. But his next statement made me feel like an innocent youth being sold into a den of vice. From today onward, you are a formal employee of my Yanyi detective agency. Wait, is this illegal employment of a minor? I thought to myself, feeling duped. I had expected to enjoy my time in Shanghai City, only to find myself working for free. My parents even managed to deceive their own son. What could I do? Under someone else's roof, I had no choice but to acquiesce. Since resistance was futile, I might as well relish the experience. Chapter 6. The White Cat. In the few days I have spent at the detective agency, my illusions about the enigmatic profession of private investigation have been thoroughly shattered. I had envisioned thrilling undercover operations reminiscent of infernal affairs, intense gunfights in the streets, and the brilliant deductions of Sherlock Holmes, yet not a single one has materialized. Let us consider the tasks I have undertaken over the past couple of days, assisting a social media influencer in locating her cat that went missing during a live stream, helping Mr. Zhao search for a cherished bottle of Mauda that had been misplaced, only to discover he was mistaken about its location, and handling a couple of nuisance phone calls. The most substantial task involved gathering evidence of Mrs. Wang's husband's infidelity, which ended in my being discovered while tailing him and his mistress into a hotel. Had I not fled swiftly, I would have surely received a thorough beating. Strangely enough, despite the commotion of these days, my health and complexion have improved considerably. My uncle adheres to a rather peculiar rule. The agency must remain open until the early hours of the morning. Considering my physical state, my duty consists of merely 2 hours of standing watch, from 11 at night to 1 in the morning. I do not mind. What young person today is not a night owl? However, who, in their right mind, would seek out a detective agency at such an hour? Especially one situated in such a remote locale? Nonetheless, my uncle remains obstinately committed to keeping the doors open until 1 o'clock. After 3 consecutive nights of duty without encountering a single client, I relished the tranquility, indulging in games, and entertaining the resident husky, closing up shop promptly when the hour arrived. Since I began my nocturnal shifts, my uncle has taken to going out each night, leaving only me and the cat, D, at home. One evening, I inquired about his late-night escapades, to which he replied with a mischievous grin, "Young lad, the night is for revelry. You will understand the ways of men in time, and I shall take you along to witness it." I internally rolled my eyes countless times. Before each of his outings, he sternly admonished me not to touch his cat. I could only think, touch what? I haven't seen a single hair of that cat since my arrival. Thus, I spent 3 days in this calm and uneventful manner, until something peculiar transpired on the 4th night. As usual, I was idly engaged in mobile gaming, while my uncle was out enjoying his night of indulgence. D the husky had vanished to who knows where. I glanced at the wall clock. It was not yet midnight. Perhaps due to the coffee, I felt more alert than I had in recent days. Meow. Ow woof. Meow. Ow woof. The familiar sounds of these calls had become second nature to me when I noticed D sprinting from the 2nd floor, tugging at my pant leg to lead me outside. I assumed the greedy creature was hungry, so I retrieved some food from the counter to entice it, but D, for once, was unresponsive, persistently meowing toward the 2nd floor as if trying to convey something important. I inquired if it wished to take me somewhere, and it seemed to understand, calling out once before scampering up the stairs. Curiosity piqued, I followed D to the 2nd floor, only to discover it wanted to lead me to the attic. D continued to call out toward the attic, and I wondered if perhaps there was a mouse. Listening intently, I faintly heard a delicate mewing sound from above. A cat. D also caught wind of the sound and immediately ascended the wooden ladder, attempting to nudge open the partition, which was secured with a wooden bolt. Despite its efforts, it proved futile, and it looked at me with pleading eyes. I climbed the ladder, unfastened the bolt, and pushed against the partition. It was likely that no one had accessed it in a long time, as it was tightly wedged. With a firm shove, the partition swung open with a loud thud, sending a cloud of dust swirling towards me, carrying a faint musty odor. Coughing, I covered my mouth and nose until the dust settled, then activated the flashlight on my phone and clambered into the attic. To my surprise, the attic was far more spacious than I had anticipated. I could stand upright without touching my head. A glass skylight illuminated the space with soft moonlight, combined with the beam from my phone, allowing me to discern the surroundings. Goodness, is this a museum storage room? The attic was cluttered with a plethora of antiques and artifacts, though my knowledge of history is rather limited. I had seen enough treasure appraisal shows on television to recognize items such as jade axes from the Xia dynasty, bronze wares from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, gold-threaded burial garments from the Han dynasty, Tang Sankai pottery, and Ming porcelain, a vast array of materials from bronze to stone, lacquer to jade, bamboo to wood, from grand bronze tripods to intricate ivory seals, and countless scrolls and paintings from various dynasties. If these items are authentic, they could be worth a small fortune. Could it be that my uncle, ostensibly running a detective agency, is actually a dealer in antiquities? Meow, a delicate meow drew me back to reality, as D had joined me in the attic and was calling toward the corner from which the sound emanated. I directed my flashlight toward that corner and discovered a pure white kitten lying there, appearing to have just been weaned, its hind leg stained with a patch of crimson blood. D seemed to recognize the little white cat and rushed over to lick its wound. Remembering that there was a first aid kit at the counter on the 1st floor, I quickly scooped up the injured kitten and made my way downstairs, disregarding my uncle's orders. How could such a small creature bite me? I disinfected the kitten's leg and bandaged it up, then began to examine it closely. Aside from its snowy coat, I noticed that its eyes were astonishingly different. One was golden, the other silver, a truly remarkable sight, though I could not ascertain its breed. The little kitten seemed to understand that I had come to its aid, persistently licking my fingernails. I retrieved some cat food from the cabinet to feed it, also providing a portion for D as a reward, which it devoured with gusto. Thud, thud, the old-fashioned wall clock, a relic from the Republic era, swung its pendulum with vigor, and at the top of the hour, it chimed with a resounding thud, marking midnight. As I played with the plump little kitten to stave off boredom, the seemingly docile creature suddenly became agitated, baring its teeth and bristling with fur. As if sensing an imminent threat at the door, I glanced up toward the entrance, nearly jumping out of my skin. At some point, a woman clad in white stood silently before me, watching intently. How had she entered without a sound? I hadn't heard the doorbell ring at all. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, dressed in an antiquated, plain white gown, her hair styled in an elegant bun, cascading down her back in lustrous black waves. Aside from a slightly pallid complexion, she was undeniably beautiful. Goodness, is she cosplaying in the middle of the night? Is this a scene from Chin's Moon or a Chinese ghost story? The little kitten hissed at the woman, prompting me to cradle it protectively, fearing it might harm my unexpected guest. "Hello, are you here to commission a case?" I awkwardly inquired, as the kitten squirmed in my arms. The woman in ancient garb merely cast a fleeting glance at the kitten, remaining silent, before slowly drawing a bronze sword from the sheath at her waist. Oh no! Is she here to rob me? I instinctively stepped back, realizing I was confronted by a female bandit. "Sister, I'm just a worker here. I haven't encountered a single client in 3 days. If you intend to rob me, could you perhaps return during the day when the boss is around? He has money," I babbled, attempting to stall for time while discreetly placing my hand on the broomstick. Yet the woman paid me no heed, her focus solely on the bronze sword in her hands. Her delicate, fair fingers caressed the blade, and suddenly, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. I was taken aback, my mouth opening in surprise, but before I could utter a word, she began to move, causing me to grip the broom tightly in a surge of anxiety. In the next moment, she leapt into a dance. Indeed, she was dancing a sword dance. I thought, "Excuse me, could you perhaps refrain from dancing for a moment?" My mind was a whirl of confusion. Her movements flowed like water, breathtakingly beautiful, unlike any contemporary choreography I had ever witnessed. It felt as though a genuine ancient spirit was performing, imbued with a sense of antiquity and grace. Curiously, the small kitten remained fixed on her, baring its teeth, while the other cat, a husky creature, seemed oblivious, engrossed in its meal. As her dance drew to a close, I clapped my hands in applause, calling for an encore. Yet the woman stood before me, tears streaming down her face. She slowly approached, reluctantly offering me the bronze sword, uttering a phrase. However, her accent was entirely unfamiliar, reminiscent of a blend between Min and Hakka dialects, with an abundance of tonal variations far surpassing that of Mandarin. "Were you saying that you wished to give me the sword?" I was utterly perplexed, managing to grasp only fragmented words, completely at a loss regarding her intent. Yet, seeing her extend the sword towards me, I dared to inquire. She nodded in affirmation, and as I reached out to take the bronze sword from her, an electric jolt surged through my fingertips upon the slightest contact with the blade. Suddenly, darkness enveloped me, and I lost consciousness. Chapter 7. The yin-yang I felt utterly languid, devoid of any desire to move. In a hazy trance, it seemed as though I were transported to an ancient battlefield, where the clang of iron and the clash of weapons echoed around me. Suddenly, a formidable general from the opposing side charged toward me, wielding a meteor hammer. As he drew nearer, I realized it was my mother, bellowing, "You lazy boy, have you finished your homework?" Then, descending from the heavens was my uncle, draped in a red cloak and wearing red underpants, who turned to me with a broad grin, revealing a large SB emblazoned on his chest. Well, how absurd. It was merely a dream. I felt a slight itch on my left cheek and, groggily opening my eyes, discovered it was already mid-morning. I was sprawled on the large bed in my room, while a tiny kitten incessantly licked my face. My head throbbed and felt swollen, as if I had crammed 10 volumes of college entrance exam simulations into my brain, and I was seeing stars. It was then I recalled encountering an eccentric guest last night. She had handed me an ancient bronze sword. And that was the last thing I remembered before succumbing to unconsciousness. What the hell was going on? Though my body felt somewhat weak, it should not have rendered me faint. Could it be that I had encountered a drugged femme fatale, seeking to exploit my youthful allure? "You're awake." The deep, magnetic baritone of my uncle resonated in my ears. I rubbed my eyes to regain clarity and turned to see him perched in a chair, cradling a cup of coffee, with a large white cat lounging on his lap. The cat bore an uncanny resemblance to the tiny kitten, both possessing pristine white fur and striking eyes, one gold and the other silver, suggesting they were cast from the same mold. To the left of his foot stood a large tabby cat, golden in hue with black spots on its back, its tail and paws adorned with white patterns. Its whiskers were as rigid as steel, and it was significantly larger than the average house cat, exuding an air of authority. On the right, a hefty black cat, initially appearing as a furry ball, turned out to be a plump creature with a bushy tail reminiscent of a squirrel, lazily yawning while its tail flicked back and forth, resembling a black Garfield. Then there was the energetic husky cat darting about the room. What a spectacle! When did the detective agency transform into a cat sanctuary? Uncle, what on earth happened? What are these cats doing here? Why did I faint last night? And what about the attic? My head throbbed with countless questions swirling above me. All right. You are a veritable fountain of inquiries. Ask one at a time, and I shall answer them. First, recount to me everything that transpired last night. Word for word, I gathered my scattered thoughts and narrated in detail how I ascended to the attic, rescued the little white cat, and subsequently encountered that strange woman, culminating in my fainting spell after accepting the sword. After listening to my tale, my uncle scratched his head, expressing a hint of exasperation as he sighed. It's all fate. I gazed at him in bewilderment, only to see his expression turn grave as he stated, Xiaoguan, the woman you encountered last night was not human. Not human? Could she be insane? My uncle's demeanor shifted dramatically, the jovial banter replaced by earnestness. He explained that the woman was, in fact, a wandering spirit. And because I could see her, she mistakenly believed I was a coffin master, seeking my assistance to return to her ancient tomb. Accepting the sword signified my acceptance of this duty. Please, don't jest with me. What coffin master? What wandering spirit? Have you been reading too many novels? I knew you would not believe me. Now, take off your shirt and check your chest. Do you see a black lotus flower? Upon removing my shirt, I was astonished to find a budding black lotus flower imprinted on my left chest. What the hell? A tattoo? Who would dare to be so shameless? If one must have a tattoo, why choose such a delicate lotus? I leaped from the bed, spat into my palm, and rubbed it against my chest, only to discover that the black lotus was neither a prank by my uncle nor a tattoo. It appeared to be embedded beneath my skin, resembling my own veins, with blood visibly coursing beneath the surface. I slapped myself across the face, the sting a painful reminder that I was not dreaming. Looking at my uncle, and then at the little white cat beside me, a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Could it be because of this cat? I recalled my uncle's stern warnings against touching the cats in the shop. Was this the reason? With a sigh, my uncle scratched the chin of the large white cat, causing its golden and silver eyes to narrow into slits. Cats have long been regarded as spiritual beings that chase after ghosts. It is said that when a cat yowls at an empty space, it signifies the presence of a ghost. Among all cats, those with golden and silver eyes, like this white cat, are known as the guides of souls, leading wandering spirits from the mortal realm to the afterlife. The little kitten gazed at me with its innocent, soulful eyes, one gold and one silver, delving into the depths of my being. My uncle continued to elaborate. These two white cats belong to a rare breed known as the golden and silver measuring jade cat, the pinnacle of feline kind. According to the cat scriptures, it is said, with golden and silver eyes, they can subdue ghosts and deities. The golden-eyed is a beacon in the night, while the silver-eyed delineates the realms of life and death. Because of their unique yin-yang eyes, they have been sought after by coffin masters since ancient times. However, these cats are notoriously difficult to tame, and their ethereal nature allows them to move like the wind. It is said that during the Song dynasty, a notorious thief trained one, slipping effortlessly in and out of the heavily guarded imperial palace, stealing gold and jewels. These cats are tireless and swift, capable of darting about in broad daylight, leaving only their shadows behind. Only coffin masters have maintained the tradition of training cats, as they can perceive what ordinary people cannot. It was only because I had come into contact with this little white cat's saliva that I was able to see that guest who should not have existed. I was left in a state of shock. My uncle then introduced the other two cats beside him, both equally rare breeds, second only to the golden and silver measuring jade cat. The one on the left was named General Hanging Seal on Snowy Night, and the one on the right was called Cloud Rolling with Iron and Gold. As for their characteristics, we will discuss them later. It took me 3 years to tame this cat, yet you managed it in a single night. Truly, the comparison is infuriating. My uncle lamented dramatically to the heavens. Uncle, spare me the theatrics. What should I do now? Am I going to die? At this point, if I still believed my uncle was an ordinary person, I would be the biggest fool in the world. One must own up to one's mistakes and face the consequences. If blame is to be laid, it should be on my failure to heed my uncle's warnings. I couldn't help but recall the bizarre tales surrounding my great-grandfather. Could it be that there truly exists an unknown realm of yin and yang in this world? Chapter 8. Elegant speech. As I delved deeper into this profession, I gradually uncovered the secrets that lie behind the enigmatic figures known as coffin lock masters. This profession traces its origins back to the Warring States period, emerging from the confluence of yin-yang philosophy and the five elements theory. Masters in this field possess the ability to observe celestial bodies, discern human characteristics, seek auspicious sights, conduct rituals, and are regarded as the most mysterious practitioners in the world. Later, this craft was transmitted to Japan by envoys during the Tang dynasty, where it flourished for a time. The seeds of this ancient yin-yang philosophy germinated in the fertile soil of the I Ching and Taoism, blossoming into the exquisite and enigmatic figure of the onmyoji in the island nation of Japan. Meanwhile, in the vast land of China, the authentic coffin lock masters have maintained a low profile, their existence known only through scant mentions in ancient texts. During the late Qing dynasty and the Republic of China, coffin lock masters experienced their final moment of glory, commonly referred to as yin-yang gentlemen among the populace, and they were once abundant in talent. Those called yin-yang gentlemen generally fall into two categories. One comprises charlatans who possess a rudimentary understanding of the I Ching and, through keen observation and smooth talk, claim to discern fortunes, often stating that the subject is beset by dark clouds or heralding good news. The other category includes the genuinely skilled, adept in the five arts of yin and yang, but such individuals are rare and often come from a lineage of practitioners. The fate of an individual is divided into the aspects of past and future lives, typically. A coffin lock master capable of interpreting the first half of one's life is already remarkable, while those who can predict the latter half are considered masters among masters. After all, the past is immutable, whereas the future remains uncertain, representing the highest realm of yin-yang mastery, attainable by but a few. Historically, coffin lock masters were revered almost as semi-divine beings, not only proficient in feng shui, yin-yang, and five elements theory, but also capable of dispatching spirits and subduing demons. More importantly, unlike tomb raiders who deplete their lifespan, coffin lock masters accumulate virtue, resulting in their generally long lives. Coffin lock masters, also known as yin-yang gentlemen, conduct business with the living while also accepting commissions from wandering spirits, assisting them in expelling malevolent forces from their graves, thus allowing the deceased to find peace. Upon successful completion of their tasks, coffin lock masters may take a valuable item from the grave as payment, ensuring a fair exchange devoid of deceit between the living and the dead. However, this profession carries significant risks once a contract is made with a wandering spirit. Its negative energy attaches to the coffin lock master, forming a black lotus. This lotus symbolizes the passage to the afterlife. And should the spirit's commission remain unfulfilled before the lotus blooms, the negative energy will erode the master's vital organs, leading to a sudden demise. Consequently, coffin lock masters are exceedingly cautious in accepting tasks. For someone as oblivious as I, taking on such a job would be tantamount to courting death. How long does it take for this black lotus to bloom? I inquired, trembling with trepidation. It can take as long as half a month or as short as 3 to 5 days, depending on the density of the spirit's negative energy, my uncle replied nonchalantly, sending chills down my spine. Goodness, I barely have time to prepare for my own affairs. I lamented. What on earth am I thinking? Accepting a commission. I can't even back out now. A mere negative review won't suffice to save my life. Uncle, please inform my parents that I am an unfilial son and will not be able to support them in their twilight years. They should take advantage of the new 3-child policy and have 2 more. I continued, and tell Ming Ming I'm sorry. All the love letters I wrote her were plagiarized. And Luani, I swear I didn't leak her breast augmentation plans. My uncle tossed his coat over my head, urging, you can explain that yourself. If you wish to preserve your life, come with me immediately. Relieved, I knew my uncle, with his flair for the dramatic, would have a solution. I hastily dressed and followed him out of the room towards the attic. He grabbed a kerosene lamp from the wall and stated, our immediate priority is to ascertain the era of that woman and the location of the ancient tomb. For the methods of feng shui and burial techniques vary significantly across dynasties. He then inquired if the woman had said anything to me the previous night, such as the location of her grave or her identity. I shook my head. recalling only that she had uttered something that resembled Hakka or Cantonese when she handed me the sword, perhaps mentioning something akin to Wujishan, like Cantonese or Hakka. My uncle pondered for a moment, then concluded what she spoke was likely elegant speech. Elegant speech? He elaborated. This term refers to the ancient vernacular of the people, also known as Archaic Chinese, which was prevalent from the Western Zhou to the Qin and Han dynasties. Given that the woman handed you a bronze sword, we can ascertain this much. Chinese linguistic phonetics are divided into three main streams: elegant speech, Central Plains Mandarin, and official speech. Elegant speech evolved into Cantonese, while Central Plains Mandarin gave rise to Hakka. Official speech, known today as Mandarin, derives from various ethnic minorities. Hence, Cantonese, Min dialects, and Hakka are often regarded as living fossils of ancient Chinese. According to my uncle, elegant speech is the earliest form of Mandarin, emerging during the Western Zhou period, particularly during the Spring and Autumn Warring States period. As feudal states vied for power, elegant speech became the official language for communication among these states. Those who could not comprehend it were often accompanied by interpreters, and the scholars of the 100 schools of thought had to be proficient in it lest they be deemed illiterate. The Analects of Confucius even mentions that poetry, literature, and etiquette all employ elegant speech. Fortunately, being from the South, I had learned a few Cantonese songs to impress others. My uncle lit the kerosene lamp and climbed into the attic, and I hastily followed. Upon seeing the clutter of antiques in the loft, he seemed momentarily wistful, before striding directly towards a wooden frame covered by a canvas. As he lifted the canvas, dust filled the attic, yet it did not diminish my astonishment. The frame was brimming with over a dozen bronze swords, each exuding an ancient air, some tarnished with patina, others sharp as ever, arranged neatly from short to long. These are my collection of bronze swords from the Shang to the Qin dynasties. Come, see if you can identify the type of bronze sword the woman held. My uncle remarked, his tone almost teasing. Bronze swords originated during the Shang dynasty. Initially, their blades were short, resembling willow leaves, but gradually lengthened, reaching about 50 to 60 centimeters by the Spring and Autumn Warring States period, and nearing a meter by the late Qin dynasty. After the Western Han, iron weapons entirely supplanted bronze swords, which thereby faded from history. I meticulously examined each bronze sword on the rack, and suddenly, a beautifully crafted sword devoid of any rust caught my eye. I exclaimed, "This is the one." My uncle leaned in closer, slightly taken aback. "The sword of King Gojian. Are you certain you're not mistaken?" "I am certain," I asserted confidently. The bronze sword the woman wielded bore a striking resemblance to this one, measuring approximately 60 centimeters in length, with a hilt that curled into a circular form. The most distinctive feature was the black diamond-shaped patterns adorning the blade, the only difference being that the woman's sword was inlaid with a green gemstone. My uncle nodded, now convinced. "We can conclude that the woman who entrusted us is undoubtedly from the state of Yu, and this sword's design is characteristic of Yu swords, the most famous being the sword of King Gojian. Hence, we can deduce that she likely lived during the late Spring and Autumn period." However, my uncle's expression soon turned grave. I hastily inquired the cause of his concern. Ancient tombs from the Qin and Han dynasties, regardless of their craftsmanship or the ingenuity of their mechanisms, generally still leave traces to follow. The most troublesome aspect pertains to the grand tombs of the Spring and Autumn period in the Warring States, an era marked by the fervent intellectual discourse among a myriad of scholars and the emergence of countless extraordinary individuals. The methods employed to construct these sepulchres are as diverse as they are intricate, rendering it nearly impossible to ascertain what lies within prior to entering the ancient tomb. Thus, they can be deemed among the most perilous types of ancient burial sites. Is that not a cause for despair? A sense of dread gripped my heart momentarily. Yet, it may not be as dire as it appears. Perhaps it is merely a modest tomb. The most pressing concern now is time, the more antiquated the site, the heavier the accumulation of ominous energy. Based on the dark hue of the black lotus upon your chest, it seems we have at most 7 days remaining. Therefore, our immediate task is to swiftly ascertain the location of the ancient tomb. 7 days? I ought to hasten my preparations for what lies ahead. Searching the vast expanse of this nation for a tomb that dates back thousands of years is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Are you certain you heard Wuji Mountain? This is driving me to distraction. Wuji Mountain, or perhaps Mother Hen Mountain or Fried Chicken Mountain. How could I possibly recall such details with clarity? My uncle approached another wooden shelf laden with an array of ancient texts and scrolls. He selected one, brushing off the dust that had settled upon it, and remarked, This shelf contains geographical records and ancient maps from the spring and autumn period in the warring states. Let us see if we can locate Wuji Mountain. I picked up several dusty tomes, only to discover that the inscriptions were a cacophony of scripts, leaving me bewildered. As apart from simplified Chinese, I recognized none. The spring and autumn period in the warring states were indeed a time of great linguistic confusion, with each vassal state possessing its own script, until the Qin dynasty standardized it into small seal characters, followed by the emergence of clerical and regular scripts in the Eastern Han dynasty. My uncle resorted to writing down the 3 characters for Wuji Mountain and various scripts for me to follow, and we searched from dawn until dusk. Exhausted, I eventually succumbed to slumber without realizing it. Time passed, and just as I was indulging in pleasant dreams, a powerful fist jolted me awake. I found my uncle glaring at me with a pair of bloodshot eyes. "You little rascal, what do you mean by Wuji Mountain? It is clearly Wukishan." Chapter 9. Mount Wujishan. My uncle held an ancient scroll of silk, rich in antiquity, spread out on the ground for my perusal. It was adorned with depictions of mountains, rivers, roads, and towns, resembling an ancient map, its exquisite detail rivaling that of modern prints. I couldn't help but exclaim in awe, contemplating the considerable value of this silk scroll. Once I ensured my safety, I resolved to discreetly smuggle a few items back home. Unbeknownst to my uncle, who mistook my fascination for genuine interest in the map, he elaborated that this was a painted silk, one of the most detailed topographical maps from the spring and autumn period in the warring states. In contrast to modern maps, this ancient one oriented south at the top and north at the bottom, rendered in hues of sky blue, light brown, and ink black, thus referred to as the 3-elemental representation map. The painted silk illustrated the entire territory of the state of Yu post the reign of King Gojian, bordered by Qi and Lu to the north, the Eastern Sea to the east, and extending west to the regions of Anhui, Huai, Jiangxi, and Poyang. From the Yangtze and Huai rivers to the tributaries, from the ancient city of Kuaiji to the nameless mountain village, every mountain, peak, hill, and valley was vividly depicted. My uncle pointed to an ancient city on the map, stating, "Behold, this is the capital of Yu, Kuaiji, now known as Shaoxing." He then moved his finger southeastward, indicating a grand, towering mountain. "This is Wujishan." "Oh, I mean Wujishan, right?" I observed a few ancient characters inscribed beside the mountain, one of which was the character for mountain, which I had searched for all night. There was no mistaking it. This indeed was Kuaiji Mountain. My uncle, displaying an expression of exasperation, exclaimed, "Haven't you heard of the 4 towns and 5 peaks? 4 towns? I've never heard of them. But I do know of the 5 peaks. The leader of the 5 peaks is Imo Xiaobei from Wulin Weizun. Who doesn't he know that?" My uncle, scratching his head in resignation, insisted that once this matter concluded, he would ensure I received a thorough education in historical knowledge. The 4 towns refer to the 4 renowned mountains historically designated by emperors for worship and sacrifice: Kuaiji Mountain in Yangzhou, Yishan in Qingzhou, Yule Mountain in Yuzhou, Naoliang, and Huashan in Jizhou. Among these, Kuaiji Mountain is the most famous, originally named Maoshan, and steeped in imperial grandeur due to its association with 2 legendary figures, the ancient sage Emperor Yu and the warlord Gojian of Yu. As my uncle's finger continued to traverse the map, it finally landed on an inconspicuous little hill, almost requiring a magnifying glass to discern, stating, "This is Wujishan." I nearly pressed my face against the silk scroll to read the minuscule characters, confirming that it indeed read Wujishan. It was evident my uncle had exerted considerable effort to assist me. Overcome with gratitude, I embraced him, exclaiming, "Uncle, I adore you. You are truly like a second father to me." "Oh wait, you are my uncle. Blood is thicker than water." Enough with the flattery. Now that we have pinpointed the ancient tomb's location, we mustn't delay. We shall set out first thing tomorrow. We secured the map and descended from the loft. My uncle mentioned needing to prepare a few things before heading out, leaving me with a cat and a dog in the shop. The little white cat had also taken a liking to me, following me everywhere, thus adding a new member to my room. That night, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Upon rising the next day, I noticed my dark circles had worsened, and the black lotus on my chest had bloomed slightly more than the previous day. My uncle returned to the shop at some point. Outside, a military green new model Jeep was parked. Before I had time to put on my pants, he hurriedly grabbed several of my clothes from the wardrobe, dragging me into the car to depart for Wujishan. Upon entering the vehicle, I discovered my uncle's 3 cats seated in the back. The little kitten and the husky cat had somehow snuck into the cabin. I found myself wondering whether we were embarking on a tomb raiding expedition or a picnic, as it felt more like a zoo outing. My uncle, suppressing a mischievous grin, remarked, "Don't underestimate these little ones. They will be of great assistance." After my years of retirement, I dare say they too are eager for action. I rolled my eyes, thinking it's you who seems more excited than they are. With a devilish grin, my uncle pressed the accelerator, and the car shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Oh no, I felt as though I had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. Amitabha, may the divine protect me. Hallelujah. All deities, bestow upon me the power of infinite love and to be loved. To my dismay, my uncle, aside from his aversion to electronic devices, was also a notorious navigator, getting lost in the mountains at a life-threatening moment, nearly doubling our journey. As I anxiously awaited our arrival, we finally reached the foot of Kwaiji Mountain, where a steady stream of tourists ascended and descended. The husky cat and the little kitten, both on their first outing, appeared utterly captivated. Come on, this isn't playtime. My life hangs in the balance. The ancient map provided a simplistic depiction, failing to indicate the precise location of Wujishin. My uncle and I consulted several local guides, none of whom had heard of Wujishin, not even the elderly residents who had lived there their entire lives. My heart raced with unease. Surely we hadn't come to the wrong place, or perhaps the ancient map was entirely erroneous. Just then, a pungent odor wafted through the air, far beyond mere stimulation. Holding my nose, I turned to see a vendor selling stinky tofu, embroiled in an argument with the park staff. I was aware of Shaoxing's notorious stinky tofu, but this was overwhelmingly potent. Even the cats distanced themselves. Due to the unbearable stench from his stall, tourists began to complain, prompting the park staff to insist he remove his setup. The tofu vendor, evidently a first-time seller in this locale, begrudgingly packed up amidst the crowd's onslaught. As he passed us, I caught a snippet of his heavily accented Mandarin. What a lousy mountain. This dump is no match for our village's old lady mountain. My uncle, upon hearing this, dashed forward. Young man, I'll take all your stinky tofu. Good grief. Uncle, do you have a peculiar palate? Isn't this akin to consuming excrement? The vendor, momentarily stunned, quickly donned a beaming smile. Of course, sir. You are truly a man of wealth. I'll pack it for you. My uncle hurriedly shoved money into the vendor's hands, pinching his nose. No need for packing. Just push your stall away a bit. I'm about to vomit. Actually, I wanted to inquire, where's this old lady mountain you mentioned? The vendor glanced around, then, in a conspiratorial whisper, said, Sir, are you looking to call a lady? I know the current market is booming, exceptional service, satisfaction guaranteed, only $999. My uncle slipped him $100 bill, clearing his throat. We'll discuss that later. I simply want to know where your village's old lady mountain is. The stinky tofu vendor paused, then, hastily pocketing the money, cheerfully detailed the location of Old Lady Mountain. It turned out Old Lady Mountain comprised two peaks that, from a distance, resembled female breasts, hence the tongue-in-cheek name given by the local villagers. He even provided us with directions to their village. As we departed, I overheard the vendor muttering, City folks are truly peculiar. I'd rather return to farming. You are far too crude. We are in search of Wujishin, not Old Lady Mountain. I initially scoffed. But then a realization struck me. My uncle's antics must have their purpose. It was time for me to employ my wits. As my mind whirled, an epiphany struck me. The so-called Wujishin is a mountain devoid of male genitalia, an emblem of femininity, synonymous with the maternal mountain. Hence, Wujishin is indeed the mountain of the matron. My uncle struck me on the forehead, exclaiming that I was out of my mind. He then instructed me to retrieve my tablet and locate the satellite map of the maternal mountain. Upon magnifying the satellite image, I was taken aback, viewed from above. The two peaks resembled the yin-yang symbol at the heart of the Bagua, their forms intertwining like two yin-yang fish. Now, do you comprehend? Fan Li of the Yu state hailed from Taoist origins, thus the original name of Wujishin should have been Wujishin. However, the people of Yu held the Kwaiji mountain in such profound reverence that they altered the character for extreme in Wujishin to the character for Kwaiji. In essence, Wujishin does not refer to a singular mountain, but rather to two. Chapter 10. The vermilion bird clutching a corpse. Upon contrasting the painted silk scroll with the satellite map, I discovered their positions were perfectly aligned. I marveled. Uncle, your imagination is truly remarkable. Who would have thought that a mere mention of Old Mother Mountain could evoke such a wealth of connections? My uncle shot me a sidelong glance and retorted, It is your imagination that is grand, considering you can even conceive of such absurdities. Yet, he cautioned, do not rejoice prematurely. Based on the description from that stinky tofu vendor, the terrain of Old Mother, Wujishin, should belong to the Inyang Chaoying Peak. Could you speak in simpler terms? Stop using words that make me feel uncultured. What on earth is the Inyang Chowing Peak? I protested. The work of a coffin-sealing master is beyond mere human comprehension. Does speaking plainly even matter? Besides, your lack of culture is a verifiable fact. My uncle smirked at me with a hint of sarcasm. He then unfolded the ancient map to enlighten me, explaining that the art of feng shui practiced by coffin-sealing masters is not dissimilar to tomb raiding. The paramount task is to identify the tomb's location, a profound discipline indeed. If there were a specialized program in tomb raiding, one could easily attain a postdoctoral degree, essentially regardless of the era. The selection of tomb sites invariably hinges on the concept of dragon-water confluence. The dragon symbolizes the dragon vein, embodying the shape of mountains and flow of water, while water refers to feng shui, also known as gathering qi and concealing wind. These principles derive from the I Ching and the 5 elements of Fushi's 8 trigrams. Mastering these concepts allows one to unearth even the most hidden and ancient tombs, although merely locating a mountain is but one method. Drastic changes in terrain can render it ineffective. You haven't even read Ghost Blows Out the Light, have you? He inquired. However, the fictional elements in that novel are overwhelming. Reality is far more intricate. Voiceover, isn't this a novel too? All right. I had presumed all tomb raiders wielded a thieving pin in one hand and a ghost lamp in the other, shouting incantations for protection, impervious to all dangers. We are steadfast atheists. We are the indomitable flowers of our homeland. Chowing Peak is also known as the guest peak, contrasted with the main peak. My uncle pointed to Wujishan on the silk scroll, then directed his finger towards the majestic Mount Quaiji, stating, "The mountain that houses the dragon's energy is known as the main peak, and in a radius of 100 miles, only Quaiji Mountain fits this description. At the terminus of the dragon's flow and within the boundary of water, there must be a guest peak facing the sea, welcoming the celestial bodies. A formation like Wujishan, which connects 2 guest peaks to form a Inyang Taiji diagram, is termed the Inyang Chowing Peak." I shook my head, unable to comprehend. What does it matter? Adding Inyang makes it sound impressive? My uncle playfully thumped my head. What is truly remarkable is not the phrase Inyang, but the corpses buried within. The main peak, such as Quaiji Mountain, is where emperors and sovereigns are interred. Those buried at the adjacent Chowing Peak cannot be ordinary folk, at the very least. They must be nobles or high-ranking officials. My eyes sparkled. Wouldn't that imply a wealth of funerary treasures? And numerous traps and mechanisms. Not to mention all manner of supernatural beings. Yet, regardless of the number of treasures, it's futile. Have you forgotten our rule as coffin-sealing masters? We can only retrieve 1 item from the tomb each time. I scratched my nose dismissively, as if I were one of those masters. When that woman entrusted you with the bronze sword, it implied it was her most cherished possession, and upon completion of the task, you could claim it. I pondered. It did seem valuable. Suddenly recalling the rule of retrieving only 1 item, I curiously asked, "Uncle, if coffin-sealing masters can only take 1 item, then what about all those things in your attic? Surely, they can't all be from tombs? You think I'm some sort of superhuman?" A large portion of what's in the attic was acquired from antique markets, with some won at the Wangu Conference. Wangu Conference? What's that? I inquired. My uncle shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, it's merely a secret gathering of small-time tomb raiders, held every 4 years, much like the Olympics. This trade is rife with factions and chaos. At the Wangu Conference, they showcase their skills, compete for rankings, and exchange antiquities. Wow, your circle is really chaotic. It seems the depths of this profession are profound. Stop rambling. My uncle checked his watch, noting the time was still early. Now that we have confirmed the location of Wujishan, let us rest a while and set out again in the evening. I understood. The cover of darkness is ideal for mischief. So, what shall we do now? My uncle gestured towards his 3 cats. I've heard the fish here are quite good. So we should feed these little creatures first. We found a local renowned fish restaurant where my uncle ordered 7 or 8 large fish. Apart from one we consumed ourselves. The rest were devoured by the cats, vanishing in a whirlwind, leaving me astonished. Truly, the cats of coffin-sealing masters are extraordinary. By around 5 in the afternoon, we drove into the mountainous region, the bumpy ride taking a toll on my body. Soon, we caught sight of Wujishan from a distance. Viewed from a certain angle, the 2 peaks indeed evoke a sense of shyness, explaining why the local villagers refer to it as Old Mother Mountain. Initially, I felt indifferent. But as we drew closer to Wujishan, my heart raced, and the black lotus within my chest began to chill. When we finally reached the foot of the mountain, I realized the two peaks were far grander than I had imagined. Unlike the imposing majesty of Kwaiji Mountain, which exudes a sense of sovereign power, Wujishin emanates an eerie tranquility, reminiscent of two dormant, slumbering giants of the underworld. We stood within the valley between the two deep mountains, where a clear, cold mountain spring flowed from the gorge, forming an S shape from above, dividing Wujishin into yin and yang, due to the perpetual shade cast by the towering peaks. Sunlight rarely penetrated the valley, leaving sparse trees cluttered with decayed leaves and branches. Nearby lay the corpse of a wild beast, long deceased, emitting a foul stench. "Uncle, is this what you mean by the Yin-Yang Chowing Peak?" I shivered involuntarily, unsure if it was from the cold or fear. My uncle remained silent as he retrieved a compass from his backpack. This compass, however, was unlike any I had seen before. It featured a small rod protruding from its center, surrounded by the 12 earthly branches and some peculiar ancient characters. I later learned this device is called a tujii, the ancestor of the compass. Each school within the tomb raiding profession possesses its own unique skills, and coffin sealing masters carry 3 essential items, with the tujii being one of them. My uncle examined the surroundings with furrowed brows, stating, "The Yang Mountain faces the Yang direction, while the Yin Mountain faces the Yin direction, with no discrepancies. Utilizing the 8 trigrams to determine the life and death conditions, this is a quintessential Yin-Yang Chaoying peak. Yet the situation appears worse than I anticipated. In what way is it worse?" I felt an unsettling chill creep up my spine. Wujishin should have been a rare treasure trove of feng shui, but after thousands of years of erosion and human destruction, it has transformed into a perilous burial site. Look towards the mountain peak on our right. Following my uncles, I gazed upwards to see the sun setting in the west, casting vast patches of fiery clouds that illuminated the mountain peak to our right. What should have been a picturesque scene of the setting sun over a flowing river now appeared terrifying, the dying sun resembling blood, and the mountain's ridges sharp as blades. The mountain to the right, once known as Zhuke Xiangwu, one of the 4 rare auspicious sites, now lay despondent, with the Zhuchue's head drooping, its vitality extinguished. Transformed into an ominous place, ominously dubbed Zhuke Xianshi, the vermilion bird clutching a corpse. Chapter 11. The enigmatic cat. How vast is the realm of the big-breasted land? How fierce. My uncle stowed the measuring tool into his backpack, and while making his way to the car's trunk, he mused, "How fierce. We shall only know upon entering the tomb." He opened the trunk and retrieved an assortment of items: ropes, archaeological trowels, a folding entrenching tool, gas masks, and a medical kit. I thought to myself, this is nothing extraordinary, quite akin to what is described in books, stale and unremarkable. I leaned forward to peer into the trunk. "What are you searching for?" My uncle's expression was one of confusion as he observed my bent posture. "Aren't there supposed to be bird cages, vinegar, spirits, and black donkey hooves?" "You fool," he retorted with annoyance. "The coffin lock master is not akin to those grave robbers. Besides, those items are used by the northern school of tomb raiders. The progenitor of the coffin lock masters is Zhou Yan, the founder of Yin-Yang philosophy, which gradually evolved into the 5 arts of Yin-Yang. They possess profound knowledge of the unseen, destiny, souls, ghosts, and spirits, and wield the ability to manipulate these mysterious forces. Thus, practitioners of Yin-Yang have been revered and feared throughout history. The Yin-Yang scholars observe celestial phenomena, formulate calendars, and predict disasters, be it matters of state or the mortal fates of commoners. They are consulted. This stands in stark contrast to the philosophies of grave robbers, leading to mutual disdain. Oh, the gossip in your circle is indeed plentiful. It rings true that wherever there are people, there exists a realm of intrigue. My uncle directed me to don my gear, a sturdy leather jacket, jungle combat boots, tactical gloves, and a bulging backpack. For heaven's sake, my physique can hardly withstand this. It constricts me to the point of breathlessness. Once prepared, my uncle called for his 3 cats to disembark, but the large, fluffy black cat remained fast asleep, snoring robustly despite our attempts to rouse it. My uncle scratched his head in exasperation, stating, "Well, you won't be joining us this time." "Uncle, there are 2 mountains here. How do you know which one houses the woman's tomb?" I inquired curiously. "Yangshan for men, Yinshan for women. Men to the left, women to the right." "To the right," my uncle replied coolly, confidently striding towards the right mountain path with 2 of his cats in tow. Goodness, is the coffin lock master so lackadaisical in locating tombs? "Men to the left, women to the right. Do you think this is akin to a restroom?" The cats, Cat D and the little kitten, tugged at my pants. Brimming with excitement, Realizing my uncle was nearly out of sight, I hurriedly chased after them. In less than half an hour, exhaustion overwhelmed me, and I plopped down onto the ground. For someone like me, who could barely run 100 meters in 30 seconds, climbing a mountain felt like a death sentence. I can't go on. I need a break, I said, pulling out my water bottle and gulping down its contents. Oh dear. The young master with weak kidneys has reached his limit so soon. Young man, truly lacking in endurance. My uncle teased lightly from the side. Bah. You are the one with weak kidneys. I am merely delicate and graceful. As the sun dipped below the horizon, my uncle glanced at the sky and remarked, It will be a while before the moon rises. Let us rest here for a moment. The task of locating the tomb shall be entrusted to Bai Hu. Bai Hu? Who is that? I asked, bewildered. Meow. The little kitten chimed, rubbing against the larger white cat. Isn't it called Jinin? Something like Shou Fei Lian? My uncle bent down to stroke the fur of the large white cat and teased the little kitten beside it. Fool, who would have such a lengthy name? Jinin Chiyu Shou Fei Lian is its breed, while Bai Hu is its name. It has been with me for 5 years. It suddenly went missing 6 months ago, only to return the day you ascended to the loft, bringing back this little one with it. The little kitten mewed and scampered to my side, wrapping itself around my ankle. My uncle smiled and said, This little one seems to have a special connection with you. By the way, it still lacks a name. Why not name it yourself? I lifted the little kitten, noting its round, fluffy form and adorable golden-silver eyes. Truth be told, I had my doubts at first, thinking that had it not been for this little creature, I would not have encountered such a spirit. Yet, having been attached to it these past days, I had indeed grown fond of this little fellow. The clumsy but endearing Cat D also approached, tugging at my pants. Of course, there was also Cat D, who, although a silly creature, brought me much joy since arriving at the office. You are as round as a glutinous rice ball. Henceforth, you shall be called Tang Yuan, I declared. The kitten blinked its large eyes and licked my fingers, seemingly pleased with the name. My uncle whispered a few words into Bai Hu's ear, and it responded with a meow before vanishing into the woods like a streak of white lightning graceful as the wind, leaving only its shadow behind. Wow, Bai Hu is truly the Usain Bolt of the pet world. Later, my uncle informed me that the coffin lock masters have harbored a tradition of training cats since ancient times. Each breed possesses unique abilities. While the world knows of coffin lock masters, few realize that they are intrinsically linked to their feline companions. Neither can exist without the other. Jinin Chiyu Shou Fei Lian, as a rare and revered breed, is the sought-after partner of coffin lock masters. Yet it is also the most challenging to tame and least numerous. Throughout history, no more than 10 individuals have successfully trained one. Due to its innate yin-yang eyes, the ignorant populace mistakenly regards this cat as a demon cat, a harbinger of calamity. Little do they know, it is the most loyal of companions. Following a single master throughout its life, warding off disasters, and only departing quietly to die alone when its master approaches death. In addition to its yin-yang eyes and remarkable agility, Bai Hu possesses the ability to assist coffin lock masters in locating ancient tombs. As it is inherently sensitive to the aura of corpses, I was utterly astonished. While I had suspected these cats were extraordinary, I did not anticipate their profound capabilities. My gaze naturally shifted to the large calico cat, which stood silently to the side, exuding an air of dominance. And what about it? I inquired. My uncle called out to it, General, but the calico cat remained unperturbed, paying him no mind. See? Cool and aloof. Regal. Just like me, proud and untamed. This is what we call a general hanging up his seal on a snowy night. My uncle declared with a sense of accomplishment. Really? It doesn't even acknowledge you. What is there to be proud of? I was about to inquire about the general's abilities when suddenly, a mournful sound echoed from the depths of the forest behind us. It resembled a blend of human and beastly cries, yet in this desolate mountain wilderness, who could it be? As night descended, an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings, making that haunting cry all the more disconcerting. I felt a chill run down my spine, and every hair on my body stood on end. Chapter 12. The weeping dogs of the graveyard. Suddenly, a solitary wail transformed into 2, then 4, then 8, until a cacophony of mournful, chilling cries reverberated from all directions. I glanced around, and in the shadowy forest, pairs of glistening green eyes emerged, densely watching us. Moments later, the sorrowful wails abruptly ceased, revealing grotesque dog-like faces covered in grotesque growths, with tufts of red and white fur protruding. Their crimson tongues lolled as they bared teeth stained with what appeared to be viscous, putrid blood. Dozens of these hideous creatures, resembling dogs yet not quite, encircled us. snarling as if they intended to consume us alive, sending a shiver from my scalp to my toes. "The weeping dogs of the graveyard," my uncle remarked casually, bizarrely licking his lips, reminiscing about these flesh-eating little devils that he hadn't encountered in years. What a nostalgia. But how could he find them adorable? My stomach churned violently, threatening to expel the remnants of yesterday's dinner. Upon closer inspection, these creatures, while dog-like, were distinctly different. They were short-limbed, with pear-shaped heads and malevolent glints in their eyes, howling ferociously as they lunged towards us. Just then, a thunderous cat's cry shattered the stillness of the forest, startling countless birds into flight. The general leapt forward with the grace of a tiger, his gaze fierce, whiskers bristling with a palpable intensity, exuding an aura of invincibility. Strangely enough, upon hearing the cat's cry, the wild dog scattered as if confronted by a cat, fleeing in utter disarray, a true display of desperation. "Bravo, General. Truly an impressive display." My uncle began to commend, but the general ignored him entirely, striding away without a backward glance. What just transpired? The rapid turn of events left me momentarily bewildered. Observing my astonishment, my uncle explained. Those creatures were known as dog badgers, common mountain dwellers that prefer to inhabit dense forests and graveyards, living in packs and excelling at digging. However, these dog badgers were not ordinary. They feasted on the flesh and bones of the deceased, characterized by the grotesque growths on their heads. Typically residing near mass graves, they would detect the scent of decay and burrow into graves to drag out corpses, consuming their innards. Occasionally, they would attack isolated living beings in packs, due to their mournful cries and tendency to linger near graves. Locals dubbed this phenomenon the weeping dogs of the graveyard. Before arriving, I had heard that this area was once a mass burial site. During the Taiping Rebellion, corpses littered the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, and the deceased were hastily buried here due to the favorable feng shui. It was said that every night, cries echoed through the air, presumably from these weeping dog badgers. I was astounded to learn that such repulsive creatures existed, subsisting on the flesh of the dead. And what of the general? My curiosity piqued regarding the large tabby cat, wondering why its mere cry sent the dog badgers fleeing. My uncle proudly declared, "This is the ability of General Hanging the Seal on a snowy night. They are much larger than domestic cats, and are a type of raccoon cat found in deep mountains. Their distinctive features include a black mark on their back and white stripes on their limbs, allowing them to traverse snowy terrain effortlessly, making them one of the most formidable felines. The cat scriptures describe them thus, with a visage as fierce as a tiger and a voice that echoes. The vermin hear and perish instantly. Their cries reach the heavens, scattering the clouds, and their voices weep for the spirits in the underworld." In my arms, the little dumpling cat waved its tiny paws, mimicking the general's stance and letting out a feeble meow, sounding remarkably juvenile. Beside me, the other cat also attempted to join in with a comically loud meow, clearly more for amusement than intimidation. How unfair. Why does your cat possess such prowess while I am left with these two? I pouted in dissatisfaction. My uncle crossed his arms, gritting his teeth at me. You should feel fortunate. Throughout history, many coffin masters have struggled to find a suitable cat, yet you carelessly acquired a golden, silver, and jade-furred companion. Our ancestors would rise from their graves in outrage. "Huh, I am indeed exceptional," I boasted, feeling a swell of pride. My uncle continued, "Your fate is of extreme pain. While the nature of cats belongs to fire, particularly thriving in the night, having it by your side benefits your health." I pondered this, realizing that since the little kitten had been with me, I felt significantly better. Previously, I would have fainted after climbing half an hour of mountainous terrain. Suddenly, I recalled the large lazy cat that had been sleeping in the car and inquired about its abilities. "You mean the fur ball?" My uncle hesitated before scratching his head. "Its ability seems to be sleeping, I suppose. You'll find out soon enough." What? That was its ability? It was merely a lazy cat. As we spoke, a white tiger appeared silently behind us, letting out a formidable growl that startled me. My uncle crouched down to examine the dirt on the tiger's paws, sniffing it before rising and declaring, "Let us go." The white tiger has located the burial site. Having just been frightened by the weeping dogs, I no longer felt fatigued. I slung my backpack onto my shoulders, keeping pace with my uncle. As night deepened, the pale moon ascended quietly, perched atop the eastern treetops, casting an eerie chill. The white tiger led the way, its night vision remarkably acute, guiding us through the darkness along the most level path. I noticed the tiger's left eye shimmered with a golden light, truly deserving of the title Golden Eye Night Walker. As we ventured deeper into the forest, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Gradually, the sounds of insects and birds faded, leaving only the eerie howling of the wind, the swaying shadows of trees, and the occasional snap of brittle branches. The dumpling cat nestled tightly in my arms, while the other cat, trembling, clung to me, amplifying my unease. Hey, aren't you two supposed to be my guardian beasts? Are you here to protect me, or am I meant to protect you? The general walked silently behind us. I leaned closer to my uncle. These two are utterly unreliable. Why don't you lend me the general? Before I finished speaking, my uncle suddenly covered my mouth, casting a sinister look at me. I forgot to mention something. When it comes to tomb raiding, you must never utter the word borrow. Ugh. Uncle. Did you not wash your hands after using the restroom? He wiped his hands on his pants, apologizing. Sorry, I accidentally got a bit of urine on my hands. Watch it, or I might just report you. I exclaimed. But why can't we say, that word? I asked in confusion. My uncle suddenly shone a flashlight upwards towards his face, startling me, and then recounted a tale about tomb raiding. What is happening? Are we suddenly hosting a ghost story session? Chapter 13. The reappearance of the red fireflies. My uncle recounted a tale he had heard from his master during his youth. It was said that during the late Qing dynasty, there lived a grave robber known by the moniker Earth Driller. Originally, this Earth Driller was merely a scoundrel from the village, notorious for his gambling and brawling. After losing a significant amount of money in a fit of rage, he broke the leg of his opponent and subsequently fled the village. By a twist of fate, he became a disciple of a fortune teller, who was only moderately skilled and had taken on two apprentices, one being Earth Driller and the other, a scruffy fellow with unkempt, yellowish hair, nicknamed Grass on the Fly. Grass on the Fly was likewise a ne'er-do-well, and the two shared a penchant for indulgence and vice, which ultimately led to the untimely demise of their master. Following his death, the two apprentices resolved to utilize their acquired skills for grave robbing in pursuit of wealth. After a fortnight of searching, they finally stumbled upon an ancient tomb hidden deep within the mountains. Overjoyed, they immediately set to work, digging a tunnel into the tomb. Upon descending into the dark passage, Grass on the Fly realized he had forgotten his belongings on the surface. The tomb, shrouded in impenetrable darkness and frigid air, prompted him to ask Earth Driller for a torch. Earth Driller, chiding him for his carelessness, retrieved an extra torch from his pack and handed it over. Moments later, Grass on the Fly requested a knife, which Earth Driller tossed to him without hesitation. Then, after a short while, Grass on the Fly asked for scissors, which caused Earth Driller to lose his temper. What on earth do you need scissors for while grave robbing? He snapped. At that moment, as Earth Driller turned around, he was startled to see Grass on the Fly's expression blank, illuminated only by the faint glow of the torch. In a deliberate tone, Grass on the Fly asked, "Could I borrow your hair?" Without warning, he took the knife and brutally scraped off his own scalp, blood streaming down as he held his tattered hair aloft, asking, "Could I borrow your eyes?" This latter question seemed less directed at Earth Driller and more a lament to himself. Terrified, Earth Driller realized that Grass on the Fly had become possessed by a malevolent spirit. He watched in horror as Grass on the Fly plunged the knife toward his own eye. In a panic, Earth Driller scrambled to escape, pursued relentlessly by Grass on the Fly, who kept asking to borrow fingers, ears, and noses, exclaiming, "Just lend me this, lend me that." As Earth Driller finally emerged from the tomb, Grass on the Fly uttered one final request. "Could I borrow your life?" Following this, the bloody Grass on the Fly raised the knife to his heart and met a tragic end, leaving no unscathed flesh upon his body. This story spread throughout the grave robbing community, leading to an addition to their code of conduct. When touching gold or silver, do not speak of borrowing, for the vengeful spirits will cling to you. My uncle, animatedly recounting the tale, vividly described the gruesome scene of Grass on the Fly scraping off his scalp and gouging out his eyes, sending chills down my spine. Cut it out. With my limited education, don't try to deceive me. I'm not easily frightened, I retorted, though I could feel my teeth chattering. I'm not trying to scare you. This is what we call a turtle's backside in the grave robbing world, a dead rule. Borrowing a life from a vengeful ghost is always a one-way street. Suddenly, the white tiger halted and let out a cry, prompting me to look up and realize we had arrived at a steep cliff. Across the chasm lay another mountain, with the two peaks gazing at each other from afar. To my astonishment, a colossal ancient tree grew precariously at the cliff's edge, its aged trunk so thick that it would take several people to encircle it. Its branches, though expansive, appeared dry, adorned only with a few yellowed leaves. However, what truly unsettled me were the countless tiny red dots flickering among the branches, an alarming sight for someone like me, afflicted with a fear of clusters. My uncle abruptly halted my advance, his expression grave. "Do not move. We have encountered an old friend." I pondered what kind of friend could be lurking in such desolate terrain when a piercing cacophony of insect chirps erupted from the treetop, nearly shattering my eardrums. The sound intensified, morphing into a symphony as swarms of thumb-sized red insects dispersed from the tree, coalescing into a crimson cloud that surged toward us. In an instinctive reaction, my uncle and I exclaimed in unison, "Ghostly red fireflies." My uncle, towering and composed, quickly shielded me as the myriad fireflies approached. "General," he commanded, and the white tiger crouched low, its sharp claws digging into the earth, its fur bristling as it emitted a resonant roar that echoed like a bell, drowning out the deafening insect sounds. As the nearest ghostly red fireflies fell from the sky, it was akin to a rain of crimson, losing their glow upon touching the ground, while the remaining fireflies scattered into the depths of the forest. Once the chaos subsided, I realized my back was drenched in cold sweat. Could it be that the tales passed down from my great-grandfather are true? Ghostly red fireflies really exist. My uncle stepped forward, inspecting a lifeless ghostly red firefly before turning to me. "Do you remember the rhyme left by your great-grandfather?" "Indeed, it goes, east grave, south and north. Do not look back at ghostly cries, combing mirrors, embroidered shoes. Look back and meet the red-clad fiend, ghostly fireflies swirling about. If your fate is weak, do not approach." Thanks to my mother's insistence that I memorize it during my childhood, I could recite it effortlessly. It seemed our family was destined to confront the ghostly red fireflies. My uncle discarded the insect carcass, crushing it underfoot. "Let us proceed. The time is ripe." With that, he led the white tiger and the general toward the ancient tree. I gazed up at the moon, which hung high in the sky. My great-grandfather's story had mentioned that at this hour, the corpse energy of zombies was at its weakest, an opportune moment for treasure hunting. With the dough ball and cat D beside me, I cautiously navigated through the heaps of insect remains, careful not to tread upon the grotesque remnants. The moonlight illuminated the gnarled old tree, standing solitary at the cliff's edge. Looking up from the base, the shadow of the tree created an illusion of a massive phoenix with outstretched wings reaching toward the moon above. Could this be the legendary vermilion bird, cradling the dead? I stared in a daze at the bizarre silhouette. My uncle circled the ancient tree, then knelt to examine the soil at its roots, lost in contemplation. Chapter 14. The peachwood chopsticks. I cautiously navigated around the pile of insects and approached to inquire, what peculiarities does this tree possess? Surely, there can't be any strange entities lurking within its trunk? I pondered, recalling that I still had a lighter concealed in my bag. If worst came to worst, I could simply set this malevolent tree ablaze. My uncle, noticing the glint of mischief in my eyes, discerned my intentions immediately. "Do not entertain any misguided notions. The tree itself is unremarkable, yet its presence in this location is decidedly odd. Do you know what kind of tree this is?" In my ignorance, I shook my head. Lacking any substantial knowledge of botany, the only plant I could recognize was perhaps the chrysanthemum. "This is a variant of the locust tree," my uncle elucidated. "Observe how its large branches rise while the smaller ones droop, bending in various directions, resembling a phoenix's tail. Thus, it is called the phoenix-tail locust." He continued, "The very name of this plant reveals its nature. The character for wood is accompanied by a ghost, indicating a heavy aura of Ain. Should the locust tree wither, it signifies an exacerbation of that Ain energy. Numerous legends surround the locust tree in folklore. If a withered locust tree stands near a tomb, the souls of the deceased become ensnared by its malevolent energy, bound to the tree's vicinity, unable to ascend to the afterlife or roam as wandering spirits. Later, I discovered a tome titled The Book of Ghostly Trees in my uncle's attic, which detailed that the phoenix-tail locust is the most potent Ain energy among locust trees, thriving solely beside graves. It is said that during the campaign against the tyrant Shou, Jiang Taigong transplanted it from the foaming mountain. This tree embodies both righteousness and malevolence, if planted appropriately. It can preserve a coffin for a millennium, but once tainted by Ain energy, it invites catastrophic misfortune upon descendants. This tree was certainly not planted by the tomb's owner. The site was originally auspicious, but the presence of this phoenix-tail locust has transformed the area from one where the vermilion bird soars into a dire place where the vermilion bird carries a corpse. My uncle tore off a small piece of desiccated bark, which crumbled to dust in the wind. "What shall we do next?" I asked, as the night unfolded with a series of astonishing revelations. "Let us first investigate the tomb," my uncle suggested, retrieving a specialized archaeological trowel from his backpack, akin to the tools used by grave robbers, composed of a shovel head and segmented steel pipes that could be assembled to the desired length. "By who?" "Our companion." pawed at the ground several paces from the tree's roots, indicating where we should dig. I assisted my uncle in securing the shovel head, and we began to excavate, gradually delving deeper until my uncle declared, "That's enough," pulling up sections of soil with the trowel. He examined a clump of dirt from the shovel and allowed Baihu to sniff it before the creature ventured southward, digging another small hole. After several rounds of digging, Baihu finally let out a yowl. My uncle rose, brushing off the dirt from his hands, proclaiming, "This is directly above the burial chamber. Fortunately, the terrain here is unsuitable for deep burial. Otherwise, you would have brought us misfortune." "Hey, you're the weakling," I retorted, only to realize that I, too, was in a vulnerable position. My uncle removed his jacket and wielded the trowel with remarkable skill, each thrust dislodging substantial clods of earth. In no time, he had excavated to a depth of 5 or 6 meters, leaving me in awe. Was this the legendary speed of someone who had been single for 30 years? Grave robbing truly required considerable physical strength. After a brief pause, it appeared my uncle had reached the burial mound, and he proceeded to carve out a large pit from the side, eventually revealing a sturdy brick wall. I descended into the pit just as my uncle prepared to breach the wall, urgently stopping him. "Wait, uncle, you're being reckless. What if the wall is infused with flammable oil or sulfuric acid? A single thrust could incinerate us both." My uncle regarded me with an expression of newfound admiration, as if he had just grasped an epiphany. Without further ado, he smashed a hole through the brick wall. "Fool, what sulfuric acid would be found in a tomb from the spring and autumn or warring states period? All those tales and novels are mere fabrications. Listen closely, little rascal. We, as coffin masters, adhere to our own principles. Now forget all those convoluted, dramatic plots cluttering your mind and pay attention." My uncle's demeanor was unusually grave. I vividly recall the moment he uttered those words, the moonlight filtering through the branches of the phoenix-tail locust, casting a surreal glow upon him. In the stillness of the deep mountain night, it created an illusion of a grand stage, with an empty audience and a solitary spotlight illuminating the lone performer. It wasn't until many years later that I truly comprehended the weight of the title Coffin Master. I stowed away my previous flippancy, focusing intently on my uncle's every movement as he slowly withdrew a pair of chopsticks from his bag and handed them to me. Indeed, they were chopsticks. "What on earth do you give me chopsticks for?" I exclaimed. After establishing such an intense atmosphere, I was genuinely taken in by his antics. This sly old man, seemingly reading my thoughts, my uncle interrupted. "Stop. Quickly seal your lips. If your words could fend off zombies, I would bow to you thrice and call you uncle." "Then why do you give me chopsticks?" I countered. "To feed zombies?" With a serious expression, my uncle replied, "I am not jesting. Have I not informed you that coffin masters carry 3 essential items? This is one of them, the peachwood chopsticks." I scrutinized the chopsticks, unable to discern any special qualities. Do not underestimate these seemingly ordinary chopsticks. They hold profound significance. Chopsticks are the ancient term for this utensil, synonymous with assistance. Even today, numerous dialects in the South refer to chopsticks as you. If you ever dine in the Fujian or Guangdong regions, be cautious not to say there are no chopsticks. You may find yourself assaulted, for no chopstick sounds akin to not existing in southeastern dialects, which is exceedingly inauspicious. The peachwood chopsticks I held were not akin to the exquisite modern varieties, but rather bore the most traditional and primitive design. My uncle explained, "These chopsticks are crafted from peachwood aged over 10 years and must be carved using a silver knife to retain the wood's yang energy. With a rounded head and square tail, they symbolize the harmony of heaven and earth. Measuring 7 inches and 6/10, they represent the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Entirely dyed with vermilion." "What purpose do these peachwood chopsticks serve?" I asked, curiosity piqued as I examined them for any signs of magic. "They are not merely for dining. They can also be used for acupuncture, massage, and gua sha. In ancient times, coffin masters traveled the world with just a pair of chopsticks, capable of remedying any ailment themselves. Do you know why we refer to them as a pair of chopsticks, despite there being 2? I shook my head, thinking it was self-evident. My uncle smiled gently. "In truth, chopsticks embody our ancestors' fundamental principles of yin and yang. As the saying goes, Taiji begets the 2 forms. Taiji is 1, while yin and yang are 2. 1 contains 2, and together they form 1. Astounded, I realized that what appeared to be commonplace chopsticks held such depth. However, for coffin masters, peachwood also serves a more crucial purpose. It is a means of establishing contracts and agreements. My uncle's deep-set eyes radiated a sense of pride. Chapter 15. The rules of the coffin lock master. What does it mean to establish a contract? Unbeknownst to me, I seem to have developed a profound curiosity regarding the profession of the coffin lock master. My uncle's expression rarely turned serious, indicating his sincerity. "Little coffin," he said, "you must remember, the coffin lock master is not a tomb raider. Rather, we are akin to merchants. We engage in transactions with wandering souls, exchanging wealth for services rendered, ensuring fair dealings devoid of deceit for both the living and the dead. Since it is a business transaction, a contract must be established. When the coffin lock master accepts a commission and locates the tomb of a wandering soul, he will erect a peachwood stick upright at the tomb's entrance. After 3 breaths, if the stick falls and the 2 ends cross, it signifies that the transaction is complete. Upon successful completion, the coffin lock master retrieves his reward from the tomb, and the tomb owner cannot retract their agreement. Conversely, if the 2 sticks separate, it indicates that the tomb owner is reluctant to part with their cherished possession, nullifying the transaction, and the soul must leave the coffin lock master, never to haunt him again. I gasped, my mouth agape in astonishment, feeling as though I could fit an egg inside. Instinctively, I touched the black lotus at my chest and asked, what if the transaction is voided, yet the wandering soul refuses to depart from the coffin lock master? My uncle smirked wickedly. Never provoke a coffin lock master. There was once a wandering soul that commissioned a coffin lock master but later hesitated to part with the treasures within the tomb, attempting to seize the coffin lock master's body instead. Enraged, the coffin lock master obliterated the soul's tomb, reducing even the body to dust, condemning it to eternal unrest. And its descendants suffered the consequences. Wow, this coffin lock master is quite the character, truly my idol. My uncle instructed me to step back and said, observe closely. The next step is establishing the contract. He held the peachwood stick in his palm, pressed his hands together, and intoned, soul, return, from the heavens and the earth. Phantom, heed my call. The contract is set, life and death decreed. I shall take your wealth to avert your calamities. Upon completing the incantation, my uncle opened his eyes and placed the 2 peachwood sticks before the tomb, ensuring they were an inch apart, then retreated 3 steps. I fixated on the sticks, silently counting to 3, and indeed, I witnessed the peachwood sticks tremble slightly before gradually toppling over. Eagerly, I approached to inspect, and to my delight, the sticks were intertwined. The contract was fulfilled. My uncle tucked the sticks away at his waist and casually handed me a pistol from his backpack for self-defense. A gun? Where did you acquire this? I exclaimed, startled. Although I had played many games, I had never encountered a real firearm. Rest assured, it is merely a replica, he replied. Upon closer examination, I realized the gun resembled a prop from a low-budget war drama, its design peculiar, akin to a signal gun. It required manual operation to load, allowing only 1 shot at a time, practically useless. Then my uncle produced a black pellet from his pocket, stating, this is a specially made bullet. Do you remember what your great-grandfather used against zombies? Yes, black glutinous rice. If I recall correctly, it was 333 grains. A homophone for scattered. I immediately connected it to my great-grandfather's methods against female zombies. Indeed, this pellet is composed of 333 grains of black glutinous rice, yielding effects similar to the black donkey's hoof employed by the tomb raiders, a trivial invention from a rather dull sect, designed specifically for novices like you. My uncle's eyes conveyed disdain as he mentioned this inconsequential figure. This is quite fascinating. Why not create a machine gun instead? Wouldn't that make one invincible? I pondered. With a weapon in hand, I felt considerably more secure. Only a fool would carry a machine gun. The tomb passages are narrow and cramped. Wielding such a heavy object would make it impossible to turn around, and if it gets stuck, one would be doomed. Moreover, black glutinous rice is effective only on the first encounter with a zombie, rendering a single-shot pistol sufficient, my uncle explained as he retrieved a rope from his backpack. I pocketed 5 pellets, observing my uncle swiftly secure the rope. The general and the cat were on lookout, and we prepared to descend with the cat. As the moment to enter the tomb approached, I realized my legs had grown weak. At that instant, all bravado faded, and cold sweat began to bead on my palms. My uncle patted my back, chuckling, "Don't be nervous. You will get used to it. Who would want to get accustomed to this? Once this ordeal is over, whoever takes on this job next is a fool." The white tiger poked its head into the prepared hole, sniffing and letting out a meow. My uncle tossed me a gas mask from his pack, instructing, "Put this on and don't remove it. The tomb is ancient and may emit toxic gases. Ideally, we should create more ventilation points to facilitate air circulation and gradually expel the toxins." but we lacked the time for that. Without hesitation, I donned the mask, carefully checking for any leaks. My life was paramount. My uncle left his backpack outside and did not wear a gas mask, evidently impervious to toxins. He carried only a black cloth strip, which I speculated might be a sword or a staff. He double-checked the rope's security and, once satisfied, said, "I will descend first. Wait for my signal before following." I nodded. This was not the time for bravado. The white tiger leapt onto my uncle's shoulder, once he secured the latch. He grasped a waterproof flashlight in one hand and, with unwavering resolve, descended into the darkness. I leaned into the hole, shining the flashlight downward. But the tomb's depth eluded me, enveloped in pitch blackness, and soon my uncle's figure vanished from sight. Minutes later, a voice echoed from below, "Come down." I tucked the tangyuan into my clothing, and the cat meowed a few encouraging sounds, as if cheering me on. I patted the cat's head while glancing at the general, who maintained his aloof demeanor, standing silently beside me, which reassured me. Taking a deep breath, I secured the latch and, with a clumsy demeanor reminiscent of a bear climbing a tree, began to lower myself along the rope. When my feet finally touched the ground, I realized just how comforting solid ground could be. Wow, so this is what an ancient tomb looks like. I raised the flashlight, eagerly surveying my surroundings. The tomb chamber was not large, square in shape, with walls adorned with murals. The chamber was filled with various artifacts from the spring and autumn period: bronze tripods, jade utensils, bowls, cups, and an array of ceremonial, culinary, and musical items, alongside a vanity, bronze mirrors, folding screens, wardrobes, and various hairpins and jewelry, creating the ambience of a boudoir from that era. My uncle appeared quite at ease, casually explaining, "This is merely the ear chamber, intended for storing items the tomb owner used in life." Tomb structures from the spring and autumn period were relatively simple, aside from the main tomb chamber. There were only 2 side chambers, and this is one of them. He pointed towards a dark passageway to the left, indicating that traversing it would lead us to the main tomb chamber. Just as I intended to handle a few artifacts, my uncle quickly interjected, "Don't touch anything. It's imperative to avoid disturbing items in the tomb." "Why not? I just want to play with them." "You might end up playing with your life. Remember the rhyme. Dressing mirror. Embroidered shoes, turn around and behold the crimson-clad fiend." It speaks of these objects belonging to women in the tomb. Women are innately drawn to such items, even in death. They cannot bear to part with them. If you dare touch their belongings, she might just appear behind you. Indeed, women are terrifying creatures. I hastily distanced myself from the artifacts. Not quite. My mother is even more fearsome. Chapter 16. The Phoenix Bed and Black Coffin from the beginning. My uncle was intently observing the murals on the 4 walls, the beam of his flashlight slowly sweeping across the stone surface. I approached him, intrigued by his serious demeanor, and stole a glance at the murals. The figures depicted were reminiscent of illustrations from our history textbooks, showcasing small black silhouettes. The art from that era lacked perspective, resembling drawings made by elementary school students. Rows of figures, simple yet vividly expressive, including dancers with their hair in buns, generals adorned with swords on horseback, and soldiers wielding halberds, accompanied by ancient script resembling flying birds, likely a form of ancient writing known as birdseal. "Ah, so that's it." My uncle's expression conveyed understanding. "What do the murals depict?" I eagerly inquired. He directed the light to a painting of a graceful dancer and remarked, "The inscription reveals that the tomb's occupant was named Yu, a noblewoman from the state of Yu. However, due to her father's grave offenses, she fell into the fate of a dancer, eventually encountering a royal general named Si Wuwa, yet another cliché historical romance." I dismissed it with a wave of my hand. "To your credit, you are indeed correct. It is rather trite." My uncle continued, "General Si Wu fell in love with Yu at first sight, visiting her dance house daily. Their love deepened, and he eventually purchased the entire establishment with the intention of marrying her. Tragically, Yu fell gravely ill and passed away. Heartbroken, General Si Wu commanded the construction of a pair of tombs in Wijishan, vowing to be buried alongside her, to remain together for eternity. Does that mean the general lies buried on the mountain across from us? I suddenly realized, connecting the dots between Yin-Yang Chaoying Peak and the dual burial sites. My uncle nodded, continuing to inspect the murals, though his expression grew subtly peculiar, as if he sensed something amiss. Shortly thereafter, a great battle erupted between Wu and Yu. General Si Wu fought valiantly to protect King Gojian, retreating to Mount Huiji, but unfortunately succumbed to his injuries. The tale of Gojian enduring hardship followed. And upon returning to Yu, the king honored Si Wu's last wishes by interring his remains on Wijishan, allowing him to rest eternally with his beloved. But who planted that Sephora tree, transforming this auspicious ground into a place of ill fortune? I recalled my uncle mentioning that the area had become a site of misfortune, deliberately orchestrated by someone. Look here. My uncle shifted the flashlight to another mural. In it, General Siwoo, accompanied by his attendants, watched a performance. While two women danced gracefully in the center, one was Yuji. However, the other woman's image was ominously stained with a crimson liquid, resembling blood. Another woman? I was startled by the eerie blood-stained figure. Judging by the mural, she seemed to share a close bond with Yuji. That woman is likely the malevolent spirit who usurped her place, my uncle stated calmly, as if it were a matter of little concern. A usurper? Why would they become enemies? The coffin master merely receives payment to dispel calamities, and the grievances of the clients are not our concern. My uncle replied before moving toward the passageway. I cast another glance at the blood-stained figure, shivering involuntarily, and quickly caught up to him, clutching my kitten. The passageway was long and dark, carrying a distinct odor of decay. Watch your step, my uncle cautioned. Tombs from the spring and autumn period lack the intricate mechanisms of later eras. The most common trap is a pitfall. One misstep can lead to a deadly fall into spikes. Follow my lead, and tread carefully, he instructed, gently tapping each stone tile as he advanced. After approximately 10 minutes, we emerged from the passageway, only to be astonished by the sight before us. The main tomb chamber could only be described as magnificent, a stark contrast to the eerie atmosphere I had anticipated. 12 exquisitely crafted bronze lamps hung from the ceiling, each unique and evidently of great value, albeit extinguished by the passage of time. In the center of the spacious chamber lay a vast octagonal pool, its surface adorned with vibrant petals, astonishingly preserved after millennia. As if freshly plucked, wisps of steam rose from the water, revealing a natural hot spring. The warm water, silky to the touch, suggested that Yuji was indeed a woman who relished bathing, prompting General Siwoo to construct this sanctuary for her in the tomb. This reminded me of Yonggui Fei, one of the four beauties. It is said that despite her breathtaking beauty, she suffered from a slight affliction, body odor, which troubled her greatly. To elicit her smile, Emperor Xuanzong built her the Huaqing pool, where she would soak in the spring. Due to her prolonged bathing, she often fainted in the waters, leading the emperor to adore her even more. Inspiring the line, the maidservant supports her delicate form as she first enjoys the emperor's favor. At the center of the pool stood a circular platform, upon which rested an exquisitely carved bronze bed adorned with phoenix motifs, draped with sheer white fabric, revealing a black coffin atop it. A coffin on the bed. This was the first time I had encountered such a peculiar occurrence. The phoenix bed and black coffin. My well-versed uncle was also taken aback by the sight. Recognizing the gravity of the situation reflected in my uncle's expression, I hastily asked, "What is the phoenix bed and black coffin?" As he surveyed the surroundings, my uncle explained, during the spring and autumn period, the hierarchy was strictly enforced. The materials of the coffin, the number of burial goods, the thickness of the walls, and even the height of the burial mound were all meticulously regulated according to the occupant's status. The phoenix bed and black coffin represent the highest standards for female burials, reserved exclusively for women of the utmost nobility. It seemed that General Siwoo was indeed a hopeless romantic, willing to commit acts that transgressed societal norms for the sake of his beloved. My uncle sighed in admiration. I, however, was less concerned with the significance of the phoenix bed and black coffin and felt a chill creeping over me. Rubbing my arms, I asked, "Uncle, do you feel the temperature dropping? Is there a cold draft in this ancient tomb?" My kitten burrowed into my arms, clearly feeling the chill as well. My uncle frowned. "This is no mere cold draft. It is the resentment of restless spirits." How dreadful. I haven't encountered such frigid energy in years. He then turned to his large white cat and instructed, "By who? Assess the situation." By who's golden eyes glimmered in the darkness as it surveyed the surroundings, sniffing the air before letting out a loud meow toward the pool. Both my uncle and I directed our flashlights toward that direction, finding nothing unusual. Yet the temperature continued to plummet, causing our teeth to chatter and visible breath to form in the air. Suddenly, our flashlights began to flicker, the light dimming gradually. I had checked the batteries before descending. How could they fail so quickly? I hurriedly retrieved a spare flashlight from my bag, only to discover it was in the same dismal state. "Uncle, was this flashlight purchased online? They say cheap items are unreliable. It appears you've bought counterfeit goods," I quipped. "It is indeed from an online purchase, but this time it's not the flashlight's fault. It's the restless spirits in the tomb at work." Restless spirits? The term sent a shiver down my spine. At last, the flashlight held by my uncle and me extinguished completely, plunging the entire tomb chamber into an impenetrable darkness and an eerie silence. At that moment, the 12 bronze eternal lamps suspended from the ceiling of the tomb began to illuminate, one after another. Yet, the flames flickering within those lamps were astonishingly green. Chapter 17. The man never looks back at explosions soon. 12 everlasting lamps ignited with green flames, illuminating the entire tomb chamber. Everything around me transformed into an eerie jade hue, rendering me speechless in shock. My uncle's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze upon the pool ahead and warned, "Be cautious. The main event is about to unfold." Before his words could settle, the water in the pool began to boil violently, producing a chilling cacophony of bubbling and splashing. There was something in the water. A tingling sensation crept up my spine, numbing me from head to toe. Gradually, a ghastly white head emerged from the surface, a woman's head with long hair. She regarded us with an icy stare, her pale face devoid of any emotion. The green light from the flames cast an eerie jade hue upon her pallid visage, while her deeply sunken eyes seemed to emanate a ghostly blue glow, hollow, indifferent, lifeless. She was clad in a vivid red wedding dress, adorned with a phoenix crown, her wet hair cascading down to the floor, and from her oversized sleeves protruded 2 chilling white bones. She smiled, and her small, crimson lips stretched unnaturally to her ears. I could never forget the bizarre, sinister atmosphere of that moment. It was utterly hair-raising. The white tiger arched its back, sensing danger, its fur bristling. Even the dumpling in my arms seemed to join in, waving its tiny paws and hissing at the female zombie. "Don't stray too far from him," my uncle urged, positioning himself protectively behind me. I inhaled sharply, fumbling for the gun my uncle had provided, my palms slick with sweat. After a couple of eerie chuckles, the female zombie suddenly spoke. To my astonishment, despite my uncle's admonitions to dismiss those Clich D tomb raiding novels, I had never heard of a zombie being able to speak. Strangely, the ancient language she uttered was entirely comprehensible to me. Later, I learned that there are 2 types of zombies, the hairy zombie and the ghostly zombie. The former, referred to as Zongzi by northern tomb raiders and Hamba by coffin makers, will be elaborated on later. The latter is a specter that exists between a wandering soul and a zombie, also known as guoshu or ghost corpse, colloquially referred to as a monster. Records and ghosts do not speak mention that humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits, where the soul embodies goodness and the spirit embodies malice. Should a person die burdened with resentment, their soul disperses while their spirit lingers, leading to their transformation into a ghostly zombie. Typically, Hamba are mere shells of their former selves, while ghost corpses can communicate with the living through mental energy. The female corpse floated ominously on the surface of the pool, her voice dripping with malice as she hissed, "I never anticipated that wretched woman would seek assistance. I should have reduced her to ashes long ago." My uncle and I exchanged silent glances, and then the ghostly figure glided towards the circular platform at the center of the pool, extending her bony right hand to violently tear down the gauzy drapes from a bronze bed, revealing a black wooden coffin. "Haha, a phoenix bed with a black coffin. On what grounds do you deserve to repose there?" With a force beyond comprehension, she flung the coffin lid aside, creating a thunderous crash as it struck the stone wall of the tomb. Good heavens, what kind of strength must that require? If she were to seize me, would I still have my life? I swallowed hard, only to find my mouth parched and devoid of saliva, my temples pounding as if ready to burst. My uncle, however, remained remarkably composed, chuckling softly. "You must have shared a close bond with the tomb's master, correct?" "What do you know?" The female corpse roared, her mouth twisted in a grotesque grin. She was merely a shameless, foul woman. When her family fell from grace, I took her in at the dance house. I taught her to sing, to dance. Together, we became the most renowned courtesans of the state of Yu, performing for General Siwu. But why did all the good fortune fall to her? Why did General Siwu love her and not me? I was the one who truly loved him. The female corpse laughed maniacally, her cries sending chills down my spine. General Siwu purchased the dance house, intending to marry her. That wretched woman feigned affection, making me her dowry, to marry General Siwu alongside her. Can you fathom my joy? I even prepared my wedding gown. But that vile creature claimed her heart belonged to another. Haraha. She died a sickly death. She deserved it. Yet General Siwu insisted on erecting a mandarin duck tomb for her, vowing to be with her through eternity. How could this be? How could it be that I, the one who should be with General Siwu forever, was denied? The female corpse screamed in a fit of rage, then abruptly fell silent, flashing a sinister smile. General Si Wu is buried just across the mountain. Do you think I would allow that wretched woman peace? I heard that the phoenix-tail locust can turn auspicious grounds into cursed ones. I exchanged my body with a black merchant for a seedling and planted it atop her grave. Then, clad in the wedding gown I made with my own hands, I leaped from the cliff, determined to become a vengeful spirit, eternally entwined with her, ensuring she would never find peace. My uncle placed his hand on the peachwood talisman at his waist and remarked, "I sympathize with you. However, I must apologize. I am merely a coffin maker doing my job." With that, he swiftly drew a peachwood talisman and flung it at the female corpse with such speed that one could scarcely follow. I heard a swift whistle as the talisman pierced her forehead, resembling a sniper's shot, blood spraying as she collapsed into the pool and sank. Ugh. A little warning would have been appreciated. My stomach churned violently, and I nearly retched. My uncle, as if anticipating this scene, turned his back, while I gagged. I shot him a glare. "Why aren't you watching?" With an air of arrogance, my uncle replied, "A man never looks back at explosions. Curse you. You think you're clever, don't you? Why not ascend to the heavens?" Though I felt nauseated for a moment, my racing heart finally found some reprieve. My uncle approached the pool's edge to confirm whether the female corpse was truly dead. Suddenly, he turned and shouted, "Watch your back." Before I could comprehend, a pair of icy skeletal hands clutched my throat. The female corpse still alive? And when did she appear behind me? Leaning close, she offered a chilling smile. Chapter 18. The Consequences of Provocation. Damn it. I've fallen into your trap. My uncle gritted his teeth, veins bulging at his temples, seething with rage. It turned out I was ensnared from the very beginning. My neck felt as if it were gripped by a vice, and no matter how I struggled, I could not break free. Gradually, I found it difficult to breathe. The pallid head of the female corpse loomed close to my ear, sending chills down my spine. I recalled the gun I had specifically brought to deal with zombies and desperately aimed it at the ghastly figure behind me, but her damp, long hair wrapped around me, rendering me immobile. The female corpse cackled ominously, her chilling breath brushing against my ear. "I knew the moment you two entered the mountains, so I specially sent wild dogs and badgers to deal with you. I never expected your cat to be so formidable, easily driving them away." Those ghostly red fireflies on the phoenix-tail locust tree were merely a distraction. I had long stealthily attached myself to this little ghost's backpack. Today, neither of you will leave alive. With a stronger grip, the female corpse lifted me off the ground, and I felt a searing pain in my neck, struggling to breathe as if my lungs were about to burst. Suddenly, my pet, Tang Yuan, wriggled free from my arms and bit down hard on the female corpse's hand. Severing one of her bony fingers, she let out a shriek, loosening her grip on my wrist and hair. In that fleeting moment, I aimed my gun behind me and pulled the trigger with all my might. With a deafening bang, the glutinous rice bullet created a gaping wound in the female corpse's abdomen, emitting a hissing sound as it corroded her. She howled and staggered back, allowing me to escape from her grasp. Oh my goodness! I had narrowly escaped death. I gasped for air, feeling a sharp pain in my chest. The white tiger lunged at the female corpse, sinking its teeth into her neck, refusing to let go despite her frenzied struggles. "Little girl." My uncle's voice was cold and solemn. "You were born in an era long past, so you may not know one thing. Never provoke a coffin maker." His gaze was steely as he slowly withdrew a black cloth from his back. I had always imagined it contained a sword or a gun. When he unveiled it, I saw it was a translucent white jade ruler, intricately carved with the ancient characters for open, rest, life, injury, stop, scenery, shock, and death. Yama is furious, and the consequences are dire. The white tiger retreated with a howl as my uncle swiftly advanced, the jade ruler flipping in his hand as he passed by the female corpse. I swear to the heavens, I am not exaggerating. I cannot fathom what material the jade ruler is made of, but it sliced the female corpse in half, her phoenix robe tearing apart to reveal her stark white bones. Eventually, her face began to dissolve, completely transforming into a skull before collapsing into a heap. My uncle put away the jade ruler and approached the scattered bones. Drawing a peachwood chopstick from his waist, he inserted it into the center of the female corpse's brow. "In your next life, be a good person," he said, clasping his hands together as he rose slowly. After he inserted the chopstick, the bronze night lamp hanging from the tomb's ceiling swayed slightly, its eerie green flame transforming into a gentle flicker that illuminated the chamber, dispelling the pervasive chill that had filled the air. "What on earth did you do, Uncle? How did she suddenly become a skeleton?" I was astonished and could barely comprehend the unfolding events. My uncle casually handed me the white jade ruler, saying, "Now you have seen the 3 essentials carried by a grave consultant: the soil gauge, peachwood chopsticks, and ancient jade ruler. This ancient jade ruler, also known as the 8 gates ruler, evolved from the ancient Luban ruler and Xian Nu ruler. Ancient jade is the purest material, imbued with virtue and impervious to evil. It is the best tool for dealing with zombies." I touched the icy jade ruler and pouted. If it's such a wonderful item, why not give it to me? I nearly lost my life at her hands. Though I said this, I felt deeply moved watching my uncle fiercely strike the female ghost. He laughed heartily, looking at me. After retreating for so many years, my first return is marred by being deceived by a little ghost. What a disgrace for a coffin maker. However, this jade ruler is not something just anyone can wield. If you wish to learn, you must call me master and I shall teach you. Not a chance. I refuse to become a coffin maker. I retorted. Why did you insert the peachwood chopstick into the corpse's brow? I asked, peering at the bones on the ground with curiosity. Peach wood is the source of the 5 spirits, an ancient dragon-suppressing wood, born at the gates of the underworld, capable of controlling all ghosts. The soul of a person gathers in the heart, while the spirit resides in the brow. By inserting the peachwood chopstick into her brow, I am extracting her spirit, which has been trapped by resentment, allowing her to be reborn. Impressive. With just a chopstick, she was liberated. I nodded, enlightened. What shall we do next? My uncle pointed toward the black coffin resting on the phoenix bed in the center of the pool. The commission is complete. Naturally, we must collect our payment. Several stakes were buried in the pool, leading directly to the circular platform. We climbed onto the towering bronze bed and beheld a woman in white lying in the black coffin. After thousands of years, her body showed no signs of decay. Her skin as smooth as cream, remarkably lifelike. Indeed, it was the woman I encountered that night. My uncle sighed. This phoenix bed and black coffin are truly miraculous. The ancient texts were right about their ability to preserve corpses. The woman in the coffin, known as Yuji, cradled a bronze ancient sword in her arms, inscribed with the words Wang Dc Wu, a self-crafted sword. The blade glimmered with a cold light, exceptionally sharp, especially the green gem on the hilt, which remained dazzlingly bright even after millennia. What a magnificent sword! My uncle exclaimed with a smile. The transaction is complete. Now, go retrieve the bronze sword. I couldn't help but tremble, fearing the woman in the coffin might suddenly spring to life. Once bitten, twice shy? Don't be afraid. Once you take the bronze sword, the transaction will conclude, and the wandering spirit will naturally depart from you. My uncle gently patted my head, taking a deep breath to muster my courage. I bent down to retrieve the bronze sword from Yuji's embrace, but no matter how I tried, I could not pry her fingers loose. Damn it. Are we doing this for free? Is this how you treat a client? The white tiger let out a meow, seemingly wanting to convey something. When I looked back at the ancient woman in the coffin, I was astonished to see 2 tears streaming down her cheeks. Can a corpse truly weep? My uncle frowned. It appears we have misunderstood. This woman did not commission us for her own grave, but for another ancient tomb on Wujing Mountain. No sooner had he uttered those words than the bronze sword in her grasp shifted slightly. I reached out again and, to my surprise, easily pulled the ancient sword free. As the bronze sword left her hand, her body began to wither, gradually transforming into a desiccated corpse, as if the passage of over 2,000 years had occurred in an instant. I felt a slight warmth in my chest, and when I lifted my collar, I discovered that the black lotus on my chest had completely vanished. My uncle stretched widely, saying, "All's well that ends well. Time to head home." Wait, uncle. I hurriedly asked, what about the other tomb the woman commissioned? We have the sword, and the negative energy clinging to you has dissipated. Why concern ourselves with that? I glanced at the ancient bronze sword in my hand, marveling at its undeniable authenticity and weight. The mottled rust upon its surface seemed to whisper tales of a bygone era. In that fleeting moment, an insatiable curiosity awoke within me, compelling me to unravel the narrative concealed not just behind this sword, but rather behind the woman known as Yuji. Uncle, did you not once mention that coffin lockmasters receive remuneration to alleviate the tribulations of others? I gazed intently at my uncle. He chuckled. Ah, you little rascal. You are increasingly exhibiting the potential to become a coffin lockmaster. Chapter 19. The dark clouds howling over the iron rolling ground together. We carefully placed the lid back on the black coffin of the phoenix bed and retraced our steps back to the surface. As we emerged from the tomb, we noticed that dawn was approaching, with the distant horizon gradually revealing a pale light. Upon seeing me, the cat D immediately leaped forward, excitedly licking my face. Evidently concerned for my safety, I patted its head, and Tang Yuan joyfully began to play with D. It was then that I scrutinized the ancient bronze sword in my hand, only to discover that the emerald embedded in the blade seemed to have been added later rather than being part of the original forging. My uncle appeared to have noticed this as well, mentioning that the Wu and Yu regions during the spring and autumn period were renowned for their swordsmiths, producing many famous artisans. This sword could indeed be deemed a masterpiece, rivaling even the legendary sword of King Gojin of Yu. However, the emerald on the hilt seemed rather ordinary, failing to match the grandeur of the exquisite blade. As we conversed, a detail suddenly struck me. The woman named Yuji had wept silently when she handed me the bronze sword, filled with reluctance. Upon reflection, it seemed that her gaze was not fixed on the sword itself, but rather on the emerald it bore. My uncle took the sword, examined it closely, and remarked, "The inscription reads, General Siwu, a sword for personal use." This sword must have been a gift from General Siwu to her. Perhaps the general was a simple man, lacking knowledge of gemstones. After saying this, he tossed the sword back to me, instructing me to keep it safe, as daylight was swiftly approaching, and we could only return to General Siwu's tomb under the cover of night. We filled in the earth we had excavated, trampling it down with our feet until tranquility was restored. Once we had finished, the sun had risen, casting its warm rays over the mountain and dispersing the morning mist. "What shall we do about this phoenix-tail locust tree?" I inquired, pointing to the tree at the edge of the cliff. "It embodies both good and evil. Now that the malevolent energy of the ghostly corpse has dissipated, in a century or two, this place will once again transform into a land blessed with good fortune." My uncle replied, stroking the trunk of the tree. I gazed upward at the withered phoenix-tail locust tree, where tiny dewdrops formed on its branches, sparkling in the sunlight. To my astonishment, I noticed a tender green bud silently sprouting at the very tip of the highest branch. Perhaps, as my uncle had said, this once cursed burial ground had begun to regain its vitality. Taking a deep breath of the crisp morning air, I realized that I had never witnessed a sunrise from the mountaintop. I intended to savor the moment, but the weather shifted suddenly, changing like the capricious expression of a young girl. In an instant, a fierce wind arose, and dark clouds enveloped the skies above Wuji Mountain. My uncle and I instinctively turned our gaze towards the opposite peak, astonished to find it shrouded in a layer of gray mist, completely obscuring the upper portion of the mountain. "Has the smog reached here?" I pondered aloud. "It's not smog, it's corpse transformation," my uncle replied, his expression grave. "Corpse transformation?" I gasped in surprise. It seemed that due to the disturbance at the Mandarin Duck tomb, we had disrupted the Yin burial ground, leading to anomalies in the corresponding Yang burial site. "What should we do?" I asked, alarmed. "We must resolve this before the transformation is complete. Otherwise, the nearby villagers will be in peril." My uncle swiftly gathered our belongings. "Let us hurry down the mountain." We descended much more rapidly than we had climbed, nearly jogging the entire way. By the time we returned to our starting point, I was breathless and exhausted. My uncle retrieved water and food from the vehicle, urging me to quickly replenish my strength. Leaning against the car door, I gulped down water, feeling that the exertion of my 16 years paled in comparison to that single night. Suddenly, a meow caught my attention. Looking down, I discovered the plump black cat named Mauchio standing at my feet, yawning widely before fixing its round eyes upon me. No, it wasn't me it was staring at. It was the hot dog in my hand. I made a face at it, sticking out my tongue, and exclaimed, "I've been busy all night and Haven Tea had a bite to eat, while you've been sleeping soundly. No hot dog for you." To my shock, Mauchio suddenly leaped up and snatched the hot dog from my hand. By the time I reacted, the cat had already devoured half of it. "Hey, you gluttonous cat. Give me back my hot dog," I exclaimed, intending to reprimand the hefty feline. But as I approached, it shot me a glare, and for some inexplicable reason, my calf seized up, causing me to tumble unceremoniously to the ground. "Goodness, what just happened?" I exclaimed. My uncle strolled over, chewing on a large piece of bread. "You're better off not provoking Mauchio. It will only lead to your own misery. Didn't you say this fat cat's only ability is to sleep?" I brushed the dirt and grass off my face. My uncle retrieved a packet of jerky from his pocket, tore it open, and placed it on the ground. Immediately, Mauchio abandoned the half-eaten hot dog and scurried over to my uncle. Mauchio's full name was Dark Clouds Howling Over the Iron Rolling Ground, characterized by its large, fluffy tail and sleek black fur. This breed of cat is inherently lazy, spending 3/4 of its life in slumber. However, do not be deceived by its seemingly foolish appearance. Even generals dare not provoke it lightly. My uncle stroked its soft, black fur. Even a domineering CEO wouldn't dare to cross it? Why is that? I glanced at Mauchio's round belly, its tail swishing behind it, far from resembling a creature of combat. Because Mauchio is a thought-based cat, endowed with a unique supernatural ability to control the actions of others in a short span of time. The Book of Cats states, when seated, the tail sways. Even a mouse may fall victim. Although they typically possess a gentle demeanor, should anyone disturb their slumber, they will unleash their fury. Wow, it's like a cheat code. It even has superpowers. After Mauchio finished eating, my uncle grinned and scratched its chin. Mauchio, the Baihu's yin-yang eyes were overexerted last night. Now it's your turn to accompany us along with the general. Upon hearing this, Mauchio tried to bolt, but my uncle swiftly grabbed its tail, hoisting it into the air, where it flailed its limbs helplessly. I was astonished. Uncle, aren't you afraid of Mauchio's superpower? With a pained expression, my uncle replied, I endured a great deal when I first tried to catch it. I've long since built up an immunity. I could almost envision the chaotic scene of my uncle taming Mauchio. It must have been a sight to behold. After struggling for half a minute, Mauchio finally succumbed to exhaustion, a trait it shared with me. After resting for half an hour, we set off again, leaving Baihu behind. As was our custom, following the principle of men on the left, women on the right, we chose the left path this time. Chapter 20. The three-legged crow. The terrain of Yang Mountain is far more perilous and steep than that of Yin Mountain. If one were to liken the geography of Yin Mountain to a proud vermilion bird, then Yang Mountain resembles a fearsome tiger with bared fangs. The mist upon the mountain thickens, rendering visibility exceedingly low. My uncle attempts to use a divination tool to determine the direction of the ancient tomb. But this tool must align with the position of the sun, which is utterly impractical in the dense fog of the deep mountains. This time, it is the little rice dumpling and the cat deity that prove indispensable. Little rice dumpling has inherited the yin-yang eye of the white tiger. Yet it is still too small to traverse the steep mountains freely. Consequently, it climbs onto the back of the cat deity, who then guides the way, leaping and bounding through the woods. Thanks to these two lively little creatures, we can find our direction amidst the fog. However, there is one who hinders our progress. Of course, it is not I. Rather, it is the plump furball. This fellow is so rotund that he surpasses me in weakness, and after merely 10 minutes of walking, he is panting and sprawled on a rock by the roadside, refusing to budge. My uncle, in tears, pleads with him, employing various threats and enticements. But the furball remains unmoved. In the end, my uncle resorts to carrying the esteemed furball on his back, trudging step by step up the mountain, much like the diligent cat deity. Oh, foolish humans! They are only fit to serve the great feline overlord. Yet at this moment, gazing ahead at the eerie, gray-tinged forest, I find no inclination for jest. Frankly, I have always considered myself rather selfish. Running off after receiving payment is entirely my style. So what has changed this time? Did I perhaps take the wrong medication upon leaving? The mist continues to rise, and my uncle's expression grows increasingly grave, his brow furrowing deeply. I am too lazy to inquire. Even a fool can see that something is amiss. The fog thickens, accompanied by an acrid stench wafting through the air, reminiscent of the stinky tofu stalls at the foot of Kwaiji Mountain. But this odor carries a stinging quality, as though chili powder has been scattered through the atmosphere. I pinch my nose, struggling to endure this bizarre scent, nearly resorting to donning a gas mask. Meanwhile, my uncle remains unfazed, a testament to his considerable experience. He seems to tolerate this smell well. Wait, what has he stuffed in his nostrils? As we venture deeper into the mountain, a chilling wind begins to sweep through the forest. The cold wind penetrates to the bone, although it is not particularly strong. It somehow evokes an unsettling chill that rises from the depths of my heart. Suddenly, from the depths of the misty peaks ahead, a series of eerie wails echo, rising and falling like the cries of vengeful spirits, sending shivers down my spine. The furball, who had been peacefully dozing on my uncle's back, is abruptly awakened by the ghastly sounds. Baring its teeth, it lets out an indignant meow, its cheeks puffed up in apparent fury. My uncle gestures for me to halt. His brows knitting tighter. Something feels amiss. I pause, bewildered, and ask what is wrong. My uncle's expression darkens as he gazes towards the summit. Now completely shrouded in gray mist, I have encountered several instances of corpse transformation before, but the malevolent energy typically lingers only around the tombs. How is it that we have barely reached the mountainside, and already the ominous wind pervades the entire area? The malevolence of these zombies seems excessively potent. A cold shiver runs down my spine. Could it be that we are faced with a zombie king? How unfortunate. Even if I were to decide to become a coffin locker, I ought to be allowed to level up by battling monsters to gain experience. A bronze sword is merely beginner's equipment, at the very least. I should be permitted to learn an ultimate skill before confronting a boss. This is outrageous. Just as I am lost in my chaotic thoughts, contemplating retreat, the eerie wails draw ever closer, their source unknown, compounded by the icy wind that cuts like a knife. Be cautious. That sound is strange, my uncle warns, positioning me behind him as he draws a peachwood stick, straining to listen to the cacophony surrounding us. I fumble to load my pistol with glutinous rice projectiles. Yet before me, 3 or 4 indistinct shadows appear, their positions blurring in my vision. Cover your ears. The sound can induce hallucinations. I find myself in a daze, as if I hear my uncle calling, but when I attempt to cover my ears, I realize I cannot locate them at all. Then, it becomes more than mere blurred visions. One after another, grotesque, decaying zombies claw their way up from the earth, some with bulging eyes, others with half-rotted faces, and still others with their entrails spilling out. One by one, they lunge toward me, baring their fangs and claws. My heavens, it's a zombie siege. I am so frightened that my legs tremble, and I collapse onto the ground. At that moment, a skeletal hand, still clinging to remnants of flesh, reaches out from the soil, seizing my ankle, and an unkempt, hideous zombie emerges, poised to devour me. I scream for my mother. Suddenly, a deafening meow jolts me from my nightmarish reverie. Looking down, I realize that what I thought was a zombie is merely the cat deity tugging at my pant leg, attempting to rouse me, poor thing, who has now received several kicks from me in the process. The cacophony of eerie wails dissipates with the general's commanding shout, and I see him swiftly ascend a large tree, disappearing into the fog. Moments later, a series of rustling sounds ensue, and when the general leaps down, he carries in his mouth a lifeless crow. My uncle pats the general's head, his tone laced with sarcasm. Well done, far superior to those who can only whimper mama. Mama. I am taken aback. Who is he referring to? If you have the courage, come out and challenge me. Let us settle this after school on the rooftop. I am puzzled as to why my uncle is unperturbed by the hallucinations, only to notice a trickle of blood seeping from his thigh. It turns out he had pricked himself with the peachwood stick to maintain his clarity. The general haphazardly drops the dead crow on the ground, striding away without a backward glance. I focus on the crow, which is surprisingly large, its feathers pitch black, and to my astonishment, it possesses 3 legs. Its eyes, larger than those of a typical crow, are a striking blood red, appearing exceedingly sinister. Ah, so it is these creatures that have caused my embarrassment. It is the 3-legged crow of Tula. My uncle exclaims in surprise. I, still mortified by my earlier display, quickly attempt to divert the conversation. Uncle, spare us the technical jargon. It only serves to showcase your erudition. It's merely a mutated crow with oversized eyes. No need for you to be so alarmed. I am not trying to frighten you. This crow has quite the background. My uncle replies, squatting down to examine the bird's corpse, his expression grave. Chapter 21. The realm of spirits. It turns out that the creature known as the Tu-Lei Senzu Wu, or the 3-legged crow, is an ancient species that has not been documented since the Ming Dynasty. Historians unanimously believe that this avian species has long since become extinct. It wasn't until the mid-20th century that an expedition of biologists in the West astonishingly discovered a Tu-Lei Senzu Wu in the Amazon rainforest. However, only one member of the expedition survived, while the others met a tragic fate, succumbing to hallucinations that led them to mutilate their own faces and bodies. The fortunate biologist who survived published his findings, naming this enigmatic bird the psychedelic mandrake, which sent ripples through the biological community. Yet, due to insufficient evidence, many dismissed the biologist as having suffered from post-traumatic stress, claiming the so-called psychedelic mandrake was merely a figment of his imagination. For decades, this biologist continued to study the bird and ultimately uncovered its origins in China, where it was brought to Japan by Su Fu during the Qin dynasty. After numerous transitions, several of these birds found their way to the Amazon rainforest in South America. This peculiar bird feeds on hallucinogenic mushrooms, colloquially referred to as bareheaded grass. When people inadvertently consume these mushrooms, they engage in wild, uncontrollable laughter, which has also led to the names dance fungus or laughing fungus in China. These fungi typically thrive in dung, and those in the northern regions often refer to it as dog dung moss. The mushrooms contain a wealth of toxic compounds, such as psilocybin and tetrahydrocannabinol, which can intoxicate both humans and animals, damaging their nervous and hematopoietic systems, leading to confusion, delirium, and hallucinations. For instance, a cat that consumes them might perish from seeing giant mice, while a human might encounter grotesque, monstrous figures, or slip into a stupor. Some even feeling as if they are engulfed in a hellish inferno, suffering unto death. The Maya civilization also recorded this phenomenon, referring to these mushrooms as the flesh of the gods. Remarkably, the Tule Sanzu Wu is immune to these effects, having consumed these hallucinogenic mushrooms for generations, resulting in a genetic adaptation. They develop a pair of yellow, bean-shaped scent glands beneath their wings, capable of releasing a noxious gas that induces hallucinations in their prey. Thus, the potency of this foul odor astonished me. My uncle tossed me a gas mask, instructing, "Put this on. Do not fall victim to that repugnant stench again." I scoffed, claiming that previously it was my own lack of caution that had led to my predicament. Yet, despite my bravado, I hastily donned the gas mask, unwilling to endure another terrifying hallucination. The chilling winds of the mountain grew fiercer, causing my clothing to rustle ominously. It was no wonder I had sensed something amiss since entering the mountains. Aside from the eerie calls of the Tule Sanzu Wu, there were no sounds of insects or birds, an extraordinarily unsettling silence. The dead crow on the ground had its throat bitten through by the general. My uncle swiftly retrieved a folding entrenching tool, digging a pit to inter the crow's remains, casually remarking, "These three-legged crows are likely kept in the tomb of General Si Wu." "Birds can be kept in tombs?" I exclaimed incredulously. While it was unlikely in the tombs of other dynasties, the ancient Yu tradition included the burial of birds. After filling the pit, my uncle compacted the earth with his foot. "Burial of birds? Do they place the birds atop the corpse, uttering a farewell such as when a person dies? Let the birds soar, for they shall live on for eternity?" My uncle rolled his eyes at me. "The Yu people revere birds. They are the primitive totem of the Yu tribe, which is why you see their characters resembling bird script, along with bird-patterned clothing, bird-shaped artifacts, and bird shrines." "Do they even have totems depicting birds?" I mused, having assumed totems were typically fierce beasts like dragons or wolves. I felt rather ignorant. The records of the grand historian recounts, the divine bird descended, giving rise to the Shang, indicating that the mysterious bird had been regarded as a totem since the Shang dynasty. Observing my bemusement, my uncle picked up a twig and began to draw in the dirt, explaining that the Yu people believe themselves to be descendants of the great Emperor Xiaohao, the eldest son of the Yellow Emperor, also known as Emperor Qiongsheng. Legend has it that Emperor Xiaohao established a kingdom of birds, appointing various birds as officials. What kind of bird kingdom is this? Birds can hold office? I felt my previous understanding of the world being significantly challenged. Enough with the interruptions. When Emperor Xiaohao appointed officials, he designated the mysterious bird as the Sima, the grebe as the Sikong, the Shuangjiao as the Sikong, and the hawk as the Sishi. The 5 types of pheasants managed the 5 crafts: gold, wood, pottery, leather, and dyeing, while the 9 Hu birds governed agriculture. The mysterious bird, the lark, the bluebird, and the redbird presided over the 4 seasons. The 3-legged crow was appointed as the guardian general of the kingdom of birds, tasked with defending it against any intruders, executing them without mercy. So, the tombs of the Yu people would house these 3-legged crows to guard the graves? I suddenly grasped the concept. My uncle nodded, though a shadow of seriousness crossed his face. In truth, these crows are not inherently fearsome. What is truly terrifying is that wherever the 3-legged crow appears, it signifies the presence of a ghost realm. What is a ghost realm? I gulped, feeling a peculiar urge to relieve myself at the mere mention of ghosts. The ghost realm is a world from ancient mythology, said to contain an endless mountain crowned with a towering fusong tree, under which resides a 3-legged crow. Each night, the spirits from the ghost realm wander into the mortal world, but at the crow's call, they must return. Beneath the tree, 2 divine generals, Shintu and Yulei, reside. If the 3-legged crow calls 3 times without the spirits returning, they will immediately capture the wayward souls with reeds and send them to be devoured by tigers. Thus, the 3-legged crow is also known as the Tule Sanzu Wu. Uncle, you should abandon your detective work and take up storytelling instead. Your tales are so fantastical. Do you genuinely believe in them? I regarded him with skepticism. Every tale has its roots. Our ancestors left behind countless legends. Do you think they are mere fabrications? This isn't fiction. While the mythological descriptions of the ghost realm may be fictitious, later geomancers and tomb raiders dubbed any place plagued by malevolent spirits as a ghost realm. As my uncle finished speaking, an eerie chorus of wailing cries erupted from the thickening fog, sounding more numerous than before. "Oh no, We have stirred trouble. My uncle's expression darkened. What trouble have we caused? I felt a cold sweat beat on my palms and soles, my scalp prickling with unease. The two Lace and Zhu Wu are notoriously vengeful creatures. Should one be harmed, the remaining members of the flock would unleash a frenzied assault, relentlessly pursuing until death. Good heavens, how did we provoke such a foul entity? Tang Yuan burrowed into my clothing, while the two hounds huddled closely behind me. Great. Now these two have turned me into a human shield. Chapter 22. The sand-blown land. The piercing cries of the three-legged crows grew increasingly shrill, while the surrounding gray mist thickened. I placed all my hopes on the general, but saw it leisurely settling down to groom its claws. Meanwhile, the fluffball beside me maintained a huffy posture, as if suffering from constipation, its whiskers flaring and its round eyes narrowed into slits. Suddenly, dozens of pitch-black three-legged crows shot out from the haze like arrows, circling relentlessly above us, their crimson eyes fixed intently upon us. Without warning, several crows lunged towards us, their sharp beaks revealing 2 rows of jagged teeth that resembled saw blades. I stood frozen in place, utterly terrified, unable even to call out for my mother. A sudden yell pierced the air, but it was not the general who made the sound, it was the fluffball. In an instant, I felt as if I had been electrocuted, my legs giving way beneath me as I collapsed onto the ground. A cacophony erupted as over 20 crows fell from the sky, their bodies stiff and motionless, resembling taxidermy specimens strewn haphazardly across the ground. Ah, Uncle, did you just say we caused trouble? I gaped, feeling as though my jaw had dislocated. Nay, you misheard me. I was referring to the crows causing trouble. Never disturb a fluffball while it sleeps. Now they are truly extinct. My uncle shook his head sorrowfully, letting out a sigh. After the fluffball displayed its might, it yawned widely, lazily stretched, and promptly fell back asleep, clearly exhausted from the ordeal. After more than a minute, my numb legs gradually regained sensation. My uncle hoisted the slumbering fluffball onto his shoulder and said, "We must hasten our pace. It is said that the three-legged crows in the ancient tomb have long since fused their eyes with those of the tomb's master, so everything happening now is being observed. Ah, no wonder those crows' eyes appear so sinister, as if they are being watched by a ghost. Uncle, the fog on the mountain seems to be dissipating." I exhaled softly, relieved to see the path becoming somewhat clearer, as the earlier darkness had been quite disconcerting. Yet my uncle wore a grim expression. This is even worse. The thinning fog signifies that the entities within the tomb are nearing their transformation into corpses. What happens upon completion of this transformation? Naturally, they become zombies. However, there are 2 types, the ghost corpse and the drought demon. The ghost corpse arises from a deceased person burdened by heavy grievances in life, leading to a fragmented soul, while the drought demon emerges from the transformation of a corpse. I felt a chill creep down my neck, pulling up my collar and swallowing hard. Which is more formidable, the ghost corpse or the drought demon? That is difficult to say. The ghost corpse occupies a space between spirit and zombie, typically possessing some shape-shifting and illusory abilities, while the drought demon is a full-fledged zombie, devoid of intellect and driven solely by instinct, exhibiting far more bloodthirsty brutality than the ghost corpse. I was about to inquire how a healthy corpse could transform into a zombie when the leading figures, Tang Yuan and Mao Di, suddenly halted, turning to call out to us. This place. My uncle gazed intently at the barren cliff before us, murmuring, "I see now, it is the sand-blown land." I followed his gaze, observing the oddly stark cliff that sharply contrasted with the surrounding lush forest, which was teeming with life. This particular area, however, bore not a single blade of grass. Several trees stood withered like charred remnants, and the ground was cracked and darkened. A chilling wind howled, and the pervasive mist rendered everything around us surreal, steeped in an eerie atmosphere. What is the sand-blown land? I inquired hastily. My uncle retrieved a water bottle from his backpack and poured some onto the cracked earth. To my astonishment, the parched soil absorbed the water like a sponge, leaving not a drop behind. The sand-blown land is what grave robbers refer to as a corpse-nurturing ground. My uncle tossed aside the empty bottle. Corpse transformation typically occurs under 2 conditions: sudden mutation of fresh corpses or long-term preservation without decay. Sudden mutation and long-term preservation without decay? My uncle continued to elucidate. Some recently deceased bodies may become possessed by malevolent entities, absorbing the life force of the living and thus transforming into corpses. However, zombies that arise from sudden mutation are often weaker, akin to what is termed as zombies in Western lore, which can also result from viral infection or sudden mutation. And what about long-term preservation without decay? Is it related to this sand-blown land? My uncle nodded, the sand-blown land possesses a unique soil composition, the reasons for which elude ancient scholars, but it is known that corpses buried within can remain intact for extended periods. This is due to the imbalanced pH of the soil, which is inhospitable to organic life, preventing the growth of insects or bacteria. Thus, even after millennia, the flesh and bones remain uncorrupted, yet curiously, the hair and nails continue to grow. Consequently, these long-buried corpses may undergo transformation under specific conditions. As I lingered in this arid place, my throat grew parched, and I took a large gulp from my water bottle, feeling increasingly apprehensive. This area is as desolate as if scorched by fire. Could it be that a drought demon lies beneath the sand-blown land? You are correct, my uncle affirmed. The sand-blown land, where drought demons reside, is often utterly devoid of vegetation, with graves seeping water. Thus, ancient people regarded it as a harbinger of drought. In times of drought, they would unearth the drought demons to burn them or pour water upon them, a practice known as burning the drought demon and pouring water on the drought demon, in hopes of invoking rain from the heavens. As my uncle spoke, he examined the soil with a puzzled expression, murmuring strange phrases to himself. What is strange? I asked, confused. The sand-blown land is divided into red sand and black sand. Only the red sand can cause a corpse to transform. It is said that certain sinister sects possess a technique to deliberately bury a corpse in red sand, leading to its transformation into a drought demon after centuries, hence becoming controllable. In contrast, black sand is considered auspicious. A corpse buried there will neither decay nor transform. Yet, this area is clearly black sand. Why is transformation still occurring? As my uncle pondered, he habitually bit his thumbnail. Suddenly, Maudie tugged at my pant leg, urging me to approach the cliff's edge, as if sensing something. Peering over the precipice, I exclaimed, "Uncle, come quickly. The mist is emanating from a cave in the cliff." Following my gesture, my uncle gazed down, then surveyed the surrounding mountains, muttering to himself, "I see now. So that is the case. But wait. This is even more peculiar. Why is this happening? What is it?" I asked, utterly bewildered by my uncle's demeanor. Chapter 23. The overturning of Tianza. I have discerned the reason behind the cadaveric transformation in the black sands. It appears the builders of the tomb harbored ulterior motives. My uncle, resembling a sage deep in thought, seemed to have unraveled a significant insight, his eyes gleaming with understanding. I approached him, and he gestured towards the cliffs, saying, "Observe, the azure dragon's sand curves inward with its head turned backwards on the left, while the white tiger's sand bends inward with its head facing outward on the right. This signifies the azure dragon winding and the white tiger bowing, which, in theory, denotes a rare feng shui treasure site. Yet, the tomb builders have deliberately contravened this, boring into the sheer cliffside to construct the burial chamber, thereby inverting the entire topography. The dragon's position denotes hostility towards the master, while the tiger's stance signifies a rejection of the corpse, transforming this into a grave misfortune. Aptly named the crescent moon lying with the corpse, swords and daggers at the ready. I confess, I did not fully comprehend, but I grasped the essence of my uncle's words. Why would the builders of the tomb act in such a manner? My uncle shook his head, stating, "This is the very aspect that perplexes me. Do you recall the murals within the tomb of Lady Yu?" "Yes, the murals depicted General Si Wu sacrificing himself to save King Gojian of Yu. Upon returning to Yu, the king erected this Mandarin duck tomb in honor of General Si Wu. The scene in the tomb of Lady Yu lingered vividly in my memory. Indeed, since this tomb was constructed by King Gojian for General Si Wu, why would it be transformed into a site of ill fortune?" My uncle murmured contemplatively. Could it be that King Gojian intended this? A chill crept down my spine, and my heart raced as if it were a frightened rabbit. "Uncle, what shall we do now?" "The usual approach. We shall cast stones to inquire." My uncle handed me a pair of peachwood chopsticks. Peachwood chopsticks? Are these not used for contracts? I accepted the chopsticks, puzzled. My uncle smiled gently. "Ah, you are unaware. The coffin lock master's commissions are not solely sought by wandering souls. In ancient times, most coffin lock masters roamed freely, and upon encountering a malevolent grave, they would use peachwood chopsticks to inquire of the tomb's master if assistance was required. Should the master consent, a transaction is established. Truly, the coffin lock master is a merchant traversing both realms of life and death. Such a profit model is indeed unprecedented, far superior to the contemporary retail universe. Do you recall how I performed the contract previously? Try it yourself, my uncle urged. All right. I closed my eyes, recalling how my uncle had conducted the contract. then mimicked his actions, placing the peach with chopsticks in my palms, my hands pressed together in prayer. Soul, return, from the four corners of heaven and earth, phantom. Take form, I summon thee. The contract is set, life and death are fated. I seize your wealth, to dispel your calamities. My uncle recited it first, then instructed me to close my eyes and press my palms together. Suddenly, my mind felt clear, and I repeated each word distinctly. After reciting the incantation, I lightly inserted the peach with chopsticks into the dark soil by the cliff's edge, ensuring they were an inch apart, then stepped back 3 paces. I held my breath and remained still for about 3 breaths when, abruptly, the chopsticks began to tremble violently. Then, a crisp crack echoed as both chopsticks fell simultaneously. One of them severed by an unseen force. My uncle and I approached to inspect. We found the 2 broken chopsticks, one intersecting with the other, while the other half lay distantly apart. What is this situation? Seeking service without the intent to pay, exclaimed my uncle, his eyes widening. It turned out that the peach with chopsticks also served a divinatory purpose, and the overturning of tianzi referred to the second hexagram of the I Ching, which signifies, like the tail of a tiger, seeking survival amid peril. I glanced once more over the cliff. The entrance to the tomb was nearly vertical, surrounded by grotesque rocks, with a shroud of hazy gray mist swirling around the cave's mouth. At a glance, it was evident that this was a treacherous site. Entering recklessly would surely lead to doom. My uncle's expression was exceedingly grave, evidently wary of the mysterious ancient tomb of you hidden beneath the shifting sands. Yet, it was not just him. Even the cats we brought along seemed unusually subdued, as if sensing an impending omen. Uncle, should we proceed or hold back? I gazed at the peculiar formation of the chopsticks, feeling a pang of trepidation. He stretched lazily and then dropped to the ground, performing one-handed push-ups. In this dire moment, he still found time for fitness. I watched as he completed 50 push-ups with each arm, before finally rising, flexing his hand joints, and donning his usual carefree grin. In this world, there exists only the tombs that a coffin lock master chooses not to enter, none that a coffin lock master dares not enter. Young one, it is time for you to witness what a true coffin lock master entails. My uncle's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Could it be that he had merely been toying with me until now? My uncle certainly had a flair for theatrics. The fluffy cat lay nearby, dozing, and my uncle approached, poking its rear with his toe, rousing it from its slumber. The cat, preparing to protest, immediately adopted a submissive stance upon receiving a glare from my uncle. General, Fluffy, time to get to work. My uncle grinned, revealing his pearly whites. We secured the climbing ropes, donned gas masks, and checked our equipment meticulously. My uncle carried a white jade ruler wrapped in black cloth, while I bore a bronze ancient sword. Tang Yuan nestled into my arms, while the general and Fluffy leapt onto my uncle's shoulders, leaving only Mao Di to continue his vigil in the wind. Once our safety clips were fastened, we stepped onto the sturdy, charred rocks and began our descent into the howling winds of the dark abyss. The closer we approached the cave, the more the biting winds intensified, growing colder and more foreboding. This chilling gale seemed to emanate from the ancient cave itself. Vines and weeds obscured the cave's entrance, making it difficult to discern unless one looked closely. As we neared the ancient cave, the ambient light gradually dimmed, shrouded by the billowing gray mist, rendering the cave even more desolate and forbidding. I reached out to part the vegetation covering the cave's mouth, and a frigid gust rushed out, nearly sending me swinging in midair had my uncle not swiftly grasped me. Be cautious, my uncle advised. Once inside the cave's mouth, I switched on my flashlight, scanning the surroundings. Although the entrance was small, darkness enveloped the interior, giving the impression of an unfathomable abyss. Chills raced down my spine as the wind swept through, raising goosebumps all over my body. There may be hidden traps within. Do not touch anything inside the cave, my uncle whispered as he led the way. I nodded, wiping the cold sweat from my palms, and followed closely. As we advanced a short distance, I suddenly felt my foot sink, as if stepping onto something viscous. I directed my flashlight downwards and discovered that I was treading upon a thick layer of bird droppings. What a malicious trap. Chapter 24, The Mechanism of the Tomb disdainfully. I scraped the soles of my shoes against the nearby stones, having stepped into bird droppings as I exited. It seemed that fortune had decidedly abandoned me today. Subsequently, I illuminated my surroundings with a flashlight, only to discover that the heaps of bird excrement flanking the stone cave were overrun with small, verdant mushrooms, inciting an acute episode of trypophobia. Be careful not to touch those mushrooms. As he spoke, my uncle directed the beam of the flashlight upwards towards the cave ceilings, revealing dozens of nests suspended above, containing several bald, squawking crow chicks, their incessant cries echoing in the darkness. It dawned on me that this was indeed the lair of the three-legged crow, and thus, the mushrooms flourishing in the fecal mounds must be hallucinogenic. A shiver coursed through me, prompting a hasty retreat from the ominous green fungi. No wonder this tomb remained unsealed, with these three-legged crows guarding the entrance. No one would dare venture forth. However, sealing the entrance would inadvertently trap these crows within. My uncle nodded approvingly, evidently impressed by the design of this tomb entrance. "What about the chicks?" I inquired, gesturing towards the nest. "Ah, the adult crows have been eradicated by the meow, so we might as well leave them some seeds," he replied dismissively. I shot him a look of disdain. "Come on. Please don't adopt a martyr-esque demeanor. You bear some responsibility for their demise, don't you? Let us proceed," my uncle said, gazing into the depths of the cavernous passage. We carefully circumvented the crows' nests and pressed forward into the enveloping darkness. This cave appeared to be a natural formation, with uneven terrain and peculiar rocks beneath our feet. After an indeterminate time, I finally felt the familiar sensation of stepping onto a smooth stone floor, a man-made corridor. Yet, our progress was abruptly halted by an imposing stone door, crafted by human hands. The door bore an ancient and solemn design, adorned with numerous bizarre carvings and inscriptions, its surface slick with a layer of moss due to its age. At its center was embedded a rusted bronze disc. "The mechanism of the tomb," my uncle exclaimed as he brushed his fingers over the bronze disc. Astonished to encounter such an ancient artifact. "This door is so massive, it would require explosives to breach it." I glanced up. The door towered nearly as high as a story. My uncle, brimming with confidence, replied, "There is no need for such theatrics. This door is equipped with a mechanism. As long as we discern the unlocking method, it can be easily opened." "What exactly is this mechanism of the tomb you just mentioned?" I asked, my curiosity piqued by these unfamiliar terms. My uncle explained, during the spring and autumn period, two factions excelled in the art of mechanism construction. One was the Bandmen, comprised of the Goshu family, and the other was the Mo family, who advocated for universal love and non-aggression. The Bandmen mechanism, designed by the illustrious Liu Ban, often employed mechanical devices to safeguard tombs. The Book of Rites records that Gong Shuban once utilized such a mechanism when interring the mother of the powerful Jikongzi of Liu, showcasing techniques that were nothing short of astonishing. However, due to the prevailing trend of lavish burials at the time, this method was not widely adopted. It wasn't until the late Warring States period, amidst rampant tomb raiding, that the Bandmen mechanism gained popularity for noble burials. Is the Bandmen mechanism truly so formidable? Can it be opened? I asked skeptically, aware of Liu Ban's legendary reputation. My uncle chuckled lightly. "Rest assured, unlocking is a fundamental skill for tomb raiders. Coffin masters. Moreover, while the Bandman mechanism is indeed ingenious, its structure is relatively straightforward compared to later iterations. Over the centuries, tomb builders have made modifications, reaching a pinnacle of craftsmanship during the Ming and Qing dynasties that was truly exquisite. It appeared that the art of tomb raiding also encompassed a notion of system optimization. My uncle took several steps back, closing one eye as he gestured with his fingers, stating, "The early Bandman mechanisms were designed based on the principles of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. By identifying the underlying patterns, one can effortlessly unlock them." He began to draw various triangles with his fingers, as if casting a spell. I mentally counted. My uncle delineated 8 distinct triangles, each varying in shape, angle, and size. "What are you illustrating?" I inquired, intrigued. He paused his movements, informing me, "These represent the 8 fundamental transformations of the trigrams: Tianfu, Dizai, Fengong, Yunqi, Longfei, Huiying, Niaoxiang, and Xian." The early Bandman mechanisms primarily relied on these formations. "Looks like it's the bird flight formation," my uncle declared confidently, stepping back to the bronze disc and rotating it clockwise. A series of clicking sounds emanated from the mechanism as he spun it 3 times before firmly pressing the disc inward. A cacophony of grinding gears followed, and then, with a resounding rumble, the stone door began to rise. The Yu people truly lack creativity. Even their unlocking mechanism is named after the bird flight formation, I remarked, sticking out my tongue. As the stone door ascended with a thunderous roar, it revealed a dark corridor behind it, resembling a sinister beast of the underworld, arms outstretched, welcoming our arrival with a ghastly grin. I illuminated the passage with my flashlight, discovering a set of descending stone stairs that vanished into the abyss, the depth remaining an enigma. My uncle stepped boldly into the corridor, tapping the walls and floor tiles to ascertain their safety. "Everything seems fine. Let us move." he declared. I followed closely behind him, descending the ancient brick-laden passage, our footsteps echoing in the stillness. Who could blame a cat for walking silently? As we pressed onward, the darkness swallowed us behind. The feeble beams of our flashlights flickered against the encroaching gloom. I pondered the myriad tales of tomb raiding, wondering if at the end of this passage lay an imposing coffin. After more than 10 minutes of walking without sight of an exit, I gasped, "Uncle, why is this tomb passage so interminable?" He glanced at his luminous watch before replying, "By my estimation, we have now ventured deep within the mountain. The humidity here is markedly greater than before. The main burial chamber should be just ahead." After traversing a short distance, I noticed the corridor widening gradually, the packed earth bricks giving way to smooth bluestone slabs, while black murals began to emerge on the stone walls. The murals were rather simplistic, primarily illustrating the life and military exploits of General Si Wu, depicting scenes of battles led by him and his troops. My uncle scrutinized the murals, his expression turning somber as he pointed to one particular depiction. "Come look at this mural." Following his gesture, I observed that this mural did not depict General Si Wu but instead portrayed an eerie sacrificial scene. The artist's skill was remarkable, with just a few strokes. They had captured the essence of clouds, lightning, and the ever-changing tides of time, evoking a profound emotional response. As I continued to examine it, I saw dozens of individuals in high-crowned robes gathered on a mountaintop and circling a grand altar. Each person gazed skyward, their lips moving as if engaged in communion with an imposing, dark sky. In the center, someone played ancient melodies on traditional instruments while 3 others danced around a mysterious object. "Uncle, what does this mural signify?" A sense of unease washed over me. For some reason, the mural exuded an unsettling aura. The wind protection ritual is likely tied to an ancient legend of the Yu people. Chapter 25. The corporeal figurine. My uncle's gaze was fixed intently on the mysterious object at the center of the mural. He slowly remarked, "There are records in the Chronicles of the Unusual, which mention a custom in the Yu Kingdom. Every year, on the 25th day of the 8th lunar month, all Yu people must cease all production activities to specifically worship the wind-guarding deity." The wind-guarding deity? I've never heard of such a god. I scratched my head in confusion. "It is not surprising you haven't heard of him," he continued. "The wind-guarding deity, known as Fong Fong, is a figure from ancient mythology. Legend has it that he was a giant, towering 3 zhong and 3 qi, revered as the ancestral deity of the Wuyue region. Furthermore, Fong Fong was the foremost aide to the Yu in his efforts to control the floods, safeguarding the populace and fiercely opposing evil, even assisting the Yu in establishing laws. Later, when the Yu wished to pass the throne to his son Qi, despite Qi being equally virtuous and capable, he could not match Fong Feng's prestige. Subsequently, during a meeting of feudal lords at Kuaiji Mountain, Fong Feng was delayed due to encountering a flood while attempting to aid the victims. Without hesitation, the Yu executed Fong Feng in front of all the clan leaders, thereby issuing a decree that commanded the allegiance of the realm and solidifying his status as the true king of the 9 provinces. I gaped at my uncle, realizing the dangers of superstition. This tale is fabricated. It pales in comparison to fantasy novels. My uncle continued, "Fong Feng's descendants secretly transported his remains back from Kuaiji Mountain, venerating his bones. A temple was constructed in his honor, fostering a lingering resentment towards the Central Plains. After the Wu Wei War, the Wu Kingdom occupied the capital of the Yu Kingdom, Kuaiji, and demolished the temple dedicated to the wind-guarding deity, transporting his remains back to Wu. It is said that one cart could only carry a segment of bone, requiring hundreds of carts for the complete transport. In an act of humiliation against the Yu people, King Fuchai of Wu ordered the bones to be ground into powder and cast into the sea. There are also tales of King Gojin of Yu enduring hardship, driven by a desire to avenge the destruction of the wind-guarding temple. At that time, most people lacked a concept of nationhood. Territorial disputes among feudal states were commonplace. However, consider the enormity of the Wu Kingdom desecrating the ancestral deity of the Yu people. How could such hatred be diminished? The defeat was a matter for the feudal lords. But the destruction of belief was personal to every Yu citizen, uniting the populace in their shared enmity. Within a few years, they vanquished Wu and claimed supremacy. My uncle lamented. I shuddered, pondering why King Fuchai would destroy another's temple. Such folly could only lead to ruin. My uncle, still fixated on the mural, murmured, "It's strange. This is clearly the tomb of General Si Wu, yet here we find a mural dedicated to the wind-guarding deity." Bored, I shrugged and swept my flashlight across the mural. Suddenly, I spotted a sinister shadow in the passage ahead, staring directly at me. "Someone's there," I gasped, nearly dropping the flashlight. My uncle swiftly directed the light forward, revealing a small stone door at the end of the corridor, while the figure I had seen was merely a terracotta warrior, brandishing a long spear. "This figurine is astonishingly lifelike. Without seeing the outer clay, one could easily mistake it for a living being," I marveled. The warrior held a bronze spear, sporting a hairstyle from the spring and autumn period, tall and clad in a fierce beast-faced breastplate. The facial carvings were extraordinarily vivid, with defined brows and resolute eyes, glaring fiercely at the two intruders of the ancient tomb. I was startled, believing it to be a real person. I patted my chest, my heart racing. Suddenly, my uncle seized my arm, his gaze steely as he uttered, "You are correct. It is indeed a living person." "What? A living person?" I stumbled back, my eyes glued to the figurine. Though it appeared remarkably realistic, it was undeniably a clay effigy. "This is not merely a terracotta warrior. It is a corporeal figurine," my uncle declared, his eyes alight with intensity. "The corporeal figurine resembles the concept of a living Buddha in Buddhism, where certain enlightened monks, upon passing, do not decay and are sculpted into statues. However, corporeal figurines differ from living Buddhas as they are made from actual living individuals." "Living individuals?" I gasped in shock. My uncle's expression turned grave. "The process of creating a corporeal figurine is excruciating and brutal. Special clay is heated in a bronze cauldron until it reaches a molten state. Those willing to become corporeal figurines stand beneath the cauldron, and as the scalding clay is poured, they must remain utterly still, even maintaining their expressions. Otherwise, the figurine will be ruined. Once solidified, the soldier is forever transformed into a clay effigy." I trembled, asking, "Why undertake such a cruel practice?" "Those who become corporeal figurines are the most loyal warriors. After their commander falls in battle, they voluntarily become corporeal figurines, guarding the tomb for eternity," my uncle explained, shining his flashlight on the warrior's face. "Do you not find this face familiar?" I scrutinized the effigy closely, suddenly realizing, it's from the mural. Whether in the tomb of Yuji or here, this spear-wielding man always appears alongside General Siwu. My uncle elaborated, "This is known as the spear-bearer, a guard who served the general, responsible for watching the palace gates. When Han Xin sought refuge with Xiangyu, he was given the role of spear-bearer, which later led him to Liu Bang and his rise to power. Indeed, this spear-bearer was exceptionally loyal to General Siwu, willingly becoming a corporeal figurine to protect his tomb." I couldn't help but exclaim. As we spoke, a sharp sound echoed. A small object had fallen to the ground, resonating loudly in the quiet passageway. I looked down to find a gemstone that had dislodged from the ancient bronze sword. I distinctly remembered that gemstone being embedded securely, as I had struggled to pry it loose earlier. The gem rolled to the feet of the spear-bearer, slipping into a crack in the clay beneath him. I bent down to retrieve it, but it was firmly stuck. My uncle tugged at my collar and urged me forward. "Stop dawdling. We have little time left. I can already smell the stench of death from the drought demon. Those are treasures," I protested. Behind the spear-bearer, a small stone door beckoned, likely leading to the main burial chamber. Together, we pushed the stone door open, and with a creaking sound that made my teeth ache, it slowly swung wide, stirring up clouds of dust. I shone my flashlight around, my pupils dilating in disbelief. This was no burial chamber. It was clearly an execution ground. Chapter 26. The cowardly furry ball. Beyond the stone gate lay a spacious underworld palace, and I was utterly baffled as to how the ancients managed to excavate such a vast cavern within the mountains. In each corner of the chamber stood 4 black stone pillars, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, so massive that a few individuals could scarcely embrace them. These pillars bore the weight of the enormous crypt. The stone walls surrounding us were composed of immense bricks, emanating a chilling aura that penetrated to the marrow. Hanging from the ceiling were dozens of bronze lanterns shaped like birds, their mechanisms a mystery. Yet astonishingly, they had remained lit for thousands of years, casting a dim, flickering glow that rendered the entire palace eerily terrifying. The reason I dubbed this place a site of execution was that as soon as I stepped into the palace, I was met with the sight of dozens of wooden frames, each adorned with the charred remains of corpses. Each corpse, grotesquely contorted, bore the marks of having been burned alive. My heart sank. The thought of such horrific immolation stirred my stomach violently. Thankfully, I wore a gas mask, for the stench of decay that had fermented over millennia would have surely turned my insides out. My uncle stepped forward and tore a melted waste token from one of the corpses, stating that these individuals were soldiers of the Wu kingdom. It appeared that after King Gojin of Wu sought vengeance, he had captured Wu soldiers for sacrificial offerings. even for General Si Wu's retribution. There was no need to involve so many living souls in this grim burial, he remarked, his expression darkening as the tormented eyes of the burnt remains seemed to stare back at us. You are right, therein lies the problem, my uncle declared gravely. Mount Wukashin should be the dual tomb of General Si Wu and Lady Yuji. No one else ought to be interred alongside them. Yet this general's tomb is indeed peculiar. It is a prime location, yet it has been transformed into a sinister crypt. I cannot fathom King Gojian's intentions, unless my uncle's eyes widened in realization. Unless what? I inquired eagerly. Unless King Gojian's true purpose was not to construct a tomb for General Si Wu, but to serve another aim. His expression shifted dramatically as he spoke. Before we could ponder further, an eerie, frigid wind swept through the palace, raising the hairs on my neck, followed by a cacophony of unsettling sounds that sent chills down my spine. Run, my uncle commanded without hesitation, dragging me along as we fled. I struggled to comprehend the situation as he spat through clenched teeth. Damn it, we've been played by King Gojian. The rustling sounds intensified, and my instincts compel me to glance back. To my horror, countless crimson, grotesque insects emerged from the mouths and eye sockets of the charred corpses. Each one was the size of half a palm, exhibiting warty protrusions, resembling a grotesque blend of crabs and cockroaches, while some gnawed through the corpses' abdomens, swarming forth in a frenzied mass. What are those things? I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. I had an intense aversion to such creatures. They're fire lice, my uncle explained while running. They secrete a corrosive fluid, and once bitten, it feels like being set ablaze. No wonder there are no scorch marks on the corpses. It's as if they were burned from within. Is this really the time for a lesson in entomology? We need to escape, I exclaimed urgently. Use your gun, my uncle shouted, turning to face me. In a flurry, I drew my pistol and fired blindly behind me. The glutinous projectiles erupted into a shower of black grains, forming a barrage that obliterated a multitude of fire lice. Indeed, it was a spectacular explosion. It appeared that these creatures, much like zombies, were repelled by the glutinous rice. Upon contact, their engorged bodies swelled and burst, splattering greenish fluids everywhere. In that single shot, I must have annihilated hundreds of fire lice. The ground now littered with their corpses and viscous green fluid, crunching beneath my feet. I slipped on the slick surface and fell, landing ungracefully. The nauseating fluid coated me entirely, and I could no longer hold back. I vomited into my gas mask. Don't stop, my uncle urged, hastily providing me with a spare gas mask as he pulled me along. However, in that brief moment of my fall, the swarm of fire lice had already encircled us. This is the end, I thought, feeling faint and my stomach roiling. It seemed my fate was sealed. Suddenly, a resounding meow akin to a bronze bell echoed through the palace. To my astonishment, the general leapt before us from an unknown location, its fur bristling with alarm. The fire lice recoiled, granting us a narrow escape route. In that moment, the usually sluggish furry ball transformed, darting through the gap with surprising agility. That fat cat is abandoning us, my uncle cursed, urging me to follow the furry creature. Dazed, I clutched onto Tang Yuan and sprinted after the feline. My uncle and the general brought up the rear, wielding a jade ruler that, upon contact with the fire lice, caused them to explode spectacularly. My heart raced. How could this plump cat move so swiftly? It normally huffed after just a few steps, yet when danger struck, it outpaced even the swiftest of beings. We reached a corner of the palace, only to find ourselves at a dead end. Great. How did this fat cat lead us into a cul-de-sac? I exclaimed in frustration. The furry ball meowed at me, then, with its rotund body, squeezed through a small hole in the wall behind a stone pillar. I hurried over to investigate and discovered a tiny opening in the wall. To think I had fallen so low as to crawl through a cat hole. Before I could lament my predicament, the furry ball's head popped out of the hole, casting a disdainful glance my way, as if to say, "You can crawl if you wish." The rustling of insects grew alarmingly close, sending a shiver down my spine. Without a second thought, I squeezed through the cat hole, grateful for my slim frame, which fit snugly alongside the plump cat. The darkness enveloped us as I crawled forward, ignoring the need for a flashlight. My head colliding with unseen obstacles. I could hear the rustling behind me. The fire lice were closing in. After what felt like 5 or 6 minutes of frantic crawling, I finally emerged from the tunnel, fortuitously finding a stone slab at the entrance. I summoned my remaining strength to block the opening just in time. Gasping for breath alongside the furry ball, our movements synchronized as our chests rose and fell like waves. Suddenly, I realized something was amiss. Wait a moment, where's my uncle? I shouted in alarm. Chapter 27. The rat tide. I raised my flashlight and surveyed my surroundings, discovering that I was in another burial passage. It turned out that the previous Hall of the Dead was merely a facade. Behind the main hall lay an entirely different world. I had sealed the entrance. And now I found myself in a predicament. I had heard that in ancient times, kings would construct tombs and, to ensure the secrecy of the tomb's location and interior, would entomb all the craftsmen who participated in the construction. Knowing they were doomed, these craftsmen would secretly arrange an escape route for themselves during the construction. I speculated that this passage might have been dug for their escape. "Hey, Furball, you still have the leisure to sleep," I exclaimed, noticing that Furball was fast asleep beside me. Frustrated, I tugged on its fluffy tail, muttering that it was all its fault for leading me here. Furball woke up, surprisingly unperturbed, wriggled free from my grasp, and landed gracefully on the ground. It meowed at me, then turned around proudly, wiggling its round rear and fluffy tail. Striding confidently deeper into the tomb, as if to say that without my uncle around, Furball was now the boss. Tang Yuan also leaped from my arms. And as I crouched down to pet its little head, I sighed in exasperation. "Do you think Furball can be relied upon?" "Meow," Tang Yuan replied in a sweet voice, then trotted after Furball. Well, at this point, I had no choice but to acknowledge Furball as the leader and hope to navigate this challenge together. As I saw Furball almost disappearing from sight, I hurriedly chased after it. This burial passage was far more spacious and exquisite than the previous corridor. The earthen walls had transformed into finely crafted structures, each tombstone adorned with intricate carvings, and the stone slabs on the ground were polished to perfection. Every few meters along the walls hung a bronze lamp. Furball ambled ahead, its round body swaying as it sniffed around, seemingly curious about something. "Irritable boss, could you walk a bit faster?" I urged. Furball responded with a haughty remark, continuing its leisurely pace. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan was lively, dashing back and forth, exuding an air of excitement, utterly fearless like a newborn kitten. After walking for over 10 minutes, Furball suddenly halted, laying down to scratch itself. "Hey, why have you stopped again? Don't get too comfortable," I protested. Furball yawned lazily, stretching out as if completely ignoring me. Goodness, this lazy cat is utterly unreliable, I thought. Fine, I'll proceed on my own. I took the bronze ancient sword strapped to my back, raising it to bolster my courage. Suddenly, Tang Yuan tugged at my pants, as if urging me not to go further. "Little one, choose your side. Will you follow me, or that fat cat?" I posed dramatically. Tang Yuan whimpered softly and scampered over to Furball. "Traitor," I exclaimed, stepping forward. Just as my foot landed, a crossbow bolt shot out from the left wall with a whoosh, striking the bronze sword with a clang that reverberated through my arm. "Good heavens," I yelped, tumbling to the ground and scrambling backward on hands and feet. Furball lay beside me, its belly exposed, tail swaying, meowing in what seemed to be glee at my misfortune. Is this fat cat possessed? Realizing it was a trap, I understood why Furball had suddenly refused to move. It must have detected the mechanisms set here. I recalled hearing my uncle mention that ancient people would set traps to protect tombs from thieves. However, the technology of the spring and autumn period was rather rudimentary, with the most common traps being flipping panels and poison crossbow bolts. We had encountered flipping panels in the tomb of Lady Yu, but I hadn't expected to encounter crossbow traps here. I shone my flashlight along the walls, discovering numerous small holes peppered across the stone. It became clear that mechanisms were concealed beneath the floor tiles. Stepping on them would trigger the crossbows. Crossing this path would undoubtedly turn me into a pincushion. My palms still tingled from the earlier shock. Even after thousands of years, the poison on the arrowheads would not have lost its potency, and being struck by a bronze arrow would certainly be disastrous. The dilemma loomed. Should I proceed or retreat? I glanced at Furball, who lay there with its round belly and an expression that seemed to say, "Come and plead with me." A wise man does not court immediate danger. "Furball, I misjudged you. From now on, you shall be my elder brother. Please, lead your humble servant to safety." I shamelessly rubbed its belly, my eagerness palpable, even drawing a disdainful look from Tang Yuan nearby. Furball closed its eyes in contentment, reveling in the pampering, and finally lazily rolled over. "How do we disarm this trap?" I inquired. The chill of the tomb air swirled around us as Furball responded with a meow, curling itself into a furry ball and rolling down the passage, completely unfazed by the traps on either side. Suddenly, it struck me. I was being foolish. Hadn't we learned in physics class that increasing the contact area reduces pressure? The floor tiles must be rigged. Stepping on them would trigger the arrows. However, the ancients lacked our advanced gravity-sensing technology. If I lay flat and rolled across, the weight would be distributed, and the traps would not activate. Thank goodness I had paid attention in class. Furball rolled a good distance before lazily rising to groom itself, confirming that only that distance would trigger the trap. Just as I lifted Tang Yuan, a cacophony of squeaking erupted from the dark passage behind us, causing the hairs on my body to stand on end. Turning around, I saw a horde of rats emerging from the shadows, a wave of black fur surging towards us. Upon closer inspection, these rats bore lizard-like limbs and tails, grotesquely making my stomach churn. What on earth have these creatures been feeding on? Have they mutated after millennia underground? The speed of the rat tide was terrifying, and as they neared, I gritted my teeth, resigning myself to fate, clutching Tang Yuan tightly and rolling to the ground. The mutated rats bared their sharp, crimson teeth, squeaking as they rushed toward me, triggering the trap. The sound of crossbows firing echoed as hundreds of bronze arrows shot forth, skewering the leading rats against the walls, some even impaled like kebabs, a gruesome sight. I rolled beside Furball, finally exhaling in relief as the rat horde halted, momentarily stalled by the barrage of arrows. However, before I could fully relax, I saw the rats begin to climb up the walls, a mass of them crawling upside down towards the top of the passage. Furball's fur stood on end, looking more like a black fluff ball. As it stared at the advancing tide of rats, I kicked its rear end. Stop daydreaming, boss. Hurry up and deal with them. Furball snapped out of its stupor. But instead of confronting the rats, it turned and fled. Oh no, I gasped, clutching Tang Yuan and sprinting after it, cursing, "You lazy fat cat." Afraid of bugs is one thing, but rats too? How shameful, or rather, how undignified for a cat. Chapter 28. The idol. Alas, what sins have I committed? I ran, breathless, nearly oblivious to the existence of my legs. The mutated rats were far swifter than us. Whenever the horde closed in, the fluffy creature would turn and let out a desperate cry, causing a multitude of stiff-limbed dead rats to tumble from the tomb's peak. One such rat landed squarely atop my head, and as I instinctively yanked it away, I discovered it was not yet fully deceased. With a gaping maw of crimson, it lunged for my neck. Fortunately, Tang Yuan was quick-witted, biting down on its hind leg and yanking it away from me. In my moment of panic, I stomped down on the rat's belly, forcing its innards out. As the realization hit me, a wave of nausea surged through, and my foot felt sticky, as if jolted by an electric shock that coursed from my marrow to my skin. This tomb passage seemed endless, and I could barely keep pace, my lungs feeling as if they might burst. The thought of being surrounded by countless rats, torn apart like shredded squid, made my legs quiver. With my head down, I pressed forward, oblivious to everything else, my heart racing at an unprecedented tempo. Just then, the fluffy creature mewed at me, prompting me to look up and glimpse a stone hall at the tunnel's end, faintly illuminated by flickering firelight. A spark of hope ignited within me. Could it be my uncle? In moments of despair, even the slightest glimmer of hope can awaken incredible potential. Even a weakling like myself managed to achieve an unprecedented sprint, racing ahead with all my might. At the entrance to the stone hall stood two massive stone doors, slightly ajar. I paid no heed to the risks. Merely seeing the glow within and propelled by the swarm of rats behind me, I squeezed through the narrow gap alongside the fluffy creature. Upon entering the hall, I was immediately struck dumb by the sight before me. The circular chamber was dominated by a colossal statue at its center, directly opposite the entrance. This statue towered 2 stories high, seated atop a giant toad, its face a grotesque mask of malice, adorned with wild white hair, dragon-like features, and a single brow and eye, with blood seemingly streaming from its mouth, a sight both chilling and dreadful. In my youth, my father had recounted tales of the toad, a creature deemed unattractive yet revered as a divine beast by the Queen Mother of the West. Ancient peoples, unaware of hibernation, mistook the toad's winter dormancy for death, only to see it emerge in spring, giving rise to its worship as a symbol of resurrection. Before the statue lay an offering table, cluttered with a bronze incense burner and various bizarrely shaped bronze figures, all covered in dust and rust. This was the statue of the wind god. I gasped, recalling the murals that depicted the tradition of the Yu people venerating this deity. I had not anticipated that King Gojin would carve out such a grand temple in the mountains. No wonder there were so many human skewers in the nether hall. They were not for the burial of General Si Wu, but offerings to the wind god. As I illuminated the statue with my flashlight, a growing dread gripped me. This terrifying wind god had 4 arms. One wielded a massive bronze axe, another held a trident, while the remaining two cradled a gigantic bone resembling a human leg. A chill ran down my spine. Had not the remains of the wind god been destroyed by King Fuchai of Wu? And judging by the size of this bone, could it be that a race of giants existed? Yet, even more horrifying than the statue was the bronze coffin, standing upright in the center of the hall. This coffin was enormous, surpassing the size of ordinary coffins by more than double, its surface intricately carved with countless faces, some male, some female, some old, some young, some beautiful, some grotesque, twisted and contorted, leaving me with a singular sensation, coldness. Suspended above the coffin were 7 lamps, each the size of a basin, topped with bronze lids adorned with golden patterns. Despite the wear of time, their exquisite craftsmanship remained evident. The wicks protruded through small holes in the lids. Flickering flames the size of a thumb danced within, resembling the Big Dipper in the deep night sky, ominous and eerie, with the ladle pointing directly at the wind god statue. Suddenly, a cacophony of rat squeals erupted from behind me. I turned to see a throng of mutated rats pouring through the stone door's crevice. Oh no! There was no escape. Despite the spaciousness of the chamber, there was nowhere to hide apart from the statue in the bronze coffin. The fluffy creature's terror reached its zenith. At the sound of the rats, its fur stood on end, and it bolted. Goodness, are you a character from a cartoon? Truly a disgrace to the feline species. I scooped up Tang Yuan and hurried after the fluffy creature, only to find it cowering behind the bronze coffin, its head buried like an ostrich, trembling in sheer fright. Relying on myself seemed the only option. I drew the pistol from my waist, loaded with glutinous rice pellets, and clutched my bronze sword tightly, my back dampening with sweat. Yet, contrary to my expectations, the swarm did not rush towards me. Instead, they furiously scrambled up the stone walls toward the ceiling. Looking up, I saw the tomb ceiling blackened with rats, even engaging in fierce battles over the oil from the 7 lamps, with a few unfortunate corpses tumbling down. What was happening? A rat uprising? With a sharp clang, the lid of one bronze lamp was dislodged, crashing to the floor. The moment it was removed, a rich and peculiar fragrance wafted through the chamber, overwhelming the senses far beyond ordinary incense. As the scent spread, the rats became even more frenzied, their squeals echoing throughout the hall. The bronze lamp swung precariously, swaying back and forth as the horde lunged for the lamp's contents. What kind of oil could burn for millennia without extinguishing, captivating the rats so? It reminded me of a childhood rhyme. Little mouse, up the lampstand, stealing oil. Can't come down. Seizing the moment, I decided to make my escape while the rats were distracted by the lamp oil. I discreetly nudged the fluffy creature with my foot and gestured for silence. Just as I was about to tiptoe away, a deep, resonant breath emanated from within the bronze coffin behind me. Chapter 29. The drought demon. The flickering flames cast a vivid crimson hue throughout the stone chamber, creating an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. My heart raced, and I instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. There, on the bronze coffin, were countless twisted faces carved into the surface, as if a multitude of vengeful spirits were glaring at me, sending chills down my spine. In my arms, Tang Yuan struggled vigorously, its golden and silver eyes gleaming like torches, seemingly having glimpsed something horrifying through the coffin's wall, meowing incessantly in alarm. Looking up, I noticed that one of the life lamps atop the bronze coffin had been extinguished by the frenzied mice stealing its oil. I involuntarily stepped back, hearing the heavy breath emanating from within the coffin grow increasingly frantic. The sound was neither human nor animal, but dark and foreboding. Then, a series of unsettling scraping noises echoed from the coffin, as if dozens of steel claws were incessantly raking around its sides, sending a wave of goosebumps across my skin. The massive bronze coffin reverberated with loud thuds, causing dust to cascade down like a fine mist. At that moment, the only thought in my mind was of the transformation of the deceased. I wanted to flee, but found my feet immobilized, and the more anxious I became, the less strength I had, a cold sweat enveloping me. Thankfully, the bronze coffin appeared sufficiently sturdy. Just as I managed to lift my foot slightly, a thunderous crash resounded as the heavy lid of the coffin fell, stirring up a cloud of dust and cracking the bluestone floor beneath. To my horror, nestled within the coffin was a vermilion lacquered coffin of Zimu wood, housing the upright form of a tall ancient male corpse, emaciated and with skin blackened and purple. His facial features had sunken in, with his eye sockets and nostrils resembling dark caverns, akin to a mere skeleton. Clad in a tattered and rusted suit of armor and wearing a gilded bronze helmet, he bore the unmistakable semblance of an ancient general. It became evident that he was the master of this tomb, The legendary General Siwu. Zombie. No, it should be called a drought demon. This was a true ancient drought demon. Strangely, I found myself speechless, likely paralyzed by fear. While I often watched dramas and thought the protagonists were invincible, when faced with such a situation, merely not fainting was a testament to my mental fortitude. Oh heavens, I am grateful to you and your entire family. The air felt as though it had solidified, oppressive to the point of suffocation. One hand held the ancient bronze sword aloft while the other aimed my gun at the ancient corpse within the coffin, frozen in place. The corpse remained equally motionless, its mouth agape, revealing a blackened and purple jaw. Yet, the stillness only heightened the fear, as I could distinctly hear the drought demon's cold, heavy inhalations. Two hollow sleeves dangled limply, ending in bony hands with long, knife-like nails that emitted a chilling aura. Mauchio and Tangyuan flanked me, their bodies low to the ground, for standing on end as if sensing an impending threat. My hands began to tremble uncontrollably, beads of sweat forming on my forehead, cascading down my cheeks to plop onto the ground with a sound that now seemed unbearably loud, shattering the stifling silence like a stone dropped into a still lake. The drought demon's eerie inhalations abruptly ceased, and within its sunken eye sockets, two eerie green flames flickered to life. Its head twisted slowly, and then it began to rise from the bronze coffin. As it emerged, fine, white, hair-like filaments sprouted from its body, reminiscent of fermented tofu, extending from its feet to its head, evoking a profound sense of revulsion. Gripping the cold hilt of my sword, I gasped, my back teeth chattering uncontrollably. The white-haired drought demon stumbled out of the coffin, immediately drawn to the scent of blood from the severed mouse parts strewn on the ground. It seized a mouse corpse, tearing off its head with a sickening crunch, the sound of crushed bones sending shivers down my spine, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. With the appearance of the drought demon, the swarming horde of mice that had infested the tomb scattered in a frenzy, their frantic squeaks echoing as they fled in all directions. My feet began to inch backward, feeling as though I were a student caught in the teacher's gaze, pleading internally, "Don't look at me. Don't look at me." Yet reality often defies our wishes. The scent of the dead mouse was clearly unappealing to the white-haired drought demon, which discarded the remaining half of the mouse and fixed its hollow, dark eyes upon me. With a horrific, piercing shriek, the drought demon lunged forward, its bony claws extended like steel blades. The speed of its approach was astounding. Before I could react, an icy chill brushed against my neck. Fortunately, Mauchio let out a warning cry, halting the drought demon in its tracks, its lethal claws mere inches from my throat. "How dare you think I am an easy target?" I thought furiously. Raising my gun, I aimed for the drought demon's head and fired. The muffled shot rang out, the glutinous rice bullet exploding upon impact, splattering its face and causing the blackened rice embedded in its flesh to emit a hissing sound, sending a wave of revulsion coursing through me. The drought demon howled in agony, clawing at its face in a futile attempt to remove the decaying rice. My muscles tensed, seizing the moment to strike. I tucked the empty gun at my waist, grasped the ancient bronze sword tightly, gritting my teeth as I charged at the drought demon, swinging fiercely at its neck. The clang of metal against metal rang out unexpectedly. My sword met what felt like an iron wall, sending a shock through my arms, nearly causing me to lose grip of the weapon. The drought demon, thoroughly enraged, could feel the effects of the rice bullet waning. Mauchio, having exhausted its strength in dealing with the mice, could no longer restrain the drought demon, which roared ferociously, its bloodied visage radiating malice as it lunged straight at me. With a sudden cry, Tangyuan leaped onto the drought demon's back, sinking its teeth into the nape of its neck. Strangely, despite the drought demon's seemingly impervious skin, Tangyuan managed to tear away a chunk of flesh. The creature shrieked in pain, thrashing wildly, but its stiff limbs made it impossible to dislodge the small cat. However, Tangyuan was still a young kitten, lacking the strength to hold on for long. Ultimately, the drought demon managed to throw it off, sending it crashing onto the bronze coffin and then to the ground, blood oozing from its mouth. "You scoundrel!" I ground my teeth in rage, wishing I could crush my own teeth in fury. "How dare you harm my cat, you white-haired drought demon? I shall make you pay." Chapter 30. The divine lantern of the Big Dipper. The ancient bronze sword clattered to the ground beside the white-haired drought demon, and my glutinous rice pellets proved ineffective against it. Desperately, I rummaged through my belongings in search of a weapon, when suddenly, a peachwood chopstick fell from my coat with a soft thud. A vivid memory struck me prior to entering the tomb. My uncle had instructed me to use a pair of peachwood chopsticks to establish a contract. One of them had broken in two, while the other, intact chopstick, found its way into the inner pocket of my coat. The white-haired drought demon, with half of its neck bitten off by Tang Yuan, staggered toward the feline. Its head tilted grotesquely as it extended its chilling steel claws, poised to disembowel the small cat. I swiftly picked up the peachwood chopstick, gripping one end firmly, and shouted, "Mauchio, my friend." Hearing my call, the frail Mauchio perked up, its sleek black fur bristling as it bared its teeth and let out a fierce meow at the white-haired demon, instantly halting its advance. With all my might, I charged at the demon, colliding with its body and feeling as though I had slammed into a wall, my bones nearly fracturing from the impact. Yet, this blow sent the drought demon sprawling to the ground. I wasted no time, pressing down hard on its neck with one hand. I raised the peachwood chopstick and thrust it forcefully toward its forehead. The demon thrashed violently, its putrid flesh and viscous filth splattering across my face, its hollow eyes glowing fiercely as its strength surged, nearly tossing me aside. I thought to myself, am I truly going to perish here? Desperately, I maintained my grip. And just as despair began to engulf me, the green light in the demon's hollow eyes gradually dimmed, and it soon lay still, lifeless. Astonished, I realized I had vanquished a drought demon. Indeed, it was I who had accomplished this feat. This was a testament that even the meek could rise in strength. Who would dare call me weak after this? Before I could revel in my triumph, an overwhelming wave of exhaustion washed over me, leaving me breathless as I collapsed onto the ground. Mauchio, carrying Tang Yuan, came to my side. I hurriedly cradled Tang Yuan, relieved to discover its injuries were not severe. "Thank you, Mauchio," I said, scratching its chin as it curled up against my leg, equally fatigued. At that moment, a series of crackling sounds echoed through the stone chamber. My heart raced in alarm as I turned toward the source of the noise, discovering it emanated from beneath the offering table in front of the wind god statue. Hastily, I loaded a glutinous rice pellet into my firearm, only to see a green monster crawl out from under the table. Do not mistake me for an easy target. If one comes, I will slay it. If two come, I will slay them both. I trembled as I stood, aiming at the two-headed zombie and firing. To my shock, the creature remained unscathed. I pondered, this zombie is formidable, impervious to glutinous rice pellets, and it can even speak. Could it be that a zombie king has emerged? "You little brat, why are you attacking me?" A voice, familiar and unmistakable, echoed. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was not a zombie but my uncle and the general behind him, albeit covered in the viscous green fluid of the fire lice. I marveled at how many they must have slain to escape. My heart soared with joy, and I called out, "Uncle." Yet, my legs buckled, and I collapsed again, stars dancing before my eyes. "No serious harm, merely exhaustion," my uncle reassured, promptly checking my pulse and producing a dark, mysterious pill from his bag for me to swallow. The pill, more potent than an energy drink, ignited a warmth in my stomach, revitalizing my strength. "What is this miraculous medicine?" I inquired. "It's an Indian Hercules pill," my uncle jested, his expression turning grave as he surveyed the chaotic stone chamber. I recounted the events that had transpired since our separation, and upon glancing at the fallen white-haired drought demon, my uncle's eyes widened in astonishment. "You truly are remarkable, having dispatched a white drought demon." "White drought demon," I echoed, glancing again at the grotesque creature, a wave of nausea washing over me. My uncle explained, drought demons exist in different tiers. The lowest level is a newly transformed corpse or zombie, often sluggish and fearful of sunlight, making them relatively easy to handle. The next tier is the white drought demon, which arises when a corpse, buried in a nurturing ground, remains uncorrupted until it encounters the breath of the living. It then develops a coat of fluffy white hair, rendering it extraordinarily powerful and nearly impossible for an ordinary person to confront. I gasped, if this is the lowest tier, what are the higher levels? Precisely. If a white drought demon consumes the blood of other drought demons or undergoes prolonged transformation, it sheds its white fur for a coat of black hair, as tough as iron. This is known as the black drought demon. In comparison, black drought demons are far more bloodthirsty and brutal, not to mention the higher tiers like jumping and flying drought demons. You were fortunate to face only a recently transformed white drought demon. Otherwise, your meager frame would scarcely suffice as a snack. I rolled my eyes, suddenly recalling an important detail, pointing at the corpse of the white drought demon. Is this figure resembling a general, the one we seek, General Siwu? My uncle nodded thoughtfully, but his gaze soon fixated on the 7 bronze life lanterns suspended above us. At that moment, 6 of the lanterns flickered ominously, their flames dancing erratically with an eerie allure. My uncle's expression turned serious as he raised his left hand toward the 7 bronze lanterns, his right index finger tracing 7 points along his palm as he murmured, Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, Yaoguang. Finally, he turned his palm, aligning his thumb with the massive statue. Indeed, it is the divine lantern of the Big Dipper. My uncle's astonishment was palpable. I understood that these 7 bronze life lanterns were extraordinary. Otherwise, a drought demon would not have emerged upon their extinguishing. Yet, my uncle's expression suggested that the situation was even more dire than I had anticipated. I pressed him for the origins of the divine lantern of the Big Dipper. You must have noticed, the arrangement of these 7 lanterns corresponds to the positions of the Big Dipper stars. Ancient sages envisioned the 7 stars as a ladle for scooping wine. Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, and Tianquan form the bowl, collectively referred to as Kuei. The other 3, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang, form the handle, known as Xiao. Hence, these 7 lanterns are collectively called the Divine Lantern of the Big Dipper. Chapter 31. The Truth. What is so special about the Kuai Xiao Ming lamp? I gazed at the swaying bronze lamp above me. Although it was exquisitely crafted, after 2 millennia, it was already rusted and worn. Yet, the eternal flame that danced within was indeed awe-inspiring. The peculiarity of the Kuai Xiao Ming lamp lies in its flame and oil, which is the reason it burns perpetually. My uncle seemed to perceive my skepticism and pointed to the lamp, explaining further. From the frenzy of the rats over the lamp oil, I could surmise that the oil within these bronze lamps must be extraordinary, but my uncle's subsequent revelation left me utterly astonished. The flame of the Kuai Xiao Ming lamp was not of this earthly realm, but rather a divine fire. This divine fire descends from the heavens, originating from the flames that erupt when lightning strikes ancient trees. Moreover, the divine fire within the Kuai Xiao Ming lamp requires a higher standard. It must be sourced from trees that have stood for over 1,000 years, struck by lightning. The lamp oil is even rarer. In the lower reaches of the Yangtze River, there existed a rare species of fish known as the Elong sturgeon, named for its resemblance to a dragon. The oil for the Kuai Xiao Ming lamp is extracted from the fish's brain, and this delicate process must be performed by a fishmonger with over 30 years of experience. At the center of the fish brain lies a golden sac, the size of a fingernail, as thin as a cicada's wing, which must be carefully removed to yield a single drop of oil. It is unimaginable how many Elong sturgeons had to be sacrificed to fill these 7 basin-sized lamps. Due to the rampant overfishing of the Elong sturgeon, this species became extinct by the late Warring States period. The oil from the Elong sturgeon's brain was a favored tonic among the nobility during the spring and autumn and Warring States periods, known for its high purity. When made into lamp oil, it could burn for thousands of years without extinguishing, commonly referred to as the everlasting lamp. After the extinction of the Elong sturgeon, the art of creating such lamps was inevitably lost, making them a rarity found only in a few tombs of nobility predating the spring and autumn period. I was astounded by the significance of these bronze lamps. What purpose do they serve? I raised my gaze once more, feeling as though these lamps concealed a mysterious power. Do you remember the book Luban Shu on the bookshelf in the room? My uncle inquired. I suddenly recalled that there was indeed such an ancient text in the cabinet, though I had merely skimmed through it without delving deeper. Luban Shu is renowned as the foremost book of malevolence. Divided into 2 volumes, one on yin and the other on yang. The yang volume records profound skills in architecture, feng shui, and various Taoist incantations. In contrast, the yin volume contains more sinister content, primarily spells for destruction and self-preservation techniques. It is said that the 7-star life-extending lamp, used by Zhuge Liang at the end of his life, is recorded in this yin volume. The reason it is deemed a book of malevolence is also due to the curse that befalls anyone who studies it, leading them to suffer one of the 5 afflictions: widowhood, childlessness, loneliness, solitude, or disability. Hence, Luban Shu is also referred to as lacking one door. Goodness, uncle, you keep such a cursed book in my room. I nearly leapt in fright. Fear not, what you have in your room is merely the yang volume. Besides, as coffin-locking masters, we have no reason to fear curses. My uncle playfully flicked my forehead. Nevertheless, the Kuai Xiao Ming lamp is also documented in the Luban Shu, sharing similarities with the 7-star life-extending lamp, with the distinction that one is used for prolonging life, while the other serves the purpose of resurrection. Resurrection? Is it to resurrect General Si Wu? I gasped in surprise. My uncle's sharp gaze, framed by his sword-like brows, fell upon the fearsome statue of the wind god. And he declared, "No, King Gojin of Yu does not seek to resurrect General Siwu, but the wind god." The wind god? My mind struggled to comprehend, especially when I beheld the enormous toad at the feet of the menacing statue, a true symbol of resurrection. This is the true purpose behind King Gojin's construction of this tomb. He did not build a prayer tomb for General Siwu, but rather intended to utilize the general's corpse to resurrect the wind god, thereby achieving his ambition of dominance over the world. My uncle lamented that King Gojin of Yu was indeed a formidable leader, enduring humiliation and hardship with an indomitable will unmatched by ordinary men. To restore his state, he would stop at nothing, yet his cruelty and selfishness led him to betray his loyal ministers, ultimately earning him no praise from the world. In just a few sentences, my uncle painted a vivid tableau in my mind of clashing armies and the valiant Yu warriors poised to swallow Wu, while simultaneously portraying King Gojin's ruthless and tyrannical nature. In the course of his rise, how many nameless souls became mere dust in the grand tapestry of history? After a brief respite, my strength gradually returned. My uncle and I then sealed General Siwu's body back within the coffin. The white hair of his corpse began to fade, restoring the dignified appearance of a general. "It is over. Let us depart." My uncle offered me a calm smile. I exhaled deeply, casting one last glance at the eerie tomb chamber. The nightmarish slaughter we had just endured felt as though it had never transpired. Before leaving the stone chamber, I pointed to the giant leg bone in the palm of the wind god statue, asking the question that had long piqued my curiosity. "Uncle, is that leg bone of the wind god real or fake?" "It is both real and fake." My uncle chuckled, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, and added meaningfully, "The so-called leg bone of the wind god is actually a dinosaur fossil." Ancient people, upon excavating incomplete dinosaur bones, mistook them for the remains of giants from ancient mythology, thereby spawning new legends. A dinosaur fossil. Indeed, history can be quite fascinating at times. We retraced our steps, and as we reached the passage, we encountered the terracotta warriors standing before the stone door. Suddenly, I remembered that a gem had fallen into the crevice at the foot of one of the figures. As I bent down to retrieve the gem, a chilling, eerie wind swept through the passage, raising the hairs on my neck. "Step back." My uncle yanked me back by the collar, retreating several steps. Before I could grasp the situation, I heard my uncle say gravely, "This clay figure is still attached to a wandering spirit." "Another?" I instinctively drew my pistol, aiming it at the terracotta figure. "Do not fire yet." My uncle restrained my hand, stating that this spirit seemed devoid of malice. He approached the clay figure, and the two towering shadows appeared to intertwine across the air. I then witnessed my uncle slowly raise his hand, gently touching the figure's brow with his index and middle fingers. As I felt perplexed, my pet cat, Tang Yuan, suddenly emerged, licking my hand lightly. A brief flash of light blinded me, and then everything returned to normal. When I looked up at the terracotta figure once more, I was astonished to see a faint, translucent silhouette hovering above it, resembling a young man of striking demeanor. I recalled my uncle mentioning that coffin-locking masters, upon receiving the cat's saliva, could see things beyond the perception of ordinary people. I glanced down at Tang Yuan, whose golden eyes shone brightly in the darkness. I observed the spirit lean down to pick up the gem at its feet, noticing its fingers tremble slightly, an unusual expression flickering in its gaze. When it caught sight of the ancient bronze sword on my back, its face registered shock. "Who are you? Why does the sword of General Si Wu rest with you?" Although the spirit did not verbally speak, I felt as though I could comprehend its words, perhaps a form of telepathy. My uncle began, "We are coffin-locking masters, here on the commission of Lady Yu." "Who are you?" "I am the spear-wielding attendant of General Si Wu, tasked with guarding the general's tomb." "How is Lady Yu?" "The general's wife?" The gaze of the ethereal spirit seemed to harbor a profound sorrow. "Rest assured, the soul of Yuji has already been reincarnated, and what she entrusted to us pertains to the tomb of Yu and General Siwu. Now that the malevolent energy within the tomb has been dispelled, you may depart in peace." At this moment, my uncle radiated an aura of righteousness, devoid of his usual carefree demeanor. The spear-wielding youth tightened his grip on the gem and expressed his gratitude. A fleeting, inscrutable glimmer flickered in my uncle's eyes, followed by a gentle smile. "Your voluntary choice to remain here as a corporeal guardian is not solely for General Siwu, but also to protect the tomb of Yuji on the opposite mountain, is it not?" The young warrior offered no reply, his youthful visage adorned with a hint of innocent mirth, and soon after, the spectral figure shattered and dissipated, with the gym tumbling to the ground. My uncle, it seems. All is dictated by fate. Not a shred is left to chance. My uncle gestured for silence, indicating that some stories ought to remain buried here. I retrieved the fallen gem and gently placed it by the feet of the spear-wielding youth. Why not take the gem with you? My uncle inquired with a bemused smile. I scoffed, saying, "Is that all you can do, show off? Some things are best left buried here." We both erupted into hearty laughter, our mirth echoing through the tomb passage. Eventually, we returned to the entrance, where my uncle decisively sealed the mechanism, ensuring that only explosives could breach it now. As we stepped out of the cave, the crisp mountain breeze filled my lungs, bringing forth a refreshing exhilaration. I lifted my gaze to the distant green mountains, shrouded in a veil of mist, as rays of sunlight pierced through, illuminating the scene. While the chirping of insects and the calls of birds rekindled the vitality of the mountains. At last, it is over. I stretched languidly, realizing how delightful the act of breathing can be. Suddenly, Caddy leaped into my arms, incessantly licking my face and sending a ticklish sensation through me. "Come, little nephew. Let us return and continue our work." The carefree grin returned to my uncle's face. "Oh, please don't trick me again. If I take on such tasks once more, I shall be your grandson." I rolled my eyes dramatically. Little did I know that the slap of fate would come swiftly, just when I thought this was the conclusion. The unfortunate tale was only beginning. Chapter 32. A new commission. The water was adorned with green moss as ominous clouds gathered overhead. A distant rumble of thunder approached, transforming the previously clear skies into a somber twilight, as if a heavy black blanket enveloped the city. The wind howled fiercely, intensifying the stifling atmosphere that made it difficult to breathe. The thunder crackled, initially a low growl in the distance, now escalating into a resounding roar. Meanwhile, an enthusiastic passerby shouted on the street, warning of the impending storm. A torrential summer downpour arrived in an instant. The rain fell in torrents, creating a wall of water that seemed to engulf the entire city of Shanghai. It had been a week since my return from Wukiji Mountain, and during this time, I had suffered a high fever, lying incapacitated for 3 days, my body bruised and aching as if it would shatter. My uncle had been devotedly nursing me back to health, to the point where I began to suspect ulterior motives. In addition to employing a remarkable acupressure technique to relieve my ailments, I discovered my uncle possessed another hidden talent. His culinary skills were exceptional. Whether it was Chinese cuisine, Western dishes, or desserts, my uncle's culinary prowess rivaled that of a 5-star chef. His knife skills were impeccable, and every dish was a feast for the senses. In the kitchen, he became intensely focused. Indeed, a man who is serious about his craft is undeniably appealing. Returning to the lavishly set dinner table made my mouth water. After a week of such delectable meals, I felt my weight had significantly increased. "Uncle, what inspired you to open a detective agency? You might as well open a restaurant," I remarked, savoring a tender piece of French lamb chop, the flavors of the triple sauce exploding on my palate. "Of course. It is to uphold justice and eradicate evil," my uncle replied, his mouth full, grasping 2 hefty steak knives. "Right. As if you were the champion of justice." "Let us not even discuss your table manners," I retorted, rolling my eyes. "But with our agency being so remote, how could we possibly attract clients? And I'm not talking about those absurd jobs." I couldn't help but worry about the future of our agency. My uncle set down his steak, licking the sauce from his fingers, and mysteriously whispered, "Those in need will naturally seek us out. Perhaps we will have a visitor tonight." "Come on, how is that possible? Even finding a stray cat to work with us is rare, let alone tonight, with such a downpour." Just then, the sound of a bell chimed at the door, interrupting my thoughts. "See, a client has arrived." My uncle wiped his mouth with a napkin and smiled. "No way. I'll go take a look," I said, skepticism written all over my face. It must have taken countless flyers for someone to find us here. The reception area was located behind the dining room. As I made my way down the corridor, I entered the hall and immediately spotted a striking young woman standing at the entrance. She wore a simple white dress that exuded a subtle elegance, her lovely face radiating a refreshing aura. My cat, Meow-D, leaped off the couch and approached her, wagging its tail excitedly, mirroring its owner's enthusiasm upon seeing a beautiful woman. The young lady held a light blue umbrella, yet rainwater still soaked her long hair, droplets cascading down, accentuating the worry etched across her face. "Excuse me, is this the detective agency?" she inquired softly, her voice as melodious as her appearance. "Ah, yes. This is indeed the detective agency. Please, do have a seat," I said gallantly, gesturing for her to sit down. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I gently poked her arm, asking, "By the way, you must be human, right?" "What?" She paused, taken aback by my question. "Nothing, nothing." Haha. What lovely weather we're having. I quickly changed the subject, slapping my forehead in embarrassment. How foolish of me. Meow D cannot see ghosts, and besides, the other cats were still upstairs, blissfully asleep. Having been bitten by the snake, I was now wary of the rope. I fetched a pristine white towel to dry her off. "Thank you," the beautiful lady said softly. But when I turned around, I was nearly blinded by the sight before me. My uncle had somehow changed into a crisp white suit, his shoes gleaming, and his previously disheveled hair was now impeccably styled, resembling a dashing CEO straight out of a comic book. He appeared unusually spirited and handsome. "Hello. I am Detective Zhang Qiyan of this agency, and this is my brother. You may call him Xiao Guan." My uncle introduced himself to the young lady, his smile radiating warmth. I shot him a disdainful glare, thinking, really? Your wardrobe change was too quick. "Hello, I am Xue Chuchu. I have come today to commission a matter," she said, her voice beautiful yet tinged with a hint of anxiety and fear. My uncle settled onto the sofa opposite her, smiling gently. "Miss Xue, please take your time. Xiao Guan, prepare a cup of hot coffee for this lady." "Sure." I turned my back to Xue Chuchu and discreetly gestured a middle finger at my uncle before heading to the coffee station. Moments later, I returned with 2 cups of coffee, handing one to the lovely Xue Chuchu and the other to my scheming uncle. "You mean to say you are being watched?" my uncle asked, taking a small sip of his coffee. "Watched? Are you under surveillance, miss?" I exclaimed, my heart racing at the prospect of our agency finally receiving a serious case. Xue Chuchu shook her head gently, stating, "I'm not sure how to explain it. The cameras at home and the bodyguards my father hired have found nothing unusual, yet I constantly feel as though someone is watching me. I even consulted a psychologist, and the results showed no signs of paranoia, but the sensation has intensified recently, as if I were haunted. I am terrified." Her voice quivered, revealing a hint of tears. "When did this feeling begin?" my uncle inquired calmly, setting down his cup. "About a month ago. During this time, I sought the help of several well-known private detectives, but there were no results," Xue Chuchu replied, fidgeting with her fingers. No wonder she came to our agency. It seemed she was desperately seeking help. I thought to myself, wondering if my uncle would actually take on such a case. While I pondered the situation, my uncle simply smiled. "I accept your commission." Chapter 33. The mansion could it be? "Uncle, have you come down with a fever? What kind of commission is this?" I murmured to myself, stealing a glance at my uncle, yet he remained unfazed. "Is it true? I cannot thank you enough. The previous detectives I approached all declined my request upon hearing my circumstances. Thank you. I am truly grateful." A smile finally graced Xue Chuchu's face, and her previously clenched hands gradually relaxed, revealing her newfound ease. My uncle rose and approached an elegantly antiquated desk, retrieving a piece of paper and handing it to Xue Chuchu. "Please fill in your basic information and contact details. I shall visit your residence tomorrow." "Certainly." Xue Chuchu replied softly, her expression now considerably more at ease, as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Before long, she completed the form and extracted a bulging envelope from her white handbag, placing it on the desk. "This is a portion of the remuneration, regardless of the outcome. I wish to express my gratitude for your willingness to assist me. There's no need for such formality. It is my duty," my uncle smiled, adding, "I shall arrive at your residence promptly at 11 tomorrow morning." He then produced an object from his pocket and presented it to Xue Chuchu. "This is for you." Curiosity piqued, I leaned in to see what he held, a badge of his own design for the detective agency, resting quietly in his palm. A wave of incredulity washed over me. Just how many of these badges had my uncle made? It seemed absurd for a shabby agency to indulge in such trinkets. "What a unique badge!" Xue Chuchu exclaimed with delight, accepting it and placing it in her bag. "Well, then, I shall take my leave. I'll accompany you," my uncle offered, eagerly escorting her to the door. Once my uncle returned, I hurriedly approached him. "Uncle, are you truly going to accept this commission?" As soon as the client departed, my uncle returned to his languid demeanor, slumping onto the sofa and taking a sip of coffee. "Why not? Don't you find this situation peculiar?" I suspect that Chuchu is merely experiencing a psychological illusion. Moreover, she mentioned that she had already sought help from several renowned detectives, yet no one could resolve her predicament. "Do you truly believe you can succeed?" I elaborated, convinced that my uncle, a third-rate detective, was inviting futility. "Whether I can or cannot remains to be seen." All I know is that if I don't secure any commissions, I'll be subsisting on thin air this month. Moreover, my uncle's eyes suddenly sparkled with enthusiasm. It's rare to encounter such a beautiful client. So that's your true motive? I shot him a disdainful glance, then shifted my gaze to the thick envelope on the table. How much is in there? Just a casual glance reveals 50,000, he replied nonchalantly. How did you know? I cautiously opened the envelope to find 5 stacks of bills, each totaling 10,000. Impressive, uncle. He grinned, displaying a row of pearly whites. As an exceptional detective, one must possess a keen eye. Please, your talents are wasted on such trivial matters. But why did you give her the agency badge? I inquired, returning the money to the envelope. Just a bit of promotion. Plus, it's customary to present a token gift upon first meeting, he replied. And why schedule the meeting for 11? I pressed. Because I want to sleep in the morning. Meeting at 11 allows me to enjoy a complimentary lunch at Choo Choo's. My uncle chuckled, embodying the essence of a self-satisfied rogue. After adjusting his collar and pocketing the money, he retrieved a sleek black vintage umbrella from the entrance. Preparing to leave. Are you really going out in this downpour? I marveled at my uncle's unwavering penchant for nocturnal escapades. Young one, life is finite, yet joy is boundless. We must immerse our limited existence in infinite happiness. Remember my words. A boat can only capsize if you are in one. If you ride 1,000 boats, you can never capsize them all. Speechless, I found myself sympathizing with Choo Choo for having sought out this detective agency. The rain fell relentlessly throughout the night, easing only as dawn broke, the gentle patter of droplets against the window now carrying a hint of tenderness. I could never ascertain when my uncle returned. After numerous attempts to rouse him from his slumber, he finally emerged, yawning and disheveled, his hair resembling a bird's nest. As the appointed hour approached, my uncle's movements accelerated dramatically. In a matter of moments, he completed his grooming, donning a sleek black leather jacket that restored his dashing appearance. Before I could fully process the sight, he whisked me away to the garage, where he donned a helmet and gloves and mounted a formidable motorcycle boasting a powerful inline-6 engine. Hop on, he roared, revving the engine and tossing me a helmet as if it were a mere afterthought. Goodness, was this yet another one of my uncle's ostentatious possessions? I secured my beloved pet, Tang Yuan, in a space capsule cat bag and climbed onto the motorcycle. Before I could stabilize myself, the bike surged forward, launching us into a whirlwind ride through the city. We veered into alleys and soared up steep inclines, nearly losing my grip on several occasions. Dizzy and disoriented, I was astonished to find we arrived precisely at 11 outside Shue Choo Choo's residence. I was at a loss for words. Should I be impressed or utterly bewildered? Upon our arrival, Shue Choo Choo awaited us at the door, adorned in a vintage, forest green dress that enhanced her radiant complexion compared to the previous day. We're finally here. I sighed, removing my helmet and releasing a breath of relief, my heart racing as if I had just disembarked a roller coaster. I shot my uncle a reproachful glance. Could we refrain from riding a motorcycle next time? My uncle adjusted his hair in the rearview mirror, responding leisurely. Don't be so ungrateful. This back seat was designed specifically for a lovely lady. You may not have another chance. What opportunity? Only a fool would want to sit behind you. Xiaoguai, Detective Yan, you've arrived. Choo Choo greeted us warmly, accompanied by a robust figure clad in a black suit and sunglasses, exuding an air of cold detachment. Shue Choo Choo promptly introduced, this is the bodyguard my father hired for me, Yang Hao. He's a martial arts expert, having trained in Thai boxing for 10 years and even holds a championship belt. Hello. My uncle greeted with a smile, but Yang Hao remained indifferent, arms crossed, an expression unyielding, as if my uncle were invisible. Enjoying the moment, I relished my uncle's awkwardness. This bodyguard was undeniably impressive, yet my uncle remained unfazed, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor as he turned to Shue Choo Choo. Did you sleep well last night? Yes, Shue Choo Choo replied with a serene smile. I haven't slept so peacefully in a long time. That's wonderful, my uncle said, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the opulent villa before us, his dark eyes sparkling with clarity. Shall we step inside? Perhaps we might discover something. Please, come in. Shue Choo Choo invited, leading us into the lavish mansion. Chapter 34. Nightmare before me stood an imposing villa of vast proportions, a magnificent example of traditional Chinese architecture. Although we had already gleaned from the address and personal details left by Sister Choo Choo that her family was affluent, and she was the daughter of a sprawling family enterprise, the grandeur of the residence still left me in awe. The entrance featured a stately traditional Chinese archway, flanked by translucent, jade-like stone lions and monumental door pillars. symbols of power and status. Upon entering through the grand doorway, we were greeted by an expansive garden courtyard, where traditional pavilions harmonized beautifully with various precious plants, creating an atmosphere of refreshing tranquility and natural elegance. Following a stone path through a grove of bamboo, we were confronted with a tall, magnificent structure that embodied the regal essence of palace-style Chinese architecture, yet remained refreshingly original, exuding a refined charm. I could not help but think that our modest office paled in comparison to this opulent abode. Simultaneously, I noticed the residence was equipped with a sophisticated security system, featuring young, robust security personnel and an array of surveillance cameras discreetly positioned throughout the grounds. Moreover, the entrance was fitted with the latest biometric recognition system. As Sister Choo-Choo glanced at the camera, the doors smoothly swung open. Impressive indeed, I thought to myself, contemplating how our office could benefit from such technology. My uncle, much like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, gazed around in astonishment. What would we need such a high-tech entrance for in our dilapidated place? I silently mused, following his line of sight. Thankfully, my keen eyesight allowed me to discern not only the visible cameras but also some hidden miniature sensors, leaving me astonished. Stepping inside the villa, my perception of luxury shifted dramatically. The interiors were suffused with light, showcasing a contemporary design adorned with the finest furnishings. Exquisite dishware, glassware, tables, chairs, curtains, and wall decorations. All details subtly articulated their extravagant worth. Even the flooring and windows were custom designed, epitomizing opulence at every turn. In this splendid setting, I found myself reluctant to return to our shabby office. I glanced at my uncle, whose demeanor remained languid and composed. "This is the living room," Sister Choo-Choo enthusiastically introduced. My uncle strolled about, surveying the space, pausing at various points to examine the corners of the walls. To my surprise, I discovered that this living room, too, was equipped with 3 cameras. I inwardly sighed. The lives of the wealthy are indeed distinct, with surveillance seemingly omnipresent. My uncle approached an intricately carved wooden display, filled with an array of ceramic vessels, clearly valuable antiques. Sister Choo-Choo approached with a smile, explaining, "My father has a passion for collecting antiques. These are merely a fraction of his collection, with many more stored away." My uncle casually picked up a small, pristine white jade teapot, inspecting it closely as he remarked, "These must be relics from the Western Xia dynasty." I gasped in astonishment, "Uncle, how do you know so much about antiques?" He lazily pointed to a small tag affixed to the display. Upon closer inspection, I noted it read Western Xia white jade teapot, and a cold sweat trickled down my forehead. Sister Choo-Choo nodded. "Indeed, these are antiques from the Western Xia period. My father has recently developed a fascination with Western Xia artifacts, hence the extensive collection." My uncle inquired, "What is the value of this white jade teapot?" "Approximately 500,000, I believe." "I'm not entirely sure of the exact price," Sister Choo-Choo replied thoughtfully. I observed my uncle's hand tremble slightly as he cautiously placed the teapot back on the shelf, then turned to Sister Choo-Choo, asking, "May we see your room?" "Certainly. Please follow me," she replied, leading us towards the staircase. My uncle leaned in, whispering, "Just taking one of these home would be a fortune." I shot him a disapproving glance, thinking, "Have you forgotten our true purpose for being here? Besides, as a master coffin lock expert, acquiring antiques should be a simple task for you." I had imagined that in such a wealthy household, Sister Choo-Choo's room would resemble a princess's chamber. However, to my surprise, it was simply decorated, exuding a sense of cleanliness and serenity. The simplicity of her space revealed her genuine, kind-hearted nature, in stark contrast to the pampered heiresses often portrayed in dramas. The color scheme of her room, featuring soft whites and pinks, evoked a refreshing warmth. "Surely there are no cameras here?" my uncle queried, scanning the room. Sister Choo-Choo's cheeks flushed slightly as she assured, "Of course not." As my uncle wandered about, he asked, "Do you ever feel as though you're being watched in your room?" Sister Choo-Choo bit her lip, her expression shifting to one of unease as she confessed, "Yes. And the feeling is even stronger here." My uncle continued his exploration, ultimately stopping before a wall adorned with a large oil painting. I hurried to his side, asking, "Uncle, what have you discovered?" He gestured thoughtfully at the painting, stating, "I find this artwork rather impressive." Following his gaze, I beheld a striking portrait of a beautiful young woman. And upon closer inspection, I realized it was indeed Sister Choo-Choo, albeit in an ancient attire that lent her an air of grace, reminiscent of a princess from bygone days. The painting was remarkably lifelike. The young woman bore a gentle smile, her eyes shimmering with an ethereal quality. Who was the artist behind this piece? My uncle inquired, pointing at the painting. This was a gift from a senior of mine named Xiao Ran, a talented archaeologist and disciple of the renowned scholar Gu Yu. He painted this portrait based on my likeness for my birthday, Sister Chu explained, stepping closer to admire the artwork. My uncle nodded. I must meet him someday. Why do you wish to meet him? Is there something amiss with the painting? I whispered, puzzled. I simply want him to paint me in the style of Sherlock Holmes, so I can hang it in our detective agency for advertising. That would surely attract business. My uncle replied with a chuckle. Sighing, I reflected on the absurdity of my uncle's thoughts, my forehead creasing with frustration. All right, he announced, stretching lazily. Let's call it a day? Is that all? Have we reached a conclusion? I questioned, surprised. The conclusion is that it's time for lunch. My uncle grinned at me with narrowed eyes. Come on, uncle, be serious. It was rare for me to admire my uncle, yet we indeed enjoyed a lavish lunch at Sister Chu's home, a stark contrast to my uncle's culinary skills. Replete with many high-end ingredients I had never encountered before. I drooled internally, exclaiming, Uncle, you truly have foresight. At the dining table, Sister Chu appeared to lack appetite, her anxious demeanor evident as she glanced at my uncle, asking, Detective Yen, have you discovered the cause? My uncle, abandoning his usual hearty appetite, elegantly sliced a piece of foie gras, replying, It seems we won't uncover much during the day. We must wait for the night. I delicately picked up a small piece of Italian albo white truffle and placed it in my mouth, where it melted instantly, releasing an enchanting aroma that traveled down my esophagus to my stomach, akin to the essence of breath. As I savored it, my thoughts flowed forth. Sister Chu pondered whether the feeling of being monitored might stem from the presence of these cameras. To be frank, I too felt an incessant sensation of being watched in this place. Sister Chu gently shook her head, explaining, Initially, our home was devoid of so many cameras. It was only after I began experiencing this peculiar feeling that my father, concerned for my safety, decided to install them. Yet, rather than alleviating that odd sensation, it has intensified. Moreover, during this time, I have been plagued by the same recurring nightmare. What sort of nightmare? I inquired, swallowing the food in my mouth. Sister Chu's expression suddenly grew grave, her swan-like eyes betraying a glimmer of fear. It is a most peculiar dream. I find myself in an unfamiliar place, resembling an altar. It is dark and eerily quiet. I walk deeper inside and see a vague silhouette of a woman. Her face is obscured, but I can hear her laughingly say to me, You have finally arrived. Upon hearing this, a chill ran down my spine, and I involuntarily swallowed hard, exclaiming, What a bizarre dream. Uncle, maintaining an air of nonchalance as he relished his meal, suddenly lifted his head, revealing a charming smile akin to a prince. Chu, I have an idea. Let Xiaoquan sleep on the floor of your room tonight. I nearly spat out my juice, casting a sharp glare at my uncle, and whispered in his ear, Why should I be the one to do that? I would like to go. He murmured back, Pa, what a lovely thought. I regarded him with disdain, silently scoffing. All right. Sister Chu smiled gently at me, saying, Then I shall rely on Xiaoquan for protection. No problem. I glanced at my uncle, inquiring, And what about you? He moved the entire Boston lobster in front of himself, grinning, I shall take care of business. Ah, uncle, you were too cunning. Are you implying that I would leave you here all alone? He retorted. I was referring to the lobster. Chapter 35, the enigmatic painting. As the sun gradually descended beyond the horizon, the crimson hues of the evening sky painted half of the heavens in a fiery glow. I harbored lingering doubts regarding the commission we had undertaken. Uncle, even now, I fail to comprehend why we accepted this task, I inquired, holding on to Tang Yuan while standing beside the motorcycle, my mind swirling with uncertainty. My uncle removed his freshly donned helmet and regarded me with a warm smile. What do you not understand? Finally, I voiced the query that had long been buried within me, from the very beginning. Sister Chu's claims of being watched seemed to be merely her subjective perception. Based on what we have discovered thus far, it appears to be a psychological issue. Even if we were to investigate further, I doubt we would uncover any conclusive evidence. Placing his hand gently on my shoulder, my uncle's demeanor shifted from carefree to earnest. Little coffin, life is seldom as straightforward as it appears. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of a lake, a great whirlpool may lie hidden. My intuition suggests that tonight, we might unravel some mysteries. Are you implying something will occur tonight? My heart raced with a mix of confusion and apprehension. He nodded slightly. That is precisely why I entrusted you with the task of safeguarding Chu. But uncle, I fear I may not be up to the task, I confessed. Do not forget, you are already a detective at the Yin Yi Detective Agency. He adjusted the badge on my chest, its sharp contours softened by his affectionate smile, which held a hint of indulgence. Could it be that my uncle was ambidextrous in his affections? Yet, his words ignited a fervor within my veins. Due to my physical limitations throughout my life, I had never truly experienced independence. I saluted my uncle sharply, my chest puffed out as I declared, I vow to complete the mission. With a swift motion, he traced a gesture across his brow in acknowledgement, then revved the engine, vanishing into the distance. What events awaited us tonight? After his departure, a wave of unease washed over me, my nerves taut with tension. Time seemed to drag on. The clock on the wall ticking away rhythmically. Outside, darkness enveloped the sky, with only the faint glow of the moonlight spilling onto the windowsill. I glanced at the clock. It was already 11:30. Sister Choo-Choo's room was spacious, and she had laid out a plush mattress for me. Tang Yuan bounced around the room, delighting in playtime with Sister Choo-Choo. Little coffin, you should go to bed early. Nothing will happen at home, she said, donned in a pristine white robe, cradling Tang Yuan with utmost affection. Indeed, the sight of the fluffy white kitten was irresistible. My uncle would surely envy this scene. All right, I replied, sharing her sentiment that the mansion's security measures were robust enough to prevent any mishaps. As I lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, a delicate fragrance lingered in the air. Sister Choo-Choo wished me good night, soon drifting into slumber. Sleep eluded me. I kept my eyes wide open, the rapid beating of my heart echoing in my ears, constantly reminding myself to stay awake. Yet gradually, my eyelids grew heavy, and before I knew it, I succumbed to sleep. Time flowed quietly, the only sound in the tranquil room being the ticking clock. Suddenly, I felt a tickling sensation on my face, jolting me awake to find Tang Yuan licking me. I scolded myself inwardly, horrified that I had dozed off. The soft moonlight streamed through the window, casting faint shadows around the room. Tang Yuan tugged at my sleeve, seemingly trying to alert me to something. Turning my gaze, I noticed Sister Choo-Choo slowly rising from her bed and walking towards the door. Sister Choo-Choo, where are you going? I called out, but she did not respond, continuing onward with a trance-like demeanor. Sister Choo-Choo, I cried again. She turned slowly, her expression devoid of warmth, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Illuminated by the ghostly moonlight, her face pale. Her eyes appeared hollow and lifeless, as if she did not see me, and she moved steadily towards a wall. Sister Choo-Choo, what is wrong? I gasped in terror, my eyes wide with fear. Yet she paid me no heed, fixated instead on a portrait upon the wall. Indeed, it was her own likeness. But now, the painting bore no trace of her former beauty. The woman's smile was chilling, her expression grotesque, and the most unsettling aspect was her eyes, which glimmered with an eerie blue light. Sister Choo-Choo stood transfixed before the painting, entranced. I could never forget how bizarre, eerie, and spine-chilling that moment was. I was paralyzed with fear. My body felt immobile, my mind blank. In the darkness, it seemed only Sister Choo-Choo's pale figure and the painting existed. Her face was expressionless, and then, unexpectedly, her melodious voice broke the silence. Black water dreams. The moon like frost, people like drifting petals, flowers also mourn. Countless years, 1,000 tears, this love remains unfulfilled, this sentiment hard to forget. Though the strings may break, the melody lingers. The serene surroundings echoed with her haunting song. Suddenly, a shadow flitted outside the window. I snapped back to reality, spinning around to ask, who is there? As I rushed to the window, the shadow had vanished. Sister Choo-Choo, please wake up, I pleaded, racing to her side, tugging at her hand in a desperate attempt to rouse her. Yet Sister Choo-Choo remained oblivious, still standing before the portrait. Meanwhile, the shadow outside had deftly bypassed the mansion's security and surveillance, leaping over the wall and onto the desolate street. The dark figure glanced back at Shui Choo-Choo's room, seemingly satisfied, a smirk curling at the corners of its mouth, before darting down the darkened street. However, after just a few paces, the figure abruptly halted. I've been waiting for you for a long time. A magnetic and nonchalant voice resonated from the shadows nearby. The figure turned to see, not far ahead, a tall silhouette lazily leaning against a pitch-black motorcycle, slowly approaching. Chapter 36. The badge outside the mansion. Events were unfolding that I was unaware of, the repercussions of which would later leave me trembling with fear. From the moment I laid eyes on Choo-Choo, I sensed that this girl was ensnared in a web of danger. In the shadows, a tall figure approached, speaking as he did so. Choo-Choo's fate was marked by the sun sitting in its rightful place, her elegant visage signifying a life of peace and prosperity. Yet, a subtle gloom clouded her brow. a sure sign that ill-intentioned individuals were plotting against her. Thus, I unhesitatingly accepted her request for assistance. Of course, anyone hearing her account might dismiss it as mere delusion. Later, from the window of Choo Choo's room, I discovered a smudge of dirt, indicating that someone had been lurking outside, spying on her. Being a girl who cherished cleanliness, it was unthinkable that she would bring dirt back into her room, especially as the soil bore an uncanny resemblance to that found in the garden. Why would someone choose to circumvent the direct path to Choo Choo's room, opting instead to sneak through the garden? The answer was simple: to evade the numerous surveillance cameras scattered throughout the mansion, revealing that the intruder possessed an intimate knowledge of the villa's layout. Having examined the security blueprints, it was evident that navigating the camera blind spots required exceptional skill. In the entire Xue family, there was likely only one person who met such criteria. Am I correct, Mr. Yang Hao? As the shadow gradually receded, a sharply defined face emerged. With arched brows and piercing eyes, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. It was none other than my uncle, Zhang Qiyan, who had departed earlier in the day. Opposite him stood the dark figure of Yang Hao, Choo Choo's bodyguard, who slowly raised his head, confirming my suspicion. How did you know I would come? Yang Hao inquired coolly. Zhang Qiyan responded with a smile. While I am still unaware of your intentions, the arrival of a detective will undoubtedly disrupt your plans, especially since I intentionally feigned interest in that oil painting. Whatever your motives may be, it will only hasten your actions, quite simply. Huh, I underestimated you. Yang Hao retorted coldly, slowly shedding his black coat to reveal a form-fitting black tank top, exposing muscles honed like a cheetah. You cannot hope to restrain me. Perhaps not. Zhang Qiyan replied, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of a fleeting watermark. Yang Hao's expression was as frigid as the winter wind. His fists clenched tightly within black gloves. With a sudden movement, he flung his coat at Zhang Qiyan, while simultaneously launching a powerful kick aimed at his midsection. With a swift motion, Zhang Qiyan deflected the incoming coat aside while retaliating with a kick of his own. The impact of their legs colliding sent both men staggering backwards. Yang Hao grit his teeth, visibly startled. As a Muay Thai practitioner, his training had been relentless, and the force behind his kick could shatter timber. Veins bulged from his arms as he lunged towards Zhang Qiyan, fists flying with lethal precision. Zhang Qiyan's movements were reminiscent of Jeet Kune Do, blending Wing Chun and free-fighting techniques, balancing hardness with softness, concealing explosive power. A deft left-hand block intercepted Yang Hao's ferocious punch, while his right hand struck fiercely at Yang Hao's abdomen. Yang Hao sidestepped, delivering a punishing knee strike to Zhang Qiyan's chest. Zhang Qiyan braced himself, feeling the reverberation in his arms as he staggered back several paces. Yang Hao let out a cold snort, closing in with a flurry of punches, elbows, and knee strikes, each assault more ferocious than the last. A powerful punch connected with Zhang Qiyan's jaw, sending him crashing several meters away. With a slight smile, Zhang Qiyan knelt on one knee, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. It has been a long time since I enjoyed a fight this much. Die! Yang Hao charged at Zhang Qiyan, his fist aimed mercilessly at his head. Unfazed, Zhang Qiyan seized Yang Hao's fist just as it neared his face, a wicked smile forming on his lips. With his right hand, he delivered a crushing blow to Yang Hao's face. The impact sent Yang Hao sprawling to the ground, his body skidding several feet, blood spilling from his mouth and nose. Who would have thought that the seemingly unremarkable Zhang Qiyan possessed such formidable combat skills? What now? Time to concede. Zhang Qiyan crossed his arms over his chest. Yang Hao's eyes burned with fury. He reached for his waist, producing a silver acupuncture needle, and without hesitation, plunged it into his temple. The moment it pierced his skin, a visible bulge appeared on his temple, and a flicker of green light shone in his eyes. You truly understand the ways of the spirit, Zhang Qiyan remarked, his voice solemn. The night air was cool and still. In the dimly lit street, two dark figures locked eyes. A small cloud drifted past the bright moon, casting shadows that deepened the surrounding gloom. Both men sprang into action, fists, legs, elbows, and knees colliding with ferocity, the sounds of their physical clash echoing through the night. A punch landed squarely on Yang Hao's chest, and Zhang Qiyan began to gain the upper hand. Just then, a panicked voice crackled through the earphones Zhang Qiyan wore. Uncle, something's wrong. Choo Choo seems possessed. No matter how I call her, she won't wake up. What should I do? Zhang Qiyan fixed a cold glare at Yang Hao. What have you done? Earlier in the day, I had noticed that the painting seemed to conceal a soul-collecting array woven within its depths. What are your true intentions? Asked the king of hell. Yang Hao shouted defiantly, continuing his relentless assault on Zhang Qian. Little coffin. Zhang Qian defended against Yang Hao's onslaught while speaking into his earpiece. We must remain calm. At that moment, I was in Chu Chu's room, consumed by terror. I repeatedly urged myself to remain composed. Uncle, what should I do now? I managed to suppress my fear as I spoke into the phone. Where is your badge? My uncle's voice came through, slightly hurried. I glanced around, spotting my coat hanging on a rack. My badge is on the coat. Quickly, put the badge on Chu Chu. The urgency in his voice was palpable. I had no time to question the necessity as I dashed towards the coat. Just as I was about to retrieve it, Chu Chu suddenly turned, seizing my throat with a grip that was surprisingly strong. I gasped for air, unable to scream, my wide eyes locked onto her impassive face. Was this how I was destined to perish? Meow? Tang Yuan lunged at her in an attempt to save me, only to be flung aside by Chu Chu. Little coffin, are you all right? My uncle's anxious voice came through the phone. I wanted to cry out for help, but my voice failed me. My hands flailed in the air, inadvertently brushing against the coat. In a moment of panic, I reached for the badge, relieved to feel its familiar shape. In desperation, I yanked the badge from the coat and pressed it against Chu Chu's arm. To my astonishment, as the badge made contact, it emitted a faint red glow, and in an instant, Chu Chu collapsed to the ground, as if the malevolent spirit had been exorcised from within her. Coughing, I felt a burning pain in my throat and hurried to her side, shaking her gently. Chu Chu, Chu Chu. Slowly, Chu Chu opened her eyes, murmuring, Little coffin, what happened? It seems that I have once again experienced a nightmare. Upon seeing that Sister Chu Chu was unharmed, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over me, collapsing onto the ground as if all my strength had been abruptly siphoned away. The phone slipped from my grasp and fell to the ground, where familiar voices echoed from within. Xiao Quan. Xiao Quan, how are you? I picked up the phone and replied, Uncle, I am fine. Sister Chu Chu is also safe. Meanwhile, outside on the street, Zhang Qian let out a sigh of relief. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Yang Hao's swift kick struck him squarely in the chest. Zhang Qian, unable to evade in time, retaliated with a kick aimed at Yang Hao's torso. Both of them were propelled several meters away, with Zhang Qian feeling the impact of the blow in his chest. Gasping for breath, I will not let you off easily, Yang Hao exclaimed as he rose from the ground, casting an indignant glance at Zhang Qian before swiftly retreating into the night, vanishing into the shadows. Zhang Qian clutched his chest as he struggled to his feet, inhaling sharply through clenched teeth. Oh dear, it has truly been far too long since I practiced. I couldn't even best a mere petty thief. How unfortunate. I must devise a convincing tale, lest I be subjected to my sharp-tongued nephew's ridicule once more. Chapter 37 Guest's Uncle. Wake up. I desperately banged a pot I had fetched from the kitchen, gazing in exasperation at my uncle, who lay on the bed like a lifeless swine. It had been a full day since the incidents of that fateful night, and ever since returning from Sister Chu Chu's house, my uncle had plunged into slumber, hibernating for an entire day and night. I pushed against him with all my might and shouted in his ear, Get up. Aren't we supposed to visit Sister Chu Chu today? Wake up. With bleary eyes, my uncle groaned, Stop disturbing my sleep. It's time to visit Sister Chu Chu. I exclaimed loudly into his ear. He pulled the covers over his head, murmuring, Just 10 more minutes. Glancing at my watch, I resorted to my final tactic. It was already 11 o'clock. If we dawdled any longer, we would miss lunch at Sister Chu Chu's. With a spring-like motion, my uncle sat up, bleary-eyed, and said, You make a valid point. Sighing deeply in my heart, I realized that dealing with my uncle often required such measures. While he was busy freshening up, curiosity got the better of me. And I asked, Uncle, what truly happened that night at Sister Chu Chu's house? Why did she suddenly seem like a different person? I pointed at the dark detective agency badge on my chest. And why does this ugly badge appear to possess a magical power that awakened Sister Chu Chu the moment it came into contact with her? Why? You are truly a curious child. My uncle replied with a hint of disdain while brushing his teeth. But the situation is genuinely perplexing. What's so strange about it? It is simply because your uncle is astute and perceptive, possessing both wisdom and valor. In the end, I battled that Yang Hao for 800 rounds. Had it not been for your phone call, I would have captured him by now. Enough already. I saw that little heart-shaped mark on your chest. Our bickering had seemingly become a daily occurrence, yet the longer I spent with my uncle, the more enigmatic he appeared to me, igniting a desire to unravel the secrets of the coffin maker. Once more standing outside Sister Chu Chu's house, Recalling the terrifying events from the previous night sent a chill through my heart. This time, in addition to Sister Choo Choo, a well-dressed middle-aged man stood at the door to greet us. As we exited the car, the man promptly approached and grasped my uncle's hand with gratitude, exclaiming, "Detective Yen, I cannot thank you enough. It is entirely my fault for mismanaging affairs and allowing the wolf into the house. You are truly my daughter's savior." Daughter? I looked up at the middle-aged man, whose hair was dark and shiny, and whose piercing gaze behind his glasses exuded maturity and wisdom, a quality honed through years in the business world. This man was none other than Sister Choo Choo's father, the renowned chairman of the Shui Group, Shui Juanhao. I immediately recalled information about this middle-aged man. "Mr. Shui, you are too kind. It was merely my duty. It is unfortunate that Yang Hao escaped. I wonder what his ulterior motives truly are?" My uncle replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. Shui Juanhao chuckled heartily, pulling my uncle toward the mansion while saying, "I have already notified the police. I am confident they will apprehend him soon. Come, let me introduce you to some friends." Sister Choo Choo smiled softly beside him, saying, "Detective Yen, I am sincerely grateful to you." I gazed at the fresh and graceful Sister Choo Choo, my mind involuntarily drifting back to her terrifying appearance that night, causing me to take a small step back. I could not help but glance at my uncle, the echoes of his admonitions ringing in my ears, that the events of that night must never be disclosed to anyone. Though I did not understand why my uncle insisted on this, I believe there must be a reason behind his caution. We followed Shui Juanhao and Sister Choo Choo into the opulent residence once more. Upon entering the living room, I noticed two individuals already seated. One was a young man in his late 20s or early 30s, strikingly handsome with a refined demeanor, perusing what appeared to be an ancient white jade Buddha statue. The other was an elderly gentleman, perhaps in his 60s. Although his hair showed hints of gray and the wrinkles on his forehead bore the marks of time, the depths of his eyes sparkled like the vast cosmos, seemingly endless. As Shui Juanhao entered the living room, he smiled at the elderly man, saying, "Professor Gu, I apologize for keeping you waiting." "Not at all." The elderly man adjusted his glasses and turned his gaze toward my uncle. "And who might this be?" Before my uncle could respond, Shui Juanhao quickly introduced, "This is the detective who saved Choo Choo, Mr. Zhang Qiyan." "Oh." The elderly man appeared intrigued by my uncle, scrutinizing him with a smile. "You are the detective? Chairman Shui has already informed us of the events from the other night. Truly a hero emerging from youth." Shui Juanhao chuckled while introducing us further. "This is the illustrious archaeologist, Professor Gu Yu. You are the one who discovered the underground royal tomb of the Western Xia dynasty?" I could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Professor Gu Yu is indeed a figure of immense renown. His name even graced our history textbooks in school. He is one of the leading figures in the field of archaeology in our country, having overseen numerous significant archaeological discoveries that filled many historical gaps, as well as published an extensive array of papers and popular science literature. Recently, Professor Gu Yu had once again captured public attention due to a shocking news report regarding the discovery of an ancient tomb from a millennium ago at the Western Xia site. According to investigations, this royal tomb was secretly constructed by Li Yuanhao, the founding emperor of the mysterious Western Xia dynasty. The discoverer of this tomb was none other than the elderly gentleman standing before us. Who would have thought a young person like you would recognize me? Professor Gu Yu chuckled warmly, his demeanor kind. Shui Juanhao joined in the laughter. Professor Gu's name is well known throughout the archaeological community. I was secretly astonished. I never imagined I would encounter such a prominent figure here. The Western Xia dynasty, a period in Chinese history with no official records, shrouded in mystery. It is said that when the Mongols conquered the Xia, they nearly obliterated the entire Western Xia culture, even destroying the Western Xia royal tombs. For millennia, the quest to explore this enigmatic realm has never ceased, and no large, intact tomb had ever been discovered. The recent unearthing of the Western Xia royal tomb was indeed a remarkable revelation. My uncle seemed completely unfazed, clearly oblivious to the significance of the occasion. Sister Choo Choo playfully linked her arm with Shui Juanhao's and smiled. Professor Gu is a good friend of my father. Since my father has a keen interest in collecting antiques, he often seeks Professor Gu's expertise for appraisals. Recently, my father has become fascinated with Western Xia relics, and is even contemplating an adventure to the Western Xia tombs with the professor. Shui Juanhao laughed heartily and gestured toward the young man beside Professor Gu, saying, "This is Professor Gu's esteemed disciple, Xiao Ran. Please take care of us." The young man named Xiao Ran greeted us with a warm smile, nodding politely. "He is Xiao Ran." My heart trembled slightly. as I vividly recalled Sister Chu-Chu mentioning that the portrait in her room was a gift from this person named Xiao Ran. Though my uncle had claimed that the portrait had been tampered with by Yang Hao, the eerie memory of that night still sent shivers down my spine. Since Chairman Shui is guests, we shall take our leave for now. As for the antiques, I will appraise them and deliver them to you later, Chairman Shui. Professor Guyu stood up, addressing Shui Juanhao. Then I shall trouble you, Professor Gu. Shui Juanhao replied promptly. Chu-Chu, please escort Professor Guyu. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Sister Chu-Chu accompanied Guyu and Xiao ran out the door. Detective Han, please take a seat, Shui Juanhao graciously invited us to sit. Thank you. My uncle settled onto the sofa, and I promptly followed suit, sitting closely beside him. Shui Juanhao, a seasoned businessman, exhibited profound insights into both matters and people. His demeanor was markedly different from before. His expression was serious, and his gaze bore the chill of a distant star. What is your perspective on the occurrences surrounding Chu-Chu? I sensed a shift in the atmosphere, glancing surreptitiously at my uncle, whose expression mirrored the gravity of the moment. It seemed the matter was far from resolved. The determination in my uncle's eyes was palpable. I had seldom seen him wear such a serious countenance, which also hinted at an underlying unease. Shui Juanhao nodded, pouring us a cup of tea with an air of practiced composure. I too believe that this situation will not conclude so simply. Regrettably, we are still unaware of the identities and intentions of the other party. However, it is evident that they are targeting Chu-Chu. Thus, until the police locate Yang Hao, we must find someone to ensure her safety, my uncle solemnly asserted. This was precisely my thought. And thus I expressed my desire for Detective Yin to serve as Chu-Chu's personal bodyguard temporarily. She is my only daughter, and I wish to shield her from any harm. Shui Juanhao stated earnestly, subsequently retrieving a check from the inner pocket of his suit and handing it to my uncle. My uncle showed no interest in the figure on the check, accepting it casually and declaring, I accept. Excellent. Then I appreciate your assistance. Shui Juanhao smiled with evident relief, clearly admiring the young man before him. You are aware of my keen interest in the archaeological wonders of the Western Xia, are you not? Both my uncle and I nodded in unison. Shui Juanhao lifted his teacup, taking a sip before continuing. Have you heard of the Western Xia royal tombs? I nodded slightly, while my uncle shook his head. How narrow-minded of you. Shui Juanhao seemed to possess a particular fondness for the Western Xia, instantly becoming animated upon the topic. The Western Xia royal tombs were a remarkable discovery that astonished the world not long ago. And the individual who unearthed them is none other than the Professor Guyu you just met. Although the news of their discovery has been shared, only a select few, including Professor Gu, are privy to their exact location. In a few days, Professor Gu will conduct the final survey of the tombs, and Chu-Chu and I have been invited to accompany him. You see, for a fan of the Western Xia like myself, the opportunity to witness such a global marvel before it is unveiled is truly exhilarating. My uncle, seemingly indifferent to the Western Xia royal tombs, quickly grasped the implication of Shui Juanhao's words and inquired coolly, are you suggesting I join you on this expedition to the Western Xia royal tombs? Shui Juanhao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. With Detective Yin accompanying us, I feel even more at ease. Not a problem. Since I have accepted your commission, I will ensure Chu-Chu's safety, my uncle replied. That is splendid news. We shall depart for the Western Xia in a few days. Very well, let us return and prepare. My uncle rose, and we departed from Sister Chu-Chu's residence. Once back in the car, I exhaled deeply. The earlier encounter had been rather uncomfortable for me. As I fastened my seatbelt, I turned to my uncle and asked, Uncle, are we truly going to the Western Xia royal tombs in a few days? I can't shake this unsettling premonition. Uncle? Noticing his lack of response, I turned to find my uncle fixated on the check in his hands, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at the figure inscribed upon it. My uncle was utterly paralyzed. Chapter 38, Mao Shi in the ensuing 2 days. We busied ourselves with preparations for our journey to the royal tomb of the Western Xia. During this time, I immersed myself in a wealth of literature and documents pertaining to the Western Xia, ensuring I was well equipped with knowledge. Given that we were accompanied by several cats and some specialized equipment, my uncle and I decided to drive ahead, while Chu-Chu and the others would follow by flight a few days later, meeting us in Phoenix City. There were no objections to this plan. Unfortunately, our poor husky was left at a nearby pet shop, causing quite a ruckus. Yet, I had underestimated my uncle's navigational skills. He was notoriously directionally challenged. What should have been a journey of a day and a night stretched into 2 days and 2 nights, as he skillfully avoided main roads, opting instead for various desolate mountain paths. After much tribulation, we finally arrived at the banks of the Yellow River, only for our vehicle to break down, rendering it immobile. Misfortune seemed to follow us relentlessly. Just as we reached the river crossing, we were met with a torrential downpour, a rare deluge that caused the Yellow River to swell dramatically. The river roared like a dragon, its tumultuous waters threatening to engulf everything in their path. Standing by the ferry, I gazed at the churning Yellow River, while sheets of rain cascaded from the heavens, the thunderous clamor echoing throughout the landscape. Clad in a voluminous black raincoat, I felt the deluge batter against me, the curtain of rain obscuring my view. I inwardly lamented, had I known, I would have flown with Choo Choo. I would now be luxuriating in a five-star hotel, indulging in a sumptuous feast. I glanced at my uncle, who was similarly attired in a black leather raincoat, a massive cat carrier slung over his shoulder, with 3 cats cramped inside, while Tang Yuan trembled in my arms. Drops of water trickled down his hair, yet my uncle maintained his calm demeanor, staring blankly at the surging Yellow River, lost in thought. The Yellow River, a symbol of the Chinese nation, has birthed countless civilizations, flowing through regions such as Qinghai, Gansu, Ningxia, Shaanxi, and Shandong. Historical records indicate that the territory of the Western Xia dynasty extended from the Yellow River in the east to the Jade Gate in the west, bordered by the Shao Pass to the south and the vast desert to the north. Crossing this river would lead us into the historical realm of Western Xia. As we approached the ferry, we found that all nearby vessels had vacated in the face of such inclement weather, save for a rather dilapidated fishing boat that bobbed precariously in the turbulent waters, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. The thought of traversing the river on such a vessel made me swallow hard. The ferryman, a man in his 50s, was smoking a pipe beneath the swaying canopy of the boat. Upon seeing us approach, he quickly stowed his pipe and called out, "Are you looking to cross the river?" His voice rose above the cacophony of rain. My uncle responded in kind, "Yes, we wish to cross." It seemed there were indeed many others seeking passage across the Yellow River at this time. I had heard rumors of a grand tomb unearthed in the desert, attracting many treasure seekers to the area. The ferryman dragged a long wooden plank from under the canopy, laying it between the boat and the bank, all the while engaging us in conversation. The treasure seekers he mentioned were likely grave robbers. As I gingerly stepped onto the swaying plank to board the boat, I nearly lost my balance, saved only by my uncle's timely grasp. Once seated on a bench within the boat, I exhaled in relief, pulling off my hood and inquiring of the old man at the stern, "Grandfather, how can you still ferry people in this weather?" The old man sighed as the aging engine sputtered to life. "What choice do I have? I have a wife and grandchildren to feed. I've dealt with worse weather. As long as we exercise caution, crossing the Yellow River should be fine." A wave of sorrow washed over me. So many impoverished laborers struggled to make ends meet in this world, while the privileged elite undoubtedly reveled in comfort elsewhere. Just as I was lost in these thoughts, a shout echoed from behind us at the ferry, "Ferryman, wait." I turned to see a young man in his mid-20s, clad in a white shirt, sprinting along the dock, waving frantically. By then, our boat had drifted some distance away, and the choppy waters made it impossible to return. To my astonishment, the young man took a running leap off the dock. Both I and the ferryman gaped in disbelief, while my uncle merely scoffed derisively. With a resounding thud, the young man landed on the deck of the boat, causing it to lurch downward, and I was jolted from my seat. My goodness! He had jumped directly from the dock to the boat, a distance of at least 10 meters. Not to mention the turbulent waters, his leaping prowess was truly astonishing. The world record for the long jump stands at 8.95 meters. "Ah, my apologies, ferryman. I shall pay double fare." The young man grinned, radiating a cheerful charm. He shook the rain from his hair, his short locks standing on end as he smiled, his eyes crescent-shaped, exuding warmth. Okay," the ferryman stammered, still recovering from shock. "Wow, you're incredible," I managed to exclaim, finally breaking free from my astonishment and gazing at the young man with admiration. "This is nothing. Let me show you something cool." He replied with a bright smile and pointed to his calves. Curiosity piqued, I leaned closer as he rolled up his pant leg, revealing a highly advanced exoskeleton apparatus. "Wow, this is amazing," I marveled. My fascination with machinery knew no bounds. No wonder he possessed such extraordinary jumping ability. This exoskeleton was far more sophisticated than any I had seen online. I made this myself," he said with a proud grin. "Impressive," I exclaimed, observing him closely. His skin was a healthy shade of tan, and he stood around 6 feet tall, completely drenched, accentuating his athletic physique. His form-fitting shirt revealed hints of intricate black tattoos adorning his arms, suggesting ancient symbols. "Isn't that Yin Loxi?" He suddenly addressed my uncle, who had been sitting quietly with his hood pulled low. At the unexpected mention, my uncle reluctantly pulled back his hood, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "Mao Shi, how is it that I encounter you wherever I go?" Chapter 39. Water Ghost. The torrential rain intensified the majesty of the Yellow River, its waters crashing against the vessel, causing it to sway left and right, occasionally sending up clusters of pale yellow spray. The young man in the white shirt, known as Mao Shi, appeared quite pleased as he sat beside us, casually draping an arm over my uncle's shoulder. "Come now, it's been 2 years since we last met. Do you know each other?" I inquired with curiosity, noticing their familiarity. "Not just acquainted. Yin Loxi is my greatest rival." Mao Shi chuckled, patting my uncle's shoulder, his bright eyes and white teeth exuding no hint of animosity, but rather a sense of camaraderie. However, my uncle seemed rather troubled, gesturing dismissively. "This fellow is Mao Shi, the youngest among their ranks. He was supposed to be called Mao Tin, but since Mao Tin sounds like cat feces, he changed it to 11. Oh, and by the way, this guy is an idle craftsman. That gun of yours was made by him." Mao Shi scratched his head. "Hey, Yin Loxi, why do you spill my secrets?" So it turned out that Mao Shi was indeed the tedious fellow my uncle had referred to. My curiosity intensified, and I asked them, "How did you two come to know each other? You seem quite close, yet you speak of him as your greatest rival?" My uncle appeared reluctant to delve into the matter, but Mao Shi laughed heartily. "I met Yin Loxi at the Wangu conference 4 years ago. It's a tale filled with tears. I won first prize at my first Wangu conference at the age of 18, earning the title of the youngest thief champion. Just as I was basking in my triumph, I encountered Yin Loxi at the next conference and was utterly defeated. Alas, it seems I shall forever be the eternal second. Is my unreliable uncle really that formidable?" I mused silently, glancing at my unfazed uncle. "Don't even mention it. Ever since then, you've clung to me like a piece of chewing gum, dragging me into countless troubles." My uncle scoffed, his expression one of exasperation. I found my uncle's demeanor amusing and was increasingly curious about the nature of the troubles that made him so wary of Mao Shi. I also grew more intrigued by the Wangu conference, wishing for an opportunity to witness it firsthand. Just as I prepared to continue my inquiries, a deafening sound erupted, and the boat suddenly trembled violently as a massive wave surged into the cabin, knocking us from our seats. Both my uncle and Mao Shi reacted swiftly, gripping the rails to steady themselves. I felt myself being lifted by the wave, thinking I was doomed to plunge into the Yellow River and become fish fodder. Just as I was about to hit the water, I felt hands on my back lifting me up. I opened my eyes to find my uncle and Mao Shi, each grasping my arms and pulling me back. The boat tossed violently in the flood, nearly capsizing several times. Mao Shi, holding onto the railing, shouted to the old man at the helm, "What is happening?" "Captain." The old man, drenched and struggling to maintain control, replied urgently, "It seems something has collided with us." Bam! There was another violent jolt beneath the boat, and I peered into the water, only to see the entire surface had turned a deep crimson. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the vast expanse of red was teeming with countless grotesque red fish. "Look, there is something in the water," I shouted. Everyone turned their gaze toward the water, witnessing a large swarm of red fish converging and charging toward our vessel. "What kind of fish are those?" Mao Shi exclaimed, astonished. "This is bad. They're coming right for us," I cried, pointing at the blood-red fish. Their eerie, high-pitched cries sent chills down my spine. The captain, pale with fear, clutched the railing and muttered, "It's a water ghost. The headless general is furious." Just as the swarm of red fish was about to collide with the boat, Mao Shi glanced at my uncle and declared, "Let us go, Yin Loxi." My uncle nodded, his gaze resolute, exuding calmness amidst the chaos. "Little coffin, hold on to the railing tightly. Mao Shi, you take the helm." Tang Yuan tried to peek from my arms, but was promptly stuffed back, clinging tightly to an iron railing. I figured it best not to cause any more trouble. Without hesitation, Mao Shi dashed to the stern, retrieving a round object from his backpack. "Watch my new invention, the Black Lotus of Buddha's Fury." Mao Shi grinned mischievously, tapping the top of the black sphere twice with his fingers before hurling it toward the fish. In an instant, the surface of the sphere blossomed into numerous petals, resembling a black lotus flower. The black lotus fell into the water silently, but moments later, columns of water erupted from the surface, followed by a rain of red flesh mingled with the pouring rain, covering the entire boat in the grotesque remains of the red fish. The dense school of fish scattered in all directions due to the sudden explosion. It worked. I cheered, thrilled to see the fish dispersed, but was quickly overwhelmed by the stench of blood and flesh that splattered before me, threatening to make me retch. Not yet, something else is emerging, Mao Shi exclaimed, his excitement replaced by surprise as a glimmering red scale broke the surface. A massive red fish leapt from the water. Its size reminiscent of a shark but resembling a catfish, covered in sharp, backward-facing red scales. Its teeth protruded like serrated blades, and its eyes glowed in eerie green. With such a formidable presence, it seemed destined to demolish our small boat. The red-scaled Dragon King! My uncle and Mao Shi exclaimed in unison. The old captain, now ashen-faced, knelt on the deck, fervently bowing to the giant fish. Headless General, please spare me. My uncle stood at the bow, his eyes sharp, calling out to the stern. Mao Shi, this creature is incredibly fast, but its vision seems poor. Find a way to outmaneuver it. Understood. Mao Shi swiftly turned the helm, pushing the throttle to the maximum, executing a sharp turn to shake off the creature. Yet, our vessel was quite old, and the fish's speed was astonishing. It was closing in rapidly. My uncle's silhouette stood firm against the storm, resembling a figure from a comic book. Just as the monstrous fish was about to collide with the boat, I noticed my uncle's chest rise slightly, as if he were drawing a deep breath. He swiftly drew 2 peachwood chopsticks from his waist and, without a glance, launched them in a fluid motion. Thud, thud, 2 muffled sounds echoed, and blood mist erupted from the fish's bulging eyes. With a wretched scream, the gigantic fish sank beneath the waves, and the school of fish vanished in haste. Oh, that was exhilarating, Mao Shi exclaimed, grinning widely. My uncle let out a gentle sigh, casting a dispassionate glance at the animated Mao Shi, murmuring, "Encountering you truly brings nothing but trouble." Chapter 40. Yinshare at long last, the boat is docked. I felt dizzy and disoriented. As if my insides had twisted into a knot, there was nothing left in my stomach to expel. Everyone was drenched, collapsing onto the ground as soon as we reached the shore, gasping for air. I silently thanked my fortune for finally standing on solid ground, narrowly escaping the fate of never breathing fresh air again. The boatman was visibly shaken. After many years of ferrying passengers, he had never encountered such an extraordinary event. My uncle generously compensated the boatman, a gesture of goodwill for the trouble's cost. Having crossed the Yellow River, we had truly arrived in the ancient realm of the Western Xia. Having strayed from the main road, we found ourselves in a small, obscure village that was scarcely marked on any map, curiously named Yudo Village. Upon hearing the name, I was puzzled, but as we entered the village, the reason became apparent. Every household displayed a string of fish skulls hanging from their doors, a most peculiar custom, I mused. The village, though small, was remarkably tranquil. We discovered the only modest farmhouse restaurant in the area and changed into clean clothes. Seated at a rustic wooden table, we devoured our meal with unrefined enthusiasm. The countryside fare consisted of nothing extraordinary, simple home-cooked dishes, but to us, who had just survived a harrowing ordeal, it felt like a feast fit for royalty. I ravenously shoveled in the noodles while exclaiming, "What an adventure! I never imagined there could be such enormous piranhas in the Yellow River. What a remarkable discovery! It seems I have ample material for my summer report." I was astounded to learn that the legend of the river monster was indeed true. With a mouthful of food, Mao Shi chimed in, "What legend?" My eyes lit up. The rare sighting of a piranha paired with an ancient tale was nothing short of tantalizing. After swallowing his mouthful, Mao Shi pointed toward the southern direction of the Yellow River and said, "The creature we just encountered is colloquially known as the red-scaled Dragon King. It is said that over a century ago, a Western missionary introduced the larvae of Amazon catfish into the Yellow River, which eventually mutated into this fearsome beast. This fish is not only enormous, but also incredibly ferocious, capable of swallowing anyone who falls into the water. It stirs up chaos in the Yellow River, and, during floods, it launches attacks on fishing boats. The superstitious locals believe it to be a river god or dragon king, hence the moniker Red-Scaled Dragon King. However, it has been decades since anyone has heard of such a creature. I thought it had long since become extinct. Who would have thought we would encounter it today? We are indeed fortunate," Mao Shi exclaimed with excitement. "By the way, Uncle, you mentioned something about cat feces. Oh, and Brother Shi is a mechanic. Which sect does he belong to?" I recalled my uncle mentioning that Mao Shi hailed from a certain sect, and I couldn't help but feel curious. My uncle's expression grew serious, as if he held great respect for the sect to which Mao Shi belonged. He set down his bowl and chopsticks and said, "The sect to which Mao Shi belongs is renowned for its mechanical arts. It is known as Yinshare." Yinshare? I scratched my head in confusion, having never heard of such a name. Do you remember the bandmin mechanism we encountered earlier? My uncle asked. I nodded. The memory of the mechanism still vivid in my mind. My uncle had previously mentioned that during the spring and autumn period, two factions were particularly skilled in mechanical construction, the Gongxu family and the Mahists. The Yanshi is one of the oldest and most mysterious craftsmen in China, predating the rise of the bandmen and Mahists by over 600 years. While the Gongxu family and Mahists are well known for their unparalleled mechanical skills, few realize that the Yanshi's wooden armor technique is far more intricate than mere mechanical arts. My uncle explained slowly. What is the wooden armor technique? I inquired, eager to learn more. Let Mao Shi introduce it himself. My uncle glanced at Mao Shi, who resumed his meal with gusto. I'll show you something that will enlighten you. Mao Shi chuckled, pulling out a square ink box from his bag and handing it to me. What is this? I asked, examining it closely. The box, perfectly square, was made of an unknown material that resembled stone or wood, yet felt as light as metal. Notably, the surface was adorned with intricate, mysterious engravings, with no seams or locks visible. I fumbled for a way to open it, but my efforts were in vain. Finally, I inadvertently pressed a hidden latch on the box, and suddenly it sprouted sharp spikes like a porcupine, inflicting a searing pain on my palm, prompting me to hastily toss it aside. This is a wooden armor mechanism box, my uncle remarked without lifting his gaze. You mustn't handle it carelessly. The mechanisms created by the Yanshi require a special method to open. If you force it, you might lose your life. Is a mere box that dangerous? I exclaimed, blowing on my stinging palm. Mao Shi burst into laughter, carefully retrieving the spiked box and tapping the bottom 3 times with his index finger. The sharp spikes retracted instantly. Before I could express my amazement, Mao Shi tapped each side twice, and 8 mechanical legs extended, causing the box to scuttle across the table like a spider, deftly navigating around obstacles. Mao Shi extended his palm, and the box spider crawled onto it as if responding to his command. He traced a swastika symbol on the top of the box with his finger, and the mechanical legs retracted, transforming it back into a box, which then slowly opened, revealing a hollow interior. It was utterly astonishing. The box was empty, but I imagined that storing valuable items within it would provide greater security than any safe. Brother Shi, this is incredibly cool. Have you applied for a patent? If mass-produced, it would surely make you a wealthy man. I gushed, unable to put the box down. Mao Shi wore a proud expression and replied, the wooden armor technique of the Yanshi is a well-guarded secret. It cannot be sold. I set the wooden armor mechanism box aside and listened as Mao Shi recounted a tale about the Yanshi. According to records in Lizi, it is said that during one of King Mu of Zhou's hunting trips to Kunlun Mountain, he passed through Bashu, where a mysterious Yanshi presented him with an extraordinary man made entirely of wood grain. When King Mu inquired about this individual, the Yanshi explained that he was not a living person but rather a wooden armored performer he had crafted. King Mu was astounded to find the figure so lifelike, capable of singing and dancing at will, and he eagerly summoned his wives and concubines to witness the performance. However, at the climax of the show, the wooden performer blinked, enticing King Mu's beloved consorts, inciting his jealousy. He accused the Yanshi of deceiving him and declared that the wooden man was merely a living person covered in wood, a mere trick to beguile the king. He ordered the Yanshi's execution. In fear, the Yanshi disassembled the wooden man, revealing that it was indeed a lifeless construct made of wooden armor and other materials, complete with artificial organs and bones. Yet when assembled, it appeared as a living being. King Mu discovered that removing the heart rendered the figure mute, removing the liver blinded it, and removing the kidneys made it unable to walk. Only then did he concede, marveling at the ingenuity of mankind, which rivaled the work of the Creator. It is said that upon learning of the Yanshi's abilities, the legendary craftsmen Lu Ban and Mozi dared not discuss their skills again. I was left in awe. This wooden armor technique was truly remarkable, an ancient version of a Terminator, Iron Man, and Astro Boy all rolled into one. Suddenly, I pondered the possibilities. If I could secretly learn a few tricks, it could lead me to wealth and success beyond my wildest dreams. The thought alone sent a thrill of excitement coursing through me. Regrettably, the art of wood armor from the Yanshi lineage was as fleeting as a flash of lightning. Following the unification of Qin, the Yanshi schools seemingly vanished overnight, only to resurge during the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties under the guidance of a prodigious talent. However, this resurgence was short-lived, as the Yanshi lineage suffered a decline in talent and once again succumbed to silence for over 6 centuries. Mao Shi let out a sigh, tinged with melancholy. At that moment, the magnetic voice of his uncle resonated once more. Although Mao Shi could be quite bothersome, One could not deny that he was one of the rare geniuses to emerge from the Yinshi lineage in over 600 years. Chapter 41. The Four-Eared Cat of Thieving Jade and Stealing Fragrance. I gazed once more at the sunlit visage of Mao Shi, and instantly felt a radiance emanating from him. Ha ha, it is truly rare to hear a compliment from your lips, Yin Loxi. Mao Shi's laughter curved his eyes delightfully, his pearly whites exuding a childlike innocence intertwined with the gentleness of adulthood. Humph, don't get too carried away, young man. We still have some debts to settle. My uncle huffed, a look of lingering resentment etched on his face. What debts? I feigned curiosity, always eager to learn of matters that could cause my uncle distress. The craft of wooden armor and mechanisms, perfected by the Yin family, has long been sought after by the elite for tomb construction. Conversely, many skilled tomb raiders have emerged from the Yin lineage, establishing a formidable reputation in the underworld of grave robbing. Ironically, Mao Shi, a tomb enthusiast himself, had not only mastered his own skills but sought to pilfer techniques from other notorious tomb raiding sects, a grave transgression in the martial world, leading to a joint decree against him from the 3 gates and 9 clans. Ever since the Wangu meeting 4 years ago, he had clung to me like a stubborn gum, resulting in everyone believing we were allies, thus including me within the scope of the decree. Over the years, several groups of cleaners have pursued us relentlessly, like incessant flies. Listening to this, I was secretly astonished, as if immersed in a martial arts tale, both implausible yet exhilarating. Mao Shi, while pestering me for a contest, insisted on becoming my disciple to learn the art of cat taming, which had thoroughly exhausted my patience. I sent him off to Sichuan, stipulating that if he could locate the elusive 4-eared cat of Thieving Jade and Stealing Fragrance, ranked among the top 10 in the cat canon within half a year, I would consider taking him as a pupil. My uncle raised his bowl of soup, gulping it down with satisfaction, releasing a contented belch. I cast him a sideways glance, disdain evident on my face. The 4-eared cat of Thieving Jade and Stealing Fragrance? Such a lewd name. Surely you didn't fabricate that just to dismiss him? My uncle smirked mischievously. Am I that sort of person? The 4-eared cat truly exists, but capturing it is significantly more challenging than subduing a general or a fluffy ball. In my youth, I ventured to Sichuan several times, each time returning empty-handed, enduring considerable hardship. I glanced at Mao Shi, who sheepishly scratched his head, likely aware that this journey would yield no results. I felt a pang of sympathy for this cat-chasing brother. Of all the mentors to choose, he had to pick this eccentric uncle. Was he not courting misery? The river flowed southward, the torrential rains continuing unabated. The roaring yellow river's tumult still clear from afar. By the way, Shi, what brings you to this place? My uncle sipped a small cup of homemade liquor, warmth spreading through him, manifesting a look of delight. Mao Shi responded, grimacing after a sip that burned. I searched the Sichuan region for over 2 months, finally tracking down the 4-eared cat's trail. However, its hearing is extraordinarily acute. Despite employing various strategies, I came up empty-handed, realizing that lingering here was futile. Then I heard whispers of an ancient tomb nearby, and feeling impulsive, I decided to take a look and change my mood. What ancient tomb? I tore off a piece of fish to feed to the dumpling, instantly intrigued by the mention of the tomb. Mao Shi smiled mysteriously. The villagers around here worship a river deity, not the Dragon King or the River Lord, but a figure known as the Headless General. The Headless General? I recalled that during our encounter with the giant piranhas, the old boatman had repeatedly murmured about this Headless General. Who is this Headless General? I inquired eagerly. Legend has it that he was a fierce general of the Western Xia dynasty, renowned for his valor in battle, achieving victory after victory. Yet, he was known for his brutality, notoriously merciless, never sparing captives, including the elderly and children. It is said he took pleasure in personally beheading captives and tossing their heads into the Yellow River to feed the fish. In his bloodlust, he even spared not his own subordinates. Ultimately, one day, they could no longer endure his tyranny, and while he was inebriated, they beheaded him and cast his head into the Yellow River, leaving his body exposed atop a mountain. A chill ran down my spine. How savage. Western Xia? My uncle also raised his head slightly. Mao Shi continued. Just when everyone thought it was over, the Headless General's malevolence transformed him into a vengeful spirit, a water monster that relentlessly assaulted passersby. The terrified villagers buried his body, yet his head remained unfound. Later, the Western Xia court commissioned the construction of the Headless General's tomb, after which no household dared to consume fish heads, instead offering them in reverence to the Headless General. No wonder every household hung fish heads at their door. I now understood the story behind it. It is said that the headless general plundered countless treasures in life. Yet after his death, no one dared to touch these riches, burying them alongside him. However, the tomb was built in such secrecy that no one has known its exact location since. Mao Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke of treasure, his expression cunning. Yet his clear gaze revealed no trace of greed, merely a thrill for challenge. I stared incredulously at Mao Shi, momentarily at a loss for words. He intended to rob the headless general's tomb. Insanity. How could I reconcile this sunny youth with the life of a grave robber? So what do you say, Yanloxi? Are you interested in joining me? Once we succeed, we'll split the spoils 50-50. Mao Shi whispered. Don't agree. Don't agree. I shot my uncle a pleading look, my heart pounding in my chest. Having narrowly escaped danger, I had no desire to become embroiled in any peculiar affairs again. It's a deal. My uncle revealed his signature devil-may-care smile as they fist-bumped in unison. Good heavens. I felt as though two demons had struck a deal before me. But uncle, don't we need to rendezvous with Sister Choo-Choo in Phoenix City? I stubbornly made one last stand. Leaning back in his chair, my uncle stretched lazily. We still have 2 days until our agreed time. Tomorrow we will head to the headless general's tomb. 1 day is ample time. I pursed my lips, no longer opposing, though deep inside, a flicker of anticipation stirred. My uncle glanced out at the pouring rain, thoughtfully murmuring, My intuition tells me that within the headless general's tomb, we shall uncover something astonishing. Chapter 42. Headless Ridge in the Small Inn Room. My uncle reclined quietly against the headboard, his hands cradling his head, silently gazing out the window. The torrential rain outside had ceased, yet the heavy clouds continued to swirl ominously overhead, occasionally rumbling with distant thunder. The atmosphere was somber, shrouded in uncertainty. Much like the foreboding tomb of the headless general we were about to confront, I could only idly entertain the glutinous rice dumpling in my hands. At that moment, Mao Shi kicked open the door, burdened with a large bag, and exclaimed in a boisterous tone, I'm utterly exhausted. I scoured the entire village and could only find these items. He unceremoniously dumped the contents onto the floor. Curiosity piqued, I rushed over and asked, What are these? You'll see for yourself. Mao Shi waved his hand dismissively. I rummaged through the assortment, shovels, pickaxes, flashlights, hemp ropes, bandages, and some items whose purposes utterly eluded me. Mao Shi approached my uncle and, mirroring his posture, leaned back against the headboard. The sight of two well-built gentlemen, clad in fitted attire, reclining together was indeed a captivating one. Are you pondering the matter of your client? Mao Shi inquired. There remain many enigmas unsolved, but I have an inkling that a grand conspiracy lurks behind it all. I just lack a thread, a clue that would weave these events together. Seeing the usually carefree Zhang Qian in distress, Mao Shi chuckled and patted his shoulder, jesting, I never imagined you could ever feel troubled. This is quite unlike the Qian I know. Mao Shi's remarks elicited a languid stretch from my uncle as he replied, True enough. Why overthink? A good sleep is far more refreshing. With that, he pulled the blanket over himself and promptly drifted off to sleep, his gentle snores filling the room within 30 seconds. I couldn't help but admire my uncle. Indeed, those without burdens enjoy a superior quality of rest. That night, I tossed and turned, replaying the events of recent days like a film in my mind, as if the past 16 years had belonged to a previous life. The rhythmic snores in the room instilled an unexpected sense of security within me. Anticipating our exploration of the headless general's tomb the next day, I felt a rare surge of exhilarating excitement. A carefree, dashing uncle, a sunny, optimistic Iron Man, and a frail yet sharp-tongued youth. Surely, we formed the most unreliable expedition team imaginable. As dawn broke at 5, heralded by the crowing of roosters, we departed the inn with a few cats and our luggage, heading toward the deep mountains to the north of the village. The weather remained overcast, though the clouds had noticeably thinned. As we ventured deeper into the mountains, a thick mist enveloped us, punctuated only by the occasional serene bird call. However, we encountered no signs of human presence along the way, which felt eerily unsettling. I quickened my pace to keep up with them, fearful of losing sight in the wilderness. Mao Shi appeared remarkably at ease, pointing towards the mountain peak with a smile. This steep mountain is essentially a forbidden zone. Its terrain is complex, and there are rumors of the headless general's ghost haunting it. Many villagers who ventured into these mountains have mysteriously vanished, which has instilled a sense of dread among the locals. Naturally, no one dares to enter. Are you certain the headless general's tomb lies within this mountain? I asked, gazing up at the densely packed spruces that allowed only scant rays of light to filter through. my feet treading upon the damp moss and grasses. Mao Shi's lips curled into a confident smirk. You'd have to ask Qian about that. No one excels in tracing dragon veins like he does. Are you intentionally testing me? My uncle retorted, surveying the surrounding landscape. He remarked, the tomb manual states, the tomb is established where energy resides. If the energy disperses with the wind, it ceases at the water's edge, regardless of the era. The selection of burial sites is rooted in the principles of the I Ching and the 5 elements, ultimately revolving around the concept of dragon-water convergence. Here, the mountainous terrain and waterways, according to feng shui principles, are ill-suited for burial grounds, yet from another perspective, this is an exceptionally unique feng shui site, serving as a barrier against malevolent spirits. What does it mean to be a barrier against malevolent spirits? I asked, puzzled. My uncle peeled a strip of spruce bark and examined it, noting its heavy moisture. Do not forget, the headless general's tomb was constructed out of fear of his vengeful spirit. The primary objective was to suppress that malevolence rather than seeking a feng shui haven. Look, this mountain faces the Yellow River, where water is yin and mountain is yang. It stands precisely at the juncture of yin and yang, where yin does not converge with yang, and yang cannot reach yin. The energy disperses and does not coalesce, making it an ideal site to ward off evil. Ah, truly worthy of Qian, who perceives the feng shui here at a glance. I'm fortunate to have done my homework, Mao Shi remarked, halting to point ahead at a peak partially shrouded in mist. Do you know the name of that mountain? I followed his gesture and inquired, what is it called? It is currently named Hongjun Ridge. During the time the Red Army crossed the Yellow River, they camped here for a period, and the locals named the mountain in their honor. And so? I responded, perplexed. A mountain commemorating the Red Army doesn't seem extraordinary. Mao Shi suddenly grinned mischievously, however. I discovered in the local annals that this mountain once had another, lesser-known name, Headless Ridge. Headless Ridge? The Headless General. So, the tomb truly lies upon this mountain? I exclaimed, exhilarated. Absolutely. Headless Ridge has long been regarded as an ominous, forbidden territory. Only a righteous force like the Red Army could traverse it unscathed, Mao Shi said with a smile. Moreover, the Xixiaotanga people have historically practiced cave burials. Ancient texts record that they carved stone into tombs, and later generations lost track of their locations. With both men affirming that the Headless General's tomb lay ahead in the deep mountains, our spirits searched. Throughout the journey, I felt an escalating apprehension, repeatedly envisioning what the legendary tomb of the Headless General might resemble. As we ventured deeper, the terrain grew increasingly treacherous. Near the cliffs of Headless Ridge, numerous bottomless caverns loomed, where a misstep would undoubtedly lead to a fatal demise. It seemed those who had vanished in the mountains likely met their fates by falling into such depths. Finally, we reached the summit of Headless Ridge. I gazed around. The mountaintop cloaked in mist, with sparse vegetation, yet I could faintly glimpse the Yellow River coursing below. Facing the river, we soon discovered a rocky cave entrance, from which cold winds howled ominously. I instinctively took a small step back. Could this be the entrance to the Headless General's tomb? Chapter 43. The Ghost Temple. This is not the tomb of the Headless General. It would be more appropriate to call it the Cave of the Headless General. Mao Shi used a spade to clear away the overgrown weeds at the cave entrance. I had inquired with the local elders, who recounted the legend that the body of the Headless General was initially exposed to the sun on the beheaded ridge. Later, when the villagers collected the remains, they temporarily placed it in a nearby cave until the Xixia court sent people to construct the general's tomb. However, as the villagers were unaware of the precise location of the burial site, they continued to use this cave as a place of worship for the Headless General. The cave appeared to have been abandoned for many years, with numerous broken dark brown porcelain shards scattered beneath the weeds at the entrance, their intricate patterns indicating considerable age. In any case, let us venture inside to investigate. My uncle shone a flashlight into the cave, revealing no immediate concerns. As we stepped inside, we discovered a naturally formed cavern, albeit with evident signs of human alteration. The sharp protrusions on the cave walls had been smoothed down. Occasionally, a few underdeveloped stalactites hung from the ceiling, a stark contrast to the more abundant formations found in southern caves due to the scarcity of rainfall. Every so often, a drop of water would fall from the tip of a stalactite, breaking the stillness of the cave with a soft plop. The unique structure of the cave created a peculiar draft at the entrance, colloquially referred to as a wind door, which could easily topple an unsuspecting individual, contributing to the ancient belief that the place was haunted. Tang Yuan jumped down from my arms, curiously exploring the surroundings, spotting a small stone pit filled with spring water. It licked at the surface with its tiny tongue, purring in satisfaction, a testament to the sweet and refreshing quality of the cave's spring water. You little glutton. It's time to get to work. I playfully nudged the kitten's rear with my toe, then continued deeper into the cave. Tang Yuan, reluctantly glancing back at the spring, quickly followed suit. After walking nearly 100 meters, we noticed nothing unusual, only scattered ritual vessels and offerings such as incense, candles, and joss paper lining the cave's sides. The beams of our flashlights crisscrossed in the darkness, gradually revealing more signs of human excavation. The slopes had been smoothed into stone steps, and the once rough stone walls now bore increasingly bizarre religious motifs, neither Buddhist nor Taoist, but rather grotesque and sinister. My uncle's 3 cats exhibited varied behaviors. The white tiger led the way, vigilantly scanning the surroundings and sniffing the air, while the general maintained an aloof yet imposing presence beside us, instilling a sense of security. Only the fur ball, with its rotund belly, sauntered lazily at the rear, occasionally yawning and stopping to rest. Meow. The white tiger suddenly halted and called out, seemingly alerted by something ahead. I immediately directed the flashlight towards the source of the call, only to be met with the startling visage of a fearsome ghostly face emerging from the darkness, causing me to stumble backward and fall to the ground. Do not worry. It is merely a stone statue. My uncle approached, illuminating it with his flashlight for a closer inspection. It turned out to be a small ghost statue. Over a meter tall, entirely painted black, with bulging eyes and sharp fangs, its expression menacing, resembling the minor demons depicted in traditional art. Mao Shi scanned the area and discovered several other ghostly statues of various forms surrounding us, coupled with the eerie howling of the wind echoing within the cave. It was as though the spirits were lamenting. Goodness, my backside feels like it's been shattered. I grimaced while getting back to my feet. And upon seeing the assortment of grotesque statues around me, I couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. What on earth are these? My uncle scrutinized one of the smaller ghost statues, remarking, the Xixia people have historically revered nature, believing in spirits and practicing shamanism. The Song Dynasty records mention the Xixia people's profound faith in clever spirits, which likely refers to these ghostly statues. Indeed, I have heard that the cave of the Headless General houses a temple dedicated to the spirits, and it seems we are not far from it. Mao Shi remarked with interest, admiring the craftsmanship of the ghostly figures. As I gazed at the grotesque statues, a chill ran down my spine. Sure enough, it was not long before we ventured further, and the cave opened up dramatically, revealing a vast natural cavern that had been artificially shaped into a temple-like structure. A colossal natural stone pillar stood outside, intricately carved with scenes depicting the 18 levels of hell, an ominous sight that sent shivers down my spine. Behind the pillar lay a dilapidated temple, its tiles mostly missing, exposing rotting beams and rafters. The doors and windows were shattered and marred, resembling a forsaken relic of a bygone era, evoking memories of the haunted Lanruat temple from the film A Chinese Ghost Story. Uncle, is this the ghost temple dedicated to the Headless General? I whispered, my voice barely audible, fearful of awakening the spirits within. It should be correct, however. This place possesses an unsettling aura, so do not touch anything here, my uncle cautioned, exchanging a knowing glance with the white tiger, who promptly leaped through a window into the ghost temple. I won't touch anything, only a fool would. Before long, the white tiger returned through the window, calling out to us, seemingly indicating that all was well. Let us proceed inside. A chill pervaded the darkness as my uncle and Mao Shi strode confidently to the temple door. They illuminated the interior through the corroded gaps, confirming no immediate dangers before pushing the door open. With a creaking sound that sent a shiver down my spine, they stepped inside. I followed behind them, trembling with trepidation. Upon entering, I was taken aback. The ghost temple was modest in size. With a black stone statue taller than a person occupying the central altar, its imposing figure devoid of a head. The neck was severed, and a trickle of crimson paint suggested blood, sending chills through me. The statue of the Headless General. The temple was in complete disarray. The altar used for offerings had decayed and collapsed over time, and the surrounding ritual implements lay strewn across the floor. Mao Shi circled the temple, inspecting the surroundings before shrugging and saying, this is merely an ordinary shrine. There are no signs of hidden mechanisms or secret passages, indicating that the entrance to the Headless General's tomb is not here. My uncle nodded, noticing that his cats showed no signs of alarm, yet he frowned slightly. However, based on geomantic analysis, it should be nearby. I had no desire to linger in this ghostly place and was about to lead Tang Yuan away when I unexpectedly spotted it darting after a small mouse, disappearing behind the statue's back. Little rascal, don't wander off. I hurriedly chased after it, my heart racing as I rounded the back of the headless statue, only to find Tang Yuan digging at a small crevice in the ground. I picked up Tang Yuan, intrigued by the fissure in the ground. I gently tapped it, and to my astonishment, the ground beneath me began to crack open. Suddenly, I felt myself sinking as the entire floor collapsed, sending me tumbling down into the abyss. Beneath the fissure lay an excavated thief's tunnel. Chapter 44, The Thief's Tunnel. Alas, I found myself in a state of utter disarray, having tumbled into the depths of confusion. My vision clouded with stars and numerous abrasions adorning my body, rendering me a picture of dishevelment. Fortunately, the thief's tunnel was not too deep. It began with a pit that descended before branching out horizontally. Upon hearing my cries of distress, my uncle and Mao Shi hurriedly arrived, their laughter erupting as they beheld my pitiful state, reminiscent of a dog that had seen better days. Enough with the schadenfreude. Help me up, I pleaded, trapped in the pit and unable to move. My hand brushed against a subterranean crevice in the lower right corner, emanating an eerie chill, its destination unknown. Once extricated, Mao Shi used a spade to excavate the mouth of the tunnel, shining a flashlight inside and chuckling. Who would have thought our little coffin expert would outpace us in locating the entrance? Needless to say, I sensed something was amiss here. I retorted, relieved that the enveloping darkness concealed my blushing countenance. Enough of the vanity, my uncle admonished, gently patting my head as he scrutinized the tunnel's entrance. It appears someone has preceded us. Mao Shi nodded in earnest agreement. Judging by the tunnel's characteristics, this individual must be an adept tomb raider. I wonder if they left anything behind for us? Having gained some knowledge, I quickly discerned that this was a passage crafted by grave robbers. It is said that those who thrive on dealings with the underworld have honed a skill set for pinpointing burial chambers, expertly navigating through hidden tunnels that circumvent formidable barriers, directly reaching the main tomb where treasures lie concealed. Let us venture inside to find out, my uncle suggested, stroking the head of Bai Hu, preparing to send it in first to assess the air quality, wary of any noxious gases resulting from decaying corpses or other chemical reactions. Before Bai Hu could proceed, Tang Yuan leaped from my arms, meowing eagerly as it dove into the tunnel. Truly a devoted creature. Oh, pardon me, a devoted feline. Approximately 10 minutes later, Tang Yuan emerged, peeking out from the tunnel and letting out a soft meow. It seems all is well, Mao Shi remarked cheerfully. Typically, grave robbers would tie small animals like chickens or rabbits before sending them into the tomb to gauge the air's safety. If toxins were present, they would excavate additional ventilation shafts to allow fresh air to circulate and dissipate the harmful gases over a couple of days. Given that this tunnel was crafted by an expert, it stood to reason they had already verified the atmospheric conditions within. Gazing into the seemingly endless tunnel, my uncle stated gravely, Mao Shi and I will descend first. You follow closely behind, little coffin. Should anything appear amiss, retreat immediately and do not be reckless. Don't underestimate little coffin. I foresee a bright future ahead for him. Mao Shi clapped me on the back with a grin. Sticking with you too surely spells doom for my prospects. I rolled my eyes in disdain. Onward. Bai Hu and the general led the way into the tunnel, while the furry ball lagged behind, perhaps napping somewhere. The tunnel's entrance was barely wide enough for an adult to crawl through. And as I trailed behind my uncle and Mao Shi, a blend of fear and excitement coursed through me as I peered into the shadowy abyss ahead. Within the dark tunnel, apart from the beams of our flashlights, only the faint sound of scraping and scurrying reverberated, amplifying the eerie stillness. A sheen of perspiration coated my palms, and a chill wafted through the air, inducing a sense of foreboding. However, the presence of a breeze indicated that this burial passage was interconnected. After traversing a level stretch, the path began to descend further into the darkness. I crept cautiously, acutely aware of the discomfort in my elbows and knees, pondering how the original tomb raiders managed such laborious work. Here we are. Mao Shi's voice rang out with enthusiasm. The tunnel extended to the apex of the burial passage as my uncle and Mao Shi leaped into the tomb, followed by me as I descended from above. This burial passage was remarkably spacious. I illuminated the surroundings with my flashlight, marveling at the 2-meter-high archway, its sides adorned with uniformly laid stone bricks, each meticulously polished and embellished with cloud motifs. The mixture of glutinous rice and plaster sealed them more solidly than cement. Emerging from the narrow confines of the tunnel felt akin to stepping from a doghouse into an opulent villa. Be cautious. There are traps within this passage, Mao Shi warned, his keen senses detecting the presence of potential dangers. I had intended to examine the engravings on the stone bricks, but his remark startled me into retracting my hand. Mao Shi's excitement surged as he began explaining. Though the Tanguts were a nomadic people, their craftsmanship flourished after establishing their state, particularly in metallurgy, rich in iron ore. They were fierce warriors, leading to sophisticated weapon forging techniques. Moreover, through continuous warfare with the Song and Liao dynasties, they captured many artisans from the Central Plains, developing a unique array of mechanical contraptions. I instinctively shrank back, hiding behind Mao Shi with a fawning smile. "Brother Shi, I leave such expertise to you." My uncle also retreated behind me, urging, "Enough chatter, let's move." "Wow, uncle, your shamelessness truly mirrors my youth." Mao Shi strode confidently down the passage, seemingly unperturbed by the potential traps ahead. After a short distance, Mao Shi suddenly halted, causing me to collide with him, followed closely by my uncle crashing into my back. "Could you refrain from abrupt stops? This is a chain reaction," I grumbled, clutching Mao Shi's garment as I cautiously leaned forward to peek ahead. "Apologies." Mao Shi chuckled, then pointed ahead. "There lies a mechanism." I swung my flashlight in the direction he indicated, but saw nothing particularly noteworthy. Just the same as the previous section of the passage. Mao Shi approached the right stone wall, striking a seemingly innocuous brick with his fist. To my astonishment, a series of mechanical clicks echoed throughout the passage, followed by a barrage of arrows shooting forth from all directions. These arrows, having withstood the test of time, gleamed with deadly precision, their force so great that even the solid stone bricks cracked under the assault, some arrows embedding themselves within. Had we walked into that, we would have been instantaneously transformed into pincushions. I could not help but admire Mao Shi's keen observation. Crossbows were among the most common traps, widely utilized over 2 millennia ago. It is said that the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum contains the most intricate array of crossbow traps in history. I can only hope to witness such marvels in my lifetime. What am I thinking? That is the sacred dragon vein of my great Qin. Chapter 45, The Mountain Walking Gang. After the volley of arrows, the tomb passage lay in disarray, a cloud of dust swirling about. I shone my flashlight ahead, and wherever the beams swept, countless fine particles danced in the air. "All right, let us proceed." Mao Shi scoffed, seemingly unimpressed by the tomb's traps. Couldn't they have devised something more exhilarating? I exchanged a glance with my uncle, speechless. Along the way, Mao Shi effortlessly dismantled a few traps that he deemed trivial. And at last, we reached the end of the passage, where a stone door awaited us. Beyond the door was a modest burial chamber, its walls constructed from stone bricks, coated in a pale gray lime wash. Thick cobwebs and dust clung to every corner, and the remnants of tables and chairs lay decayed and shattered, nibbled by insects and rodents. Mao Shi scanned the room, and, finding no immediate issues, spotted an octagonal brass lamp in the corner. He approached and lit the oil lamp. The 8 flames flickered ominously in the dim chamber, casting an eerie glow. Positioned in the southeast corner of the room, the lamp evoked a chilling thought. One lights the candle, while the ghost extinguishes it. I swallowed hard, preparing to move forward when suddenly, I heard a crunch underfoot, as though I had stepped on something hard. I looked down in horror. "Oh no," I gasped, for beneath my feet lay a bone. Following the bone upward, I beheld a grim skeleton leaning against the wall, its hollow eye sockets crawling with unknown insects. "Stop yelping and making a fuss," my uncle exclaimed, slapping my forehead. "Is it such a shock to find a corpse in a tomb? You'll be scared to death before any ghost does you in." "Not everyone is as twisted as you," I retorted, cradling my head in frustration. Mao Shi swept his flashlight over the skeleton and remarked, "This must be one of the predecessors who excavated a tunnel, judging by the state of decay. He has been dead for at least 5 years. Look at this," my uncle exclaimed, picking up a black iron plate beside the skeleton, embossed with a gilded mountain symbol. "The Mountain Walking Gang." Mao Shi was taken aback. I cautiously peered from behind my uncle and Mao Shi, asking, "What is the Mountain Walking Gang?" Mao Shi explained, "The Mountain Walking Gang is one of the 3 doors and 9 gangs. Its members, known as mountain walkers, have existed since ancient times. They have a well-structured lineage and strict regulations. Traversing remote, uninhabited mountains and valleys, their movements elusive and unconventional." "So, they are tomb robbers?" I speculated. Mao Shi shook his head. "They are also known as guides. They wander the wilderness, possessing remarkable survival and identification skills. Their main pursuit is to find treasures of nature, such as wild lingji and ginseng, to sell. However, they are also adept at tracing dragon veins. Strictly adhering to their rules, mountain walkers are forbidden from taking anything from the dead. Thus, historically, they have served as guides for other tomb robbers, aiding them in their heists in exchange for a fee." "Then his death here implies indeed," my uncle interjected, pointing to the skeleton's chest, where a distinct bullet hole was visible. "He must have led other tomb robbers here, only to be silenced by his employer, forever resting in this place." The mountain walking gang has always maintained tight lips. They would rather die than betray their employers. Why would these individuals resort to such brutality? Mao Shi remarked sadly, gazing upon the remains of this unfortunate predecessor. Unless my uncle's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity, they had an even more sinister motive. Let us proceed to the main hall. Now, with a greater understanding of ancient tombs, I noted that this chamber did not house a coffin. It was evidently a bright hall. Typically, the tomb's chambers are classified into 3 sections: the bright hall, the main hall, and the side hall. The bright hall often replicates the deceased's living space and daily necessities, hence the items here are referred to as bright vessels. The main hall is where coffins are placed, also known as the coffin chamber. The side hall is reserved for burial goods, but only nobles typically possess dedicated side halls for extensive offerings. Ordinary tombs generally comprise a coffin chamber and, at most, a bright hall. Behind the bright hall was a corridor, which, when traversed, would lead us to the main burial chamber. My uncle led the way into the corridor, and Mao Shi and I hurried to follow. The corridor remained steeped in an ominous gloom, the flashlight illuminating only a short distance, while the deeper recesses were enshrouded in a chilling darkness. Ahead, the corridor's exit loomed like the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, poised to engulf us. It grew colder as we approached the main hall. A chilling breeze assaulted us, as if the air were filled with countless tiny shards of ice that pricked at our skin. I clutched the Tangyuan in my arms tighter, longing for the warmth of my plush toy. Is this coffin chamber a freezer? I mused, feeling a chill at the tip of my nose, prompting a sneeze. I exhaled into my palm, rubbing my hands together until my body gradually acclimatized to the frigid temperature. Before long, the grand doors to the main hall stood before us. Be cautious, my uncle whispered, and together we pushed the heavy stone door open. As dust cascaded from above, the door slowly creaked open, revealing an extraordinarily vast burial chamber. The structure of the chamber was Amun concealment style, resembling an inverted cauldron. Embedded in the ceiling was a slab of fluorite, commonly known as glowstone, casting a myriad of star-like glimmers akin to a starry night. The only distinction was that the glowstone emitted a cold, eerie green light, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Surrounding the circular chamber was a thick, foul-smelling black water, reminiscent of the moats of ancient cities, crossed by a rusty iron suspension bridge. I directed my flashlight down toward the black water, which appeared viscous and sticky, littered with unknown plant debris, the stench nearly overwhelming. Previously, I had read about the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum, where a river of mercury encircled it. Anyone who approached would succumb to mercury poisoning. I surmised that while this black water river may not be as lethal as mercury, it likely contained a plethora of toxins, and falling in would likely signify a final farewell to life. As the flashlight illuminated the center of the chamber, my pupils dilated, and a prickling sensation crept over my scalp. Chapter 46. The war puppet. In the center of the tomb lies a grand stone platform, and there, prominently displayed, is a towering figure clad in cold-forged armor, a man of formidable stature. The black, heavy armor exudes a chilling, bloody sheen. But what truly sends shivers down one's spine is the absence of a head above his shoulders. A headless general, I exclaimed, and in the stillness of the tomb, my own heartbeat and labored breath seemed to echo in the silence. The stone platform was strewn with ghastly sheep bones, surrounded by dozens of white stone pillars adorned with bizarre inscriptions and symbols. Each pillar was bound with massive iron chains, large copper rings, and locks, wrapping around the platform in a disordered fashion, while tattered yellowing white flags hung from the chains, creating an otherworldly spectacle reminiscent of some cursed ritual. Yet, the strangeness did not end there. Before the stone platform stood an array of over 100 wooden soldiers, their faces masked with ghastly visages. The scene was strikingly intimidating, evoking images of a battlefield from a cinematic epic, a palpable aura of impending doom enveloping the air. Mao Shi's eyes widened in disbelief, and I could scarcely fathom what could possibly astonish him further. He murmured softly, "These are the ghost-faced war puppets, a lost legacy of the Yincher lineage from nearly a millennium ago." Ghost-faced war puppets? Yincher? I involuntarily took a small step back. The connection of these two names commanded utmost caution. My uncle, however, was more intrigued by the murals adorning the tomb's walls. He swept his flashlight around the chamber. Though the distance was too great and black water obstructed our view, to discern the details, we would need to venture deeper into the tomb. Let us proceed. My uncle beckoned gently, and Baihu and the general swiftly ascended the rusting iron bridge, leaping across with ease. Mao Shi followed closely behind. Though the iron bridge was not particularly long, approximately 5 meters, the chain swayed precariously over the black water, and the wooden planks above were nearly completely rotted. I gazed at the bridge, swallowing hard as my legs trembled uncontrollably. Meow. Tang Yuan purred from my arms, as if to encourage me. Taking a deep breath, I cautiously advanced a few steps, enduring the noxious stench of the black water as I tugged at the iron chains, their clanging echoing ominously. The chains appeared securely fastened. Yet I dared not tread upon the decayed wooden planks. I clutched the iron chains tightly, carefully inching forward along the iron cables beneath. After a tense crossing, I exhaled in relief. Stepping onto solid ground felt akin to being reborn, as if I had traversed the bridge of forgetfulness. This stone platform is so eerie. It resembles some form of seal. I scanned the platform thoroughly, noting that the white flags hanging from the chains had long since become brittle, disintegrating into dust at the slightest touch, rendering the inscriptions indecipherable. Despite the absence of a head, the body on the platform seemed to gaze directly at me, sending chills down my spine, especially with the gleaming battle axe resting beside it. The very aura it emanated felt like a multitude of icy daggers slicing through the air. My uncle and Mao Shi separated, my uncle examining the wall murals along the edge of the black water, while Mao Shi approached the ghost-faced war puppets, tapping and prodding them, occasionally gasping in astonishment. I found myself torn, uncertain of whom to accompany. My curiosity was piqued by the ghost-faced war puppets. Yet the unsettling masks and the sharp iron swords in their hands made me instinctively recoil. Perhaps it would be wiser to follow my uncle and examine the murals instead. I dashed to my uncle's side, who had already surveyed half the circle. The beam of his flashlight slowly swept across the murals. Most depicted the exploits of the headless general, illustrating a brawny commander leading an armored cavalry, invincible and merciless, instilling fear in all who beheld them. Uncle, does this mural reveal the identity of the headless general? I inquired curiously. My uncle's expression turned serious, his gaze piercing as he illuminated the armored general on the wall. The heavily armored cavalry depicted here are the renowned elite forces of the Western Xia known as the Iron Hawks, and this headless general was one of their leaders. Below the mural lay extensive text, but aside from a few Chinese characters, the remainder comprised complex symbols I had never encountered. These are Western Xia characters, long since extinct. However, the artist must have originated from the Central Plains, as the surviving Chinese characters reveal that this headless general was named Shimu Weiming. My uncle elucidated, studying the inscriptions. Shimu Weiming? What a peculiar name, I remarked, finding the name difficult to pronounce. Weiming refers to Tuoba. After the founding of the Western Xia by Li Yuanhao, he abolished the surname Li granted by the Tang dynasty and adopted the surname Weiming from the Tuoba clan. Thus, this headless general is indeed of royal lineage in Western Xia. I continued to examine the mural, and aside from the Iron Hawks charging into battle, there were scenes of court life and individuals adorned in imperial regalia. My uncle continued, although Shimu Weiming achieved monumental military success, his brutal and bloodthirsty nature ultimately incited the displeasure of Emperor Li Yuanhao, who even contemplated eliminating him to quell the army's discontent. However, a certain prophecy led Li Yuanhao to abandon this plan. A prophecy? I paused, taken aback. Such matters were not surprising. The Western Xia people held superstitions regarding spirits and sorcery, consulting divinations for guidance in all affairs, particularly in significant matters like warfare. It was said there existed a terrifying ritual known as killing ghosts and summoning souls. As I listened, a sense of unease settled over me. These mystical tales always instilling a sense of dread. I hastily turned to examine the next mural. However, upon raising my gaze, a chilling wave coursed through my veins at the sight before me. My heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, tightening painfully, my lips quivering uncontrollably. My mind blank. My uncle, perceiving my distress, hurried over. As he illuminated the mural with his flashlight, his pupils widened in shock. For the enormous mural before us depicted a stunningly beautiful ancient princess, yet this image bore an uncanny resemblance to the eerie painting we had seen in Shui Chuchu's room. The sole distinction lay in the ethereal grace of the portrait in Chuchu's quarters, contrasted with the sinister aura emanating from this mural within the tomb. This portrayal was hauntingly familiar. The scenes from that fateful night, the eerie painting, and the haunting melody. Black water dreams, the moonlight frost. How could Chuchu's image manifest here? Was that painting created by someone named Xiaoran? I stood frozen, overwhelmed by the incredulity of it all. How could a modern painting appear within an ancient tomb from a millennium ago? My uncle's expression hardened, a chilling severity enveloping him. Xiaoran must have encountered this mural somewhere, or perhaps, the one who came here and murdered the wanderers was him. Chapter 47. The ghostly mask. The painting depicted Chuchu, her captivating eyes still sparkling with charm, yet imbued with an ineffable aura of antiquity and mystery. At that moment, my mind felt as if ensnared in a viscous fog, my thoughts muddled. and the image before me seemed to blur and twist as if reshaped and unfurled from a chaotic mass. However, Uncle, even if Sharon had previously encountered this mural, what could possibly explain the presence of Sister Chuchu in a tomb from a millennium ago? Could it merely be coincidence? No, it is certainly not a coincidence. Otherwise, Yang Hao would not have expended such effort to set a soul-capturing array upon the painting. There must be some ulterior motive hidden behind their actions. Moreover, I have an unsettling premonition that a series of events surrounding Chuchu might have commenced with this very artwork. Uncle's gaze was as cold and piercing as moonlight. This is not good, Uncle. Sharon is still with Sister Chuchu. Could he pose a threat to her? A wave of anxiety washed over me, tightening my chest. Uncle gently shook his head. That is unlikely. Regardless of their intentions, they will not harm Chuchu until their goals are achieved. Doing so would only alert her. Nonetheless, we must hasten our departure and reunite with Chuchu and the others. As Uncle and I pondered the mural, Mao Shi was engrossed in examining the ghostly masks of the wooden puppets, his excited shrieks echoing through the quiet tomb. Oh, how ingenious! How did I not consider this method? Truly, these ghostly puppets are a lost art from a millennium ago. He was as jubilant as a child, dismantling one puppet to scrutinize its inner workings, nearly dancing with glee. Mao Shi, stop dawdling. We need to leave, Uncle called out to him. Yet, Mao Shi was utterly absorbed, oblivious to Uncle's urgency. In exasperation, Uncle waved his hand dismissively. I'll go get him, I thought. My curiosity piqued by Mao Shi's childlike enthusiasm toward the ghostly puppets. As I cautiously maneuvered through the array of puppets toward him, I observed that each puppet was life-sized, their wooden surfaces coated with a layer of black lacquer to prevent decay. The intricately crafted wooden joints and the iron swords clutched in their hands spoke of the superb weapon-forging techniques of the Western Xia dynasty, renowned particularly for the unmatched quality of their swords, which, after a millennium, still gleamed with a sharp, cold light. Strangely, each puppet wore a ghostly mask, each uniquely terrifying, with green faces and jagged teeth. Though they appeared fearsome, the intricate carvings on each mask were nothing short of artistic masterpieces. This ghostly mask must be worth a fortune, I thought, stealing a glance at the masks, preparing to discreetly detach one and hide it in my bag. Just as my fingers brushed against the mask, I suddenly heard Mao Shi shout from behind, "Don't move." What? I turned my head, only to see Mao Shi covering his face, exclaiming, "It's too late." What do you mean too late? Before I could finish my sentence, the mask of the puppet before me began to sway ominously, accompanied by an ominous clicking sound. Before I could react, the puppet's iron sword was raised high, swiftly descending toward me. Fortunately, Mao Shi dashed to my side and yanked me away just in time, the sword's edge grazing my nose, sending chills down my spine. Mao Shi acted swiftly, spinning around to the back of the puppet and giving it 2 firm taps. Instantly, the puppet froze in place. Phew. Lucky for you that these ancient puppets have stiff joints. Otherwise, your life would have been forfeit. Mao Shi wiped the sweat from his brow. My legs felt paralyzed with tension, but then a more terrifying event unfolded. The tomb echoed with the sound of clicking mechanisms, 1, 2, 10, until a cacophony filled the air, the entire chamber resonating with the grinding of gears. This is bad. The mechanisms of the ghostly puppets are interconnected. Pulling one string sets them all in motion, Mao Shi exclaimed, grabbing my arm and pulling me toward the exit of the array. All the puppets began to move, their monstrous faces seeming to come alive as they swayed awkwardly, swords raised high. We sprinted desperately toward the edge of the puppet array. But the puppets seemed to sense our living presence. Despite their stiff movements, they swung their iron swords toward us as if cutting through vegetables. We found ourselves encircled by these ghostly puppets. This is dire. We are truly trapped like dumplings, and they may chop us into filling. My mind raced with disbelief. Were these creations truly crafted 1,000 years ago? What was the principle behind them? The air was thick with the eerie sounds of mechanisms and the slicing of swords. If not for Mao Shi's quick reflexes pulling me to safety, I might have met a grim fate at the hands of these headless warriors. Hey, this is a secret of the craftsman. I cannot disclose it under any circumstances. Mao Shi gasped slightly. Though the puppets were rigid and repetitive in their movements, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, especially with me as an added burden. Damn, is this really the time to worry about intellectual property? Mao Shi nimbly dodged between the blades, swiftly maneuvering to the back of another puppet, tapping it twice, causing it to shut down. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from behind the ghostly puppets, followed by a series of clattering sounds as several wooden limbs flew through the air. As the dust settled, I beheld Uncle striking a pose reminiscent of Bruce Lee, a smug expression on his face. Old Yen, you, Mao Shi shouted. Uncle nonchalantly rubbed his thumb against his nose, a smirk playing on his lips. No need to thank me. Thank you, you big-headed ghost. These treasures are the legacy of our ancestors. Mao Shi lamented, his expression one of despair. Before he could finish, Uncle delivered a swift kick, sending the head of another ghostly puppet flying, which landed at my and Mao Shi's feet, rolling over to face us. Mao Shi began to tear up. As Uncle prepared to dismantle yet another puppet, Mao Shi hurriedly interjected, Brother, let me handle this. You need not trouble yourself. He turned and tapped the puppet's back, bringing it to a halt. Uncle's lips curled into a mischievous grin. Witnessing the typically carefree Mao Shi display such a pleading demeanor filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Xiaoquan, quickly hide on the altar, Uncle commanded, positioning himself in front of a puppet as it lunged toward us. This time, instead of resorting to brute force, he mimicked Mao Shi's method, tapping the back of the puppet to immobilize it. Their movements grew increasingly adept, yet the sheer number of ghostly puppets was daunting. It seemed we were in for a protracted struggle. I glanced at the headless corpse atop the stone platform, my throat parched, swallowing hard as I felt the weight of the situation. With the arrangement of ghostly puppets in disarray due to Uncle and Mao Shi's efforts, it was only a matter of time before a stray puppet would come swinging toward me. To avoid causing them further trouble, I quickly clung to Tang Yuan and climbed the steps to the stone platform, weaving through the haphazardly strewn iron chains, reaching the altar above. So, this is the Headless General. Chapter 48. Borrowing the head. Standing closely beside the Headless General, an invisible pressure made my heart race. This headless corpse, despite merely sitting in an armchair, had shoulders that were nearly at my height. By modern standards, this Headless General was likely a towering figure of over 2 meters. His physique considerably larger than that of an ordinary man, draped in a heavy suit of cold-forged black armor, adorned with gilded patterns. The most striking feature was the 2 swirling thundercloud motifs painted upon the chest, resembling 2 enormous eyes. This imagery instantly reminded me of a myth I encountered in my childhood, Xingtian. Xingtian, a primordial war god chronicled in the classic of mountains and seas, was renowned for his fierce battle against the Yellow Emperor, during which he lost his head. Nevertheless, even after the loss, he transformed his own breast into eyes and his navel into a mouth, continuing to fight relentlessly. Xingtian danced with his axe, his fierce spirit unwavering. However, at this moment, I had no time to ponder the connection between the Headless General and Xingtian. I merely cradled the Tang Yuan, watching the contest below. My uncle and Mao Shi had surprisingly engaged in a competition to see who could dispatch more ghost-faced puppets. How juvenile, I scoffed, counting 21, 22, 23. My uncle and Mao Shi were evenly matched, their scores alarmingly close. Oh dear, to the left. Left. Behind Mao Shi, you're such a fool. Don't let that strange uncle win. I'll bet $10 on you. I found myself engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. Suddenly, the Tang Yuan in my arms became agitated. For bristling, baring its teeth and shrieking, as if sensing imminent danger. A chill coursed down my spine as I witnessed a colossal shadow slowly rising from the ground. In an instant, my heart felt like a rabbit ready to leap from my chest. I turned my head slowly, only to have a massive hand clad in iron gauntlets seize my throat, lifting me off the ground. Help, help, my voice faltered, breath escaping me, my throat burning painfully. And my feet flailed helplessly in midair, my vision blurring, vaguely perceiving the towering headless figure before me. I had no time to concern myself with you. My uncle executed a shoulder throw, smashing a ghost-faced puppet violently to the ground. Damn you! I gasped for air, summoning my last strength to squeeze out a cry. As simultaneously, the white tiger and the general rushed onto the altar. Both cats emitted a piercing scream, their cries echoing throughout the tomb, nearly rupturing my eardrums. At that moment, both my uncle and Mao Shi turned in unison toward the altar, their expressions altering drastically. They swiftly toppled the ghost-faced puppet before them and charged toward the altar. The Tang Yuan, white tiger, and the general lunged at the headless corpse, clawing and biting furiously. Yet the heavy cold-forged armor was as impenetrable as a tin can. Mao Shi, my uncle shouted, leaping onto the altar in a few swift strides. His dark eyes practically ablaze with fury. Understood. Mao Shi grasped the implication, quickly picking up a fallen iron sword from the ground, nimbly leaping over the iron chains on the altar. Die! Mao Shi roared, thrusting the iron sword towards the heart of the headless general. With a jarring clash of metal, the renowned Xixia iron sword, said to be forged 100 times, shattered upon impact. Mao Shi's face contorted with rage, resembling a furious lion, his teeth audibly grinding together as veins bulged on his arms. In a fit of anger, he forced the broken iron sword into the armor, The headless general staggered back a couple of steps from the force, yet it appeared to have no significant effect, the grip of its iron hand tightening further. Yin Loxi, Mao Shi bellowed. A figure soared over my head, delivering a powerful kick to the chest of the headless general, striking the sword's hilt. The immense force drove the iron sword through the headless general's body, creating a deep hollow at the chest. The momentum caused the headless general to release its grip, its colossal form crashing heavily to the ground. I felt my neck loosen, and the long-lost air rushed into my lungs. My body fell helplessly, but fortunately, Mao Shi caught me just in time. I was immediately seized by a fit of agonizing coughs, each spasm threatening to rupture my lungs. And I tasted blood as it surged from my throat. For the first time, I felt death so close at hand. Mao Shi, take the little coffin and leave. My vision gradually cleared, and I saw the uncontainable fury in my uncle's eyes. The headless general's body began to move once more. Uncle, be careful, that corpse is peculiar, I managed to say through the pain in my chest, sensing something amiss. When that iron hand had gripped me, though it exerted considerable force, it felt oddly hollow, almost surreal. Don't worry, my uncle replied, a confident smile gracing his lips, seemingly having discerned the truth from the earlier encounter. Leave it to Yin Loxi. Mao Shi jumped down from the altar, finding a spacious area to sit. He dispatched the approaching ghost-faced puppets one by one while my gaze remained fixed on my uncle atop the altar. The headless general rose from the ground in an oddly twisted manner, the gaping hole in its chest clearly visible, allowing one to see through to the other side. Suddenly, a slender eye emerged from the void. The eye, entirely azure except for a vertically slitted pupil in the center, scanned the surroundings with an eerie sweep. Finally, that pupil locked onto my uncle, and with a sudden movement, it strode over to the armchair, seizing the enormous axe and raising it high, bringing it down with ferocity toward my uncle. With a thunderous crash, my uncle nimbly dodged, the colossal axe striking the ground with such force that it cleaved a long fissure in the stone platform. My uncle drew forth a black cloth strap from his back, tearing it open and tossing it into the air, revealing a luminous white jade ruler, upon which were inscribed 8 ancient black characters: open, rest, live, wound, block, scene, alarm, death, still exuding an ancient and somber glow within the tomb. The headless general swung the gigantic axe again, the wind whistling menacingly. My uncle showed no sign of fear, lowering his form as the axe swept over his head. As he rose, the white jade ruler descended, tracing a graceful arc through the air. The headless general's sturdy armor and massive arms were cleaved as easily as tofu, crashing heavily to the ground. Surprisingly, the severed arm continued to writhe. To be precise, it appeared as though something was squirming within the armor. Suddenly, from the gaping wound of the severed arm, several dark, venomous snakes lunged forth, darting toward my uncle. I could even see their gaping maw revealing 4 sharp fangs. As I suspected, my uncle's lips curled into a slight smile, seemingly having anticipated this. He swept the jade ruler, severing the snakes in midair, their body parts falling with a thud to the ground, still writhing in their death throes. Now, the main body should emerge. My uncle charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to the headless general's chest, denting the breastplate with a resounding impact, sending the entire headless form crashing down. Then came a hissing, eerie sound as the armor began to warp, as if something inside was thrashing about violently. Soon, countless black snakes slithered out from the collar, arms, and all crevices of the armor, scurrying away in a dark mass. I felt a tingling sensation on my scalp, realizing that the corpse within the armor had long been devoured by the serpents who had usurped the nest. If it truly were the headless general transformed into a drought demon, he would have surely severed my neck by now. Moments later, the headless general's body fell into a profound stillness, motionless. My uncle stepped forward cautiously. Suddenly, the collar of the armor swelled, and a massive serpent's head emerged, gaping with a bloodthirsty maw, lunging towards my uncle to strike. An opportunity to seize the corpse. Chapter 49. Phoenix City. The sudden emergence of that enormous serpent had startled everyone. It appeared to be a pitch-black giant python, its gaping maw large enough to engulf a person whole, and its elongated, sharp fangs dripped with a foul, viscous liquid. Particularly chilling were its 2 slender, snake-like eyes, which glimmered with a sinister greenish light, sending shivers down one's spine. It turned out that when the headless general was buried, his head could not be found, and so they had resorted to using the head of a giant python, as my uncle had mentioned, a borrowed head for the corpse. My uncle seemed to have anticipated this. His movements were swifter than the serpent's head. At some point, a peachwood chopstick had appeared in his palm. He sidestepped nimbly, evading the python's deadly bite, and swiftly turned to thrust the chopstick fiercely into the serpent's neck at its vital point. Hiss! The chopstick plunged entirely into the python's neck, eliciting a horrific, piercing shriek from the creature, which writhed and twisted in agony. This chilling cry echoed throughout the circular tomb chamber, sending chills down our spines. It was over. With a flourish of the jade ruler in my uncle's hand, the massive serpent's head was severed from its body with a resounding thud as it fell to the ground. Even after decapitation, the serpent's head did not die immediately. It lay on the ground, gasping with its mouth agape, its greenish eyes fixated on my uncle. "Stare all you want, you oversized fool," my uncle scoffed. And with a swift kick, sent the serpent's head tumbling into the dark water, where it made a splashing sound, corroding away until it slowly sank, transforming into white bones. Without its head, the python's neck continued to thrash wildly for a moment before gradually slackening, ultimately collapsing motionless. Meow! Just as we sighed in relief, a large black sphere suddenly plummeted from the tomb ceiling and landed squarely on the headless general's corpse. It was the fur ball. This creature had been dawdling behind us, and somehow made its way into the tomb, likely waiting for the right moment to descend after witnessing our battle below. The fur ball pretended to strut about, stepping on the headless general's body as if to portray itself as the savior. "You fat cat, now that the work is done, you come out to claim the glory." My uncle lifted the fur ball by its bushy tail, while it crossed its tiny paws defiantly, rolling its eyes at him in a manner that suggested, "What can you do about it?" Both my Shii and I were amused by the furball's antics, and the pain in our necks and lungs seemed to diminish considerably. After a brief respite, due to my Shii insisting on restoring the ghostly soldier to its original state as a mark of respect for the venerable Yenshur, my uncle and I had no choice but to serve as laborers. After much toil, we finally reassembled the scattered soldier figurines and, panting heavily, retraced our steps. As we stepped out of the cave, the light of the setting sun dazzled our eyes. The distant mountains in the twilight resembled a radiant golden lotus, requiring no embellishment, as they stood as nature's perfect miracle. In the vastness, I spotted a few spruces standing proud atop the peaks, their branches swaying gently in the breeze, appearing even more robust and majestic under the glow of the evening sky. The dappled sunlight hung on the treetops, gradually descending. The mountains glowed in the twilight, encircling like a screen, while the slanting sun cast reflections upon myriad valleys and cliffs. My geography teacher once said, "If you have not ventured to the northwest, you cannot comprehend the vastness of our homeland." As we journeyed on, I began to feel the grandeur and desolation of this land, fueling my desire to explore further. I inhaled deeply. The cool evening breeze filled my lungs, refreshing my body and spirit. Tang Yuan leapt into my embrace, incessantly licking my face with its tiny tongue, tickling me. In the sunset, my uncle and my Shii's figures stretched long, resembling protagonists from a comic. "Wake up. Don't let these two fools lead you astray," I scolded myself. Alas, I had missed out on bringing back something valuable from the tomb. Ma Shi stretched his limbs, a look of despair on his face. I grinned cunningly and pulled out a ghost mask from my backpack, cheerfully exclaiming, "Fortunately, I had the foresight." "You little rascal." Ma Shi shook his head, half amused, half exasperated. I stuck out my tongue and tucked the mask safely away. Little did anyone know, many years later, the title of Ghost Mask Buddha would resonate throughout the underground world. All beings wear masks. In a fleeting thought, one can be both human and ghost. By the way, Brother Shi, do you wish to accompany us to Phoenix City? Of course. How could I miss out on the underground royal tomb of Li Yuanhao? Such an adventure would be incomplete without me. Ma Shi winked at me. "Just don't hold us back." My uncle chimed in sarcastically from the side. Thus, the three of us descended the mountain amidst playful banter. Before we departed, I gazed once more into the distance. The setting sun over the river was endless, casting slanting rays over the myriad peaks. The Western Xiao Royal Tomb. This secret, buried for a millennium, was about to unfold before us. Yet who knew what other mysteries lay hidden behind it? After descending, we returned to the small inn in Yudo village for another night. Before dawn the next day, we set out towards Phoenix City. After a series of twists and turns, we were finally drawing closer to our meeting point. Ningxia River, Phoenix City. Legend has it that in ancient times, a phoenix from Helan Mountain, upon witnessing the splendid scenery of the Yellow River flowing through rolling wheat fields, could not bear to leave and transformed into this beautiful city. Not only is it a contemporary gem of the north, but it is also inextricably linked to the ancient Western Xia relics we are about to explore. The Yellow River nurtures Ningxia, and as the capital of Ningxia, Phoenix City is nestled against Helan Mountain to the west and the Yellow River to the east, earning the epithet of Jiangnan of the northern frontier. Phoenix City became Xingqing Prefecture a millennium ago, established as the capital by Li Yuanhao, the founding emperor of Western Xia. who built the nation around this city, with its territory extending east to the Yellow River, west to Yamingwan, south to Shaoguan, and north to the vast desert. The destination we seek, the Western Xia Royal Tomb, lies within the heart of the desert. As soon as we stepped into the borders of Phoenix City, the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of food, lamb offal, fried dough twists, oil cakes, and tea served in bowls. My uncontrollable saliva had already begun to trickle down my chin. Ningxia has long been a natural pasture, home to plump cattle and sheep, with rich flavors abounding. In contrast to the larger cities in the east, this place exudes a unique, exotic charm. We drove past the Phoenix Monument, Phoenix Bridge, and the Drum Tower. I watched the scenery outside the window as the morning light shone, with flowing clouds gently brushing by, gradually awakening the entire city amidst the reflections of the mountains and lakes. Majestic mountains stand sentinel, embracing myriad wonders, while the great river nourishes the land, filling us with boundless aspirations. The ancient and fragrant Phoenix City, built by the Tangut people during its nearly 200 years of history, remains the only unchanged capital of the Western Xia. We had no time for breakfast and hurried towards our prearranged destination. Chapter 50 Convergence. Xue Juanhao opted not for a lavish hotel, but rather for a rather understated ecological farm, nestled in a tranquil environment that offered a distant view of the enchanting Helan Mountains. Upon our arrival at the estate, we were greeted by the sight of Sister Chuchu, dressed in an elegant, simple gown, awaiting us. Seeing her brought a rush of mixed emotions. I felt relieved at her well-being, yet haunted by the murals within the headless general's tomb. Detective Yan, little coffin, you have finally arrived. Xue Chuchu waved cheerfully, her warmth radiating as always. As soon as I stepped out of the car, my impatience got the better of me, and I asked, Sister Chuchu, has anything unusual happened over the past few days? Initially taken aback by my question, her gaze soon shifted to the glutinous rice ball cradled in my arms, her fingers gently caressing its small head. No, everything has been just fine. We arrived in Phoenix City only last night, she replied. Has that person named Xiaoran come as well? I continued my rapid-fire inquiries. Xiaoran? He, along with Professor Guyu and my father, are in the estate discussing matters related to the underground royal tomb. Why do you suddenly ask about him? Xue Chuchu looked at me with curiosity. Because he... Before I could finish, my uncle swiftly covered my mouth from behind, grinning mischievously. Oh, it's nothing. This little rascal is just babbling again. By the way, Chuchu, let me introduce you to a friend. This is Mao Shi, who fortuitously crossed paths with us on the way and is accompanying us this time. Upon seeing Xue Chuchu, Mao Shi's eyes sparkled, and he flashed a bright smile. Wow, you must be Chuchu. You are indeed beautiful, just like in the mural. Pooh. Before he could finish, my uncle elbowed him in the stomach. Thankfully, we hadn't had breakfast yet. You too, if you remain silent, no one will think you're mute. My uncle remarked with a smile, speaking in a low voice. Sister Chuchu watched us with wide, bewildered eyes, and soon, she burst into laughter at the sight of our antics. By the way, I also have 2 new partners to introduce to you. Let's go inside. Father is eagerly awaiting the journey to the underground royal tomb, Sister Chuchu said softly, leading us into the estate. The estate was expansive, adorned with an array of fruit trees such as grapes, apricots, pears, and jujubes, all flourishing and fragrant. Numerous old vines twisted and turned, their gnarled, cracked bark revealing the marks of time, indicating they were over a century old. At the end of the stone path, we encountered a serene wooden courtyard, filled with the sounds of chirping birds and buzzing insects, adorned with vibrant flowers. As we entered, I spotted Xue Juanhao, Professor Guyu, and Xiaoran seated around a stone table, enjoying fragrant tea while discussing topics related to the Western Xia dynasty. In addition to the 3 of them, there were 2 unfamiliar young individuals, 1 male and 1 female. The woman, with her short, sleek brown hair, was dressed in a fitted white athletic ensemble that accentuated her well-defined waist and hinted at her athletic prowess. The man was slightly plump, clad in a simple, loose work outfit, wearing a fisherman's hat and black-framed glasses, with a hefty camera hanging around his neck. As soon as we entered, Xue Juanhao rose to greet us. Detective Yan, you have arrived just in time. We were just discussing our plans for tomorrow's journey to the underground royal tomb. Father, they have traveled a long way. Let them rest a bit first. Sister Chuchu interjected gently. Xue Juanhao slapped his forehead, laughing. Look at me. I got so carried away with the discussion about the Western Xia royal tomb that I forgot everything else. Come, sit down and let us talk. Oh, this is... Hello, Mr. Xue. I am an old friend of Yin Qi. You can call me Mao Shi. Mao Shi introduced himself proactively. Shui Juanhao chuckled heartily. Since you are a friend of Detective Yin, you must be exceptional. With all of you joining us for the journey to the underground royal tomb, I feel much more at ease. Mao Shi boldly replied, Haha, you are absolutely right. I think so too. I discreetly rolled my eyes at Mao Shi, thinking that having this tomb enthusiast around only added to my unease. Uncle Shui, you must keep a close eye on your antiques. Be wary of any potential thieves. Mr. Shui, have the arrangements for the trip to the underground royal tomb been finalized? My uncle approached with a serious demeanor. Shui Juanhao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, clearly infatuated with the ancient tombs. He patted my uncle on the shoulder and smiled. Yes, I have arranged for the vehicles and equipment. We will set off early tomorrow morning. Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced our new companions yet. You have already met Professor Guyu and Xiao Ran, Shui Juanhao said with a smile, gesturing toward them. Professor Guyu, dressed in a light gray linen tank suit, with neatly combed hair touched with gray, radiated the dignity of one of the country's most esteemed archaeological masters. He smiled kindly at me. Little friend, we meet again. Surprised, I nodded. Hello, Grandfather Gu. I slightly raised my gaze, glancing at the striking young man beside Professor Guyu, who made my heart race. Xiao Ran maintained his gentle demeanor, giving us a subtle nod. My curiosity deepened. Who exactly was Xiao Ran? Why did the painting he gifted Sister Chuchu appear in the headless general's tomb? And that painting? The eerie memory of it made me instinctively take a small step back. Shui Juanhao pointed toward the two unfamiliar young people. Come, let me introduce you. These two are the director and cameraman for a geographical documentary, and they will be accompanying us on this journey. The strikingly beautiful, tomboyish sister stood up. Looking at my uncle, I am Meng Han. I've heard you are quite skilled in combat. Let's spar sometime. Mao Shi, who had somehow sidled up, chimed in with a laugh. My combat skills are quite commendable too. Meng Han shot him a glance, but chose not to engage, appearing dismissive. Shui Chuchu quickly approached Meng Han, playfully poking her forehead. Don't mind her. Meng Han and I come from families that have been friends for generations. We grew up together, but her personality is quite boyish as she has practiced karate since childhood. Despite her appearance, she is an exceptionally talented documentary director. If it weren't for her persistent insistence, Father Wooden T have agreed to let her join us. Meng Han, with a boyish grin, draped her arm around Shui Chuchu's shoulder and teased, I am aiming for a documentary academic award. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to showcase the Western Xia underground royal tomb. How could I let it slip away, especially with such a charming companion along? The two girls exchanged playful banter, and at that moment, the slightly plump man stood. Introducing himself, I am El Fei, the accompanying photographer for this trip. You can call me to Fei. After everyone introduced themselves, suddenly, a white figure leapt down from a tree branch near the courtyard, landing gracefully on my uncle's shoulder. It was Baihu. Everyone was startled, and my uncle quickly explained. I apologize, my cat got out because I didn't close the door properly. I felt a flicker of confusion. How did Baihu end up here? Shui Juanhao, unfazed, smiled. Since everyone is acquainted, let us ensure we all rest well today. Tomorrow morning, we set off. We'll head back to prepare. My uncle said as he rose to take his leave, guiding me and Mao Shi away. As we exited the courtyard, I noticed my uncle's step falter momentarily, the lazy demeanor vanishing from his eyes as he cast a keen glance at the individuals within the courtyard. Chapter 51. The Mausoleum stepping out of the manor. The three of us felt our stomachs rumbling incessantly. Let's go eat, my uncle inquired, patting his belly. Uncle, children make choices, adults, of course, want everything. The mere thought of the delectable cuisine here made my mouth water uncontrollably, and even the Tang Yuan in my arms seemed to be mewing with excitement. Great. Let us take this opportunity to explore Phoenix City. As we savored the culinary delights, hand-pulled lamb, sauced noodles, lamb pao ma, old-fashioned noodles, fried dough, deep-fried snacks, we immersed ourselves in the local culture of Phoenix City. The layout of the city is quite intriguing. It is said that the Gaotai Temple outside the East Gate represents the head of the phoenix, situated near the banks of the Yellow River, while two wells beside the temple symbolize the phoenix's eyes. The Drum Tower serves as its heart. The west and north towers represent its claws. In the interconnected lakes of Zamang, lush with verdant foliage and vibrant flowers, form the phoenix's tail, trailing down to the foothills of the Helan Mountains. The majestic Helan Mountains and the Yellow River have together forged this ancient city of 1,000 years. In my uncle's words, this is a treasure of feng shui, with its head resting upon green hills and feet planted on a jade belt. The Xixia aristocracy, deeply influenced by Han culture. Designed the internal layout of the Xixia capital based on that of the northern Song capital while preserving the unique style of the Tangut people. Thus, Phoenix City exhibits a rare blend of Han and Tangut characteristics, a phenomenon seldom seen in ancient history. We three were thoroughly satiated, especially Mauchio and Tangyuan, whose bellies bulged with fullness. My uncle let out a satisfied burp, basking in the warm sunlight, and stretched lazily. Where to next? The Xixia royal tombs. Ma Shi and I chimed in unison. You two seem to have an obsession with ancient tombs, my uncle remarked, casting us a disapproving glance. Now that we're in Phoenix City, it would be a pity not to visit the Xixia royal tombs, right? Besides, it might prove beneficial to our journey. The mere thought of witnessing a new historical moment filled me with excitement. Mao Shi chuckled to himself. Little coffin, you truly have a talent for being an yin-yang master. Why not join me early on? I'll teach you all the skills of the Yencher. I shot him a disdainful glance, thinking to myself, who would want to associate with you? I certainly do not have a tomb obsession. All right then, let's head to the Xixia royal tombs. My uncle shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. I excitedly waved my hand and shouted, go, let us set off. The sun in the west shines with a brilliance that starkly contrasts with the south. The endless yellow sands of the Yellow River Desert and the ancient, pristine scenery of the Helan Mountains harmoniously meld together. As I gazed at the landscape around me, my previous fatigue was swept away. My heart raced with anticipation, and I murmured, the Eastern Pyramid, the Xixia royal tombs, a forbidden zone of another realm, lie nestled at the foot of the Helan Mountains amidst a breathtaking expanse of arid grassland. The moment we stepped into the tomb area, I felt a profound jolt to my very soul. A series of recent events seemed to resonate with an ancient term, Xixia, the Great White High Kingdom, inscribed with 4 ancient Xixia characters, evoked a sense of nostalgia and mystery within me. I couldn't help but think that this journey was destined to be anything but tranquil. In fact, the term Xixia was not originally used to refer to the Tangut people. After Li Yuanhao established the kingdom, it was internally known as Dabai Gaogua, with Dabai symbolizing the sacred and supreme nature of the state. Gao referred to the Tangut tribe's early habitation along the upper reaches of the Yellow River, where the water appeared white. Hence it was also called Baiha. Externally, Xixia was referred to as Daxia, simply because it was located to the west of the Song dynasty, which termed it Xixia. Just then, a nearby tour group caught my attention, providing me with complimentary guiding services. As I listened intently, I suddenly realized that my uncle and Ma Shi had vanished. After searching high and low, I found my uncle engaged in animated conversation with 2 lovely ladies, his excitement palpable. Hey uncle, where are your hands? Meanwhile, Ma Shi had already darted off towards the royal tombs, and I worried that his impulsiveness might lead him to dig a hole in the tomb's floor. Suddenly, a familiar voice with a strong regional accent rang out, fried stinky tofu. Fried stinky tofu. I turned to see the very same vendor I had encountered at Kwaiji Mountain. As he prepared to lift the pot lid, I instinctively pinched my nose, unable to shout a warning in time. The moment the lid was lifted, a pungent aroma surged forth, overwhelming the air and causing 2 passers-by to collapse to the ground, retching uncontrollably. The previously bustling crowd scattered in an instant, leaving only the vendor and me staring at each other, bewildered by the chaos. After a moment, my uncle approached with a sorrowful expression, tissue stuffed up both nostrils. Uncle, weren't you chatting with the ladies? I asked, still pinching my nose. Those 2 girls, both threw up. He lamented dramatically. Oh, 2 fine gentlemen. What a coincidence. Would you like some stinky tofu? The vendor recognized us immediately, his face breaking into a wide grin. Weren't you selling at Kwaiji Mountain? What brings you here? I asked, waving away the offered stinky tofu. Business in the southern tourist spots is tough. So I thought I'd try my luck in Phoenix City with all the increasing tourists, he replied, adding a humorous remark. I don't see what's so interesting about these grave mounds. I even encountered some strange folks while using the restroom, sneaking around like spies. My uncle quickly stepped forward. Young man, I'll take all your stinky tofu. I was taken aback by how familiar the scene felt. The vendor, with a shifty glance, leaned in conspiratorially. Boss, you clearly have an eye for quality. You've recognized my true identity. I've already gathered all the market info here, and I'll ensure you get the best ISO service, guaranteed satisfaction, only for $999. Cough, cough. Another day, another day. My uncle shoved some money into the vendor's hands, leaning in to ask, what did you mean by those strange folks? Understood, understood. The vendor tucked the cash into his pocket and replied with a mischievous grin, Let me tell you, those guys looked like they belonged to the underworld. On such a hot day, they were all bundled up in black, wearing sunglasses, and one even had a long golf bag. Who brings a golf bag to a desert? Wait, just because they're wearing black means they're gangsters? I thought, shaking my head. The vendor continued animatedly, his saliva flying as he spoke. Just then, a few security guards from the tourist area shouted and sprinted towards us. The vendor skillfully packed up his stall, hopped onto a tricycle, and sped away, shouting back, "Boss, I can't stick around here anymore. I'm heading to Sichuan. Until we meet again." The guards, panting heavily, finally threw down their hats in frustration, cursing, "Damn it. We let him get away again." My uncle watched the vendor disappear, shaking his head in admiration. What a talent. Truly a remarkable character. Chapter 52. Ambush. I felt as though I had just witnessed an exceedingly melodramatic scene, wiping the cold sweat from my forehead. After bidding farewell to the stinky tofu vendor, my uncle and I continued our journey towards the tomb area, while also searching for the elusive Mao Shi. Soon before us appeared a series of statues, clusters of inscriptions, and mounds of earth, ultimately revealing a scattering of small hills across the vast expanse of the Gobi Desert. These hills served as the final resting places for the emperors and royal relatives of the Western Xia, known as the Oriental Pyramids. There were a total of 9 imperial tombs and over 200 accompanying graves, seamlessly blending with the undulating Helan Mountains, creating a breathtaking vista. I sighed softly, truly amazed by the grandeur of the Western Xia royal tombs. The terrain of the Western Xia tombs was flat and unobstructed. Indeed, it was worthy of its title. Mao Shi appeared by my side unexpectedly, startling me. Just as I was about to agree with him, he remarked, if I could steal one of these royal tombs, I would never have to worry about sustenance again. A wave of disdain washed over me. The emperors of Western Xia were rather impoverished, it seemed. How could they allow their tombs to be constructed in such a dilapidated state? They resembled nothing more than a lump of dough. A nearby rotund, balding man exclaimed loudly, inciting discontent among those around him. Truly a historical ignoramus. I could not resist stepping forward to enlighten him. It was not always this way. When the emperors of Western Xia were interred, their tombs were adorned with magnificent Song-style architecture. Unfortunately, during the Mongol conquest, a great fire consumed all of Western Xia. Even the bones of the emperors were exhumed and pulverized. You see the large pit before the tomb? That was originally the resting place for the emperor's remains, which was also excavated in an attempt to sever the dragon vein of Western Xia, ensuring that it would never rise again. I sighed lightly, feeling a heavy sense of helplessness regarding history. All records pertaining to Western Xia were incinerated in that fire, which is why this dynasty is often referred to as the mysterious dynasty. Western Xia, a solitary empire slumbering in the desert. The surrounding women erupted into applause, causing the greasy middle-aged man to redden and depart in frustration. Mao Shi gave me a thumbs up and smiled. I didn't expect you to know so much. But do you know what the underground royal tomb discovered by Guyu is all about? Uft, do not underestimate the research I have done. I proudly pointed towards the largest tomb ahead. That largest tomb is called Tai Tomb, the most significant and well-preserved among the existing 9 Western Xia royal tombs, which archaeologists unanimously agree is the burial site of Li Yuanhao, the founding emperor of Western Xia. However, the truth is not so simple. Li Yuanhao seemingly foresaw the demise of Western Xia. During his lifetime, while constructing his tomb on the surface, he built a grand underground royal tomb in the desert, hoping to become a king in the afterlife. There is even more to it than that. Mao Shi and my uncle exchanged a knowing glance, both their eyes reflecting a hint of seriousness. What else? I inquired with curiosity. Mao Shi crouched down and picked up some small stones from the ground, arranging them as he spoke. You are absolutely correct. The Western Xia royal tombs not only absorbed the strengths of the Qin, Han, Tang, and Song dynasties' tombs, but also incorporated elements of Buddhist architecture, merging Han culture, Buddhist culture, and the culture of the Dongxiang people, resulting in this unique architectural style. Having arranged 9 stones on the ground, he continued, the layout of the Western Xia royal tombs has always been a mystery. Typically, royal tombs are arranged in chronological order or by the succession of emperors from south to north, and the Western Xia tombs are no exception. However, strangely, the locations of the 9 tombs seem to follow a pre-designed plan. Viewed from above, the distribution of the 9 tombs resembles the Big Dipper, and individually, they approximate the positions of the Bagua. Consider this. Western Xia experienced 9 dynasties over nearly 200 years. Who could have predicted in advance that the dynasty would end after 9 generations? I was taken aback, my mouth agape in astonishment. realizing that this seemingly simple Western Xia royal tomb concealed such profound secrets. My uncle, who had been lazily listening to our conversation, suddenly shifted his gaze and leaned in closer to us, whispering, "We are being watched. Do not turn around. There are too many people here. We fear collateral damage." Yin Loxi, I just noticed a pile of rubble and a gully behind us, and there aren't too many tourists around. Mao Shi pointed in a direction with his hand. "All right, let us move slowly and avoid drawing attention," my uncle urged quietly, patting our shoulders reassuringly. The area surrounding the Western Xia royal tombs was flat, with gully formations carved by mountain floods, crisscrossing throughout, while jujube trees grew in these ravines. Adorned with clusters of yellow flowers, their green leaves seemingly dusted with a light silver sheen, sparkling under the sun. These ravines resembled green ribbons, interwoven in varying densities among the tombs as I gazed at the towering, imposing sepulchres. Intriguingly, throughout the millennium since the establishment of the Western Xia tombs, countless mountain floods from the Helan Mountains have occurred, yet the Western Xia tombs have remained untouched by such disasters, remaining a mystery to this day. We crouched as we moved along the gully, gradually distancing ourselves from the tomb area, and soon the presence of tourists was no longer visible. Just as Mao Shi had indicated, there was indeed a pile of rubble ahead. As we approached, my uncle suddenly shouted, "Be careful," pulling me sharply aside. A loud thud echoed, and a fist-sized dent appeared on the rock wall behind us, sending fragments scattering. "It's a sniper," my uncle urged, pressing my head down. "Didn't he hear a gunshot? They must have a silencer." Mao Shi appeared remarkably calm, seemingly unconcerned. "Do you see their position?" my uncle whispered. Mao Shi grinned. "I spotted them long ago. What a rookie." "Good. You handle the sniper, and I'll take care of those sneaky individuals trailing us," my uncle said, a slight smile curving his lips as he fist-bumped with Mao Shi. "Little coffin, stay down and don't move." I nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. Obviously, I was Ultraman. Moving now would only lead to a swift demise. Moreover, my legs felt weak, rendering me immobile, while I was lost in thought. Mao Shi pulled out a rectangular ink cartridge from behind him, its purpose unknown. Then, without warning, he leaped out from behind the rock, just as a bullet struck the stone, sending shards flying. Mao Shi rolled adeptly, using the cover of the gully and rubble to sprint towards a distant thicket. I squinted through a small crack in a stone, holding my breath instinctively, afraid to move, my heart pounding vehemently in my chest. Dirt flew around Mao Shi's feet, creating small craters in the ground. I surmised that the assailant was hidden in the thicket ahead, but the distance was at least 500 meters. My heart raced to my throat, fearing for Mao Shi's safety. Mao Shi moved with agility, swiftly closing the distance. Suddenly, he halted, and the long ink cartridge in his hand instantly transformed into a composite bow. Feeling around his waist, he retrieved a shell-like object from his belt, pressed one end, and with a swift motion, the ends of the shell sprang out, forming an arrow. Goodness, is he an archer? I thought, astonished. Mao Shi had already drawn the bow, and with a swift release, the arrow vanished without a trace, executed with precision and fluidity. Before I could comprehend the situation, the composite bow in Mao Shi's hands reverted to an ordinary ink cartridge, and he turned back, waving at us triumphantly. Well, this is quite something. It is time for me to take action." Uncle rose and cast a glance over his shoulder at an angle, cracking his knuckles, indicating that our old friend had arrived. Chapter 53. The Dark Monk. Following my uncle's gaze, I spotted 3 men clad in black, their faces obscured by masks, advancing toward us. Realizing their cover was blown, the trio quickened their pace, drawing gleaming recurved knives from their waists, reminiscent of the Nepalese cookery often seen in shooting games. "Uncle, a wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses. Let us retreat." Before I could finish my sentence, my uncle leaped forward, charging at the adversaries. Reluctant to be outdone, I hastily picked up a stone, ready to assist, although my own strength was hardly sufficient to avoid injuring myself. Clearly well trained, the black-clad figures executed lethal military maneuvers, their strikes swift and savage. This was my first glimpse of my uncle's combat prowess, leaving me utterly astounded. The black-clad attackers wielded their knives with deadly precision, aiming for my uncle's throat, while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. It is often said that 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, and facing 3 professional killers tightened my heart from the outset. Yet, my uncle's agility surpassed my expectations. He appeared relaxed while deftly evading the blades. One of the assailants slashed wildly, only to be met with a vicious knee strike to the abdomen from my uncle. Even from a distance, I could sense the agony etched on the man's contorted face, followed by a heavy punch that sent him crumpling to the ground, convulsing. Damn it! Another black-clad figure. Eyes ablaze with fury, lunged at my uncle's chest with his knife. My uncle's gaze sharpened, and just as the blade was about to pierce his flesh, he deftly sidestepped, the edge grazing his chest. With a swift motion, my uncle struck down, disarming the attacker, and seized his wrist. Lowering his body, he executed a shoulder throw, sending the assailant crashing to the ground, punctuating the fall with a punch to the face that rendered the man unconscious. Goodness! My uncle was astonishingly formidable, akin to the legendary figure Chin Haonan of Causeway Bay. The remaining black-clad figure, evidently their leader, watched him passively as his comrades fell. He fixed a sharp gaze upon my uncle, who dusted off his clothes and flashed a cheeky grin. Well, Yang Hao? A flicker of surprise crossed Yang Hao's eyes. But he quickly regained his composure, slowly removing his mask to reveal a cold, hard face. I was taken aback. No wonder my uncle referred to him as an old friend. Indeed, fate has drawn us together, Mr. Detective. Yang Hao sneered. But how did you know it was me? Because I have already uncovered the identity of your hidden master. My uncle taunted. You seek death. Yang Hao's expression contorted with rage as he abruptly charged at my uncle, his recurved knife slicing through the air with deadly intent. My uncle's focus intensified. His muscles taut as the two engaged in fierce combat, the clash of blade and fist echoing in the air. Although my uncle skillfully avoided the lethal strikes, he still bore several shallow cuts, causing my palms to sweat profusely. Just then, Mao Shi approached me. I tugged at his arm urgently. 11. Shoot him with an arrow. Fear not. Mao Shi grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. He sat down on a nearby rock, watching the duel with keen interest. Just don't interfere with Yen Loxi. I suddenly recalled the earlier sniper and asked, You didn't shoot him dead, did you? Mao Shi smacked my head lightly. Do you think I'm a professional assassin? That arrowhead was specially treated to merely incapacitate him temporarily. Rubbing my head, I turned back just in time to see my uncle gain the upper hand, landing a heavy punch to Yang Hao's jaw. A final wrist lock pinned Yang Hao forcefully to the ground. My goodness, my uncle was incredibly impressive. Now, tell me, who are you? What is your objective? My uncle demanded sternly. You are indeed impressive, but you shall learn nothing. Yang Hao maintained a menacing smile. I anticipated you would respond thus. My uncle scoffed. Nevertheless, just the illegal possession of firearms alone is enough to keep you behind bars for quite some time. Humph, you might be reveling too soon. Yang Hao retorted with a cold chuckle. What did you say? My uncle bristled with anger. Suddenly, an ethereal chant resonated through the air, akin to an invisible sound wave exploding in my mind, causing me to collapse to the ground, the world spinning around me. Om Aham Banza Guru Padma Siddhi Hum. I felt as though I had been struck by a sonic weapon. My head throbbed painfully, overwhelmed by the cacophony of monks chanting within my skull, as if the very heavens and earth had flipped upside down, rendering me incapable of standing. Both my uncle and Mao Shi were momentarily stunned, swaying slightly, allowing Yang Hao to seize the opportunity to break free. He drew a tear gas canister from his waist, which instantly released a thick cloud of acrid smoke, causing me to choke and tear up. The chanting persisted for several minutes, and I felt as if I had taken a ride on a roller coaster at 10 times the speed, sprawled on the ground and retching uncontrollably. When the smoke finally dissipated, Yang Hao and the two black-clad figures had vanished without a trace. Xiaogan, are you all right? My uncle rushed to my side, patting my back. I'm so dizzy. I feel like I've expelled my stomach. Gag. After a considerable time, I managed to recover, gulping down half a bottle of water, which alleviated my discomfort somewhat. 11. Take a look at this. My uncle tossed an object to Mao Shi, who caught it and examined it closely. It was a black stone tablet, strung with a series of small black beads. Just now, I exchanged a few blows with a mysterious individual amidst the smoke. He was incredibly powerful, and this is what I managed to tear from him. My uncle's expression turned grave. Dark monk. Mao Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. This sect still exists? My uncle nodded solemnly. I'm familiar with the blind monk. But who are the dark monks? I interjected, utterly perplexed, though their expressions indicated the gravity of the situation. The dark monk is a very peculiar sect, with a minuscule membership stemming from Tantric Buddhism. Their actions are shrouded in mystery and malice, often regarded as nefarious. It is said they possess unique secret techniques, and to evade malevolent curses, their bodies are adorned with scriptures, Mao Shi explained, handing me the black stone tablet. Upon inspecting it, I found an intricately carved image of a dark, foreboding Buddha. The tablet was made of shadow stone, known as a protective talisman in Tantric Buddhism. Its surface cool to the touch, This talisman is crafted from shadow stone and is commonly used as an amulet in Tantric Buddhism, Mao Shi elaborated. 11. Have you heard any rumors regarding the dark monks in recent years? My uncle inquired, settling onto a nearby stone. Mao Shi shook his head. It is said that over 80 years ago, the 3 doors and 9 sects united to launch an assault against the dark monks, after which they completely vanished. However, but what? I pressed eagerly. Mao Shi's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious tone. In recent years, I have indeed heard a rumor. Approximately 5 years ago, a mysterious group of artifact smugglers emerged in the antique market. Their true identities remain unknown, yet their operations are extensive and their methods highly skilled. There are also whispers that a greater organization lurks behind this smuggling ring, one that has been recruiting experts in the art of the supernatural. I wonder if there is a connection. My heart raced with trepidation. My uncle fell into deep contemplation, and then murmured softly, I believe the answer shall soon reveal itself. Chapter 54. The centenary spring towering sand dunes rise majestically across the boundless desert. Their steep peaks and razor-sharp ridges creating an undulating landscape. The rumbling sound of sand cascading down echoes for miles, while in the distant horizon, the rolling yellow sands resemble waves, constantly shifting. It is now the 3rd day since we departed from Phoenix City, traversing the Alasan region, and we have gradually penetrated the heart of the Badain Jaran Desert. This desolate expanse was once known as the Death Desert, a place where countless once glorious civilizations have been buried for millennia. Among them, the resplendent ancient kingdom of the Western Xia is now only a memory, with the endless yellow sands bearing witness to their existence. Yellow sands, Western Xia, the elegy of the Tangut people. The memories of history swirl in this place, where the melodious sound of camel bells echoes through the ages. Our journey takes us deep into the uninhabited regions of the desert, where the environment is ever-changing. Thus, we have opted for a traditional caravan over off-road vehicles. In addition to the 3 of us, our party includes Sister Chuchu, Shui Junhao, Professor Guyu, Xiaoran, and the newly joined Ming Han and El Fei. We are also accompanied by 6 seasoned local herdsmen and over 20 camels. As we first entered the desert, I could still spot scattered saxaul trees, a few round or square adobe houses, sheep pens, and the sun-dried droppings of camels or sheep, bleached and hardened. However, since yesterday, the scenery has become monotonously grayish-yellow, though the desert landscape is fluid, with wind patterns resembling rippling water. Our objective is to reach the underground royal tomb of the Western Xia, which has been preserved for 1,000 years. This expedition is rather low-key, as this world-shocking underground tomb has thus far only had its photographs released, with its exact location known only to a select few, including the archaeologist Professor Guyu who discovered it. My uncle and Mao Shi lead the caravan at the forefront, and along the way, we encounter some mishaps, including a camel that was bitten by a venomous snake and perished. Once we entered the desert, the temperature rose rapidly. Aside from the lively Baihu and Tang Yuan, even the usually proud and imposing general appeared listless, let alone the lethargic Mao Qiu, who has hardly woken since our departure, alternating between eating and sleeping. I awkwardly maneuvered the reins of my camel, swaying from side to side, speeding up and slowing down. You ungrateful beast! I've fed you well for 3 days, and you still treat me like this. I grumbled from atop the camel, only for it to halt its work and turn its head to spit a mouthful of saliva at me. You're just as spoiled as that fat cat, I scoffed. Sister Chuchu's camel passed by me, but she seemed a bit weak, her lips pale and a fine sheen of sweat glistening on her face, swaying precariously atop the hump. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly and caught her just in time. Sister Chuchu, are you all right? You don't look well, I said, quickly offering her the water bottle from the saddle. Thank you. I'm fine, she replied, though her voice was heavy with unspoken worries. I just don't know why, but since entering the desert, I've started having those nightmares again. Are you referring to the nightmares of the ancient tomb and altar? I recalled how Sister Chuchu had once vividly described the scenes from her dreams, sending chills down my spine. She nodded slightly, and I noticed she was tightly clutching the badge that my uncle had given her. Our journey will lead us deeper into the uninhabited zones of the desert, and as per our previous plans, we will first pass by a lake known as the Lingjing Xingchuan before reaching the underground royal tomb. According to Professor Guyu, though there are over 100 lakes scattered throughout this desert, many of which are shrouded in mystery, the Lingjing Xingchuan has never been marked on any map. This is because the spring appears only once every 100 years, vanishing again after a year, as if it possessed life, hence its name. It is said that only when the Lingjing Xingchuan emerges can one locate the underground royal tomb. Following our itinerary, we are expected to reach the Lingjing Xingchuan by evening. where we will camp for the night before proceeding to our destination the following day. The dusk in Badain Jaren is a vivid red, somewhat dimmer than blood. The distant sand mountains are enveloped in this crimson hue, resembling a veil of mist. Before us, a gray-blue lake finally comes into view, accompanied by a few dark green shrubs and brown reeds. Behind the lake looms a giant sand mountain, its chest exuding a reddish-brown hue, as if giants were gazing down upon our weary yet excited forms. Everyone is filled with exhilaration. Photographer El Fei keeps raising his camera, snapping pictures while exclaiming, "So beautiful. Truly beautiful." Ming Han drags Shuechuchu towards the lake, their playful laughter creating another picturesque scene in the golden sunset. Here lies our campsite for the night. Everyone is chatting merrily as they unload their packs. I retrieve a simple water purification device from my backpack and walk to the lake's edge. "Uncle, look, there are water birds over there," I exclaimed, pointing to a few rocks in the lake's center, where two white birds nestled comfortably. My uncle, however, was absorbed in fiddling with his water bottle, showing no interest. Initially, I had envisioned the desert spring as a well, but it turned out to be those irregular stones in the center of the lake, from which 3 springs gushed forth. The water was crystal clear and refreshing, requiring no filtration. I drank deeply, quenching my thirst and washing away the dust from my face. "The sun is about to set. We must quickly pitch the tent," my uncle remarked, gazing at the distant sun resembling a blood-red sphere. "The nights here have been calm without strong winds, yet we prudently chose a sheltered spot, securing the tent's edges with stakes and creating several makeshift sandbags to weigh it down. In the blink of an eye, the sun completely dipped below the horizon, plunging us into darkness, with only the sound of sliding sand echoing around us, a phenomenon known as the singing sands. We lit a campfire, and the stars emerged, illuminating the desert night sky, devoid of the chaos of urban life and air pollution, revealing a pristine expanse that seemed to offer a glimpse directly into the cosmos. The night air was cool and refreshing. During the day, the desert sun felt as if it could penetrate layers of clothing to sear the skin, yet at night, the temperature plummeted sharply, causing our bodies to contract. The warmth accumulated during the day lingered within us, leaving a slight feverish feeling, which was quite uncomfortable. Everyone gathered around the campfire to enjoy dinner, their spirits lifted by the anticipation of reaching the underground royal tomb the next day. Laughter filled the air as Mao Shi and Ming Han playfully bickered, culminating in a friendly challenge, though it was clear that Mao Shi was the one who ended up fleeing in defeat. What surprised me, however, was that my uncle remained quietly seated nearby, engrossed in a book, Professor Guyu's latest work, Chronicles of the History of Xia. I was taken aback. When did he become so studious? After dinner, everyone retreated to their respective tents. My uncle, Mao Shi, and I shared one tent. In the dead of night, my uncle suddenly roused me from my slumber. Groggily glancing at my watch, I realized it was only 2 in the morning. I pulled my sleeping bag over my head and muttered, "If you need to pee, go by yourself. I'm not accompanying you." In a hushed tone, my uncle whispered in my ear, "The shadowy figure is about to appear. Don't you want to see who it is?" I sprang up in alarm, my eyes wide as I stared at my uncle and then at Mao Shi, who was already prepared for action. "No?" Chapter 55, Night Talk. The temperature had nearly plummeted to freezing as I stepped out of the tent, barely managing to withstand the fierce winds that threatened to topple me over. The fine grains of sand, swept up from the dunes, stung my cheeks painfully. Fortunately, I had prepared goggles in advance, ensuring that the abrasive particles would not invade my eyes. Wrapped in my hat and scarf, I felt the chill as Tang Yuan nestled within my woolen coat, shivering in response to the cold. In stark contrast, my uncle and Miao Shi donned only simple jackets, appearing utterly unfazed by the harsh conditions. How peculiar. Are coffin lockmasters impervious to the cold? It seems that fools are immune to the chill. I followed my uncle as we ascended a sand dune, where not far behind lay a massive outcrop of granite rocks. These granite formations, weathered over millions of years, bore the scars of erosion, resembling a honeycomb with myriad holes. Starlight illuminated the rocks, casting eerie shadows that danced like phantoms in the night. "It seems it is time for you to reveal yourself," my uncle called out to the rock pile. I endeavored to stifle my breath, yet my heart raced uncontrollably, its rhythm echoing louder than my inhalations. Through the openings in the rock, I glimpsed a shadow flicker, and indeed, a figure emerged from behind the boulder. As the shadow receded, the person's features gradually came into view. "Xiaoran, so you were the puppet master behind all of this," I blurted out instinctively. Xiaoran maintained his refined and handsome demeanor, adjusting his glasses calmly as he replied, "Little one, I am not certain what you are referring to." Just as I was about to retort, my uncle gently patted my shoulder and stepped forward, saying, "Since you called me here, It cannot merely be to gaze at the stars, can it? I am merely intrigued by the geology of this place. I happen to wander here, Xiaoran replied nonchalantly, picking up an oddly shaped wind-polished stone from the ground, smiling lightly. Since you refuse to acknowledge the truth, allow me to share my thoughts, my uncle said, shrugging in indifference. He unfastened his water bottle and tossed it toward Xiaoran. Before we reached the spiritual spring, I noticed that my water bottle had been punctured with tiny holes, nearly invisible to the naked eye, but evident once filled. These irregular punctures appeared random or perhaps mischievous. Yet upon closer inspection, I discerned a line of braille. Thanks to a past relationship with a visually impaired girlfriend, I quickly recognized the sequence of numbers inscribed there. Standing upright, Xiaoran met my uncle's gaze, asking, "What does that imply?" My uncle, unfazed, replied with a gentle smile. "If someone has gone to such lengths to leave me a mark, it undoubtedly conveys some form of information. After all, I am a detective. And this elementary numerical cipher poses no challenge for me." Numerical codes typically correspond to a cipher book. The first number in this braille sequence was 142, which evidently ruled out the alphabetical arrangement. Moreover, analyzing the sequence revealed that the digits grouped in threes, with the second and third digits not exceeding 30. It was evident that the cipher book was a text, with the first number indicating the page, the second the line, and the third the word count. The remainder of the task became significantly simpler, as the only book I possessed was the one you gifted us before our departure, the esteemed Professor Guyu's Chronicles of Summer. By correlating the numbers accordingly, the decoded message read, 2 o'clock in the morning, back at the stone forest, urgent matters to discuss. Xiaoran exhaled with relief, stating, "You truly are the renowned detective Yan. I did not misjudge you. You were correct. I left that cipher." I stood in astonishment, realizing for the first time that my uncle, beyond being a coffin lockmaster, was also a private investigator. Was this truly the same uncle who had been so indolent and shameless? "Since you have matters to discuss with us, why the secrecy? Moreover, what of the portrait you gifted to Sister Chu-Chu? Why does it match the one we discovered in the ancient tomb?" I bombarded him with questions, remaining wary of the man before me, for this journey had been fraught with inexplicable occurrences. A flicker of unease crossed Xiaoran's calm face, hinting at unexpressed tribulations. After a moment's pause, his eyes regained their composure, and he took a deep breath, stating, "This matter is of great significance, without evidence. I fear that no one in the world would believe me. The orchestrator behind all of this is none other than your teacher, Professor Guyu, correct?" My uncle's words stunned everyone present, and even the surrounding air seemed to freeze in that instant. Xiaoran's expression morphed from shock to disbelief, then to a rueful smile, before he appeared to release a heavy burden and gently shook his head. "You already know," I gasped, feeling as though a thunderclap had struck above me. Rooted in place like a wooden post, while Miao Shi remained blissfully unconcerned, as if nothing my uncle could say would astonish him. From the moment I discovered that Yang Hao had tampered with the oil painting, I was convinced there was a mastermind behind him. Thus, I deliberately chose to let him go, while my cat discreetly followed him. As soon as my uncle finished speaking, a meow echoed nearby. We turned to see that Baihu had somehow perched atop the boulder, observing us, his golden and silver eyes glowing in the darkness, shining brighter than the stars. My astonishment surged anew, and I instinctively clutched Tang Yuan tighter. After witnessing Chu-Chu's mural in the headless general's tomb, your suspicion was naturally the highest. Though one cannot dismiss Professor Guyu, my uncle continued. Thus, upon reaching Phoenix City, I instructed Baihu to observe discreetly. He quickly uncovered the puppet master behind Yang Hao, and it was indeed Guyu. I struggled to comprehend this revelation, incredulity washing over me. So, the ambush we faced at the Western Xia Royal Tomb was also orchestrated by Professor Guyu? I queried, unable to reconcile his benevolent and wise visage with such sinister machinations. Indeed, Professor Guyu must have sensed something amiss. To avoid disrupting his plans, the simplest course would be to eliminate us quietly. I intended to hand Yang Hao and the others over to the police to delay their progress. But the appearance of the mysterious monk took me by surprise, revealing that the organization behind Professor Guyu may be even more complex than I had imagined. Since you are already aware, why not directly accuse the professor? Xiaoran confronted my uncle. As you suggested, Professor Guyu is renowned globally, without substantial evidence. It is wiser to lure the snake from its den than to startle it into hiding, allowing us to uncover the true conspiracy behind him. My uncle's demeanor remained poised, exuding confidence. Xiaoran chuckled softly. "You are even more formidable than I had anticipated." My uncle waved his hand dismissively. "Now, can you share what you know with us?" Chapter 56. The sound of the spring and the earthquake. The vast and desolate desert night grew increasingly cold. with the stars shifting overhead and the Milky Way shimmering brilliantly. The boundless night sky inspired a multitude of thoughts, and the more one feared the darkness, the more one could perceive the brilliance of the stars. The desert lay in tranquil silence, with the sound of shifting sands reminiscent of whispers from hidden spirits lurking in the shadows. We gazed at Xiaoran, who wore a bitter expression as he spoke. My teacher is the person I respect the most, the very benchmark I strive to surpass. Over the years, my teacher has presided over the excavation of numerous historical sites, gaining widespread acclaim. Yet, I inadvertently discovered that he is, in fact, the leader of the international artifact smuggling syndicate known as the Tomb. The Tomb? Uncle and Mao Shi exchanged glances. Mao Shi nodded slightly, presumably recognizing this organization as the artifact smuggling group he had previously mentioned. This organization had surged to notoriety in just a few years, earning a place on the blacklist of security agencies worldwide. Yet its personnel, structure, and mastermind remained a mystery. Xiaoran continued gravely. For the past 2 years, I have tirelessly gathered evidence regarding the tomb, but their operations are shrouded in secrecy and executed with great skill, leaving no trace. The only opportunity lies with Chu Chu. What about Chu Chu? Uncle furrowed his brow. My teacher has always harbored a deep fascination for the relics of the Western Xia, or rather, an obsession. Just a few months ago, he suddenly entered the desert alone and lost all contact. A month later, he emerged with a shocking revelation. He discovered the true underground tomb of the founding emperor of Western Xia, Li Yuanhao. Xiaoran paused, then continued. Among the few photographs my teacher brought back, one depicted a portrait of a woman who bore a striking resemblance to my acquaintance, Xue Chu Chu. Initially, I dismissed it as mere coincidence and painted this portrait as a birthday gift for her. However, upon learning of this, my teacher's reaction was exceedingly strange. Subsequently, through my connections, he also befriended Chu Chu's father, Xue Juanhao. Uncle Xue himself is an aficionado of Western Xia and greatly admires my teacher, leading to their growing friendship and ultimately our expedition to Western Xia. I felt as if my mind was overwhelmed, akin to cramming 10 mock examination papers into my head. I never anticipated that all of this was orchestrated by Professor Gu Yu behind the scenes. What could Professor Gu Yu's purpose be? Uncle's dark eyes were as profound as a bottomless well. I too fell into contemplation. If it were for money, their target should be Xue Juanhao, not Sister Chu Chu. Moreover, as an artifact smuggling group, shouldn't their focus be on antique relics? Xiaoran shook his head. I don't know. But it must relate to this journey to Western Xia, which is why I chose to reveal the truth tonight. Silence enveloped us once more. Just then, a series of urgent, piercing sounds resembling a shrill flute emanated from the direction of the Lingjing Spring, abruptly shattering the stillness of the night. The sound's penetrating quality was striking. At times it rang loud and shrill, and at others, it resonated with a mournful timbre. What is that sound? I clutched my ears, feeling as if my eardrums were being pierced. It's the Mingquan. Uncle and the others shouted in unison, their expressions shifting dramatically as they hurried toward the summit of the sand dune. Uncle and Mao Shi moved swiftly, quickly scaling the sandy ridge, and Xiaoran, despite appearing delicate, followed closely behind. Only I struggled up the slope, panting heavily by the time I reached the top. We gazed toward the campsite, where the camels, startled by the sharp flute sound, scattered in all directions, creating chaos in the camp. The flute sound ceased abruptly. Just as my heart began to settle, a sudden, intense tremor shook the ground, causing the surrounding sand dunes to collapse. I felt my footing slip, nearly tumbling down with the sliding sand. But Uncle caught me just in time. An earthquake? I exclaimed in alarm. Mao Shi knelt, placing his palm on the ground to sense the vibrations, his brow furrowed. No, this isn't an earthquake. Something massive underground has been activated. What could be causing such a commotion? Not good. We must leave. Uncle suddenly seemed to recall something and dashed toward the camp without a moment's hesitation. Oh my, it's like a triathlon in the middle of the night. By the time I arrived at the campsite, Uncle and the others had already checked all the tents, though there were no injuries. Both Sister Chu Chu and Professor Gu Yu had vanished, while Ming Han, who shared a tent with Sister Chu Chu, lay unconscious. Ming Han! Ming Han! Mao Shi supported Ming Han, slapping her cheek but receiving no response. Finally, he retrieved a small black gourd from his pocket, removing the cork and waving it beneath her nose. Cough, cough. What is this? It stinks. Ming Han coughed, groggily awakening, pressing her temples. What happened? My head hurts. Never mind that now. How did you faint here? Where's Chu Chu? Mao Shi inquired, putting away the gourd. Ming Han's expression changed as she looked around the tent, confirming that Xue Chu Chu was indeed missing. Just now, a loud noise suddenly woke us up. I was about to check what was happening when I somehow fainted. I vaguely saw a shadow move past the front of the tent. At that moment, Xue Juanhao and Lu Fei arrived. Uncle, what is going on? We had only just learned of Professor Gu Yu's true identity when, in the blink of an eye, he and Sister Chu Chu had vanished. Here we were, in an endless no man's land. Could they have fled deeper into the desert? I noticed Uncle's fists were clenched tightly, an unusual expression of anger gracing his face as he ground his teeth. We've been misled. The so-called route to the underground tomb was a fabrication. Gu Yu's true aim was to lead us here. Mingquan. Mao Shi immediately reacted, realizing that was what they had been waiting for. What is Mingquan? I was utterly confused, having heard this term mentioned earlier. Xiaoren stepped forward, explaining. Mingquan is a unique spring in the desert that emits a sound resembling a flute just before an earthquake, audible from miles away. This Lingjing spring is indeed a Mingquan, and the shrill sound we just heard came from it. It seems the true underground tomb lies here. And the recent Mingquan sound and the tremor were actually mechanisms for opening the tomb. Mao Shi added hastily. Could it be that Chu Chu has been taken into the tomb by Professor Gu Yu? Ming Han said anxiously. The atmosphere grew heavy, and the crowd fell silent. Meow suddenly, a white tiger leaped into the tent, calling out to us. Xiaoran, you, Ming Han, and Fei stay here. I will go with Shi to search for Chu Chu. Uncle patted Mao Shi's shoulder and stepped outside the tent. Realizing what was happening, I hurriedly followed. Wait, I want to go too. Chapter 57. The quicksand. The recent tremors seemed to have shifted the surrounding sand dunes, and the vast expanse of the Milky Way spilled over the Lingjing Xingchuan, resembling a mirror adorned with a silk ribbon embellished with gemstones. Following closely behind the white tiger, we traversed a sand dune not far behind Lingjing Xingchuan, where we observed the white tiger sniffing around the sandy ground, eventually treading a circle in the sand and meowing at us. Step back. Uncle gestured for us to retreat, then produced a soil gnomon from his bag, aligning it towards the North Star as he gradually approached the center of the circle. Observing the shadows cast by the cold starlight upon the gnomon, Uncle murmured, the 7 stars of ghost erosion. The comet guards the star. What is Uncle doing? I whispered to Mao Shi, who stood beside me. This is astrology. Mao Shi pointed to the sky filled with stars, explaining that the coffin-locking masters are the only sects proficient in the 5 arts of mountain medicine, fate, divination, and astrology, which is further divided into facial, skeletal, energetic, and stellar studies. Since ancient times, shamans have understood the significance of observing celestial phenomena, utilizing the movements of the sun, moon, and stars to predict fortune and misfortune. Especially in ancient times, emperors and noble families placed great emphasis on the harmony between heaven and humanity, ensuring that their tombs considered both the geomantic currents of mountains and rivers, as well as the celestial alignments. How enlightening, I exclaimed, realizing that only the infamous Yen Loxi possessed the ability to determine the location of a tomb based on the auspicious arrangement of the stars. Mao Shi crossed his arms, gazing at Uncle with admiration and a fervent ambition to surpass him. Who would have thought Uncle is an expert in astronomy? I've located the Earth's center. Uncle's eyes suddenly widened, and he began to walk southward from the circle's center. After approximately 100 steps, he placed the gnomon on the ground. I hurried to catch up, witnessing the shadow of the small rod at the center of the gnomon lengthen and shorten before ultimately settling directly in the middle, vanishing from sight. Uncle, what does Earth's center signify? My curiosity about the changing shadow on the gnomon surged. Pointing to the small rod at the center, Uncle explained, the so-called Earth's center signifies a rod casting no shadow. According to ancient teachings, Earth's center is the intersection of heaven and earth, the 4 seasons, wind and rain, and yin and yang, essentially the cosmic nexus of balance, often representing the site of an emperor's grand tomb. Are you suggesting the entrance to the underground palace is here? I could not contain my astonishment, only to notice the grave expression on Uncle's face. Is there a problem? Uncle grasped a handful of sand, watching it slip slowly through his fingers, and solemnly declared, the entrance to the underground palace has been completely sealed. How could this happen? My heart sank, anxiety flooding my thoughts, fearing for Sister Chu Chu's safety. Mao Shi crouched beside me, scooping up a handful of sand to sniff, his expression equally grave as he remarked, this is a massive quicksand tomb. A quicksand tomb, he elaborated, was one of the most common traps used in ancient times to deter tomb raiders, also known as accumulated stone quicksand. It is a mechanism set within the tomb's threshold, ingeniously designed. After entombing the deceased, the stone door is closed from the outside, and a track beneath the door activates the mechanism, causing a deluge of sand to flow out and refill the passageway, effectively sealing the door. Consequently, the entire passage is instantly filled with quicksand, serving as both a barrier and a safeguard. Once activated, the stone door can never be opened from the outside. When faced with a quicksand tomb raiders employed a unique method known as the hawk turn, which entailed drilling down from the outer sand layer and then horizontally to reach the burial chamber. However, this technique is only effective for smaller tombs. Encountering a large mausoleum would be an exceedingly daunting task. Based on Mao Shi's estimates, the underground palace beneath us extended 100 meters deep, far beyond human capacity to excavate. What do we do now? Is there no way to rescue Sister Chuchu? My heart raced, anxiety overwhelming me, as tears threatened to spill from my eyes. There is still one method. Uncle raised his head, his gaze resolute. Upon hearing there was still hope, I quickly suppressed my tears, gazing at Uncle with anticipation. You mean the reverse quicksand? Mao Shi seemed to grasp the idea immediately, yet he added cautiously, but Yen Loxi, wouldn't that be too perilous? Time is of the essence. We have no other choice. Uncle's determination was unwavering, as though he had made up his mind. A sense of foreboding stirred within me, prompting me to ask, what is reverse quicksand? Mao Shi sighed, explaining. Although the entrance to the underground palace is completely sealed by quicksand, there remain many narrow air passages within such a massive quicksand tomb, akin to whirlpools in water, capable of directly drawing individuals into the burial passage. This is reverse quicksand. However, this method is fraught with danger. Choosing the wrong air passage could lead to being buried alive underground. Uncle, if it's so dangerous, perhaps we should. I started, but before I could finish, Uncle gently pressed down on my head, a mischievous grin returning to his face. Don't worry. This minor issue is nothing for a coffin-locking master. Mauchio, it's your turn to shine. Uncle approached a small sand mound not far away, where a fluffy black tail peeked out. He tugged it, lifting Mauchio, who flailed its short legs in midair. When did you become an ostrich? Mauchio appeared indignant, looking quite displeased, observing the plump creature dangling in the air. I felt uncertain about its usefulness. Uncle grinned slyly. Don't be fooled by its appearance. When it comes to escaping, none can rival it. The cloudy roar iron rolling brocade is inherently a thought-based cat, naturally endowed with extraordinary intuition, highly sensitive to danger, essentially afraid of death. Well, being afraid of death is a superpower. Mauchio wriggled free from Uncle's grip, landing safely on the ground, or rather, its rotund belly thudded onto the earth, leaving a round impression. It then began to sniff around the sand with its fluffy tail swaying, albeit with an air of reluctance. Before long, it used its chubby paws to dig 2 shallow holes in the nearby ground, then strutted away to lie down, yawning widely. These 2 spots indicate the locations of the reverse quicksand. Uncle instructed us to step back. He then retrieved a pair of peachwood chopsticks from his bag. Holding them in his palms, and with hands pressed together, he chanted, Soul, return, heaven and earth, for directions. Phantom form of aids, I summon thee. The contract established. Life and death decreed. I take your wealth, and dispel your calamities. I was already familiar with the concept of contract and divination, which is one of the 5 arts of the coffin-locking masters. Uncle inserted the chopsticks into the sand, leaving an inch of space between them, and then stepped back 3 paces. I intently watched the pair of peachwood chopsticks, silently counting 3 breaths. Suddenly, they began to shake violently, and then with 2 cracking sounds, both chopsticks snapped in half, leaving 4 segments stacked together. What does it signify? Zhuangguo. It wasn't until later that I learned Zhuangguo represents the meaning of surviving against all odds, indicating gathering and dispersing quicksand, life and death without a trace. Chapter 58. The airway as the celestial river flows above, the veil of the world hangs low. The mysteries of existence often reveal themselves in the most unexpected ways. In the lifeless depths of the desert, one can behold the most resplendent starry sky. The surrounding singing sand mountains occasionally emit the rumbling sound of sand and stones grinding against each other, resonating with remarkable clarity in the desolate desert night, at times melodious like a gentle tune, at others thunderous like a stampede of wild horses. My uncle furrowed his brow as he observed the divination results displayed by the peachwood chopsticks. His expression shifted from grave to gradually relaxed, and he flashed his characteristic mischievous grin, saying to me, Little Coffin, you stay up here with Tang Yuan and General. Should anything arise, you'll be our lifeline. Mausher 11 and I will take White Tiger and Mau Mau down. I nodded. Following my uncle would only hinder their efforts rather than assist. Time was of the essence. My uncle glanced at the night sky, where the Milky Way seemed poised to crash down upon us. He and Mausher 11 began meticulously checking their gear, and once prepared, they positioned themselves at distinct points, for the unpredictable nature of the airway could lead to their separation once they descended. Yin Loxi, we shall meet underground, Mausher 11 exclaimed. Brimming with vitality, as if he possessed boundless energy, his inky black pupils gleaming with excitement. With a strange cry, he leapt into the small pit, vanishing like a dragon plunging into water. Oh, you ravenous mouth. My uncle chuckled incredulously, casting a glance at the nearby cats. White Tiger, Mau Mau, let us go? With that, he leapt into the spot marked by Mau Mau, with White Tiger swiftly following suit. As I watched my uncle and Mausher 11 disappear, a wave of anxiety washed over me. The surface of the sand quickly returned to its original state after they jumped, rendering it unresponsive to my touch. Wait, what was that dark mass? I squinted and saw, beside the airway where my uncle had just leapt, a big, round black ball stealthily shifting. It was unmistakably Mau Mau. Upon realizing I had spotted him, Mau Mau froze momentarily before bolting away. You fat cat, fleeing at the last moment. I tucked Tang Yuan into my arms, zipped up my jacket, and hurried after Mau Mau. The sand was loose and soft, each step sinking deeper, and soon I was panting for breath. Fortunately, Mau Mau was also a lethargic creature, and neither of us was particularly swift, both gasping as we trudged through the sand. Only General remained aloof, perched on a hill, indifferent to our plight. At last, I lunged forward, seizing Mau Mau's soft tail, and regardless of its frantic attempts to escape, it soon surrendered, collapsing on the ground, panting heavily. Look at you. Where do you think you're running? I gasped, preparing to deliver my victorious proclamation when suddenly, I felt my feet sink. Alarm bells rang in my mind. Before I could react, the sand beneath me melted away like liquid, and I was swiftly pulled down. Help! Meow! Two mournful cries echoed across the desert, reverberating endlessly. I felt myself tumbling into an abyss of inky darkness, my body spiraling as dizziness overtook me, stomach churning, yet I clung tightly to Mau Mau's tail. Eventually, I lost consciousness, and after an indeterminate time, I felt a tickling sensation on my face. Groggily opening my eyes, I found Tang Yuan staring at me with its round, glistening eyes, meowing softly. I rose, activating the flashlight feature on my watch, discovering Mau Mau's plump body sprawled atop me. I couldn't tell if it had fainted or merely fallen asleep, but it appeared unharmed. Wow, no wonder you're so heavy. I struggled to shift Mau Mau aside, feeling a wave of soreness wash over me, gasping in pain as every joint felt as if it had been disassembled and then hastily reassembled. What in the world is this place? I mused, shining the flashlight around. I realized I was in a dimly lit tomb chamber, the darkness enveloping me, the watch's light insufficient to reveal the chamber's depths. Glancing up, I noticed an opening resembling a skylight, now completely sealed, with a pile of yellow sand scattered beneath it, evidence of my fall. Meow. Tang Yuan tugged at my pant leg. Its round golden and silver eyes fixed on me, seemingly conveying its ability to see clearly. Golden eyes, guiding light, silver eyes, balancing the yin and yang. I patted Tang Yuan's little head. With this little companion leading the way, my sense of security surged. Beside me, Mau Mau scratched its belly, rolled over, and began to snore. Indeed, my concern for Mau Mau had been unwarranted. Given it a bed, and it would sleep until the end of the world. Rolling my eyes, I chose to ignore it. After all, Mau Mau wouldn't suffer any harm. Following Tang Yuan, I ventured forward through the empty tomb chamber. Not long after, I reached the chamber's wall. But the sight that met my eyes made me gasp in fright. The walls were adorned with terrifying patterns of red lacquer and black lines, reminiscent of a serpent's skin, depicting countless grotesque figures, some with bellies as large as basins, others with throats as thin as needles, and some breathing fire, all varying in terrifying forms. In the center of the wall stood a stone door. Just as I prepared to push it open, Tang Yuan suddenly bit down on my pant leg, and I instinctively withdrew my hand as if jolted by electricity. Meow. Tang Yuan called out to a nearby wall in a high-pitched voice, prompting me to approach with caution. Guided by the light from my watch, to my astonishment, there was another door. The artwork on this wall differed from the previous one but still depicted nightmarish scenes. Sending chills down my spine, I stepped back, instinctively wanting to avoid the horror. After circling the tomb chamber, I discovered its structure was a regular hexagon, with a stone door at the center of each of its 6 walls. What to do? Here lay 6 stone doors. I was at a loss. while Tang Yuan tilted its head, mirroring my confusion. Suddenly, a thought struck me, Mao Mao. My eyes lit up as clarity washed over me. My uncle had mentioned that Mao Mao was inherently sensitive to danger, so why not let it choose? Ah, indeed, there is always a way out. Chapter 59, The Spectral Path Glimmer. Boss Mao. Boss Mao. At this moment, my expression was a blend of servility and perhaps a hint of lewdness. As I crouched on the ground, administering a full-body massage to the fluffy creature, Mao-Chio's feline eyes squinted into crescent shapes, stretching its limbs while its plump belly rose and fell in a display of utter bliss. Hey, dear leader, from here on out, we shall rely entirely on you. I felt akin to a devoted sycophant, and even Tang Yuan, who was nearby, seemed unable to bear the sight, scampering off to play by itself. The rhythmic sound of Mao-Chio's snoring filled the air, a testament to its carefree existence. Hey, this is hardly the time for you to be sleeping soundly. In a moment of urgency, I grasped Mao-Chio's large tail and lifted it. This creature was truly a slumbering deity, utterly oblivious to the time. Mao-Chio puffed up in indignation, clearly displeased with my interruption, flailing its stubby legs in protest. However, it was not long before it ceased its commotion, and as I thought Mao-Chio had acquiesced, an ominous feeling surged within me. Could it be? Before I could finish my thought, I noticed Mao-Chio's whiskers standing upright like tiny iron rods. Suddenly, with a loud meow, a jolt of electricity coursed through my arm, rendering me momentarily paralyzed. My muscles trembled, and every hair on my body seemed to stand on end. I yelped in shock, and Mao-Chio seized the opportunity to wriggle free from my grip, casting a triumphant glance in my direction. Goodness, this was no ordinary cat. It was akin to a Pikachu. Mao-Chio positioned its front paws on the ground, lifting its rear end high, stretching with a languorous yawn, as if finally awake. It began to stroll toward the surrounding stone walls. I shall settle the score with you later. I patted my electrified hair and hurried to follow. Mao-Chio ambled over to the stone door, sniffing diligently at the gaps between each slab. Thus, we traversed the tomb chamber, and after Mao-Chio had inspected all 6 stone doors, it suddenly wore a look of astonishment, its round eyes fixated and motionless. My mind was a whirl of questions. Just as I prepared to approach, I witnessed Mao-Chio rolling on the ground, mewing incessantly. What on earth does this mean, Boss Mao-Chio? Could it be none of these 6 stone doors lead to safety? A chill of dread coursed down my spine. Mao-Chio mewed in what seemed to be an affirmation of my fears, then returned to the center of the chamber, curling up to resume its slumber, exuding an aura of complete resignation. What should I do? What should I do? I felt like an ant on a hot skillet, anxiety gnawing at my insides. If all 6 stone doors were dead ends, did that mean we were to be trapped here indefinitely? Meow, a soft feline call resonated from the inky shadows. Tang Yuan, have you discovered something? A flicker of hope ignited within me as I rushed toward Tang Yuan, who was crouched before one of the stone doors, calling out towards the gap beneath it. Mimicking Tang Yuan, I knelt down, illuminating the crevice with the light from my watch, scrutinizing it closely. After several glances, I found no anomalies. Tang Yuan tugged at my sleeve with its pristine white paw. Are you suggesting I turn off the flashlight? Meow, Tang Yuan responded, our unspoken understanding deepening. I switched off the flashlight feature on my watch, plunging the surroundings into impenetrable darkness. Once more, I leaned down to peer into the gap, and though faint, I discerned a glimmer of light beyond it. There is light. Perhaps it is Uncle or Mausher 11. My heart soared, and I lifted Tang Yuan high in jubilation. Well done, Tang Yuan, you're far more reliable than that plump cat. Mao-Chio sneezed, seemingly aware that it was being talked about behind its back. All right, let us proceed. With great effort, I dragged the reluctant Mao-Chio to the door. Standing before the towering stone entrance, I felt an invisible pressure envelop me, and I took a deep breath to steady my nerves. Wow, this is heavy. Summoning all my strength, I pushed against the stone door, with Tang Yuan lending its tiny paws to assist. As the door creaked ajar, my heart began to race. A soft, ethereal green glow spilled through the crack, illuminating my face. Elation surged within me, and I felt a renewed vigor as I pushed the door open wider. Tang Yuan, Mao-Chio, you go in first. I flushed crimson with effort. Once, I could barely lift 30 pounds, and now I was managing to budge this massive stone door. Tang Yuan nimbly leaped inside, while Mao-Chio, still reluctant, ultimately squeezed its pudgy form through the gap. Boss Mao-Chio, it's high time you considered shedding some weight. I inhaled deeply, mustering the last remnants of my strength, and with a final push, I forced the door open significantly, then swiftly turned to enter. With a resounding thud, the stone door slammed shut behind me. I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, my arms aching and throbbing. However, the moment I raised my head, I found myself utterly astonished, my jaw nearly dislocated in disbelief. Behind the door lay an utterly unexpected sight. A vast, natural cavern unfolded before me, with jagged stalactites hanging from the ceiling like wild horses rearing and neighing. A chilling, damp breeze enveloped me, sending shivers down my spine. But what truly took my breath away was the myriad of peculiar flora that thrived within the cavern, each plant emanating a soft, ghostly luminescence. For a moment, I completely forgot that I was deep within a desolate desert. Miao Tong Yuan's call brought me back to reality. I pinched my own cheek, the sharp sting confirming that this was no mere illusion. I scrambled to my feet, scanning my surroundings warily. Even Mauchio's pupils had sharpened, its black fur bristling, appearing to grow more formidable. Could it truly be beneath the desert? A wave of disorientation washed over me. The entire cavern shimmered with glowing plants, their hues of green and blue casting an eerie yet enchanting tableau, evoking a dreamlike beauty. I retrieved the gun from my bag, a modified pistol that Mausher 11 had helped me alter from a single shot to a 6-shot revolver, with lighter ammunition replacing the heavier rounds. Though this weapon was primarily effective against zombies, it provided me with a semblance of security. With no choice but to forge ahead, I steeled myself for what lay ahead. Cautiously, I observed my surroundings, wary of any sudden movements, only to overlook the ground beneath me. After a few steps, I felt my foot sink into something soft. My heart raced as I slowly looked down, revealing the ground carpeted with small, umbrella-shaped mushrooms and reddish-brown bulrushes, each radiating a faint green glow. I exhaled in relief. Yet as I gazed at these peculiar plants, several familiar names flashed through my mind, prompting me to crouch down for a closer inspection. Indeed, they were ghost mushrooms and lantern grasses. Chapter 60, the ghostly with the bioluminescent plants within the cavern emitted a cold light, reminiscent of countless fireflies scattered across the stone path, glimmering like a river of stars, forming a long array of ethereal lamps. The term cold light refers to fluorescence or phosphorescence. In nature, various organisms such as certain bacteria, fungi, worms, insects, and fish are capable of producing this cold light, which, devoid of heat, earns its title. Tang Yuan, intrigued by these luminous flora, playfully poked at them with tiny paws. Be careful, it might be toxic. I quickly scooped Tang Yuan up and tucked him into my clothing. As for Mauchio, he appeared to shy away from these glowing plants, his short legs comically alternating between stretching and retracting, as if navigating a minefield. To my astonishment, this subterranean tomb was replete with rare species of ghostly fungi and luminescent reeds. I couldn't help but marvel at the craftsmanship of this tomb. Even a mere passageway left me profoundly impressed. Since my last return from Wukashin with my uncle, I had developed a newfound fascination with the ancient tomes on the bookshelf in my room, having read through a third of them already. One book, in particular, piqued my interest, The Tales of All Things. According to my uncle, this remarkable work was authored by a disheartened scholar in the early Ming dynasty, who, after repeated failures, turned his attention to the supernatural, traversing the vast lands and ancient mountains, documenting numerous bizarre occurrences and rare treasures. The original text was divided into 10 sections, though most have since been lost, leaving only 3.5. The ghostly wood, the Eanworm, the nether beasts, and a half section titled The Record of 1,000 Coffins. Within the ghostly wood, many extraordinary plants are chronicled, which the ancients could not explain, thus deeming them as ghostly wood. Out of curiosity, I sought additional information and discovered that most plants described in the ghostly would have real-world counterparts, which I found utterly fascinating. One such plant, resembling a translucent, umbrella-like mushroom, is known as ghostly fungus or bioluminescent mushroom. This exceedingly rare fungus appears akin to a modern craftwork, emanating a faint green glow in the darkness. Those who encounter this eerie green light at night often mistake it for ghostly fire, inciting fear and evasion. Beside it, the red glowing bulrush, also referred to as luminescent reed, boasts leaves adorned with a silver frost-like crystal, as if dusted with fine silver powder. In the dark, the crystalline leaves glimmer, resembling countless lamps. These plants are exceptionally rare. I never anticipated encountering such a plethora of luminescent flora within this desert's subterranean realm. As I ventured further, I was increasingly amazed by the emerging plants, lantern trees, nightlight trees, moon trees. It felt as though I had entered an exhibition dedicated to luminescent flora. The lantern tree, capable of absorbing and storing phosphorus, releases phosphine at night, creating clusters of pale blue phosphorescence that resemble flickering lanterns. The nightlight tree, also known as the illumination tree or magic tree, transforms into a spectacle of fire and silver flowers at night, with its luminous source emanating from the roots. The larger the tree, the brighter the phosphorescence, releasing a cold light upon contact with atmospheric oxygen, devoid of heat and unable to ignite. The moon tree, with its leaf edges glowing faintly, resembles the arc of a crescent moon, appearing to rise from the treetops in the night. How do these plants thrive in such depths? My curiosity about this tomb deepened. The cavern walls, polished smooth by the ceaseless flow of lava water over the years, resembled rippling water. Occasionally, droplets cascaded from the stalactite tips above, breaking the cavern's tranquility with soft plinks. It felt like an ancient underground river. I touched the stone patterns on the walls. They were sticky yet remarkably moist. Contrary to popular belief, deserts are not devoid of moisture. A specialized geological team once investigated and discovered abundant underground water resources beneath this vast desert, akin to an underground ocean. Particularly, the numerous lakes scattered throughout the Badain Jaran Desert, dubbed the Eyes of the Desert, remain inexhaustible despite the immense evaporation, presenting a significant geological enigma. As for the source of the underground river, some claim it is fed by the melting snow from the Chilean mountains, forming subterranean rivers through fault lines and carbonate caves. It seems this tomb was meticulously carved from this primordial underground waterway, explaining its vast scale. Just as I marveled at nature's artistry, Mauccio suddenly emitted a piercing shriek, his fur standing on end as if facing a formidable foe. "Mauccio, what is it?" Instinctively, I ducked behind a rock, cautiously peeking out. The surroundings appeared still, yet the light had intensified, transforming from a soft green to a radiant white. As I pondered my next move, a gentle yet chilling fragrance wafted toward me. The aroma was crisp and rich, imbued with an enticing allure. As the scent entered my nostrils, it coursed through my veins like a refreshing stream, reaching my brain, instilling a sense of clarity and profound relaxation. While I was enraptured by this delightful fragrance, a sudden sharp pain surged from my fingertips. They say the fingers are connected to the heart, and this acute sensation jolted me from my reverie. When I opened my eyes, the sight before me rendered me paralyzed with fear. Unbeknownst to me, I had wandered into a semi-transparent grove of white flowers, each bloom immense, with petals the size of wash basins. The flowers, stems, and leaves were all translucent white, with blooms gently drooping at the tips, their leaves having nearly transformed into white scales. Blood dripped from the tip of my left finger, while Tang Yuan's mouth bore a faint trace of crimson, appearing weak and exhausted. It seemed he had exerted all his strength to rouse me. I gently patted Tang Yuan's small head, neglecting my wound, and hastily distanced myself from the white flowers. Where was Mauccio? I scanned my surroundings, but found no trace of him. Had he fled again? I was utterly exasperated with this fat cat. However, now was not the time to dwell on Mauccio, as I scrutinized my environment. Ahead lay an expanse of semi-transparent white flowers. To pass through, I had to navigate this floral maze. I then observed the flowers' appearance. Their blooms hung down like crystal pipes, singularly perched atop the plants, casting an enticing white glow in the dimness. Their exterior resembled that of a pure and flawless fairy, shyly bowing her head, akin to moonlight breaking through the earth, surreal and dreamlike, making one marvel at the existence of such extraordinary species in this world. This is the corpse flower. Chapter 61. Corpse flower. In the Monogatari series, the tale of the demon tree recounts various extraordinary flowers in the world and ranks these peculiar blooms. The top 10 are categorized as the monster flower list, representing the most terrifying flowers known to mankind. The early entries on this list are undeniably bizarre and fearsome, leading me to suspect that the author has fabricated these strange blossoms. However, it is the 9th entry, the corpse flower, that left a lasting impression on me. The corpse flower, often referred to as the death flower, is believed to flourish solely on decaying corpses, possessing certain hallucinogenic properties that rival those of the corpse flower. What sets it apart, however, is its appearance, crystalline and translucent, resembling flawless white jade, exuding an intoxicating fragrance that belies its association with death. The reason for my profound impression is that this remarkable flower has a real-world counterpart. Known scientifically as the crystal orchid, it is hermaphroditic and typically thrives in the humidity-laden, sunless depths of ancient forests. After millions of years of evolution, its leaves have transformed into white scales, entirely devoid of chlorophyll, preventing it from obtaining nutrients through photosynthesis like other plants. Instead, it relies on absorbing the nutrients from surrounding decaying flora and fauna to sustain its existence. To attract creatures, it emits an alluring white light in the shadows, akin to a witch with the appearance of a fairy. Another reason the corpse flower unsettles me is due to its size. According to the demon tree's narrative and my own research, the crystal orchid typically grows only a few dozen centimeters tall, yet the specimens in this underground palace are nearly 10 times larger. Such a phenomenon is utterly incomprehensible. It is no wonder I have felt that something is amiss within this cave, despite the abundance of plant life, which indicates a complete miniature ecosystem. There is a conspicuous absence of animals, no insects, not even a single ant. Tang Yuan seems to sense something as well, near the roots of the nearest corpse flower. It begins to dig, revealing a severed, half-buried skeleton. My heart races. Could it be? Is the ground beneath us littered with corpses? And are these gigantic corpse flowers nourished by the remains? A wave of nausea washes over me as the horrifying realization dawns that I am standing upon a bed of bones, sending chills down my spine. A soft splashing sound echoes in the stillness of the cave, startlingly clear. However, this sound does not originate from the droplets above, but rather from the blood that slips from my fingertip. In that instant, I remember the unbandaged wound on my finger. Glancing down, I am taken aback to find the ground is covered in a web of translucent white roots, each adorned with fine, hair-like filaments. As my blood touches the ground, it is swiftly absorbed by these white tendrils, vanishing without a trace. The previously lifeless cave suddenly fills with a rustling sound, reminiscent of countless serpents slithering through the underbrush. My hair stands on end as I stumble, realizing that the white roots beneath my feet have begun to writhe violently. Meow. Tang Yuan emits a pained wail, and my heart clenches as I see it ensnared by a white tendril that drags it across the ground. Tang Yuan, I shout, rushing towards it, but as I move, I lose my balance and crash to the ground, feeling a rigid vine tighten around my ankle. Damn it! I struggle to free myself, but the translucent roots coil tighter, resembling a white python that constricts with every attempt to escape. Suddenly, a powerful force yanks me upward. The roots beneath me retract, scraping my back painfully as I am dragged along the ground, leaving a long trail behind. When I focus my gaze, I see that the roots are pulling me towards a massive corpse flower, its drooping crystal petals resembling the gaping maw of a beast poised to devour me. Just then, a dark figure leaps from the shadows of the cave wall, severing the white tendril ensnaring my foot. It is the little fur ball that had been hiding in the crevices. Thank you, fur ball, I exclaim, regaining my footing and sprinting towards Tang Yuan. The tendril that had captured Tang Yuan is now preparing to draw it into the flower's enormous bud. Without hesitation, I draw my gun and fire 3 rapid shots at the corpse flower. To my astonishment, the black projectiles have some effect on the corpse flower. They pierce the pristine, translucent bud, causing it to crack and wither visibly at an alarming rate. I leap towards Tang Yuan, and as I pull it away, the tendril shrivels and darkens due to the flower's reaction. Tang Yuan appears weak but unharmed. Yet, there is no time for respite. The surrounding roots and corpse flowers seem to react to the gunfire, becoming increasingly agitated, a terrifying dance of serpents. Cradling Tang Yuan in my arms, I shout back, "Fur ball, let's make a run for it." The fur ball lets out a cry and dashes away. The roots themselves are not particularly fast, but they respond instinctively to stimuli. The filaments on the roots likely function similarly to the sensitive hairs of a Venus flytrap. When stimulated, they emit a weak bioelectric current that triggers a contraction, allowing the roots to coil and bend. Though their movements are slow, the vast expanse of corpse flowers seems infinite, each thriving in a cluster. The more decaying matter present, the faster they grow. The multitude of white roots swirls around us, and despite our efforts, we are ultimately ensnared, the relentless tendrils wrapping tighter around us. Each constriction eliciting painful cracks from my bones, while the fur ball struggles and cries out in agony. The colossal corpse flowers, glowing with a white luminescence, begin to use a viscous, transparent liquid from their pipe-like blooms. I can only surmise that this is either their venom or a corrosive substance, intended to transform all living beings into sustenance. The roots tighten further, squeezing my insides as if they would crush me. Tang Yuan attempts to gnaw at the roots binding me, but its tiny teeth are no match for their resilience. Am I truly destined to perish here? My vision blurs, consciousness fading as the cries of Tang Yuan and the fur ball echo in my ears. In that moment, an outrageous thought flashes through my mind, offering a glimmer of hope. Furball, charge me. Chapter 62. Ghostly walls. My loud shout echoed throughout the cavern, seemingly awakening more slumbering, putrefactive flowers. The translucent white tendrils became increasingly animated, resembling a chaotic dance of spirits. At that moment, the furball had become ensnared by several tendrils, resembling a white zongzi, and despite its desperate thrashing, it was futile. Its strength waned. Upon hearing my cry, the furball fell silent, followed by a thunderous meow that reverberated throughout the cave. Instantly, I felt a wave of fatigue and numbness wash over me. My muscles tensed as if electric currents surged through my body. My teeth chattered uncontrollably, and dizziness enveloped me. It was akin to encountering a live wire. After a few seconds, the electric sensation subsided, leaving me with a lingering ache and a wave of nausea rising from my stomach. However, the white tendrils that bound me began to wither, as if dehydrated. And with a forceful tug, I broke free. Success. Yet, there was little time for celebration. The furball was now completely enveloped in a white cocoon, its cries growing fainter. I rose unsteadily, my legs still numb and weak, nearly collapsing again, watching the furball on the brink of being dragged into the putrefactive flower's bud. I struck my legs with urgency, finally regaining some sensation, and staggered towards the furball, grasping at the tendrils entwined around it. Furball, one more time. I gritted my teeth and shouted. A faint meow emanated from the cocoon, followed by another wave of electric sensation that immobilized me, making it hard to breathe. Moments later, I sat dazed on the ground, my lips parched, limbs exhausted, and my heart racing as if I had just sprinted 100 meters. Good heavens! I suddenly felt immense sympathy for Ash, who had received a Pikachu at the start. The tendrils around the fur ball likewise shrank from dehydration, and after regaining some strength, I tore a hole in the tendrils. The round, fluffy creature tumbled out, landing on the ground and gasping for air. Tang Yuan, seeing my weakened state, leaped onto my shoulder and licked my cheek. I breathed a sigh of relief. After enduring 2 rounds of electric shock, the surrounding white tendrils seemed to respond, gradually retracting as if sensing danger, creating distance between us. Aha! Indeed, knowledge is power. In that critical moment, I recalled that the movements of the putrefactive flowers relied on the bioelectric signals released by the sensory cells on their tendrils. What would happen if I imposed additional electric currents upon them? I vaguely remembered a scientific study from biology class about the effects of electricity on plants. It was said that plants receiving even the slightest charge would thrive, and introducing a mild current into the soil could hasten germination and growth. However, an increased current could damage plant cell membranes, disrupting nutrient and water transport, possibly even incinerating them to death. Yet, the furball's ability seemed effective only on animals. To electrify the putrefactive flowers, I would need a conductor, and that conductor would be myself. Although this tactic would inflict damage on myself as well, it was still worth preserving my life. I nearly burst into laughter from my own cleverness. Despite the pain and numbness, the exhilaration of surviving filled me with fervor. Ah. Indeed, I am a genius. All right, I could no longer suppress my inflated ego. The furball and Tang Yuan stared at me as if I were a fool. I regained my composure, suppressing my mischievous grin with a couple of coughs to mask my embarrassment. We took a moment to recover our strength. After all, lingering here was unwise, and we should hasten our departure. Although the putrefactive flowers instinctively kept their distance, the cavern was long, and a few tendrils still managed to ensnare us, resulting in me being shocked 3 or 4 more times. By the time we emerged from the thicket of putrefactive flowers, I could even faintly smell the burnt scent of my sweat-soaked fur. My hair stood on end, resembling a wild explosion, and my legs had become utterly unresponsive. The furball appeared to revel in the chaos, even seizing the opportunity to zap me once we left the flowers, leading to a playful chase until we both collapsed from exhaustion. Wait, why does this place seem so familiar? I suddenly sprang to my feet, astonished as I surveyed my surroundings. Ghostly fungi, lantern grass, moon trees, lantern trees. The scenery was identical to when we first entered the cavern. Filled with luminous plants, the eerie green and pale blue glow cast an otherworldly ambience in the air. Could it be? We have returned to the original spot. My mind spun in confusion. My heart raced as if it might leap from my throat, leaving me flustered. Meow, Tang Yuan called out ahead, tugging at my pant leg to urge me forward. Sure enough, after a short distance, we once again encountered the stone door. This is it. We have encountered the ghostly walls. My heart sank in despair, but Tang Yuan, sniffing at the door's crack, seemed to discover something, wagging its little tail excitedly. So, this is not the entrance, but a deliberate construction mimicking the entrance, designed to mislead one into believing they have returned to the starting point. My heart soared with joy as I lifted Tang Yuan, exclaiming, "Ha! Tang Yuan, you are incredible! Truly my guardian beast." With Tang Yuan's support, my confidence surged anew, and my waning strength began to return. After considerable effort, employing every lever principle I learned in middle school, I finally pried the stone door open just enough to slip through. With a thunderous boom, the door slammed shut behind me, plunging me into a darkness so profound I could not see my hand before my face. I activated the flashlight on my watch, scanning the surroundings, the familiar stone door, the familiar murals, an empty tomb chamber. No way, Tang Yuan, is this not the same tomb chamber as before? A chill ran down my spine, and I thought I truly was haunted. Cautiously, I circled the chamber. The hexagonal tomb was identical to the previous one. However, I soon noticed a discrepancy. When I had fallen through the air duct, a great deal of yellow sand had slid down from the skylight with me. Yet the floor of this tomb chamber remained untouched. Though I understood this to be another identical tomb chamber, 6 identical stone doors adorned the 6 walls. Did that mean I had to try each one? If the structure here resembled a beehive maze, would I be doomed to wander endlessly? Meow. Tang Yuan and the fur ball suddenly alerted, fixating on one stone door as if sensing an approaching presence. Creak. The sound of the stone door scraping open sent chills down my spine, and a cold, sinister sensation wafted through the crack. Bang. The door abruptly slammed shut, causing my heart to leap. A tall figure swiftly emerged from behind the stone door, and as it closed, distant sounds of anguished cries from some unknown creature echoed, accompanied by the unsettling scratching of claws against the stone, sending shivers down my spine. Mao Shi. Chapter 63. The 6 Paths of Ghostly Corruption. As I discerned the figure approaching, I realized it was Mao Shi, who had separated from my uncle to enter the underground palace. A wave of joy surged within me. However, it was evident that Mao Shi had encountered considerable peril. His clothing was tattered, and his face and body bore numerous scratches from animal claws, with blood still fresh. Coupling this with the terrifying howls that had emanated from behind the door moments ago, my imagination ran wild with horrific images. Mao Shi sat on the ground, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently, yet a satisfied smile graced his lips, as if he were relishing the thrill of escaping the brink of death. On some level, beneath Mao Shi's sunny and cheerful exterior lay a heart that was fervently passionate and wild. Regardless, his presence instantly alleviated the tension that had gripped me, dissipating the last remnants of my strength as I settled beside him. What happened to you? Why do you look like you've had a perm? We both inquired simultaneously, pausing for a moment before bursting into laughter, the earlier tension evaporating in an instant. I recounted how I had fallen into the abyss and the experiences I had encountered in the cave. Upon hearing my tale, Mao Shi's expression suddenly shifted. He sprang to his feet, illuminating the wall murals with his flashlight, scrutinizing them intently. Brother Shi, what's wrong? I was startled by his sudden action and rose to my feet as well. Previously, I had been terrified by the ghastly images of grotesque monsters painted on the walls, rendering me unable to examine them closely. Now, observing alongside Mao Shi, I noticed the murals on the 6 walls were distinctly different. The first mural depicted small spirits with narrow throats and large bellies, each grotesque in their own right. The wall from which Mao Shi had emerged portrayed various bizarre birds, beasts, and creeping creatures. The subsequent mural illustrated a hellish scene of bloodshed, half engulfed in flames, while the other half depicted a chilling wasteland littered with the bodies of the starving. The remaining 3 murals finally featured humans, though they were not as grotesque as the others. Instead, the figures were filled with the agony and struggle of life, aging, illness, and death, evoking an overwhelming sense of despair. Indeed, this is the underground palace of the 6 Paths, Mao Shi murmured, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. 6 Paths? The cycle of reincarnation? I exclaimed in astonishment. While I did not fully grasp the intricacies of the 6 Paths, the term had appeared in various myths and legends throughout my upbringing, including in cinematic portrayals. Connecting the hexagonal tomb chamber with the murals on the 6 walls and the passageways behind the 6 stone doors, it was evident that they were intimately related to the concept of reincarnation. Precisely. The structure of this underground palace is based on the philosophy of the 6 Paths of reincarnation. The so-called 6 Paths refer to the karmic retribution of sentient beings based on their deeds, leading them to enter different paths after death, perpetually cycling through life and death. Mao Shi pointed at the 6 walls, articulating, the 6 paths are divided into 3 good paths and 3 evil paths. The 3 good paths are the heavenly path, the human path, and the Azura path, while the 3 evil paths are the hell path, the hungry ghost path, and the animal path. The door through which you entered is undoubtedly the animal path, but the one behind my entrance leads to the hungry ghost path, which perplexes me. Brother Shi, are you certain? I encountered no hungry ghosts. Rather, there were numerous terrifying plants. I questioned, my face expressing skepticism. Mao Shi shone his flashlight on the mural depicting the hungry ghost path, confidence radiating from him as he replied, this you do not comprehend. The essence of the hungry ghost path is the decomposition and absorption of energy. Thus, whether it be humans, animals, sunlight, or rain, all are consumed by the plants inhabiting the hungry ghost path. According to ancient Buddhist texts, hungry ghosts can be classified into 3 categories: external obstruction ghosts, internal obstruction ghosts, and food and drink obstruction ghosts. They largely endure the torment of insatiable hunger and darkness, while simultaneously being oppressed by more powerful entities within their realm. As they perpetually suffer from hunger, the ghosts in the hungry ghost path devour all foreign spirits and creatures. No wonder the cave felt devoid of life. Save for the luminescent plants, it was because all energy was absorbed by those plants, I realized. In that case, those moving saprophytic flowers do resemble incarnations of hungry ghosts. I can only imagine how many beings have perished beneath their petals, rendering them beyond mere plants. The mere thought of those ghostly saprophytic flowers haunted me. Although the natural world is replete with moving plants, those capable of launching an offensive against humans are unprecedented. Mao Shi patted my shoulder, urging me to sit cross-legged beside him. Once, I had a discussion on this matter with Old Yin. Have you ever pondered whether the existence of plants, which are rooted in the soil and immobile, is a matter of chance or necessity? I was taken aback by Mao Shi's sudden philosophical inquiry. After a moment of thought, I responded, the existence of plants is likely a necessity. They form the foundational layer of the food chain, sustaining more advanced animals, ultimately allowing humanity to ascend to the pinnacle of that chain. Mao Shi erupted in laughter, giving my head a hearty pat. Your reasoning mirrors my own. However, Old Yan's words transformed my understanding. At the dawn of life, single-celled organisms with flagella roamed freely, seeking sustenance and avoiding danger. Eventually, life diverged into 2 branches. One inherited the sensory and locomotor abilities of insect eyes, evolving into true animals, while the other embraced chloroplasts, becoming true plants. Differing necessities led to divergent paths of evolution. Thus, the immobility of plants is not indicative of inferiority, but rather a conscious choice. Remaining still may seem a foolish decision to humans, the spirits of all beings. However, fortunately, plants made the right choice. The hungry ghost path is also referred to as the natural path. Flora and fauna, rivers and mountains, all elements of nature possess their own growth pathways. In terms of energy acquisition efficiency, plants far surpass animals. Movement is not inherently an advantage for survival, it is merely a necessity for animals. Mao Shi's insights profoundly impacted me. Perhaps it is humanity's arrogance, having secured the apex of the food chain, that has led to repeated punishments from nature throughout history. The immobility of plants arises from the limited energy fixed through photosynthesis, while the complex neural and muscular systems of animals consume considerable energy. Yet, the saprophytic flowers here thrive on a plethora of decaying matter, having undergone prolonged transformation to attain ghostly movement capabilities. Most extraordinary flowers on the list of supernatural blooms are akin to this. At the mention of the supernatural flower list, Mao Shi's eyes involuntarily twitched. Have you encountered other extraordinary flowers? I inquired with curiosity. Mao Shi's face contorted as if recalling a haunting memory. You must have read about the ghostly tree in the tale of all things, right? 4 years ago, I stumbled upon the 7th-ranked supernatural flower, the human face flower, in an ancient Tang tomb in Woyang, and nearly lost my life there. These flowers were enormous, akin to drums, and when they bloomed, they revealed a lifelike human head within. Enough. Please stop. I interjected, feeling nauseated. Just thinking about it makes my stomach churn. For heaven's sake. Can you spare me the details? Chapter 64. The Path of Azura. By the way, what did you encounter in the realm of beasts? I barely managed to suppress my revulsion, only to turn back and observe the wounds on Mao Shi's body. Filled with an insatiable curiosity about the ferocious creature that could inflict such injuries upon him, Mao Shi exhaled softly, directing his flashlight towards the murals on the walls of the beast realm, where countless bizarre and menacing birds and beasts, serpents, insects, and rodents were depicted. He touched the scars on his face, the blood having already coagulated, lending an additional ruggedness to his otherwise handsome visage. The realm of beasts is almost akin to a brutal arena of the survival of the fittest, or rather, it would be more accurate to describe it as a breeding ground for calamity. Within it, there are mutated wolves, pythons, as well as poisonous creatures such as scorpions, centipedes, and spiders. Due to prolonged exposure to darkness, the eyes of these beings have completely degenerated, yet they have evolved to possess heightened senses of hearing and smell, rendering them even more ferocious. I couldn't help but draw a sharp breath through my teeth, feeling a tingling discomfort, trembling involuntarily. The realms of beasts and hungry ghosts correspond to the animal and plant kingdoms. Human survival is inextricably linked to animals. Pigs, horses, cattle, and sheep provide an unending supply of sustenance and are even essential tools in agricultural endeavors. However, animals are imbued with a profound spirit. Ancient peoples once employed strong beasts such as war horses and elephants to wage wars on their behalf. Yet, due to human slaughter, animals sometimes rise in rebellion, transforming into divine beings or malevolent spirits to punish the sins of mankind. The 6 realms of reincarnation represent Buddhism's fundamental understanding of life and death. As one of the beings within these 6 realms, humanity is also subject to the constraints of karmic cycles. The architect of this 6-realm mausoleum is truly remarkable. It seems to seamlessly meld the concept of reincarnation with reality, ensnaring one within its grasp. I was astonished by the terrifying layout of this mausoleum. Mao Shi stood up and approached one of the walls, remarking, "Actually, this is not surprising." The emperor of the Western Xia dynasty referred to himself as Bu-er Han, meaning the embodiment of Buddha in the mortal world. The populace revered Buddhism, granting it a remarkably high status. What shall we do now? Must we truly wander within this cycle of reincarnation? I rose to follow Mao Shi. He grinned widely. Don't be intimidated. After all, it is merely 6 burial passages. The immediate priority is to rendezvous with Old Yin and rescue Chu Chu from Gu Yu's clutches. On the mural before Mao Shi, there was a depiction of a fearsome deity with 3 heads and 6 arms, a green face bearing fangs, wielding various weapons, accompanied by a goddess of heavenly beauty, contrasting starkly. Mao Shi had previously mentioned that this particular mural represents the Azura realm among the 6 paths. Seeing the smirk on his face, I shot him a disdainful glance. What treasures could possibly reside in the Azura realm? He appeared akin to a fly drawn towards excrement, with unbidden tears welling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, you are unaware. In Buddhist teachings, the Azura realm is inhabited by male Azuras who are strong and hideous, while the female Azuras are breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, they share a common attribute: 3 heads and 6 arms, capable of crafting ingenious devices. Thus, the Azura realm is a world filled with intricate mechanisms. Upon mentioning the word mechanism, Mao Shi's clear eyes sparkled with excitement. Primitive humans, much like other animals, relied solely on their limbs for interaction with their environment. However, as humanity evolved, the need for various tools arose, including weapons of war. Hence, the Azura realm serves as a punishment for humanity's misuse of force. So behind this door lies a path of mechanisms. My throat constricted, and I involuntarily swallowed. Mao Shi rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The Azura realm. It is a dreamland for all mechanism artisans. During the Northern Song dynasty, there was a master from the Tang sect, born with 6 fingers, whose skills were unparalleled. While most people's 6th finger is deformed, his was extraordinarily agile, enabling him to create mechanisms beyond the capability of ordinary people, earning him the title 6-fingered Azura. 6-fingered Azura? What a formidable moniker. I felt a twinge of trepidation, my voice dwindling. If this Azura realm truly bore the mark of the 6-fingered Azura, perishing within would be worth it. Mao Shi gently caressed the stone door, murmuring to himself, "Oh no, it's over." I knew that following this mechanism fanatic would lead to no good. Brother Shi, perhaps I should refrain from joining this escapade? I forced a smile, yet my steps began to retreat slowly. Mao Shi saw through my intentions immediately, draping an arm around my shoulder and whispering conspiratorially, "Little gone. You wouldn't want to wander in this 6-realm mausoleum until death, would you? Staying with your brother offers a glimmer of hope. Besides, are you doubting my capabilities? Am I not stronger than the 6-fingered Azura? How despicable. This is nothing short of blatant manipulation, forcing someone to drink water. Alas, life is akin to a pair of underpants. One must bear their own burdens." I mentally scoffed, maintaining an impeccable facade of professionalism with a radiant smile while my eyes sparkled with an array of emotions. What more is there to say? In my eyes, Brother Shi is undoubtedly a master of the craft, a force to be reckoned with, sweeping through the Tang sect, relying not merely on looks but on talent. Truth be told, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I thought to myself how fortunate it would be to have an elder brother like you. Enough. I'm getting goosebumps. Mao Shi rubbed his arms. Fine. If this continues, I might just vomit. Mao Shi glanced at the time, regaining a serious expression. We have little time to waste. We must hurry. If Guyu and his crew manage to exit ahead of us, the six-realm mausoleum may be sealed forever. My heart raced again as I called back Tang Yuan, allowing it to burrow into my clothing, while I stubbornly dragged the unyielding fur ball to the stone door. Mao Shi carefully examined the perimeter of the stone door, ensuring there were no concealed traps. Are you ready? I nodded resolutely, clutching Tang Yuan tighter and nudging the fur ball with my toe to rouse it from its slumber. The fur ball, baring its teeth, leaped up from the ground, clearly displeased. With both hands pressed against the stone door, Mao Shi exerted force from his waist and abdomen, his arm muscles rippling. Accompanied by a sound that made one's teeth ache from the heavy friction, the door to the Azura realm slowly opened before me, akin to the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. Chapter 65, The Fetal Oil Lamp, the Wooden Ox and Flowing Horse, the Creation of Humanity in Yinshur. And the myriad lethal mechanisms hidden within ancient tombs presented an impression of unparalleled peril. As the stone door creaked open, a chilling draft, laced with a faint scent reminiscent of rust, enveloped us. Instinctively, I took a cautious step back, while my companion, the fluffy creature, let out a startled yowl, its fur bristling in response to the ominous atmosphere. Upon the complete opening of the stone door, an abyss of darkness greeted us, reminiscent of a black hole poised to consume us whole. Rather than rushing forward, Mao Shi stood before the threshold, arms outstretched and eyes closed, a look of blissful enjoyment gracing his features as he inhaled deeply. It is here. I can sense the mechanisms, he exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Be careful and stay close to me. Do not disturb anything in the tomb, he warned as he tossed me a spare flashlight from his bag. I nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at gray. With the flashlight illuminating our path, he took his first step into the realm of the Shura. I followed closely behind, my heart racing with apprehension. The fluffy creature clung to my leg, as if seeking refuge. The tomb passage, carved from ancient waterways, bore the marks of human craftsmanship, a stark contrast to the natural formations of the hungry ghosts. The stone walls were polished to a smooth sheen, and the floor was laid with sturdy, flat bluestone tiles. Once towering boulders had been sculpted into various Shura statues, akin to a procession of malevolent spirits. These statues appeared almost lifelike, their grotesque visages seemingly poised to awaken and rend us asunder. This is indeed constructed by the six-fingered Shura, Mao Shi declared, his excitement palpable. How do you know? I asked timidly, fearful that my voice might rouse the slumbering demons. He directed the flashlight towards the palm of a colossal Shura statue. Observe the fingers. There are 6. This is the unique mark of the six-fingered Shura. Did they have intellectual property rights back then? They seem more advanced than we are now, I quipped, my comment trailing off. Following the beam of light, I scrutinized the massive Shura statue. Apart from its 6 fingers, it bore 3 heads and 6 arms, each grasping a distinctive weapon. One hand, however, was elegantly raised, cradling a beautifully carved bronze lamp. Though extinguished by the passage of time, the wick still emitted a subtle, exquisite fragrance reminiscent of camellia, lingering even after nearly a millennium. To my surprise, each of the Grand Shura statues held a similar lamp. What a delightful aroma, I exclaimed, tilting my neck to savor the scent, momentarily entranced by the thought that such a lamp must possess considerable value. Surely, I could not leave empty-handed after such an endeavor. However, Mao Shi's expression darkened as he discerned the source of the fragrance. That is the fetal oil lamp, he uttered through clenched teeth. The name sent a shiver down my spine, yet my curiosity got the better of me. What is a fetal oil lamp? I whispered. A special type of perpetual lamp, said to have originated during the Han Dynasty, invented by a wandering sorcerer. In ancient times, poor sanitary conditions made childbirth perilous, often resulting in stillbirths. Sorcerers would collect fetal remains and refine them into oil. Since the fetus had never encountered external life, the oil possesses a peculiar property. Upon contact with the breath of the living, it ignites spontaneously, its flames displaying an eerie green hue. Such lamps were utilized in grand ancient tombs, often leading unsuspecting tomb raiders to believe they were haunted, causing some to die of fright. As if on cue, a muffled pop echoed through the chamber, and a flicker of flame erupted from the lamp in the statue's palm, startling me, and I confirmed that the flame was indeed green. With a series of pops, the first fetal oil lamp ignited, followed by the others, casting an unsettling greenish glow throughout the passageway, heightening the eerie atmosphere. Contemplating the origins of the lamp oil filled me with revulsion, compelling me to stifle my nostrils. It was no wonder that some tomb raiders perished from fright. The atmosphere, laden with dread, could easily overwhelm the unprepared. Mao Shi was evidently incensed by the use of fetal oil lamps but maintained his composure, his gaze sharp as he surveyed our surroundings. There are 17 visible mechanisms, 12 hidden, and 6. Though I did not comprehend the significance of his terms, a palpable tension enveloped us, prompting me to silence my breath, as if caught in the midst of a duel between two unparalleled masters. Truly, the six-fingered Shura is formidable. A smirk of admiration mingled with mischief danced on Mao Shi's lips, providing me with a sense of reassurance. Unable to contain my relief, I exhaled deeply, having held my breath for far too long. How did you discern their prowess, Brother Shi? And what do you mean by visible and hidden mechanisms? I inquired. He smirked, producing 3 copper rings from his pocket and letting them clatter to the ground. The contest of mechanism experts commenced the moment we entered the Shura path. While you were distracted, I dismantled 3 dragon-breaking stones. I gasped, astounded. When did you do that? I picked one of the gleaming copper rings from the ground. It was warm to the touch. The terms visible, hidden, and mechanism classify the art of mechanisms. The visible mechanisms are straightforward and common. Yet one must not underestimate their simplicity. They can be lethal to ordinary intruders. Visible mechanisms simplify complexity into deadly simplicity. Mao Shi gestured toward the copper ring I held. The dragon-breaking stone is a prime example of a visible mechanism. While it may seem basic, once the stone falls and blocks the passage, unless one possesses modern machinery, intruders can only succumb to their fate. I felt a surge of anxiety, yet my curiosity grew regarding the hidden mechanisms. And hidden mechanisms are designed to thwart professional tomb raiders. Chapter 66, Mao 11 verses. Six-fingered Azura. As soon as Mao 11 mentioned that dark techniques were specifically designed to counter professional tomb raiders, my ears perked up instantly. The world of tomb raiding is vast, with numerous sects employing various methods. For these individuals, conventional light techniques are mere child's play. There exists a saying in the archaeological community that states 9 out of 10 tombs are empty, indicating that the vast majority of ancient tombs, even with some anti-theft mechanisms, are difficult to evade for seasoned tomb robbers. However, truly intricate tombs with formidable mechanisms are beyond the grasp of ordinary tomb raiders. This is the realm of dark techniques. My curiosity was piqued, and I couldn't suppress my astonishment. Holding the bronze ring in my hand, I exclaimed, if light techniques are already this formidable, how exaggerated must dark techniques be? The distinction between light and dark techniques does not lie in their sheer power. Light techniques tend to be more straightforward and brutal, exhibiting greater lethality. However, they are often single-use mechanisms with relatively simple triggering methods, making them easier to handle. In contrast, dark techniques are far more complex, featuring exquisite designs, concealed mechanisms, rare materials, and even the capability for repeated use, enduring for millennia without deterioration. There was a tale of an archaeologist who opened an ancient tomb only to discover over 80 corpses of tomb raiders before reaching the depths. Spanning hundreds of years, this exemplifies the terror of dark techniques. I inhaled sharply. Mao 11 pointed to the fetal oil lamp flickering with eerie flames in the palm of his hand and said, for instance, this fetal oil lamp is a quintessential dark technique. While it may not directly cause death, its craftsmanship is exceedingly intricate. Viewed through a modern lens, it encompasses materials, physics, and chemistry, yet the method of its creation has long been lost to time. Light techniques, dark techniques, and then there are hidden techniques. My eyes widened, brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Mao 11 chuckled softly, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Hidden techniques are tailored for mechanism masters and are a source of pride for every practitioner. Light techniques deter most intruders. Dark techniques are employed against professional tomb raiders. While hidden techniques often serve as showcases of skill for mechanism masters, a means to flaunt their prowess to future generations. Mechanism masters can be quite tedious. What tedium? This is called sentimentality, you know? I stuck out my tongue, secretly in awe of the mechanism masters. The thought of a confrontation between two genius mechanism masters across the span of millennia ignited a thrill within me. Mao 11 versus Six-Fingered Azura. I was wholly invested in Mao 11's prowess. Let us see what treasures this esteemed Tang sect elder has left for us. Mao 11 retrieved a wooden ball the size of a tennis ball from his bag. As I pondered the purpose of this wooden sphere, I watched as Mao 11 relaxed his grip, allowing the ball to drop freely to the ground. It then began to bounce as if under some form of control, maintaining a distance of approximately 2 meters in front of him. Thud, thud, thud. The wooden ball struck the ground's bluestone tiles, producing a series of crisp sounds that resonated sharply in the tranquil tomb passage. Thud, 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 boom. We followed the path marked by the wooden ball's rhythmic strikes, my gaze fixed on its bouncing motion. Suddenly, the wooden ball came to a halt on a particular tile, the sound shifting from a solid thud to a hollow thud. This is a pitfall trap, one of the most common light techniques found in ancient tombs. Anyone stepping on it would plummet directly into a pit filled with sharp blades, meeting an instant demise. However, even the most rudimentary tomb raiders are aware of such traps and would naturally tread carefully. But what? Look. Now 11 gestured towards the wooden ball, which began to change its trajectory, bouncing around the tiles. Suddenly, a series of sharp whistling sounds erupted as several crossbow bolts shot forth from the mouths of the nearby Azura statues, striking with immense force, embedding into the stone wall. The arrowheads still vibrating ominously. A chill ran down my neck. If such powerful bolts struck my small frame, they would surely pierce through me. Crossbow bolts are also common light techniques in ancient tombs. Compared to bows, crossbows possess greater power, with ranges reaching up to 1 kilometer and formidable penetrating capabilities. Historical records indicate that the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang was equipped with numerous crossbow mechanisms arranged in deadly formations. The Han and Tang tombs inherited this method and even advanced to installing mechanisms within coffins to eliminate tomb raiders. These mechanisms involved attaching several roller-like devices to the coffin's inner wall, connecting to bows and the coffin lid. Once a tomb raider opened the coffin, the mechanism would trigger, releasing a barrage of arrows. Mao 11 turned to face the fearsome gaping maw of the Azura statue, its dark opening instilling dread. First a pitfall trap, then crossbow bolts. These mechanisms are indeed intricately interwoven, leaving no room for survival. As I gazed at the stone tiles, I finally comprehended the meaning of constant tension. You were correct. Truly skilled mechanism masters are adept strategists. Even the simplest light techniques can unleash tremendous power through various combinations, rendering tomb raiders defenseless. Mao 11 pointed to the arrows still buzzing ominously beside us. Just observing the force of these crossbow bolts reveals the prowess of the six-fingered Azura. Why is that? While crossbows are common light mechanisms in tombs, they require exceptionally intricate craftsmanship. If the bowstring is left taut for too long, it loses elasticity, and the challenge of corrosion is immense. To ensure lethality, they are often coated with deadly poison. But look at the power of these crossbow bolts here. It speaks volumes about the craftsmanship of the six-fingered Azura. Mao 11's face was filled with admiration, his excitement growing. Please, now is not the time for admiration. The wooden ball continued to bounce on the tiles, guiding us along a safe path. However, I couldn't help but admire the design of the six-fingered Azura. Even this short distance was laden with intricately linked mechanisms. Even the simplest pitfall trap was designed as a chain of traps, brimming with ingenuity, leaving one in awe. We subsequently encountered various mechanisms, including swinging axes, falling stones, and chain locks, all effortlessly navigated by Mao 11, leading me to believe he would be better suited as a bomb disposal expert. Seeing Mao 11 handle everything with such ease, I couldn't help but lower my guard, taking the opportunity to explore the intricacies of these mechanisms. Suddenly, I stumbled, my body lurching forward, as I felt my foot catch on a thin wire, producing a sound reminiscent of a plucked string. Ouch! My ankle throbbed painfully, and upon lifting my pant leg, I discovered a thin line of blood trickling from a fine wound left by the wire. I angrily sought the wire that had tripped me, only to discover it was an almost imperceptible copper thread. Just as I found its end, the wire abruptly retracted as if pulled, disappearing into a small hole in the wall. Click, click, click. As the copper wire vanished, a series of grinding noises echoed from within the wall, as if gears were turning. Yet due to their age, the gears moved with difficulty, emitting a disconcerting creaking sound. The clinks and whirs of the gears grew louder, causing the entire tomb passage to tremble slightly, dust cascading from above. Amidst my confusion and daze, my collar was suddenly yanked from behind, and someone pulled me forward. Oh no, the master mechanism of the dark techniques has been activated. Chapter 67. Dark Arts. The thunderous clatter of mechanisms echoed ominously within the tomb passage, the ground beneath our feet trembling with increasing intensity. Suddenly, a sharp crack reverberated through the air, amplifying the eerie atmosphere of the desolate corridor. Without uttering a word, Mao Shi seized my arm, pulling me forward with frantic urgency. Glancing sideways, I noticed the walls had begun to split, fissures creeping along their surfaces. With a deafening roar, it seemed as though an unseen force had shattered the walls, sending debris flying in all directions. Enormous square stone pillars emerged from behind the walls, threatening to pulverize any intruder in their path. My heart raced as I screamed in terror, aware that the two colossal pillars were converging like walls closing in on me. One misstep would spell disaster. Fortunately, the ancient mechanisms appeared to have lost some of their potency over the millennia. The pillars advanced at a relatively slow pace, granting us a fleeting chance to escape their grasp. Yet before I could catch my breath, the sight before me rendered me utterly speechless. The walls of the passageway were now cracking ominously, the chilling sound of splitting stone echoing in my ears, followed by a series of explosive rumbles as more stone pillars erupted from the sides. Even if we narrowly avoided the pillars, becoming trapped in this corridor would mean certain doom. Run! Mao Shi shouted with all his might. I summoned every ounce of strength I had, sprinting faster than I had ever thought possible. In a different time, I might have succumbed to despair. Yet, as fatigue began to weigh down my legs, they felt burdened as if encumbered by heavy sacks of sand. Each step threatened to drain my last reserves of energy. The sight of countless massive pillars emerging from the walls filled my mind with visions of my own demise. Suddenly, my faithful companion, the fluffy ball of fur trailing behind me, seemed unable to bear the tension. It leaped up and sank its teeth into my rear end. A sharp jolt of pain ignited in my backside, as if a flame, the sensation jolting me awake and banishing my fatigue in an instant. Ouch! 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 I yelped, grimacing in pain, yet my legs propelled me forward as if powered by a motor. The absurdity of my predicament struck me. My furry friend clung tenaciously to my posterior as though it intended to tear away a piece of flesh. Is this truly a tactic? Mao Shi exclaimed, eyes wide as he watched me dash past him. Just as the last two monumental pillars were about to collide, I lunged forward, my face scraping against the ground, the friction igniting a fresh wave of pain. In that moment, a thunderous crash resounded behind me as the pillars collided, sending shards of stone and clouds of dust swirling into the air. Mao Chio, release me. You're about to devour my flesh, I exclaimed, grasping my furry companion by the neck, attempting to pry it away. Its nonchalant demeanor only served to infuriate me further. With a yawn and a dismissive roll of its eyes, it seemed to convey a sense of indifference. Frustrated and in agony, I rubbed my sore backside, each touch eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Do not relax. This is merely the beginning, Mao Shi urged, patting my shoulder and gesturing for me to look ahead. What? More? I groaned, turning to face the oncoming dread, only to be met with astonishment. The passage before us had transformed entirely, once a corridor carved from ancient riverbeds. It now stood as a square tunnel, its walls of dark, rusted metal. Oil lamps hung at intervals, casting an eerie, greenish glow that illuminated the chilling surroundings. This, I stammered, astonishment rendering me speechless, my legs trembling from the exertion. By heavens, this exceeds my wildest imaginings of mechanical arts. Mao Shi knelt, pressing his palm against the ground, his expression shifting as he surveyed the scene. A smile broke through as he mused, remarkable, truly remarkable. They have harnessed the underground river's kinetic energy to convert this entire path into a mechanized marvel. I felt a profound sense of awe at the ingenuity of these mechanisms, guilt washing over me as I realized my recklessness had triggered this marvel. Fear not, Mao Shi laughed heartily, clapping me on the back. Even if you had not activated the mechanism, I would have undoubtedly uncovered it. I could not rest until I had seen it for myself. I marveled at the sheer terror of the dark arts, pondering the impressive scale of such mechanisms. Mao Shi nodded thoughtfully. Many associate mechanical arts with delicate traps, yet they encompass a vast array of forms. There are light and dark arts, hidden mechanisms, as well as large and small contraptions. Regardless of their type, the primary challenge remains energy storage. Ancient mechanisms were limited by technological constraints, relying on minimal force to achieve significant results. Elastic potential energy demands precise materials and craftsmanship. Chemical energy degrades over time unless in stable environments. Gravitational potential energy can be reliable, yet it requires complex structures that are difficult to manipulate. Thus, to control such colossal mechanisms, one must possess an even greater source of energy. Suddenly, it dawned on me. You mean the kinetic energy for the mechanisms in this path comes from the underground river? Precisely. Mao Shi beamed. In the realm of constructing giant mechanisms, the MO family stands unrivaled. It is said they created a mysterious MO family mechanism city, located within a cavern 1,000 meters deep, housing over 100 mechanized formations designed to eliminate intruders, still powered by the underground magma to this day. That is astonishing. I exclaimed, both awed and somewhat skeptical. Mao Shi approached the tunnel walls, tapping them with his fingertips, producing a resonant clang. As the saying goes, as the path rises, so do the demons. I previously mentioned that light arts are for dealing with ordinary intruders, while dark arts are for skilled tomb raiders. Yet, there exists one type of grave robber that poses the greatest challenge. What type? My curiosity piqued. I wondered what kind of grave robber could elicit such concern from a master of mechanisms. That would be official thieves. Chapter 68. The night-walking robes of officials and thieves? In my understanding, the act of tomb raiding has always been associated with thieves, yet I had never considered the involvement of officials. There is a saying, those who steal hooks are punished, while those who steal nations are made lords. Throughout history, tomb raiding has been divided into two categories, civilian thieves and official thieves. Although the desecration of ancestral graves contravenes the natural order and is scorned by society, many legendary figures have, through these treasures of the netherworld, achieved great ambitions. Mao Shi's dark pupils quivered slightly. Warfare demands resources. Ancient warlords required a covert and unscrupulous force to realize their ambitions. For instance, the renowned warlord Xiang Yu excavated the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, and Cao Cao established a network of official tomb raiders, while in modern times, the infamous Sun Dianying emerged. These official excavations typically targeted grand tombs, employing more elaborate and perilous methods. The reason official thieves are the hardest to defend against lies in their sanctioned status, as they could even mobilize armies for destructive excavations, employing ruthlessly simple tactics. Consequently, such large-scale dark mechanisms were devised to counter the numerous official thieves or tomb raiding groups, altering spatial structures to avert widespread destruction and ensnaring intruders within. Mao Shi glanced around, nodding slightly in admiration at the ingenious design of the sure path. It became clear to me. No wonder this underground palace was constructed in the heart of the desert, relying on ancient waterways situated 100 meters below ground, coupled with the vast dark mechanisms. It was indeed designed to prevent this royal tomb from suffering catastrophic looting. I suddenly comprehended. Mao Shi nodded and remarked, Li Yuan how truly deserves recognition as the founding emperor of the Western Xia dynasty, a legendary figure. It seems he foresaw the fate of Western Xia after his death, which is why he constructed the true royal tomb deep within the desert. The once mighty Western Xia dynasty, after 2 centuries, ultimately fell victim to Genghis Khan's dying words, inciting a vengeful and war-crazed Mongolian army to obliterate Western Xia, ruthlessly slaughtering the capital and plundering everything in sight, including the royal forests and tombs at the base of Helan Mountain. Historical texts have claimed that the Western Xia people were utterly exterminated, leading to the tragic disappearance of Western Xia civilization. I fell silent, a chilling image of the Mongolian destruction of the royal tombs flashing in my mind. And I extended my tongue, saying, official thieves truly are barbaric. Ah, but you are mistaken. Mao Shi interjected. Among the official thieves, beyond the brutal excavators, there exist highly specialized teams, capable of overpowering civilian tomb raiding factions at their peak. The most formidable among them were 2 groups. One was the specialized force established by Cao Cao, and the other was the Night-Walking Banner, created by the founding Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang during the Ming Dynasty. Feigning mystery, Mao Shi revealed a seemingly high regard for these 2 factions based on his expression. The Night-Walking Banner? I scratched my frizzy hair, charged with static, and inquired, I am familiar with the Genie Wei, the secret police of the Ming Dynasty, but I have never heard of the Night-Walking Banner. It is understandable that you are unaware, for this lineage has vanished for over 6 centuries. Even among the various tomb raiding factions, mentioning this name is considered a taboo. The Night-Walking Banner consisted of 8 individuals who nearly eradicated all civilian tomb raiding sections. Mao Shi's voice echoed hauntingly within the copper-walled passage. The genie night-walking locking coffin craftsmen, sealing graves and seeking dragon veins to bestow upon them the gold of the underworld. These 2 brief lines encapsulated an air of audacious pride, especially the notion of 8 individuals overpowering all civilian tomb raiding factions, igniting my boundless curiosity about this official group. Seemingly sensing my eagerness for knowledge reflected in my wide eyes, Mao Shi chuckled softly and shrugged. Very well, I shall share. At the inception of the Ming Dynasty, the nation was ravaged by years of warfare, leaving countless souls in despair, with corpses strewn across the land and graves proliferating. It was a time when every household mourned the loss of loved ones, and vengeful spirits roamed freely. With rampant tomb raiding and the rise of cults, the populace lived in constant fear, placing the nascent Ming Dynasty in peril. In pursuit of enriching the national treasury and military resources, Zhu Yuanzhang confiscated the wealth of unfortunate merchants like Xin Wansan. Yet this was merely a drop in the bucket. Seeking counsel from Liu Bowen, Zhu was advised to conscript thousands of death row tomb raiders into a clandestine guild, secretly excavating ancient tombs to bolster the national coffers. However, tomb raiding was perilous. Akin to a death sentence, within 2 short years, only 8 of the thousands survived. Due to the established craftsman system in the Ming dynasty, they were named locking coffin craftsmen, retaining their status as criminals but receiving guidance from Liu Bowen, who imparted the techniques of yin and yang. However, the existence of these craftsmen was shrouded in secrecy. To prevent leaks and maintain control over them, Zhu Yuanzhang later integrated the locking coffin craftsmen into the Genie Wei, the emperor's closest military command, and established the night-walking banner under the Northern Pacification Department. These 8 craftsmen donned the same attire as the Genie Wei, but instead of the embroidered spring knives, they wielded the golden axes granted by the emperor. By day, they surveyed mountains and sought dragon veins under the guise of Genie Wei patrols, while by night, they locked coffins and extracted the gold of the underworld, earning them the moniker Night-Walking Genie. And what happened next? I asked eagerly. In just over a decade, the 8 locking coffin craftsmen of the Night-Walking banner amassed immense wealth for the Ming dynasty, achieving countless merits until the 20th year of Hongwu. Mao Shi paused momentarily. At this point, the realm enjoyed peace, and the national treasury was full. Zhu Yuanzhang no longer required the locking coffin craftsmen, and he recognized that the night-walking banner was a double-edged sword. Whoever possessed these 8 men would nearly command wealth rivaling nations. Furthermore, the craftsmen held immense prestige among the common folk, revered almost as deities, with some even constructing ancestral halls in their honor. To pave the way for his son Zhu Biao to inherit the throne, the Hanwu emperor ordered the dissolution of the Genie Wei, secretly eliminating the locking coffin craftsmen to avert future troubles. Yet, contrary to his intentions, the commander and vice-commander of the night-walking banner managed to escape, subsequently vanishing without a trace. At this moment, my blood surged to my throat, my eyes widened, and my breath quickened with excitement. Mao Shi, observing my fervor, raised his brows and flashed a mischievous grin, whispering in my ear, by the way, the 7 items carried by the locking coffin craftsmen are known as the 7 articles of the treading of the foot, one of which is the peachwood chopsticks. Peachwood chopsticks? I exclaimed, jumping to my feet. Does this imply a connection between the locking coffin craftsmen and the locking coffin masters? You've deafened me, Mao Shi complained, rubbing his ears. As for the specifics, I am not entirely sure. Despite knowing Yan Loxi for so long, he has always been reticent about his past. Suddenly, I recalled my uncle's mysterious origins, adding layers of intrigue to the narrative. All right, that concludes the tale. Mao Shi stretched his shoulders, moving his neck, and gazed ahead into the passage. Now, let us see how your 11th brother will conquer the surer path. Chapter 69. The dark arts of the Tang clan. The passageway extends into an abyssal darkness, an ineffable void that cannot merely be described as black. It resembles a black hole that seems to absorb all light, even with the flickering, ghostly green flames of the oil lamps on either side. The depths of the corridor evoke a palpable sense of dread. The walls are constructed from welded iron and copper plates, segmented into countless neat squares, resembling a block of unadorned movable type. Mao Shi half-crouched, rolling up his pant leg to reveal the intricate exoskeleton adorning his calf. He brought his wristwatch closer, and it emitted a beeping sound, indicating a successful connection, after which he began adjusting various parameters on the dial. I have always been fascinated by Mao Shi's array of gadgets. To me, he is akin to a multifaceted doorman. Take this black wristwatch. For instance, it's larger than any smartwatch available on the market, and for someone as mechanically inclined as Mao Shi, every detail must be meticulously crafted, despite my persistent entreaties. He steadfastly refused to lend it to me, leaving me to express my disappointment with a series of playful jabs. Having swiftly completed his adjustments, Mao Shi rose and gestured for me to keep my distance with the cat. Oh, I hurriedly cradled Tang Yuan while tugging on the tail of the already slumbering Mao Qiu. Retreating to a safe distance, my eyes fixed on him with bated breath, my heart racing, and a sheen of perspiration forming in my palms. Mao Shi assumed a sprinter's stance, a subtle smile curving his lips, his dark eyes narrowing like a crescent moon, before he suddenly surged forward down the corridor. The moment his foot struck the iron grid beneath him, a distinct mechanical click echoed, and the grid beneath him sank slightly. Almost instantaneously, a steel column shot forth from the iron wall like a bolt from a crossbow, aimed directly at Mao Shi's head. Yet he seemed to anticipate this. merely tilting his head aside as the column grazed his scalp with a metallic clang, crashing into the opposite wall. Compared to the previous massive stone pillars, this speed was nothing short of lightning. I stood up in alarm, fists clenched, eyes glued to Mao Shi. Forgetting that I still held on to Mao Chio's tail, my grip tightened, causing the cat to yowl in surprise and leap into the air. My focus remained solely on Mao Shi as he deftly sidestepped each rapidly approaching steel column. His movements fluid and agile. He casually tossed a wooden ball into the passage, causing it to ricochet chaotically, diverting some of the mechanism's responses. Yet the number of steel columns increased, transforming the corridor into a chaotic web of danger. In less than a minute, Mao Shi had sprinted nearly 100 meters. As the last few steel columns simultaneously erupted from all sides, there appeared to be no escape. However, Mao Shi's demeanor remained remarkably calm. His feet seemed to be equipped with springs as he propelled himself off the wall, his form gliding like a flying fish. With a final, perilous leap, he navigated through the gaps between several steel columns, landing safely on the ground. The cacophony of machinery behind the iron walls ceased abruptly. From a distance, I watched Mao Shi's figure. Without looking back, he extended his hand, and the bouncing wooden ball, as if drawn by an unseen force, zipped back into his palm. Then, with what seemed like a casual punch against the iron wall, a series of clicks followed, and all the steel columns retracted, returning to their original state. Good heavens! That was utterly magnificent. I cupped my cheeks in disbelief, marveling at the display of reflexes. Was he truly still a mere mortal? As the mechanisms in the corridor retracted, I tentatively tapped the iron grid with my toes, quickly retreating a few steps, relieved to find no reaction, and exhaled a sigh of relief as I proceeded with Tang Yuan and Mao Chio. Brother Shi, I know you're impressive, but must you hold that pose for so long? I quipped as I passed by him, noticing he remained frozen in his punching stance. Who the hell is posing? I just cranked the power too high. My legs are cramping. Well, I retract my admiration for you. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently again. The mechanical sounds behind the copper walls morphing into a cacophony of countless gears turning, reminiscent of a swarm of cicadas, sending shivers down my spine. Be cautious. The mechanisms of the Tang clan's dark arts are intricately interconnected. Stopping one will inevitably trigger the next. Mao Shi placed his palm against the wall, closing his eyes to meticulously sense the faint vibrations emanating from within, as if he could penetrate the copper and iron to perceive the inner workings of every gear. It's coming, he suddenly exclaimed, his eyes snapping open, his expression intense. I instinctively took a half step back, acutely aware of the grinding sound of gears advancing, followed by a series of clicks as the iron blocks on the corridor wall flipped, revealing a fist-sized brass dragon head. Click, click, click. The iron walls on either side rotated like a line of dominoes, unveiling 2 rows of vividly crafted brass dragon heads, their mouths agape in menacing anticipation. The flickering light from the oil lamps cast an eerie glow, enhancing the sinister atmosphere. What is this? I gasped in astonishment. Mao Shi regarded the rows of dragon heads. These are called dragon head pillars, commonly used mechanisms in the dark arts of the Tang clan. Dragon head pillars? Are they dangerous? I inquired, retreating behind Mao Shi and swallowing hard. On their own, dragon head pillars are not frightening. They merely serve as vessels for the dark arts. The true danger lies in how a skilled mechanism master employs them. Mao Shi lightly tapped on the wall with his finger, producing a resonant echo. I prided myself on my keen hearing, and as he tapped, I discerned subtle variations in the pitch of the strikes. Generally, a Tang clan mechanism master could set up a single layer of dark arts with dragon head pillars. Only a rare genius could manage 2 layers. Yet here, a staggering 3 layers had been established. Chapter 70, The Ghostly Hand and the Buddha's Heart, the triple mechanisms of darkness. A cold sweat unconsciously broke out on my forehead. In the brief span of time, I had already witnessed the terrifying nature of the dark arts. It was truly unfathomable to imagine the horror that would ensue from the convergence of 3 layers of mechanisms. With just one step forward, we would be doomed. The words of Mao Shi sent me staggering back in fear. Listen closely. Mao Shi crouched down, tapping the iron wall with his fingers. The sound that echoed was thick and muffled, yet it did not resemble solid iron or stone. The bottom layer is known as mud flow, formed by further sifting the sludge from the marsh and mixing it with peat. It possesses high fluidity and extreme stickiness, akin to what we refer to as non-Newtonian fluids. The moment we advance, the mud flow will erupt from the dragon-headed pillar, swiftly enveloping us. The more we struggle, the deeper we sink, until we are completely consumed. Mao Shi then tapped the central part of the iron wall, producing a sound akin to the vibration of a liquid. low in pitch. The middle layer is known as hidden fire, a form of concealed flame, an ancient technique used in the crafting of external elixirs. The design of the hidden fire mechanism poses significant challenges, for gunpowder and oil are exceedingly difficult to preserve within ancient tombs. This demonstrates the remarkable mastery of the six-fingered Azura in the art of mechanisms, even if an intruder miraculously escapes the mud flow. The second layer of hidden fire will quickly engulf them, consuming the entire passageway. Merely listening made my throat dry and my body restless. Mao Shi rose again, tapping a few times above his head, this time producing a crisp and clear sound. It seemed hollow. I inquired curiously. You are mistaken. This signifies the far more terrifying third layer of dark arts, grave poison. Grave poison? You mean toxic gas? Mao Shi nodded, deep in thought. When one mentions the Tang sect, one naturally thinks of poisons, a common tactic employed by mechanism sections. The decline of our Yinshi lineage can be attributed to our adherence to ancestral teachings, pursuing mastery without endangering lives. We are the sole sect that does not resort to poison. Ghostly hand, but his heart, this is the realm pursued by a true mechanist. Mao Shi gently patted my shoulder. Each touch feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds upon my heart. Ghost, hand, Buddha, heart. These 4 words were etched into my very soul. Mao Shi observed my serious demeanor and smiled softly, continuing his introduction. The Tang sect's mechanism techniques form a distinct school, encompassing 3 major systems. The first is the apparatus category, which excels in the crafting of Tang sect's hidden weapons. They are not only exquisitely made and uniquely functional, but also immensely powerful, striking unexpectedly. The second is the method category. Any hidden weapon must have its techniques, and the methods of the Tang sect are unique and unparalleled. The third category is poison. While the Tang sect's poisons may not be the pinnacle compared to other poison-utilizing sects, they possess distinct characteristics and must be used in conjunction with hidden weapons and unique techniques. Therefore, in terms of comprehensive strength, the Tang sect prevails. In summary, the design philosophy, production processes, and operational capabilities of the Tang sect's mechanisms represent an insurmountable pinnacle of the old martial arts era. Mao Shi gazed deeply into the passageway, sighing wistfully. How impressive. Can we possibly navigate through these 3 dark mechanisms? I clicked my tongue, feeling the path ahead was bleak. Hey, don't underestimate others. While the Tang sect's mechanisms are unique, our Yinshi lineage is certainly not without merit. Just watch. Mao Shi scoffed, feeling he had overly praised the Tang sect and needed to defend the honor of the Yinshi. Just don't embarrass yourself. The walls of the passage were composed of heavy iron plates, resembling a series of assembled armor pieces, crafted with an unknown technique, welded tightly. In fact, ancient welding technology was already quite advanced, employing methods such as brazing, spot welding, and casting. Mao Shi pressed his ear against the iron wall, attentively listening to the movement of the internal gears, his footsteps synchronizing with his observations. Found it. His lips curled into a triumphant smile. What did you find? I leaned in with curiosity, witnessing Mao Shi produce a pin-like device. After removing the cap and pressing a button, the pin tip emitted a blazing white flame. Good heavens. It's a cutting torch. The acrid smoke of the cutting filled the air as Mao Shi traced the edges of the iron plate with the torch, before gently prying it away with a blade. Wow. I couldn't help but exclaim. Behind the iron plate lay an incredibly intricate mechanical structure, reminiscent of the inner workings of a complex clock, with countless brass gears rotating and emitting a rhythmic squeak. This is akin to a precision instrument. Mao Shi scrutinized the internal structure with a small flashlight, explaining, no matter how exquisite a mechanism, it ultimately relies on the principles of physics. Generally, the crafting of mechanisms depends on primary power devices, utilizing gears, chains, and worm drives to transmit force, along with speed or force adjustment mechanisms. This here is the adjustment device of the dragon-headed pillar, essentially the heart of the dark arts. Then can't we just dismantle it or halt its operation? I waved away the smoke from the cutting torch. Mao Shi shot me a disapproving glance. If you wish to become a roasted pig, be my guest. What do you mean? Can you not imagine what the designer, the six-fingered Azura, would anticipate? To prevent such occurrences, he has already set a trap on the adjustment device. If the mechanism halts midway, the hidden fire and flint behind will generate sparks through friction, igniting the gunpowder and oil within the wall. With a bang, we'd be propelled skyward. Mao Shi gestured dramatically. Come on, that sounds exaggerated. Even bomb disposal experts aren't this dramatic. Can a millennium-old technology be that formidable? I scoffed, pursing my lips. Surely you do not believe ancient people relied solely on friction to create fire? Mao Shi tapped my head. Some dismissed the 4 great inventions, claiming we invented gunpowder yet only knew how to create fireworks. That is utter nonsense. In fact, by the Song dynasty, extremely advanced firearms existed. Known as the Pili Cannon, the Jin people improved upon this to create the world's first explosive bomb. Called Jin Tian Lei, while the fire weapon manufacturing of the Western Xia was also unique. Even the Mongols, who later swept across the world, owed their success to the mature firearms technology of this era. I rubbed my head, acknowledging my lesson. Humph. Let me show you what a true bomb disposal expert looks like. Chapter 71. The demolition expert Mao Shi held a flashlight, gently tapping its end twice, prompting the beam to shift to a violet hue. I stood by, scarcely daring to breathe, yet unable to suppress my curiosity as I craned my neck for a glimpse. Under the ultraviolet light, the remnants of cutting gas had not entirely dissipated, revealing countless tiny particles undulating in the air. Even with the naked eye, I could discern several thin copper wires crisscrossing. I hastily covered my mouth to stifle an exclamation. No wonder Mao Shi claimed this mechanism rivaled a bomb. Recklessly attempting to dismantle, it would undoubtedly trigger those delicate wires. Mao Shi was intensely focused, extracting the pliers from his Swiss Army knife, meticulously observing the orientation of each wire. I quietly counted. There were 6 copper wires, the intersection forming a hexagram. These slender wires had to be severed in a precise order. Otherwise, the hidden ignition mechanism behind them would be activated. This tomb was akin to a massive powder keg, where even a single spark could reduce it to ruins. Mao Shi's audacity lay in his ability to utter the most terrifying truths in the most nonchalant tone. Wasn't this akin to a 6-digit code, with a total of 720 possible combinations? I slapped my forehead, feeling a sense of despair. The odds were akin to winning a scratch-off lottery ticket. Oh, quick with the mental arithmetic. Mao Shi teased, then resumed his calm demeanor. Dismantling the mechanism was not a matter of luck, but rather a process of unraveling complexities. Every intricate technique must adhere to a discernible pattern. No sooner had he spoken than he decisively snipped one wire with a crisp sound. My heart leapt. For heaven's sake, at least give me a heads up. Mao Shi paid no heed to my internal monologue, his expression unwaveringly concentrated as he cut the second wire. It emitted a faint snap. Yet in the hushed corridor, the sound resonated ominously. My heart raced. I dared not breathe too loudly. Both Mao Qiao and Tang Yuan seemed to sense the gravity of the moment. Obediently lying still on the ground. Snap! Snap! 2 more wires were safely severed in quick succession. I couldn't help but exhale quietly, only to notice Mao Shi's hand tremble slightly as he gripped the pliers. Is something wrong? I whispered. A bead of sweat trickled down Mao Shi's sharply defined cheek as he replied, his expression grave. The 6-fingered Azura is indeed formidable. The last 2 wires. We can only leave it to fate. Little coffin, the choice is yours, left or right. Me? I imagine my face must have turned pale. This was no film set. At such a critical juncture, should I cut the red wire or the blue wire? Sweat cascaded down my forehead as I glanced at Mao Shi, Tang Yuan, and Mao Qiao. This decision would determine their fates. I was not a person of responsibility, having never made any significant choices in my life. Do not hesitate. Trust your first instinct. Mao Shi urged with intensity. I gritted my teeth, wiping the cold sweat from my brow. I choose left. Mao Shi exhaled, slowly bringing the pliers closer to the left wire. In the corridor, my heartbeat echoed like a drum. My gaze fixated on his hand. And just as he was about to sever the wire, he abruptly shifted to the right and decisively cut through it with a snap. Immediately, he doubled over in laughter, clutching his stomach. How was that? Exciting enough for you? If we had relied on your intuition, we might have been toast. Ha! Damn it. Get lost. You little rascal. I shot back with disdain, feeling a strong urge to scorn him. Mao Shi laughed until tears welled up in his eyes, finally calming down under my scornful gaze. He then retrieved a small black rod from his pocket and thrust it forcefully into the rotating gears. A cacophony of clicks ensued as the gears gradually slowed, ultimately coming to a gentle halt. We cautiously traversed the corridor beneath the dragon-carved pillar. Along the way, Mao Shi dismantled several hidden control devices. As we pressed forward, the corridor's end seemed increasingly within reach, accompanied by an intensifying chill that pierced through to the bone. The oil lamps that lined the walls ceased to illuminate this section, plunging the corridor back into an impenetrable darkness, as if even the light from our flashlight was absorbed, rendering the path ahead obscured. Tang Yuan's keen gold and silver eyes proved invaluable, leading the way and even identifying concealed traps. observing Mao Shi's drooling gaze directed at Tang Yuan. I hurried to keep up, fearing he'd abscond with my cat. Why not focus on that fat cat instead? We wandered through the darkness for an indeterminate distance when suddenly, Tang Yuan seemed to detect something dreadful, arching its back and hissing fiercely. Mao Shi and I halted, bracing ourselves as we peered into the blackness. After a few breaths, two enormous, glowing green eyes suddenly emerged from the shadows, looming above us, enveloping us in a wave of terror. Then, with a series of popping sounds, flames erupted around us. The surrounding oil lamps ignited upon sensing our breaths, casting an eerie green glow that illuminated our surroundings. Only then did we discern that at the corridor's end stood a colossal black Azura statue, forged entirely from black iron. Its form resembled the Azura we had previously encountered, 3 heads and 6 arms, grotesque and menacing, but this statue towered at least 2 stories high. Those enormous eyes we had glimpsed were, in fact, the oil lamps within the Azura's eye sockets, flickering with a vivid green flame, sending shivers down our spines. The tank sect's hidden technique. At last, I have encountered it. I heard Mao Shi's breathing grow heavy beside me as he stared intently at the black Azura statue, his expression charged with excitement, fists clenched, chest heaving. Was this statue the hidden technique of the Tang sect? I gazed up at the giant figure, feeling an invisible pressure bearing down on me. Mao Shi closed his eyes to meditate, regaining his composure before opening them again, his gaze now sharp and clear. This statue itself is an apparatus of dark arts. The true hidden technique lies within the 6 hands of the Azura. As I prepared to scrutinize the 6 hands of the statue, a sudden ominous rumble echoed, and a vast plume of ghostly green flames erupted from the statue's belly, gushing through the intricately hollowed gaps, as if a demon engulfed in flames had risen from the depths. As the flames ignited within the Azura, a thick, white mist began to billow forth from behind, and the 6 muscular arms began to stir slowly. Good heavens, is this steampunk? Chapter 72. Duel of Hidden Arts. A white steam billowed forth, and the ground began to tremble slightly as the colossal Shura statue, with the creaking of its metallic joints, moved with increasing fluidity. What is there to be astonished about in the realm of steampunk? The art of mechanisms is profound and intricate. Even the emergence of cyberpunk, well, perhaps that is a slight exaggeration. Mao Shi retorted without reason, though his face radiated excitement. Could this truly upend our understanding? Wasn't the steam engine invented over 3 centuries ago? I wore a skeptical expression, feeling as though my 14 years of accumulated knowledge were being wholly undermined. You've only been eating rice for a few years, Mao Shi exclaimed. You must remember, the development of technology is not a continuous progression as you might imagine. Without the immense efforts of generations, the essence of technology is regression. He gazed at the gradually mobilizing Shura statue, his expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. The descendants of ancient Egypt have forgotten how to construct pyramids. The heirs of ancient Rome have lost the knowledge of building aqueducts. And the marvelous and intricate mechanisms of our ancestors have long been forgotten. More than 60 years ago, humanity set foot on the moon. Yet if no one continues to strive for cosmic exploration, then in a few centuries, Apollo will join Chang'e in becoming a myth. But how many such tales exist in the annals of human history? I pondered deeply on Mao Shi's words. Lin Yutong tirelessly invented a highly sophisticated Chinese typewriter capable of producing 90,000 characters solely through mechanical structure, ultimately abandoned due to prohibitive costs. And it wasn't until the advent of the internet era that we truly possessed efficient and concise Chinese input methods. In truth, prior to the age of exploration, the Tang sect already embodied the nascent forms of technological and industrial enterprises. Regrettably, despite its formidable mechanical manufacturing capabilities, the Tang sect, much like the fate of old China, was closed-minded and arrogant, ultimately falling into decline and oblivion. If history could be rewritten, perhaps the Tang sect would have emerged as a globally renowned military-industrial conglomerate. With a sigh of regret, Mao Shi quickly regained his confident resolve, his gaze sharp and bright. Flashing a broad smile at me, my dream is to seek out these lost mechanical arts and to carry them forward. In that instant, Mao Shi's image in my eyes grew tall and mighty. He was no longer merely the naive mechanical enthusiast I had once perceived. Creak, creak. As we conversed, the giant Shura statue, enveloped in green flames and white steam, had already come to life, its enormous eyes glowing ominously as they fixed upon the intruders before it. Quick, hide behind me, Mao Shi said in a low voice, though a fervent excitement surged across his handsome face as he added, 6-fingered Shura. Let me witness your hidden arts. I swiftly scooped up the dumpling and dashed behind Mao Shi, with the fluffy ball of fur trailing closely behind. Nevertheless, my curiosity compelled me to peek out cautiously. Mao Shi placed his hand on his waist, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the movements of the Shura statue. I held my breath, fixated on the statue. And with a sudden creak, one of its arms shot straight out towards us. At that moment, I noticed that the Shura's palm bore 6 fingers. Perhaps this was the avatar crafted by the 6-fingered Shura for itself. With a crack, one of the fingers on the Shura's hand suddenly snapped off, revealing a dark void where it had been. In an instant, with a whoosh, a shadow shot forth from the severed digit towards us. Simultaneously, Mao Shi's movements were swift. Somehow, a long ink cartridge had appeared in his palm, which instantly unfolded into a compound bow. With rapid dexterity, he pulled a bullet shell from his belt. And as he drew the bowstring, the shell transformed into an arrow at his fingertips. Releasing the bowstring, the arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning. 2 swift shadows collided mid-air, producing a resonant clang of metal. At that moment, I discerned that the Shura had launched a glistening steel claw, connected to a thin steel wire. After a brief standoff in the air, the claw's force ultimately overpowered the arrow, causing the latter to plummet while the claw continued its advance towards us, albeit with diminished strength. Finally arching down in a parabolic descent to land in front of Mao Shi, I crouched down to inspect it. The claw resembled that of an eagle, its material indiscernible. Yet its tips were exceedingly sharp, leaving 3 deep scratches on the ground upon impact. This is the Tang Sect's flying claw, crafted from a blend of metals, capable of retrieving objects weighing less than 300 pounds. Mao Shi murmured, his eyes firmly fixed on the Shura statue, unwavering in his focus. Creak, creak, creak. A series of sounds akin to falling dominoes echoed as the remaining 5 fingers on the Shura's palm snapped off in succession, releasing 5 additional flying claws that unfurled in the air. Goodness, that is quite a number, I gasped, instinctively retracting my head. Mao Shi swiftly swept a handful of bullet shells from his belt, unleashing them like a barrage of arrows that whistled through the air, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks. This time, the arrows exhibited significantly increased force, clashing with the Tang Sect's flying claws without yielding, and both sides plummeted to the ground. For flying claws thudded to the earth, yet one of them veered in an odd arc, weaving past the arrows and shooting directly at Mao Shi. Remaining calm, Mao Shi tightened his grip on the compound bow, which swiftly morphed back into its cartridge form before extending into a straight, ruler-like wooden sword. As the Tang Sect's flying claw approached, Mao Shi struck down with the sword, producing a resounding clang that sent a ringing in my ears. The immense force of the Tang Sect's flying claw even forced Mao Shi to take a step back. With a soft grunt, he quickly withdrew the wooden sword before executing a sideways slash, sending the claw hurtling away. Before I could even cheer him on, the second arm of the black Shura statue began to move. The palm of the Shura mimicked a Buddhist hand gesture, the thumb pressing against the middle finger. As the arm pointed towards us, the middle finger that was pinched suddenly sprang forth, launching 2 black spheres, one large and one small, toward us. Mother and son pursuit darts. Mao Shi exclaimed in surprise, but he quickly regained his composure, retrieving the wooden ball he had previously tossed. As the wooden ball collided with the larger black sphere, both rebounded, ricocheting chaotically within the corridor. Mao Shi attempted to catch the second smaller black sphere, but the first larger sphere, as if drawn back by the smaller one, swiftly returned, forcing him to deflect it with the wooden sword. Thus, the 3 spheres began to bounce erratically within the corridor, leaving me utterly bewildered. These are the mother and son pursuit darts. The iron ball serves as the mother, while the deadly poison is contained within the offspring. Should these 2 spheres collide, the larger ball will instantaneously release hundreds of steel needles, while the smaller will unleash a cloud of toxic mist. Mao Shi's gaze darted around, tracking the errant black spheres. Shall go on. I'll pursue the larger sphere. You find a way to catch the smaller one. Chapter 73. The 6 Arts of the Tang Sect. Thank you. Before I could finish my words, Mao Shi had already dashed towards the large black sphere. I focused intently on the trajectories of the 2 black spheres, realizing that the smaller sphere was ejected at a considerably slower speed than the larger one. However, for someone as athletically challenged as myself, attempting to catch it felt like a futile dream. What should I do? Just as I was racking my brain for a solution, Tang Yuan poked its little head out from my embrace, gazing at me with its big eyes and letting out a meow. Ah, of course, there's you, little one. I gently patted Tang Yuan's head, recalling the day we first played with a ball. To amuse it, I had thrown the ball far away, only for Tang Yuan to swiftly retrieve it, leaving me utterly astonished. That was when I truly understood the meaning of grace and agility, as light as the wind. with the prowess of a cat that deserved its top rank in the cat scriptures. I glanced at the plump, yawning ball of fur at my feet. Let's not expect anything from that one. Little Tang Yuan, I'm counting on you. I looked into Tang Yuan's big eyes with anticipation, gesturing towards the bouncing black sphere. Tang Yuan responded with a sweet meow and leaped down from my arms, its 4 little paws poised on the ground. Its golden and silver eyes fixated on the trajectory of the small sphere. With a powerful push from its limbs, it shot forward like a streak of white lightning. The small black sphere ricocheted oddly off the walls of the corridor, making its path difficult to predict. Yet, Tang Yuan was faster, using the wall to propel itself and catching up with the small sphere. As Tang Yuan lunged with its paw, it clearly underestimated the force of the black sphere, which slipped past its paw and shot directly towards the larger sphere. Just as the 2 spheres were on the verge of colliding, Mao Shi urgently threw his wooden sword, perfectly positioning it between the 2 spheres to avert a direct impact. In a flash, Tang Yuan darted forward, seizing the small sphere tightly in its mouth. As the force of the small sphere diminished, the larger sphere slowed down as well, firmly grasped by Mao Shi, wiping the cold sweat from my forehead. I watched as Tang Yuan ran towards me, placing the small sphere in my palm. The seemingly inconspicuous black sphere felt surprisingly heavy, its material unknown to me. I initially thought to keep it as a memento, but upon recalling the toxic mist contained within, a shiver ran down my spine, prompting me to toss the sphere far away, nervously rubbing my palms on my pants for reassurance. Mao Shi waved his hand lightly, and the wooden sphere returned to his palm, alongside the larger black sphere, which he stowed in his backpack. I quickly distanced myself from him, holding Tang Yuan and asking, "What are you keeping that for? Aren't you afraid it will explode?" "Don't worry," Mao Shi replied with a mischievous grin. "The mother and child soul-chasing darts won't trigger unless they collide. I'll study them thoroughly when I get back." His gaze shifted to the ominous black Shura statue, excitement radiating from his features as he murmured, "The 6 arts of the Tank sect. Let me see what other tricks you have up your sleeve." With a series of clattering sounds, the remaining 4 arms of the Shura statue began to move in unison, their motions accelerating to the point of creating an illusion reminiscent of the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara. An overwhelming aura of danger enveloped the air. Mao Shi stepped forward confidently, facing the towering Shura without a hint of fear. In an instant, everything transpired with the swiftness of lightning, and the peril involved would only become clear to me later. The 6 hands of the Shura performed various gestures, seemingly forming different seals, which were intricately connected to the activation of concealed mechanisms. The 3rd hand, with its index finger pointing downward, executed the Buddhist gesture of subduing demons, suddenly extending its finger towards Mao Shi. In an astonishing twist, the finger fractured into 3 segments that shot forth, bursting in midair to create a hailstorm of steel pellets. I later learned this technique was one of the Tang sect's hidden arts, known as hitting the shadow with sand. Its design was a cylindrical concealed weapon capable of releasing multiple projectiles filled with iron beads, which would explode on impact, releasing toxins hidden within. Simultaneously, Mao Shi extended his left arm, and the face of the black watch on his wrist flipped open, reminiscent of Conan's anesthetic watch. However, instead of a single needle, a barrage of steel needles was unleashed. The air filled with a clattering sound as the iron beads were intercepted by the needles, altering their course and scattering to the sides. Yet, the iron beads possessed formidable power, embedding themselves into the floor with a series of thuds, seeping out a trace of green liquid. This watch, which had occupied my thoughts for so long, was called Sleeve of the Universe, derived from ancient silent sleeve darts. Before one move could conclude, another began. The 4th hand bent at the elbow, raised to chest level, fingers naturally splayed, palm outward, embodying the Buddhist gesture of bestowing fearlessness. Suddenly, the wrist of the Shura bent at an odd angle, revealing a gaping black void, and with a swift whoosh, 3 yellow black plates spiraled out. Yama's edict. Mao Shi's pupils dilated. As the saying goes, when Yama calls for your death at midnight, who dares to linger until dawn? True to its name, Yama's edict was a fearsome, concealed weapon from the Tang sect, a pinnacle of firearm craftsmanship, filled with gunpowder and small barbed projectiles capable of causing devastation upon detonation. Mao Shi remained unfazed, quickly closing the watch's face. As he lowered his head, 3 steel arrows shot forth from his backpack. This mechanism, known as the tight-back flower crossbow, was mounted on his back, providing greater force and an element of surprise. The ensuing explosions sent shockwaves propelling me backward, while the scattered barbs ignited a series of smaller detonations, sending debris flying and filling the corridor with a choking cloud of white smoke. coughing uncontrollably from the acrid smoke. I pinched my nose and waved my hands to disperse the fog. As the white haze gradually cleared, I caught sight of the fifth hand of the Shura statue coming to life. Unlike the others, this hand did not form a seal, but instead cradled a black lotus in its palm, a sight that felt eerily familiar. Buddha's Wrath Black Lotus. Mao Shi flushed with excitement. As the smoke dissipated, Mao Shi stood defiantly against the massive Shura statue. In sync with the movements of the Shura's arm, he revealed a gleaming, multifaceted object from his palm. It dawned on me that this was the Buddha's Wrath Black Lotus he had used while crossing the Yellow River, explaining my sense of familiarity with the Shura's lotus. Wait, Buddha's Wrath Black Lotus and Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus? Brother Shi, how shameful to resort to imitation. I couldn't help but remark. I'm paying homage. Mao Shi replied with a sly grin, flashing a row of bright white teeth. As the black lotus in the Shura's hand was launched, he gently tapped the top of the black sphere twice with his fingertip. Instantly, the surface of the black sphere erupted into a multitude of petals, blooming into a mesmerizing black lotus. I watched, wide-eyed, as the two black lotuses exploded in midair, each petal transforming into a razor-sharp blade that flew in all directions. In an instant, the corridor became a cacophony of sparks, the sounds of metal clashing resounding all around me. Blinded by the blazing sparks, I felt a rush of wind whip by my face, yet, when I wiped my hand across my skin, it came away stained with blood, startling me into pulling Tang Yuan and the furry ball down to the ground, too afraid to move. The resonant clangor of metal persisted for a brief moment before finally subsiding. Stealthily, I lifted my gaze and caught sight of the corridor now in disarray, its surroundings ravaged by the onslaught of flying blades. Standing motionless, Mao Shi remained rooted to the spot, his body visibly marked by several grievous wounds. As I turned my attention to the statue of Shura, I noticed it too had been pierced by a number of lotus petals, deeply embedded within its form. Chapter 74. The King of Hidden Weapons. The Buddha's Fury and Tang Lotus is an elite-level secret technique of the Tang sect, demanding exceptionally high standards in its creation and exhibiting an intricate craftsmanship. The materials required are exceedingly rare, and its appearance seems innocuous, seemingly washed clean and unassuming. However, it conceals 365 hidden weapons within, and when combined with Tang sect poisons, it becomes virtually invincible within 100 paces. I noticed a slight tremor in Mao Shi's body, which sparked my concern for his well-being. Before I could approach, he raised his head, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, and he erupted into laughter, evidently pleased with his replication of the Buddha's Fury and Tang Lotus. His expression resembled that of an elated mad scientist celebrating a successful invention. I must concede, old friend, let us not forget that this is merely the fifth of the 6 secret techniques of the Tang sect. My gaze then inadvertently shifted to the final hand of the Shura statue. Its movement was unremarkable, forming a simple gesture of prayer, signifying the highest realm of Buddhist doctrine, where the outside universe is unified within the heart. My eyes fixated on that palm, observing its every motion. For the most formidable elements are often revealed last. I felt beads of sweat trickle down my forehead. Ah, I anticipated this. Mao Shi's light chuckle drew my attention back. As I raised my gaze, I was horrified to see the 3 heads of the Shura statue simultaneously open their mouths into gaping maws. With 2 mechanical clicks, the terrifying heads began to rotate, unleashing a torrent of fine needles that rained down upon us like a violent storm. Stunned, I stood frozen in place, my mind blank. Even if I wished to act, my body remained paralyzed by sheer terror. Mao Shi, however, had foreseen this moment. I noticed he had produced a square ink box adorned with peculiar inscriptions. I recognized it as a unique wooden mechanism box from the Yincher lineage, though it was considerably larger than the one I had previously encountered. At the instant the Shura heads began their rotation, Mao Shi dashed to my side, urging me to crouch, while tapping the top of the ink box twice before tossing it before us. With a series of mechanical clicks, the wooden mechanism unfolded like a transformer. Before I could examine it closely, the light before me dimmed as the box expanded into a semicircular dome, shielding us from harm. The cacophony outside resembled a torrential downpour upon a canopy, but it was not rain. It was a lethal barrage of poisonous needles. I pulled Tang Yuan and Mao Chio into my embrace, curling into a ball. This was the pinnacle of the Tang sect's secret techniques, the rainfall pear blossom needles. Mao Shi seized the moment to enlighten me, explaining that this technique was the supreme creation of Tang sect mechanized arts, unparalleled in craftsmanship, and laced with 12 distinct toxins, resulting in certain death upon contact, earning it the title of the King of Hidden Weapons. Yet, the brilliance did not end there. The six-fingered Shura was indeed formidable. He had assigned the first 5 secret techniques of the Tang sect to different arms, leading one to assume that the final technique would also be placed there. However, he cleverly subverted expectations by concealing the last technique within the heads, striking when least anticipated. Utilizing psychological manipulation is, after all, a potent weapon, which has imparted a fresh understanding of mechanized arts. The sound of needles finally ceased, and we crawled out from beneath the dome of the wooden mechanism. We beheld the surface of the box, now resembling a hedgehog with needles protruding, while the passage was similarly littered with steel needles. Be careful, all these needles are poisoned. Do not let them pierce you, Mao Shi cautioned. I nodded, taking heed of his warning as I cautiously cleared a path, moving toward the Shura statue. At that moment, the Shura statue's gaping maw was closed, and the green flames in its eyes had extinguished. No steam emanated from its body, rendering it a mere ancient idol. Stripped of its former terror, it now exuded a dignified aura. Mao Shi gazed up at the statue with a complex expression, then pressed his palms together in reverence, bowing respectfully. Six-fingered Shura, I have received your profound love for mechanized arts. Generations of talent emerged, and I vow to carry forth your hidden techniques of the Tang sect. Seeing his serious demeanor, I quickly imitated him, bowing as well. This transcendent duel of mechanized masters had undeniably broadened my horizons and ignited my aspirations. Let us proceed. I wonder how Yanloxi is faring now? Mao Shi winked at me. We then circled to the back of the statue, where we indeed discovered the familiar stone door on the back wall. I anticipated my uncle waiting for us behind the door. Although we had only been apart for a few hours, I genuinely missed this eccentric figure. Despite his often unreliable demeanor, he always provided a sense of security in critical moments. With a heavy scraping sound, Mao Shi and I pushed the stone door open. As we entered, the door slammed shut behind us with a resounding thud, plunging us into darkness. I immediately switched on my flashlight, scanning the surroundings. Regrettably, my uncle was not present, and I sighed in disappointment. Mao Shi had already begun inspecting the area, and I hurried to join him. After a thorough exploration, my heart sank. The hexagonal tomb chamber remained devoid of any contents, eerily adorned with the same sinister murals, and the 6 paths leading to unknown stone doors. Banana U guava, yet another identical tomb? Can there be no creativity whatsoever? I plopped down onto the ground, unable to contain my frustration. If this were a novel, readers would have tossed the book aside by now. Fear not, they cannot. Suddenly, a familiar, magnetic voice resonated from behind. I turned to see the stone door creaking open, revealing a tall figure stepping forth, gradually illuminated by my flashlight. It was the unmistakable face adorned with sword-like brows and starry eyes, accompanied by a mischievous grin. Who perched proudly upon his shoulder, surveying everything with keen eyes. Next, we shall strike at the heart of the dragon. My uncle's chiseled features appeared sculpted in the light, radiating an aura of commanding confidence, his roguish smile hinting at unrestrained defiance. Uncle, Yanloxi, Mao Shi and I exclaimed in unison, my excitement propelling me off the ground as I rushed towards him. Have you permed your hair? My uncle quipped, a teasing smile gracing his face. Enough with the jokes. What brings you here? I rolled my eyes, then turned to Mao Shi, who approached, exchanging knowing smiles and a fist bump with my uncle. You both must have realized that we are in the 6 paths tomb, correct? My uncle instructed by who to leap down, and Tang Yuan joyfully nuzzled against the great beast. Mao Shi and I nodded in affirmation. My uncle gestured to the ceiling, explaining, after traversing the air currents of the reverse flow sand, I entered the realms of hell and humanity. Upon witnessing my uncle's confidence, Mao Shi's eyes lit up, and he grinned. Yanloxi, have you already deciphered the structure of the 6 paths tomb? Chapter 75, The Cycle. With eager anticipation, I gazed at my uncle. I feared that if we continued to wander within this 6 paths tomb, my sanity would soon unravel. My uncle, feigning an air of mystery, slowly traced an infinity symbol in the air with his finger. Infinity, I exclaimed, yet a sense of discord lingered in my mind. Scratching my head, a sudden realization struck me. I understood. It was the M-bias strip. Clever. My uncle snapped his fingers, affirming my thought. For a fleeting moment, I felt a swell of pride, yet the connection between the M-bias strip and the 6 paths tomb remained elusive. My uncle surveyed the hexagonal chamber and remarked, initially, I speculated that the structure of the 6 paths tomb might resemble a beehive labyrinth. However, upon exiting the hell path, I promptly dismissed this notion. The beehive's vast architecture inevitably possesses boundaries, which contradicts the cyclical concept of the six paths. The spatial manifestations within this tomb evoke a distinct sense of temporal disarray, reminiscent of the M-bias strip's design. Yet, a single M-bias strip alone cannot encapsulate the cycle of the six paths. The only plausible explanation is that this labyrinth consists of multiple interconnected M-bias strips, with each tomb passage and chamber existing on disparate planes, thus creating an illusion of infinite recursion. Armed with this hypothesis, I ventured through the second stone door, the human path, utilizing a soil gauge. I confirmed that the angle of the tomb's descent indeed aligned with my assumptions, suggesting that the intersection of these various M-bias strips likely led to Li Yuanhao's main burial chamber. My uncle's theory left me astounded. As I recalled my experiences since falling into the tomb, I felt akin to an ant traversing a M-bias strip, with neither a beginning nor an end. Yet, my curiosity was piqued not solely by this revelation. I scrutinized the three of us. Mao Shi and I had endured the hungry ghost path and the animal path, and together we had emerged from the Azura path, our garments tattered and our bodies marred with wounds. In stark contrast, my uncle remained unscathed, even appearing remarkably tidy and composed. By the way, uncle, what did you encounter in the hell path and the human path? I implored, my inquisitive spirit aflame. Ah, a secret, he replied, donning an enigmatic smile. Oh, come on, don't tease me, I retorted, though the sly grin upon his lips hinted at unspeakable experiences. I pouted in discontent and rolled my eyes dramatically. Mao Shi, sharing a silent understanding, chuckled and playfully patted my head, then asked, Yanlaxi, have you deduced the location of the main burial chamber? My uncle, suppressing his playful demeanor, responded with utmost seriousness. The answer resides within these six paths. The so-called six paths of rebirth represent not merely six routes of reincarnation, but also the cyclical essence of these paths, corresponding to six distinct doctrines: the heavenly path, the human path, the Azura path, the animal path, the hungry ghost path, and the hell path. These names seem to descend from the divine. For every ordinary soul is inexorably ensnared within this cycle of existence. They symbolize the myriad tribulations that humanity must endure, as the vast heavens and the terrestrial realm lie ensconced within these six paths. As he spoke, my uncle approached the first mural, illuminating its imagery with his flashlight. It depicted a multitude of tormented beings, their emaciated forms grotesquely swollen. He then moved to the next mural, showcasing ferocious and menacing beasts. These two images represented the hungry ghost path and the animal path that Mao Shi and I had traversed. The hungry ghost path embodies the realm of flora, while the animal path represents the domain of fauna. Both plants and animals provide an inexhaustible source of sustenance for humanity, serving as vital instruments in our existence. Yet, they possess sentience and endure suffering, as humanity exploits their essence to satiate its desires, often leading to their demise, which in turn may summon vengeful spirits or demonic entities to punish human transgressions. My uncle paused before the mural, his gaze intense, yet laced with complexity. As I pondered his words, he gradually approached the third mural, depicting the Azura realm as illustrated in Buddhist texts. The Azura path signifies the realm of tools, a world rife with intricate mechanisms and a punishment for humanity's misuse of force. I nodded in empathetic agreement, recalling the terrifying killing contraptions within the Azura path, wondering how many lives had been extinguished amidst the tumult of historical warfare. Stealing a glance at Mao Shi, I noted his unwavering presence before the mural, still embodying that innocent, harmless boyish demeanor. With demon's hands and a Buddha's heart, I etched these words in my mind. My gaze followed my uncle as he arrived at the fourth mural, adorned with the most harrowing and malevolent imagery, saturated with emotions of anger, hatred, revulsion, and suffering. It portrayed various scenes of hell and horrific punishments, divided into 8 scorching hells and 8 frigid hells, sending chills down my spine, rendering me unable to gaze directly upon it. The hell path symbolizes the realm of earth. Buddhism teaches that all living beings, upon death, must traverse hell for judgment, determining their future existence. From today's scientific perspective, whether animal, plant, or any other entity, all exist upon this earth, there remains ultimately yielding to microbes that decompose them. The saying dust returns to dust resonates deeply. Much like fallen leaves returning to their roots, all will vanish into the vastness of the earth. Yet the earth shall renew and recreate them. Though leaves may return to dust, new saplings will emerge. All living individuals dissolve into the earth, only to be reborn through this cyclical process. I understood this as a cycle of life, akin to a whale's fall nurturing myriad life forms. Death is not an end. Rather, it may herald a new beginning. This thought further fueled my curiosity about what my uncle had witnessed within the hell path. The fifth mural, corresponding to the stone door through which my uncle had emerged, represented the human path. The human path pertains to the essence of humanity. My uncle emphasized these words, his tone growing gravely serious. Confucius once stated, at birth, human nature is inherently good. Similarities are innate, while habits diverge. This echoes the narrative of Adam and even the Western Eden. They possessed no complex thoughts until they transgressed by consuming the forbidden fruit, thereby acquiring the darkness that was not innate to their nature. Such traits as vanity, greed, desire, love, and hatred shape the manner in which people speak and act. Consequently, the human path discerns the inner workings of humanity, probing into the recesses of their thoughts. As I listened to my uncle's discourse, I felt as though I could visualize the array of emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and the myriad facets of life, etched across his face, conjuring vivid images of the horrors that might dwell within the human path. As his words settled, an unsettling silence enveloped the tomb, and our three pairs of eyes instinctively gravitated toward the final stone door. The Heavenly Path. Chapter 76. Ergot we stood before the stone door, perhaps having lingered too long in the subterranean realm, for the air within the tomb had grown increasingly oppressive, as if an invisible force were compressing my chest, inducing a slight sense of suffocation and thickening the rhythm of my breath. The sixth mural. The painting depicted an endless ocean of mist, wherein the hazy sky floated golden clouds radiating a dazzling light, reminiscent of divine presence. Beyond the mist, the faint outline of the other shore seemed to connect with the infinite cosmos and mysterious entities, invoking a sense of reverence. Contrasting sharply with the mural's imagery, a layer of impenetrable dampness seeped from the wall, gradually dripping down and producing a chilling, eerie ticking sound. This faint noise resonated ominously in the silent tomb, as if countless restless souls were lamenting their anguish. Let us proceed, there is no time. My uncle's voice shattered the silence as he rose and strode forward. Ma Shi and I followed closely, and together we exerted our strength to push the stone door open. Strangely, the door of the celestial path was not as heavy as the others. Rather, it felt remarkably light, almost as if it were willingly yielding to our touch. As my palm met the stone wall, a cold and viscous sensation enveloped me. This bizarre texture was not that of solid stone, but instead resembled the skin of a monstrous creature, as if some indescribable being lay in wait, beckoning me to step into its dark maw. The moment the stone door swung wide, a blinding white light surged forth, rendering me momentarily unable to see. As my eyes adjusted, a magnificent and sacred vista unfolded before me. The ground appeared to be composed of delicate white clouds, soft and comforting underfoot, as though I were treading upon a dreamlike paradise. These clouds seemed alive, gently caressing my skin, enveloping me in a cocoon of feathery warmth. With each step I took, the clouds emitted a faint sound, and the air was fresh and flowing, brimming with boundless vitality and energy. At that moment, the apex of the celestial path began to transform, as beams of vibrant, multicolored light emanated from the white clouds. These rays intertwined, forming resplendent columns of color. I was awestruck by this breathtaking scene, sensing an extraordinary force permeating my being, granting me an ethereal connection to the universe. It felt as though at the end of the celestial path, a colossal gate of light awaited, linking the endless cosmos with enigmatic existence. Stirring a profound sense of awe within me, I understood that only by passing through this gate could one truly escape the cycle of reincarnation, attaining eternal liberation and transcendence. Faced with the luminous gate, I inhaled deeply, preparing to step forward, to transcend the cycle and pursue the eternal shore. Little coffin, a familiar, deep voice resonated in my ear, and I felt a solid hand resting upon my back, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over me, jolting me back to reality. When I opened my eyes again, the stark contrast of the scene before me was jarring. There were no soft white clouds. Beneath my feet was a viscous, black mud, teeming with writhing white maggots, accompanied by a pungent stench. I struggled against the rising nausea, realizing the surroundings were utterly barren, save for a distant abyss of darkness, akin to the depths of the universe. It felt as if a pair of sinister eyes lurked in the shadows, watching us, compelling an instinctual urge to flee from the intangible pressure. The silence enveloped us, yet my ears faintly caught the sound of muffled groans. As if someone were enduring endless torment, the sound was saturated with despair and pain, sending chills down my spine. I surveyed the area, yet saw no other creatures apart from the maggots, only engulfed in the tomb-like darkness. The visual obscurity, combined with the damp coldness and the terrifying groans, crafted an atmosphere that was utterly chilling. This was a place steeped in horror and death, where every step could trigger countless traps and conspiracies. Uncle, what just happened? I covered my mouth and nose, striving to remain calm, though my legs trembled involuntarily. It's ergot. My uncle pointed at several white crystals scattered across the tomb ceiling, explaining that the blinding white light emanated from these crystals. What is ergot? I asked, gazing up at the crystals. This stone is a crystalline form of a hallucinogen, derived from the mutation of ergot fungus and phosphorescent stones. It continuously releases minute yet potent hallucinogenic gases, altering one's mindset, consciousness, perception, and behavior, inducing vivid hallucinations, temporal distortions, and even severe mental disarray. Mashi elucidated by my side. I glanced at the two nonchalant individuals, noticing that even the cats appeared unaffected. Why are you both unscathed? I pouted, feeling as though I had stepped in something unpleasant. With a hearty slap on my back, my uncle propelled me forward. One day, you two shall possess our immunity. Sure, you two must be the colossal pathogens. I rolled my eyes secretly at my uncle and Mashi as we continued through the pitch-black corridor of the tomb. The mud clung to my feet, making each step feel laborious and dizzying. The writhing maggots in the mud were a torment to behold, and despite my efforts to avoid looking down, I could not suppress the churn of my stomach, ultimately leaning against the wall to retch. Wow, that is hot. I recoiled as I touched a stream of thick, dark liquid flowing from the stone wall, feeling a burning sensation akin to corrosion. Got caught. Huh? Mashi remarked with a smirk, yet he stepped closer to pat my back. As I continued to heave what little stomach acid remained, I blew on my palm, the pain bringing tears to my eyes. Brother 11, do you think the ground is moving? I managed to gasp between retches. Mashi's expression grew serious as he tested the squishy ground beneath him. To be precise, it feels like peristalsis, akin to the movement of intestines. Intestines. I felt as though my own stomach would surely spill out. No wonder this tomb passage felt so peculiar. Focusing on my feet, I could indeed sense slight contractions beneath me, and I noticed that the viscous walls of the tomb appeared to breathe, intensifying my nausea. Could it be that we had truly ventured into the belly of a creature? Chapter 77. The main hall. The humidity in the air began to rise, a subtle chill creeping in. I had lost track of time since we entered the Six Paths tomb and instinctively glanced at my watch, only to find that both the digital display and the hands were frozen in place. How peculiar. Is it out of battery? I tapped the watch, yet it remained lifeless. Hey, Brother 11, what time is it now? I nudged the person ahead of me, Brother Mao 11, and whispered. He casually raised a hand but suddenly froze, causing me to bump my head against his solid back. What the heck? Why did you stop so abruptly? I rubbed my forehead. His robust back felt as unyielding as an iron door. Time has stopped, Brother Mao 11 exclaimed, visibly astonished. His confidence in his skills was evident. He believed that such a phenomenon was impossible. Moreover, I noticed his choice of words. It was not merely the watch that had ceased functioning, but rather time itself that had come to a standstill. Uncle halted in his tracks, retrieving a compass from his pocket. With a grave expression, he cast a glance at it, and then showed it to us, declaring, not only is time affected, but space itself is in disarray. I took the compass from Uncle's hand, observing the needle spinning wildly as if electrified. Uncle, what do you mean by both time and space being in turmoil? He responded. In the cycle of reincarnation, the heavens govern time and space. He swept his flashlight across the stone walls, sensing an increasingly pronounced undulation within the tomb passage. It is said that the Tao gives rise to all things. Mountains, rivers, and forests exist within a fixed space, each with its own form. However, the Tao of heaven is unpredictable, capable of creating a world or annihilating it. I couldn't help but interject, Uncle. It seems you've stepped in something unpleasant. Ugh, fake. As soon as I finished speaking, I stumbled, nearly losing my balance. Once I regained my footing, I noticed the entire passage was rhythmically contracting and expanding, resembling the peristalsis of an intestine, pushing us forward like food through a digestive tract. Run. This tomb passage wants to engulf us. Uncle yanked me, urging me to flee. Brother Mao 11 reacted swiftly, bolting ahead. All three of us sprinted with all our might, the motion of the passage intensifying, the walls closing in on us. The corridor seemed endless, its end obscured. My footsteps grew heavier, my breathing quickened, my chest heaving as my heart thudded like a war drum. Uncle, I can't run anymore. I gasped, parched and lightheaded, fearing that I might end up digested into nothingness. Uncle and Brother Mao 11 continued to scan the walls with their flashlights as they ran. "Found it!" Uncle suddenly exclaimed, pointing his flashlight at a section of the wall. Before I could catch my breath, I saw a narrow vertical crack in the wall, barely wide enough for an ant to squeeze through. Before I could react, Uncle was already pulling me towards the fissure. Whoa! I instinctively raised my hands to shield my head, only to find the wall yielding like sponge. When I opened my eyes, Uncle and I had passed through the wall into a brand new chamber. Brother Mao 11 and a few cats followed closely behind. I cradled Tang Yuan in my arms, finally feeling at ease enough to examine our surroundings. As we entered, several muffled sounds erupted from the copper lamps on the walls, releasing flickering green flames. Familiar oil lamps. The dancing flames cast an eerie green hue around us, both strange and unsettling. "If I'm not mistaken, this passage leads directly to the main hall," Uncle said solemnly. The main hall? A jolt of realization struck me. After wandering through the Six Paths tomb for so long, I had nearly forgotten that we were in a vast ancient tomb. My knowledge of burial practices was no longer that of a novice. Typically, tomb structures for commoners are designed to resemble living quarters, featuring a main chamber, a rear chamber, and two side chambers. The coffin of the deceased rests in the center of the main chamber. Noble tombs are considerably grander, with the underground chambers divided into three sections: front, middle, and back. The entrance is adorned with heavy gates, leading first to a bright hall, also known as the Hall of the Dead, arranged to mimic the deceased's living room, complete with various furnishings, referred to as bright or funerary objects. Further inside lies the central burial chamber, known as the sleeping hall, where the coffin is placed, followed by the auxiliary chambers for burial goods. Imperial tombs are even more elaborate and intricate. During the Qin and Han dynasties, the prevalent style was the inverted pot-shaped tombs. The term refers to the shape of the earthen mounds resembling an inverted measuring vessel, with distinct edges and a small square platform at the top, akin to Egyptian pyramids. Though with an additional side, the connection between these structures remains a mystery. In the Northwest, ethnic minorities often constructed large, thick stone tombs in arch shapes, with joints bonded by hemp and fish glue. Such tombs are common near the remnants of the Western Xia dynasty. In the early 19th century, a European explorer described the landscape of stone tombs scattered across the desert, some large, some small, countless in number, with many half buried in the yellow sands. Their black peaks resembling miniature pyramids. Traversing through the tomb-laden desert was a breathtaking sight. The Tang dynasty's monumental tomb constructions reflected the era's grandeur and the nation's strength, exuding an air of supremacy. However, from the Southern Song to the late Ming and early Qing periods, continuous warfare and catastrophic natural disasters plagued the nation, leading to diminished royal tomb opulence. In the Qing dynasty, during the prosperous Kangxi and Qianlong eras, the economy and productivity saw a significant revival, shifting the architectural style towards more grounded constructions, integrating ceremonial and ancestral gardens. Learning from previous theft deterrents, Qing tombs were exceptionally fortified, making them difficult to penetrate. It was only through explosives that the warlord's son Dianying managed to breach Empress Dowager Cixi's tomb. In summary, throughout history, regardless of the dynasty, the various burial practices in China have stemmed from the five-element feng shui arrangements derived from the 64 hexagrams of Fuxi, remaining true to their essence while adapting to the changing times. To be honest, after so long in the Six Paths tomb, I have gradually come to understand its structure. According to Buddhist theories of the six paths of reincarnation, there are six pathways leading into the ancient tomb: the hungry ghost path, the animal path, the hell path, the Azura path, the human path, and the heavenly path. Each is connected to a corresponding hall of the dead, independent yet interlinked. However, these pathways only allow entry, not exit. To escape the tomb, one must reach the central sleeping hall, where there might be a glimmer of hope. As we pressed onward, an eerie silence enveloped the passage ahead, instinctively evoking a sense of foreboding. Fortunately, this corridor seemed devoid of traps. Perhaps the tomb's builders never anticipated anyone would venture this far. Just as I began to relax, faint sounds emerged from the surroundings of the passage. Squeak, squeak. The noise was reminiscent of insects chirping, initially unnoticed by me. However, the sound of insects grew increasingly louder, resembling a cacophony of countless creatures singing in unison. I discerned that the noise seemed to emanate from above, instinctively directing my flashlight toward the ceiling of the cave. To my astonishment, I let out a sudden cry. My uncle and Mao Shi also aimed their flashlights at the cave ceiling, and in that instant, the pallor on everyone's faces transformed into a ghostly white. For there, Densely packed above us was a thick layer of insects. These creatures appeared to be moths, yet each one was astonishingly the size of a fist. An innumerable swarm of moths layered thickly on the cave's ceiling produced a jarring chorus of chirps that echoed throughout the cavern, sending shivers down our spines. My uncle and Mao Shi's expression shifted dramatically as they simultaneously gasped, "Corpse moths." No sooner had they uttered these words than the thick layer of corpse moths seemed to sense something, suddenly taking flight and swooping toward us. Chapter 78. The Eerie Stone Altar. A swarm of countless corpse moths, dark as clouds, surged towards us, each the size of a fist, with gaping mouths lined with crimson. Exuding a terrifying aura, a foul stench enveloped the surroundings in an instant, causing me to recoil in fright. Even the cats appeared restless. Only my uncle and Mao 11 maintained a semblance of composure, though their faces paled slightly as he urged, "Quick, turn off the flashlight. Run." Awakened by my uncle's shout, I immediately switched off my tactical flashlight and dashed forward through the tomb passage. To my surprise, Mao 11 seemed somewhat exhilarated. With a shout, he turned and said, "Yanloxi, you all go ahead. I'll hold them off. Be careful. The poison of these corpse moths is potent." My uncle warned, to which he nodded in acknowledgement. The swarm of moths initially lunged instinctively towards the light, and as we extinguished our flashlights, they floundered momentarily like headless flies. However, they soon redirected their onslaught towards our scent. My uncle drew the jade ruler from behind him, and, with swift motions akin to swatting flies, he sliced through a large number of them. The frightened ball of fur darted anxiously at our feet, occasionally letting out a mewl, yet the corpse moths only hesitated briefly, showing no signs of retreat. To my dismay, even the formidable Mao Chio seemed ineffective. Mao 11 followed behind us, producing two dark boxes from who knows where, which, like a shotgun, released a barrage of silver needles that struck countless corpse moths against the wall with a series of rapid sounds. The tomb corridor twisted, deep and lengthy, as we continued our frantic flight. At a corner, Mao 11 suddenly halted, reaching into his backpack to pull out a silver vial. The ominous swarm of moths surged towards him, seemingly numbering in the thousands. Remaining calm, Mao 11 slowly twisted the cap off the vial. Inside was a specially concocted insect repellent, said to be a secret formula of the Yincher sect, combining sulfur, mercury, toxic herbs, and other ingredients, specifically designed to combat the venomous insects of ancient tombs. The stench grew ever closer, and as the moths seemed poised to engulf him, Mao 11 abruptly scattered the repellent powder, instantly creating a cloud of white smoke at the corner. Those corpse moths that came into contact with the powder emitted a sizzling sound, soon collapsing to the ground, writhing in their death throes. Yet, those that succumbed were likely less than 1% of the relentless horde, as countless others continued to surge forward, their grotesque mouths agape, the nauseating odor assaulting our senses. The determination of the corpse moths was evident. They were intent on our demise. However, the repellent powder had formed a thick white mist at the corner of the tomb, causing any moth that ventured within to fall, gradually accumulating a pile of their carcasses beneath the fog. Mao 11 applied the remaining repellent powder along the sides of the corridor as a precaution. We ran for an indeterminate distance until Mao 11 confirmed the absence of the moths before rejoining us, allowing me to exhale a sigh of relief. Suddenly, my uncle, who led the way, came to an abrupt stop and whispered, "We've arrived." A jolt of anxiety surged through me, and I quickly looked ahead. At the end of the corridor, a bright light flickered, emanating from the crevice of a massive stone door. It became evident that we were approaching a grand stone chamber. My uncle and Mao 11 exchanged a glance before stepping forward toward the tomb door, and I hurriedly followed with the cats in tow. As we drew closer, the details of the tomb door became clearer. It was an imposing stone structure, towering over 5 meters high, flanked by two colossal stone statues. One figure bore a benevolent expression, akin to the serene smile of a Buddhist deity, holding a lifelike snow lotus, reminiscent of Guanyin. In stark contrast, the other figure was grotesque and fearsome, with 4 heads and 8 arms wielding various weapons, blood trickling from the corner of its mouth, sending chills down one's spine. This must be the entrance to the main hall. Mao 11's face lit up with excitement. The door itself was carved from a single piece of pristine white stone, adorned with ancient and beautiful patterns, shining like jade, leaving one to wonder how such a massive stone was sourced in this arid northwest desert. With collective effort, we pushed the stone door open, and at that moment, everyone held their breath, incredulously gazing at the sight before us. A longer, grander corridor unfolded, with red columns lining the edges every 10 paces. At the corridor's end, a brilliant white light burst forth, momentarily blinding me, and as my vision cleared, I beheld a colossal white stone altar. Was this the main hall of the Six Paths underground palace? The spectacle was beyond my imagination, almost too incredible to believe. The altar was extraordinarily tall, reaching over 10 zhang, ancient and simple, constructed from a unique white stone, exuding an essence of time, resting quietly underground for a millennium. Even I was witnessing such a vast altar for the first time, and it was white. Mao 11, who led the way, wore an expression of astonishment, pointing towards the immense white altar. Its design bore a striking resemblance to a Mayan pyramid, featuring a flat top, a square base, and tiered layers, with a small temple-like structure faintly visible at the summit. The entire altar was constructed from massive white stone blocks, each weighing tens of tons, and one could only ponder how they were quarried and transported. As we proceeded slowly along the corridor, the closer we approached the altar, the more we felt its ancient grandeur and magnificence. Whether viewed from afar or up close, one could sense its imposing presence, stirring the soul. The white altar gleamed with golden light, intricately inscribed with a myriad of complex characters and symbols. The altar was structured in 7 tiered steps, resembling a celestial staircase, oriented north to south. In the center, a long stone staircase led directly to the altar's pinnacle. Each tier was sealed with jade or stone slabs, inscribed with indiscernible ancient texts. At that moment, both my uncle and Mao 11 exhibited expressions of astonishment, suddenly recalling the term faux shans, leading to the realization that this altar might well be an ancient altar for celestial sacrifices. Mao 11 murmured softly, "Could it be that they aspired to emulate the first emperor's celestial sacrifice?" The altar, a unique edifice from antiquity, was designed for the veneration of deities, symbolizing a plea for divine protection, infusing the ancient spiritual insights. Since time immemorial, altars have been shrouded in mystery, harboring numerous enigmas that remain unsolved, with their orientation, yin-yang balance, and layout perfectly manifested within to achieve a connection between heaven and humanity. The altar bore jade plaques and stone tablets. The White Tiger Classic by Ban Gu from the Eastern Han Dynasty once recorded. Some say the seal is gold mud and silver cord. Others say stone mud and gold cord, the seal of the emperor. Similarly, Sima Qian's records of the Grand Historian from the Western Han Dynasty speaks of flying phoenixes and golden mudstone records. I was struck with wonder, further astounded by Mao 11's murmurs. Celestial sacrifice? Wasn't that something reserved for ancient emperors? Who constructed this ancient altar, and what connection did it have with royalty? The ancient white altar was etched with the marks of time. Fengshan represented a ceremony through which emperors claimed authority over the realm. The term Feng signifies the worship of heaven, while Shan refers to the worship of earth. The ritual of Fengshan first appeared in the Warring States period, attributed to the Guanzi, yet this text has since been lost. The unifying Qin Shi Huang and the brilliant Han Wu Di both held monumental Fengshan ceremonies. Even earlier, in ancient times, 72 emperors performed Fengshan rituals. However, these emperors traditionally chose Taishan as their sacred site, the lofty heights of heaven, where they would conduct their sacrifices, hoping to draw nearer to the divine. In this northwest region, an underground altar dedicated to Fengshan exists. Could it be that the one enshrined here was not a human emperor, but rather the Yin emperor? During this period, I have perused numerous ancient texts, which contain some records about this ancient altar. However, upon encountering this magnificent golden altar before me, I was momentarily taken aback. An absurd thought suddenly crossed my mind. This site has already been established as a relic from the Western Xia dynasty. If there were to be any remarkable creation among the 9 emperors of Western Xia, it must surely be attributed to the founding emperor, Li Yuanhao. Could it be that this was constructed by Li Yuanhao himself? No. But then what of the underground royal tomb we originally intended to explore? I quickly shook my head, dispelling a cascade of nonsensical associations from my mind. We stood transfixed by the altar for quite some time, until my uncle finally suggested in a hushed tone, "Let us ascend, and perhaps we may uncover clues to our escape." At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. The eerie white altar, while unsettling, imbued us with a glimmer of hope through its very mystery. My uncle and Mao Shi gripped their weapons firmly, both sensing an oppressive aura emanating from the towering altar. I followed closely behind them as we began to ascend the stone steps. The straight stone staircase emerged from the altar, extending to its summit. As I climbed, I counted the steps beneath my feet, astonished to discover that the first tier comprised 81 steps, the second tier consisted of 64 steps, and the third tier had 49 steps, continuing in this numerical sequence up to the seventh tier. Walking upon the grand staircase of the altar instilled within me a peculiar sense of insignificance, as if I were a mere ant in the presence of an unattainable power that compelled one to prostrate in reverence. This was a profoundly exhilarating sensation that reverberated within my soul. As I ascended further, I noted that each level of the altar was meticulously lined with ancient jade tablets and stone slabs, exuding an aura of antiquity. Both the jade and stone bore intricate and enigmatic inscriptions, far more primitive than the Western Xia characters I had previously encountered in the tomb passage. These were mysterious symbols akin to celestial scripts. Mao Shi, intrigued by these ancient characters, occasionally picked up a jade tablet for closer inspection, murmuring, "These are not Western Xia writings. They resemble the unique ancient symbols of the Dongxiang people. I must study them thoroughly upon my return." Indeed, let us take some back for research," I exclaimed, seizing a jade tablet and stowing it in my backpack. Feeling a surge of exhilaration, these were ancient treasures. My uncle, however, seemed indifferent to the artifacts on the steps, his gaze fixed on the summit of the altar. Was there something of significance awaiting us up there? After what felt like an eternity of climbing, we finally reached the apex of the altar. At that moment, I was enveloped by a sense of desolation and antiquity that stirred my emotions. Despite my prior mental preparation, astonishment was etched across my face. On the ancient altar, a gentle breeze seemed to caress, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. At the pinnacle of the altar lay a platform, upon which stood an ancient temple soaring 6 meters high. Constructed from grayish-white stone, the temple was flanked by a multitude of square and round stone pillars. The temple entrance faced south, and the staircase leading up to it was adorned with a meticulously carved 5-clawed golden dragon. The dragon, replete with fierce and lifelike details, appeared to emerge from the staircase's cross-section, illuminated by the ever-burning lanterns surrounding the temple, which cast a radiant glow over the pinnacle of the altar. The angles of the golden dragon on the steps gradually became more pronounced, its straight lines intertwining to form undulating waves, as if a colossal dragon were descending from the heavens, gracefully meandering, embodying both flight and ascent, a sight that left one entranced. This was nothing short of an ancient engineering marvel. I marveled at the sheer manpower that must have been required to complete such a feat. Yet another question loomed in my mind. What could have compelled the creators of this subterranean palace to abandon their endeavor midway? Chapter 79. The 9-turned copper coffin upon the altar stood an ancient temple, solitary and silent, akin to a venerable elder, witnessing the passage of time without uttering a word. As I stood before the temple, an indescribable and peculiar sensation surged within me. The scene before my eyes unfolded like an ancient historical scroll, the rich essence of time wafting through the air like delicate gossamer. Although the temple was not grand in scale, it emanated an undeniable antiquity. Surrounding it were corners seemingly forgotten by time, cloaked in a thick layer of dust, akin to the calluses of ages past. Ancient lamps flickered in the gentle breeze, their faint glow appearing to strive against the shackles of darkness, struggling to recount tales of yore. How could such a temple exist? I gazed in disbelief at the ancient structure, the figures of Ming Han and De Fei flashing through my mind, and I mused that if they were here, this discovery would surely become a sensational news story upon our return. What waves would it stir in the world of archaeology and beyond? I pondered, feeling a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Mao Shi, well-versed in ancient architecture, squinted slightly, observing the temple with great care before speaking. This altar indeed resembles those constructed for ancient sacrificial ceremonies, yet it possesses subtle differences. It appears this temple is not for worship, but rather for housing coffins. His voice was deep and steady, as if unraveling an ancient and mysterious enigma, each word imbued with reverence and insight into history. My uncle, after a moment of contemplation, furrowed his brow slightly, determination flickering in his eyes. Let us proceed. There may be clues to an escape within the temple. Upon hearing this, Mao Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together, eagerly exclaiming, "Let us take a look. This is my first encounter with such a chamber. There should be many treasures within." His eager demeanor resembled that of a child on the brink of discovering a hidden treasure, filled with anticipation and curiosity. Yet, my heart raced like a drum, an ominous premonition casting a shadow over my thoughts. At that moment, I inadvertently glanced upward and caught sight of a copper plaque, exclaiming, "Look there." A plaque with what seems to be inscriptions. My uncle and Mao Shi promptly followed my gaze. High above the ancient temple hung a tarnished copper plaque, upon which 4 ancient characters were inscribed, their strokes winding like dragons and serpents, the calligraphy vigorous and powerful, seemingly imbued with boundless strength and majesty, invoking a sense of reverence. The characters were complex and difficult to decipher, and while my uncle had limited knowledge of the Western Xia script, he scrutinized the plaque intently, frowning in puzzlement and uncertainty, finally identifying the last character. This character appears to be Emperor. The 4 characters read, by mandate, and Emperor. Just then, Mao Shi's eyes gleamed with surprise, as if he had solved an ancient riddle, and he excitedly revealed all 4 characters. His voice reverberated through the air, echoing across time and resonating with the ancient history. I wore an expression of disbelief, my mouth slightly agape as I exclaimed, by mandate and Emperor? Does this imply that this is the true tomb of Li Yuanhao, the founding emperor of Western Xia? My mind swirled with confusion and shock. The Western Xia royal tombs on the eastern slopes of Helan Mountain were already renowned, and the underground tomb of Li Yuanhao discovered by Professor Gu Yu had caused a sensation in the archaeological community. How could another underground tomb possibly exist? What historical secrets lay concealed behind this? Perhaps many histories and legends, long buried in the river of time, would find new interpretations. As the mysterious veil of ancient history was about to be gently lifted, having witnessed 9 emperors of Western Xia, which one had expended such effort to construct this vast subterranean palace? What astonishing origins did this dust-covered ancient temple possess? I gazed at the temple before me, increasingly convinced of its extraordinary nature, as if every brick and stone bore witness to untold legends. If it were indeed the work of a Western Xia emperor, only the founding emperor Li Yuanhao could embody such grandeur. Mao Shi raised his chin slightly, his gaze resolute as he declared, thus, 2 possibilities arise. First, the underground tomb discovered by Gu Yu is a forgery. Second, this tomb was abandoned for some reason, and Gu Yu's tomb was a later reconstruction. My mind became a tangled mess, clarity eluding me as I felt a sense of chaos engulfing my thoughts. My uncle, however, remained remarkably calm. Taking a deep breath and stating steadily, speculation is futile. Let us explore further. As we cautiously stepped into the ancient temple, even my worldly wise uncle and Mao Shi were momentarily taken aback, their eyes wide with incredulity as they gazed ahead. The temple was modest in size, adorned with various stone statues of fierce visages, their forms seemingly lurking in the shadows, exuding an aura of eerie terror. In the center of the temple was a circular platform shaped like a bagua, with towering statues of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise at each cardinal point, serving as solemn guardians of this enigmatic space. At the heart of the bagua platform lay a 10-meter-long brass coffin, its presence strikingly prominent in the dim light. The brass coffin was unadorned yet ancient, its surface etched with indistinct patterns, as if marked by the passage of time. Each incision resonating with a sense of antiquity. A mysterious aura swirled around it. I found it hard to believe my eyes, rubbing them vigorously. Yet the visual impact of the enormous copper coffin was overwhelming, causing my breath to quicken and a nameless fear to surge within me. Mao Shi was the first to approach, meticulously examining the copper coffin. Usually carefree, he now wore an unusually serious expression, his eyes revealing a depth of gravity and reverence. The ancient bronze coffin was adorned with verdigris, yet the blurred engravings remained visible. To my astonishment, I discerned 9 vividly depicted dragons etched upon the surface of the bronze coffin. The 9-turned copper coffin. Mao Shi and my uncle exclaimed in unison, their voices echoing within the hushed temple, tinged with astonishment and awe. The dragons coiled around the coffin, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light, so close that one could almost reach out and touch them, the strange aura emanating from them instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it, sending chills down our spines, as if unseen eyes were watching us from the darkness. What is this 9-turned copper coffin? It sounds like something from a fantasy novel, I asked timidly, my voice quavering as I instinctively took a small step back, attempting to distance myself from the enigmatic coffin. My uncle gazed at the coffin with a peculiar expression and replied, the 9-turned copper coffin is a burial vessel reserved exclusively for ancient emperors. The entire coffin is cast from brass, a seamless entity. The most mysterious aspect lies in the 9 dragons carved upon it, crafted by the hands of a master from the ghost school, imbued with an uncanny power. I once encountered a classified document stating that in the 1970s, a nearly 100-member archaeological team stumbled upon a 9-dragon copper coffin. Just as the news reached the Academy of Social Sciences, the entire team mysteriously vanished, with no survivors. Subsequently, the information was sealed, and investigations into the nine-dragon copper coffin and that team have persisted for decades, yet to no avail. His voice was low and hoarse, as though recounting a chilling tale long buried in dust, each word sending shivers down our spines. This nine-turned copper coffin, having endured countless ages, was forged for emperors. Could it truly house an ancient emperor within? In that moment, we all felt a profound and distant aura enveloping us, a tide of emotions surging forth. As if traversing time and establishing an intimate connection with ancient history, I involuntarily took a step back, my heart a tempest of fear and curiosity. The nine-turned bronze coffin lay before me, shrouded in mystery. What secrets lay within? Why had those who dared to touch it mysteriously vanished? We had already encountered numerous creatures in the Six Paths underground palace. Could it be that this colossal coffin concealed a 1,000-year-old turtle? My mind conjured terrifying images, and my body trembled slightly. Should I lift the lid or not? Mao Shi swallowed hard, his voice barely above a whisper, revealing a glimmer of hesitation and anticipation in his eyes, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The sight of the nine-turned bronze coffin sent chills down my spine, and I reluctantly flicked my tongue, muttering, perhaps we should not look after all. I do not feel even the slightest curiosity. My voice betrayed a mixture of helplessness and dread, and I instinctively edged behind my uncle. The eerie silence of the ancient temple rendered the yellow brass coffin even more enigmatic. Mao Shi, with a mischievous grin, remarked, perhaps the nine-turned bronze coffin holds clues about the Six Paths underground palace? His eyes sparkled with cunning excitement, as if he could already see treasure within reach. What should we do? I turned my gaze to my uncle, my eyes rife with confusion and a plea for assistance. Kick it open, my uncle suddenly bellowed, delivering a decisive kick to the coffin, an act imbued with his determination and courage, as though he intended to shatter the ancient enigma with that single blow. Beside him, Mao Shi erupted in laughter, thoroughly entertained by my uncle's audacity. I covered my face in exasperation, muttering, I almost forgot that you two are both insane. Asking is futile. A blend of frustration and admiration for their audacity swirled within me. How could we, three mere souls, hope to open such a massive coffin? I paced around the enormous bronze casket, my brow furrowed, anxiety evident in my gaze. Relying solely on brute force was futile. However, such grandiose coffins must possess mechanisms for opening. Mao Shi's eyes glimmered with enthusiasm as he confidently declared, already eager to study the nine-dragon bronze coffin. I too was intrigued and joined him, illuminating the coffin's intricate patterns with my flashlight. The surface of the coffin was adorned with remarkably clear engravings of 9 colossal dragons, seemingly sculpted from molten bronze, shimmering with a metallic sheen. Under the beam of light, they appeared to come alive, fiercely guarding the secrets within the coffin. Oh, I found it. A triumphant smile spread across Mao Shi's face, strikingly illuminated in the dim light. Chapter 80. The thousand-fingered guanyin. This bronze coffin possesses a metallic density and texture, appearing as if forged from the essence of refined gold. Mao Shi traced the intricate patterns of 9 colossal dragons with his fingertips, swiftly uncovering the various mechanisms concealed within their forms. Although he identified the mechanisms, the order to activate them eluded him, presenting a formidable challenge. It was rare to see Mao Shi in such a perplexed state. Can we not open it? I pondered, uncertain whether to feel relieved or regretful. With a mischievous grin, Mao Shi turned to his uncle and declared, Yanloxi, the task falls to you now. Why? I questioned, bewildered. Locating the mechanisms of this 9-turned bronze coffin was not overly complicated. The true difficulty lay in the sequence required to activate them. This sequence is not static. It is in a constant state of flux. Mao Shi, abandoning his playful demeanor, spoke earnestly. Constantly changing? Such prowess, akin to artificial intelligence. You are indeed correct, he replied. Have you noticed the Bagua patterns here? The activation sequence of the 9-turned bronze coffin is intricately linked to the Bagua, encompassing countless variations, making it one of the most ancient and complex codes known to man. He paused, gesturing towards the Bagua platform beneath us. When it comes to understanding the nuances of Bagua divination, who could rival a coffin master? At that moment, my uncle was intently observing the Taiji diagram at the center of the Bagua, where 2 yin-yang fish coiled together. The Bagua has long been a mysterious entity. Its origins are ancient, yet the reasons for its creation and the purposes it serves remain captivating enigmas. Even in this technological era, the profound complexities embedded within the ancient Taiji Bagua diagram remain unsolved. Taoists, yin-yang masters, the Giga sect, the Mo Jin sect, and diviners, all these mysterious professions are intricately connected to it, yet few have managed to grasp even a fraction of its essence throughout their lifetimes. Some have attempted to correlate celestial bodies with the positions in the Bagua, using astronomical parameters to calculate the orbital speeds of these entities. Interestingly, the founders of modern computer binary systems were also inspired by their studies of the Taiji Bagua, leading to groundbreaking revelations shrouded in an aura of mystery. To this day, the profound meanings encapsulated within the ancient Taiji Bagua remain unresolved. Yet, bold hypotheses and speculations abound. Some have posited that it symbolizes the unknown forces of nature, enabling predictions of future possibilities based on its interpretations. Of course, only flawless calculations can yield accurate forecasts. Even a single misstep can lead to total failure. Others suggest that it succinctly depicts the essence of the universe, with each symbol representing the most fundamental elements of existence. Taiji gives rise to the two principles, which in turn give birth to the four phenomena, leading to the five elements, and ultimately the Bagua. My uncle murmured softly, his hands transitioning through various intricate gestures. The Bagua's transformations are so manifold and complex that they involve a plethora of extraordinary formations, each a mystery yet unsolved, steeped in profound intricacies. As my uncle gazed upwards towards the ceiling, I followed his gaze and noticed that it was adorned with countless luminous stones, twinkling like stars in the galaxy. Is the activation sequence related to the star chart above? I instinctively inquired. My uncle frowned slightly and then turned to observe the four stone statues positioned around the circular platform. Not only that, but it is also connected to these four divine beasts, truly intricate, fraught with traps at every turn. Mao Shi chuckled and leaned towards me. It seems Yen Loxi has deciphered the Bagua formation and the star chart. We now must focus on the positions of these four divine beasts. For divine beasts? I expressed keen interest as I accompanied my uncle to examine the stone statues. He approached the first, a massive azure dragon roaring towards the heavens. I found myself beside the white tiger statue, gazing up at its imposing figure, vividly detailed and fearsome, evoking a sense of awe. Fearing the presence of further mechanisms, I hastily joined my uncle, clutching my Tanyuan tightly. My uncle, mistaking my apprehension for curiosity, began to elaborate. As coffin masters, we emerged during the flourishing era of the five elements doctrine, which gave rise to numerous tales about these divine beasts. The practitioners of yin-yang and the five elements ascribed colors to the cardinal directions, each associated with a divine beast and spirit. East is represented by the azure dragon, west by the white tiger, south by the vermilion bird, north by the black tortoise, with the center symbolizing the yellow. I was left bewildered, recalling only vague notions from comics about the four divine beasts evolving from the constellations: the vermilion bird, black tortoise, the turtle snake, with Wu meaning turtle snake, azure dragon, and white tiger, each corresponding to the 28 constellations of the West. In ancient China, two-horned creatures were termed dragons, while single-horned ones were known as jiao. Those without horns were called qi. Ancient jade pendants often depicted both large and small dragons, referred to as mother and son qi. The dragon is a divine being, supreme and emblematic of emperors, representing the East. Among the four sacred beasts of China, the white tiger is often mentioned alongside the dragon. The tiger, as the king of beasts, is feared for its ferocity and revered for its legendary ability to subdue demons. It has thus become a young divine beast, frequently accompanying the dragon, forming a formidable duo. The dragon rides the clouds, the tiger harnesses the winds, bestowing protection against malevolent spirits. The white tiger also embodies the warrior spirit, commanding authority over battle and possessing numerous divine powers, including warding off evil, averting disasters, and ensuring prosperity. My uncle continued to ramble on, and growing impatient. I took my leave with the Tanyuan in hand. It was only later, when I officially became a coffin master, that I discovered the reverenced Taoists, yin-yang practitioners, and geomancers hold for the four sacred beings. When geomancers scout burial sites, they often refer to the elevated terrain flanking the burial site as the left azure dragon and right white tiger, symbolizing their protective roles. In ancient tombs, depictions of the azure dragon and white tiger are commonly found, intended to suppress malevolent spirits. Among the practitioners of the five elements and yin-yang arts, the most formidable are the Laojun Mountain and Maoshan sections. Laojun priests excel in exorcising demons, capturing spirits, suppressing zombies, and navigating the complexities of geomancy, while the Maoshan sect specializes in finding burial sites, conducting rituals, setting traps, and even altering destinies, maintaining intricate ties with coffin masters. Though these two factions are historically rivals, they both adhere to the principles of Taoism, practicing inner alchemy. In the context of yin-yang and the five elements, the dragon is associated with yang, born of fire, while the tiger is linked to yin, emerging from water. Their union represents the harmony of opposites, emblematic of the Tao, embodying the essence of the primordial spirit and vital essence. Another interpretation posits that the dragon represents wood, symbolizing the east, while the tiger embodies metal, signifying the west. Thus, the interplay of these elements creates a profound synthesis, with the dragon representing lead and the tiger representing mercury in the alchemical context. However, these are tales for another time. Unraveled, my uncle's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Is it true? Quickly, open it and see. I replied with exhilaration. Oh heavens, at last. I can glimpse a ray of hope. Just as my uncle was about to step forward, an ethereal chant resonated from an unknown source. Om ahung ben jagu lubamashi di hung. The sensation was all too familiar, akin to an invisible sound wave exploding within my mind, causing an excruciating headache and a tumultuous churn in my stomach, as if the world itself had begun to spin, leaving me utterly incapacitated. The monk of the underworld. My uncle and Mao Shi paused for a brief moment, seemingly untouched by the chant's effects. Suddenly, a towering shadow sprang forth from the darkness, and with remarkable agility, Mao Shi swiftly confronted the figure with a kick. As the chant ceased, I finally managed to catch my breath, revealing before me a bare-chested monk with a bald head, emanating an aura of fierce menace. His skin was a canvas of intricate tattoos, extending even to his scalp, rendering his true visage nearly indistinguishable, save for the bloodthirsty fervor gleaming in his eyes. Meow? An oddly enchanting yet peculiar cat's meow rang out, not from our own feline companions, as by Hu, Mao Qiu, and Tang Yuan all appeared somewhat distressed. My uncle and Mao Shi stood vigilant, their gazes fixed on the monk of the underworld, when another spectre-like white figure glided past, reminiscent of a haunting beauty. Wow, what a handsome young man. As I rose to my feet, I was startled to discover someone had quietly approached from behind, breathing softly against my neck. A shiver ran down my spine, and I hurriedly leaned closer to my uncle and the others. Ha! A melodious and captivating female voice echoed, revealing that the figure behind me was a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her face veiled in sheer fabric, her hair elegantly styled into a bun, with a pristine white cap perched upon her shoulder, its long, soft tail draping like a delicate scarf. The thousand-armed Guanyin. My uncle and Mao Shi exclaimed in unison. Mao Shi, ever the tactless one, added, it appears that the factions have not yet been entirely vanquished. Chapter 81. The jade-faced divine fox in the ancient temple. Deep within the ancient temple lay a vast expanse akin to a colossal piece of black satin, an oppressive weight seemingly suffused with the whispers of countless vengeful spirits. Inside, the dim yellow candlelight flickered uncertainly, casting eerie shadows that danced upon the walls. Thousand-hand Guanyin? I thought it was a ghostly beauty. I shivered, a chill racing up my spine, retreating swiftly behind my uncle, peeking out like a startled creature at the two figures before us. The monk stood tall and imposing, his muscles bulging like cast bronze, adorned with intricate tattoos of scriptures that exuded a mysterious and unsettling aura in the muted light. Was he the enigmatic figure who had appeared in the Western Xiao royal tombs? A wave of astonishment washed over me, and I unconsciously bit my lip. However, compared to the monk, the woman beside him emanated an even greater sense of peril. Her face was obscured by a veil, revealing only her enchanting peach blossom eyes, which seemed to harbor endless sentiments. As they glimmered, they were filled with a captivating allure, drawing one in perilously close. Though her features were concealed, I could sense the mesmerizing smile she wore, as if it could ensnare one's very soul. Such beauty! Exclaimed Mao Shi, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Unable to suppress his praise, I shot him an incredulous glance, internally lamenting, really? At a time like this, you still have the mind to ogle at beauties. My uncle, meanwhile, appeared as if petrified by the gaze of a Medusa, a lascivious grin plastered on his face, his eyes glazed over, staring at the woman like a lovesick fool. Look at my ancient assassination technique. I furrowed my brow, took a deep breath, and jabbed my finger sharply into my uncle's rear. With a yelp of pain, he snapped out of his stupor. Are you trying to kill me? He glared at me while rubbing his backside. If I didn't, you'd have succumbed completely. I crossed my arms, looking at him with disdain. The woman in white giggled, her laughter ringing like celestial music. Yet it bore a hint of enchantment that momentarily captivated the three of us boys for 5 seconds. I shook my head vigorously, attempting to regain my composure. silently repeating, "Stay awake, stay awake." I pinched my thigh, realizing the danger she represented, and whispered, "What exactly is the thousand-hand guanyin?" My uncle had now fully regained his composure, his gaze as cold as a distant star. And he spoke slowly. The profession of tomb raiding has traditionally been dominated by men. Female tomb raiders are exceedingly rare. Yet the thousand-hand guanyin sect is entirely composed of women. They are called the thousand-hand guanyin because they possess a unique skill known as the coffin-digging finger. Coffin-digging finger? That sounds like quite a formidable technique, I mused, instinctively licking my lips, curiosity igniting in my eyes. Do not misinterpret. Those in the tomb raiding profession know that the most precious items within coffins are often the pearls and gems held in the mouths of ancient corpses. However, extracting these pearls is a perilous endeavor, as tomb raiders often lose fingers to the ancient corpses or succumb to corpse poison. Yet, the disciples of the thousand-hand guanyin possess long, slender fingers that not only exhibit immense strength but also incredible speed, often snatching the precious pearls before one even perceives their movement. I gasped, my mouth agape, unable to resist glancing at the woman's delicate hands. They appeared exquisitely long and slender, with nails glimmering softly, as if concealing boundless secrets. Yet, the true terror was not solely her, it was also the cat beside her. Known as the jade-faced divine fox, Mao Shi's envy was palpable as he stared at the cat, his expression a mixture of longing and jealousy. Akin to a child denied candy. Jade-faced divine fox? What a poetic name, I mused, gazing up at the cat perched on the woman's shoulder. It bore a resemblance to a fox, with a large, fluffy tail, pure as snow, reminiscent of the legendary nine-tailed fox, filling me with awe. The Heart-Moon fox ranks second among the rarest of cats in the cat canon, said to possess the ability to manipulate human minds. Among the rare white cats, only it and the first-ranked golden-silver ruler can compete. My uncle's expression grew grave, and sensing the tension, the white tiger leapt softly onto his shoulder, locking eyes with the woman across from us, emitting a low growl. Such prowess! I instinctively clutched my dumpling tighter, seeking solace. Glancing at the nearby furball, it mirrored my uncle's earlier state, tongue lolling as it stared at the Heart-Moon fox, seemingly enchanted. Hey, furball, don't fall under the spell of that beauty. Beautiful cat. I nudged the furball, but it remained blissfully oblivious, completely captivated. The Heart-Moon fox turned its head, seemingly uninterested in the furball, its gaze fixed instead on the white tiger. The two cats exchanged glances, sparks igniting in the air, indicating an inevitable clash between the first and second-ranked cats. What do you intend to do? My uncle demanded, his brow furrowed, voice resonating through the temple with an air of authority. The monk remained silent, hands clasped in prayer, his expression solemn. The thousand-hand guanyin let out a soft, tinkling laugh, her voice as clear as silver bells, yet tinged with mischief. There's no need for such hostility. We are merely here to acquire a few items. What is it that you seek? My uncle's eyes narrowed, glancing at the nine-dragon copper coffin, his brow furrowing with suspicion. The thousand-hand guanyin did not respond directly, merely placing her finger to her lips in a shushing gesture, her eyes sparkling with hidden meanings that invited speculation. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed from the temple's grand door, starkly jarring in the stillness. Everyone turned to see several figures slowly entering. The foremost figure moved deliberately, each step measured and steady, shrouded in a voluminous black hood, resembling a specter emerging from the shadows. Close behind was a familiar man, Yang Hao, who had crossed paths with us multiple times, carrying someone over his shoulder. It was Sister Chu Chu, who had now lost consciousness. Her head hung limply, hair disheveled across her face. Quickly, lay Sister Chu Chu down. I instinctively moved forward, anxiety flooding my eyes, but my uncle seized my collar, pulling me back. The hooded figure approached the center of the ancient temple, glancing at us with a chilling gaze. Slowly, he removed his hood, revealing a head of slightly graying hair, Professor Guyu. Yet, the professor now bore none of his previous benevolence and elegance. His demeanor was cold and sharp, radiating an intimidating aura as though he had transformed into a different person altogether. Is it truly Professor Guyu? Though I had already uncovered the identity of the mastermind, seeing him before me still left me wide-eyed in disbelief. The esteemed professor, celebrated in academic circles, was indeed the orchestrator of this dark organization. Professor Guyu paid us no mind, his gaze fixated on the nine-dragon copper coffin, eyes ablaze with fervor. As if beholding a rare treasure, he approached the coffin, scrutinizing the surrounding stone statues, then slowly raised his gaze to the star map above. His expression was inscrutable as he circled the nine-dragon copper coffin, his fingers deftly tapping various points along the nine dragon carvings, his movements both practiced and enigmatic. As the chilling sounds of the mechanical traps echoed, the entire ancient temple suddenly began to tremble violently. I stumbled, nearly losing my balance. In the center of the temple, the enormous Bagua diagram unexpectedly started to rotate, the starlit map above flickering in and out, tracing constellations of Qian, Kuan, Sin, Dui, Jin, Jin, Li, and Kan. Each corresponding Bagua symbol protruding like a series of enigmatic and ancient codes, exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery. The two yin-yang fish in the Taiji diagram resembled peculiar portals, quivering incessantly until they gradually parted, revealing a narrow opening leading into the colossal bronze coffin. Could he have opened it so effortlessly? Mao Shi was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Even my uncle, a coffin-locking master, had to exert considerable effort. Yet Guyu managed to unlock it with a mere glance. My uncle, however, did not display surprise. He merely shook his head slightly and remarked coolly, "Indeed, not simple." At this moment, admiration was futile. Retrieving Sister Chu Chu was of utmost importance. I felt a surge of urgency and weakly expressed my concern, my eyes filled with worry. My uncle and Mao Shi exchanged a knowing glance, silently understanding each other, and swiftly diverged in two directions, rushing towards Guyu and Yang Hao. Unbeknownst to them, their adversaries were equally prepared. The ghostly monk flickered, like a specter, blocking Mao Shi's path, while the thousand-hand Guanyin gracefully moved, positioning herself before my uncle, laughing melodiously, "Oh, there's no need to rush. We merely seek to take a few items." Chapter 82. A coffin within a coffin. The tremors continued to resonate, as if an invisible giant hand was violently shaking the entire ancient temple. The 8 symbols of the Bagua spun uncontrollably, driven by an enigmatic force. Each transformation accompanied by a heart-stopping crackling sound, reminiscent of ancient mechanisms laboring to function. Finally, after a series of intricate rotations and interweavings, with a crisp snap, the Bagua symbols seemed to exhaust their energy and gradually came to a halt. Soon after, a series of muffled yet oppressive vibrations emanated from the center of the Taiji Bagua diagram, where the two yin-yang fish resembled a slowly opening mystical portal, exuding a profound historical aura as they gradually parted. At the same moment, the bronze coffin resembling a disturbed behemoth emitted a deafening clang, shaking violently as if the immense force threatened to shatter the temple's confines. In an instant, all present within the ancient temple froze in astonishment, their actions halted, eyes wide. Reflecting the image of the 9-turned bronze coffin, the coffin lid began to shift away from its original position, revealing a gaping opening. As an exceedingly strange aura permeated the air like a tidal wave, chilling the spine. As the coffin opened, a dazzling golden light burst forth like a blazing sun in the darkness, blindingly radiant. Within the colossal 9-turned bronze coffin lay another casket, crafted of gold and adorned with a myriad of gemstones. Under the golden glow, the gems shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, each seemingly narrating tales of millennia, leaving one speechless in awe. A coffin within a coffin, another casket, and it is made of gold. Upon realizing the object before me, I involuntarily gasped, a chill surging from my feet to my heart. Though I had yet to approach, I could clearly see another golden coffin lying horizontally in the center. Measuring over 2 meters long, its ancient form exuding grandeur, surrounded by engravings of archaic designs. Each intricate mark seemed to whisper stories of the past, instilling a sense of dread and reverence. It appeared that this was the true coffin, while the massive bronze coffin merely served to protect it. This is indeed the genuine coffin of Li Yuanhao, the founding emperor of the Western Xia, murmured Mao Shi, narrowing his eyes with a tone of awe and respect. The term coffin refers to both the inner coffin for the body and the outer coffin that encases it. As recorded in the I Ching, ancient burials involved placing the deceased in the ground without sealing or marking the site, with countless mourning days following. Later sages adopted the use of coffins, drawing from the profound lessons of the past. What manner of person lies within this mysterious golden coffin? My heart brimmed with questions and curiosity, as if an invisible hand was scratching at my thoughts. This is the true coffin of Li Yuanhao, the founding emperor of the Western Xia. My uncle's brow furrowed, as if he had suddenly pieced together all the clues, stating resolutely, "What, Li Yuanhao? The underground royal tomb?" I asked, astonished, my eyes wide in disbelief. Before my uncle could respond, to my surprise, Qianji Guanyin interjected with a smile. "Indeed, this is the tomb of Li Yuanhao, the emperor of Western Xia. He was a man of great ambition, having spent years preparing for conquests to establish his empire. However, he eventually became overreaching and tyrannical, seeking to emulate Qin Shi Huang's legacy of being a living emperor and a ghostly sovereign. Thus, he concealed his true royal tomb beneath the surface, gathering skilled craftsmen to construct an immense six-path underground palace. It is said he commanded laborers to build a tomb daily, resulting in a staggering 360 tombs as decoys, only to later execute all the workers. Is the other underground royal tomb a deception? I blurted out. Curiosity etched on my face. No, the other underground royal tomb is genuine as well. Li Yuanhao ordered the construction of this underground palace, but just as it neared completion, for reasons unknown, he had to abandon it. In a fit of rage, he commanded the construction of another tomb elsewhere. However, shortly thereafter, he deposed his queen, Yi Lishur, and the crown prince, Ninglinga, and in his debauchery, appointed his daughter-in-law as the new empress. In a furious retaliation, Ninglinga assassinated Li Yuanhao, and thus the once great ruler met his untimely demise. Following this, Li Yuanhao's youngest son, Li Liangzhua, ascended the throne, but by then, the state of Western Xia had greatly diminished, and the underground royal tomb's construction was nowhere near the grandeur Li Yuanhao envisioned. The underground royal tomb, discovered by Professor Gu Yu, was constructed later. Yet, in terms of historical value, that tomb pales in comparison to this six-path underground palace. Qianji Guanyin smiled, her eyes narrowing cunningly, as if plotting something unknown. Is your goal solely this golden coffin? I demanded, my voice rising, echoing within the ancient temple, sensing their intentions with a mix of alertness and anger. Ha 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 ha. Qianji Guanyin covered her mouth, her enchanting laughter wafting like a beguiling fragrance. Leaving one in a daze. With her crescent-shaped eyes, she replied, this little golden coffin? We scarcely covet it. Then why? Before I could finish, the tremors within the tomb ceased abruptly, plunging the space into profound silence. Professor Gu Yu's face was completely obscured by the shadows of his hood, rendering his expression unreadable. Yet a mysterious and chilling aura emanated from him. I observed as his palm gently pressed against the coffin lid, employing some arcane method, effortlessly pushing open the seemingly heavy lid. Inside the golden coffin lay a desiccated body clad in a white robe adorned with dragon patterns, exuding an awe-inspiring aura reminiscent of an emperor, even after enduring the ravages of time. In the Western Xia dynasty, white symbolized imperial authority, and only the emperor, Li Yuanhao, could don a pure white robe. Prepare for the sacrifice. A chilling voice emerged from beneath the hood, reminiscent of a tone from the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. What are your intentions? My uncle's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, rushing forward to intervene, his voice filled with fury and determination. Unexpectedly, Qianji Guanyin swiftly produced a long whip, which sliced through the air with a sharp arc, swiftly blocking his path. Unfazed, my uncle sidestepped, attempting to circumvent Qianji Guanyin, while softly commanding, stand aside. His gaze was resolute, and he had already gathered strength in preparation for a potential attack. However, Qianji Guanyin merely chuckled lightly, her form drifting like willow fluff, skillfully obstructing his path once more, her eyes glinting with mischief. Oh, why the hurry? Mao Shi, quick to react, followed closely behind my uncle, trying to bypass Qianji Guanyin. Yet the hulking figure of the underworld monk was equally prepared, standing firm like a mountain, blocking his way. A standoff ensued between Mao Shi and the underworld monk, with Mao Shi's face flushed and veins bulging on his forehead as he bellowed. Get out of my way, you foul monk. He then swung a mighty fist forward, propelled by a gust of wind, aimed directly at the underworld monk's face. The underworld monk remained unperturbed, his hands pressed together as he gently pushed, effortlessly dissipating Mao Shi's force, murmuring, please, do not act impulsively. Meow the white tiger, swift as lightning, leaped from my uncle's shoulder, darting toward the golden coffin's direction, only to be met by the alluring white silhouette of the jade-faced spirit fox, Xinyuehu. The two felines faced off midair, fur bristling, their eyes filled with animosity. The fur ball was utterly unreliable, standing there in a petrified state. For a moment, we found ourselves unable to advance even an inch, as if ensnared in a dire predicament. Xiaogan, quickly intercept them, or it will be too late. My uncle shouted amidst his struggle with the thousand-handed Guanyin, his peachwood chopsticks dancing like a whirlwind, his eyes betraying a flicker of urgency and hope. I stood frozen, my mind a blank slate, while Tang Yuan swiftly reacted, tugging at my pant leg with its tiny teeth, urging me to circumvent the tomb chamber. You shall not succeed in your mischief. The thousand-handed Guanyin exclaimed, her whip lunging towards me like a venomous serpent, slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh. My uncle deftly retrieved a peachwood chopstick from his waist, his gaze steely. In an instant, he accurately deflected the Guanine's whip, the chopstick tracing an elegant arc through the air. "Little lady, your opponent is me," my uncle declared, his tone imbued with a sense of bravado and confidence. Seizing the opportunity while my uncle engaged the adversary, I snapped back to reality and, as if my feet were greased, hurriedly dashed toward the gilded coffin alongside Tang Yuan. My mind fixated on a singular thought. I must stop them. Chapter 83. The mysterious object. As the fierce battle raged on, I seized the opportunity to dart towards the golden coffin, the cacophony of combat providing ample cover. My heart raced, pounding as if it would leap from my throat, each step fueled by reckless determination. Professor Guyu, cloaked in shadow, resembled a specter concealed within the abyss, entirely unfazed by the chaos surrounding him. His figure appeared increasingly enigmatic amidst the gloom. Behind me, Yang Hao, akin to a keen-eyed leopard, swiftly detected my movement. A mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips, as if he were observing a foolhardy clown. He leaned Xue Chu against the golden coffin, which emanated a chilling aura in the dim light, reminiscent of a gravestone. He then turned to regard me with a cold gaze, exuding contempt, forbidding anyone from disturbing Professor Guyu. My thoughts swirled chaotically, ensnared like threads in a tangled mess. In my panic, I hastily drew my modified pistol. The cold metal trembled in my grasp. I fired several shots in Yang Hao's direction, the bullets bursting forth like enraged wasps, each crack of gunfire resonating sharply in the silence. Yang Hao, however, maintained his icy demeanor, as if the bullets were mere nuisances akin to bothersome mosquitoes. He effortlessly twisted his neck, evading the projectiles with fluid grace, his attention still focused on my uncle, as though I were an inconsequential pawn. Igniting a fiercer rage within me, I halted just a few paces from Yang Hao, my legs seemingly rooted to the ground. Struggling to maintain composure, I inquired, "What have you done to Sister Chu?" My voice, though steady, betrayed a barely perceptible tremor, fear and concern surging within me like a tidal wave. Yang Hao cast a disdainful glance my way, his eyes piercing through my very soul. With a derisive chuckle, he replied, "She merely slumbers for the moment. But should you choose to disobey, the consequences may be dire." Next to the golden coffin, Professor Guyu gradually lifted Xue Chu's arm, his movements eerily precise and cold. Chanting an arcane incantation, the mysterious words echoed ominously within the desolate temple, sending shivers down my spine. Simultaneously, he produced a white jade dagger from his robes, decisively slicing into Xue Chu's wrist, crimson droplets cascading like rubies onto the corpse's white garb, each drip resonating in the eerie silence, reminiscent of a countdown to death. "Stop this at once," I cried out in desperation, my eyes reddening with urgency. At that moment, Tang Yuan, having stealthily circled behind Yang Hao, sprang forth like an assassin emerging from the night, its petite form unleashing an astonishing force as it bit down on Yang Hao's ear, refusing to relent. Seizing the fleeting moment of Yang Hao's distraction, I lunged forward, bypassing him to confront Professor Guyu directly. To my astonishment, despite his age, Professor Guyu possessed extraordinary strength. With a mere flick of his arm, akin to a stout tree trunk, he cast me aside. I crashed heavily against the coffin, the impact rendering me momentarily dazed. Yet, as I approached him, I faintly overheard the words Black Princess. Those words echoed in my mind like a cryptic password, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. Dazed and disoriented, I then caught a glimpse of Professor Guyu's twisted smile beneath his hood, a grin that resembled a demon's malevolence. He appeared to be lost in a frenzied exhilaration that sent chills down my spine. Blood continued to trickle from Xue Chu's wrist. Yet curiously, the white robe of the corpse remained untouched by any crimson stain. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I peered into the coffin and discerned a faintly glowing object clutched in the corpse's hand, its luminescence seeming to beckon from another realm. All the blood appeared absorbed, creating a hauntingly surreal scene, as if an unseen force orchestrated these events. Meow? Yang Hao, in a fit of rage, yanked Tang Yuan away with brutal cruelty, hurling it towards the golden coffin. Tang Yuan arced through the air, emitting a pained cry. "Tang Yuan!" My heart wrenched with anguish, and I rushed forward, managing to catch it just in time. Yet, it seemed frail and trembling in my embrace, its cries tugging at my heartstrings. More alarmingly, Xue Chu's complexion grew increasingly ashen. If this continued, she risked succumbing to blood loss. My heart raced with anxiety, feeling utterly powerless. "You little brat, seeking death." Yang Hao's eyes blazed with fury as he drew a military knife from his waist, charging towards me. His footsteps thundered, the cold blade aimed directly at my chest. The glint of steel foreshadowing impending doom. Just as death loomed near, a dark figure suddenly leapt from behind the coffin, letting out a piercing cry that shattered the tense standoff. Mao Qiao, I exclaimed in delight. At the sound of Mao Qiao's cry, everyone present momentarily froze as if struck by lightning. Except for two individuals who were already immune to its effects, my uncle and I. Seizing the opportunity while Yang Hao was momentarily stunned, I charged at Professor Guyu. My body colliding with him fiercely, pouring all my rage and defiance into the impact, aiming to topple him to the ground. Yang Hao, now recovering, spun around to confront me, but he was one beat too late. My uncle, having freed himself from the thousand-finger guanyin, surged towards us like a tiger breaking free from its cage, his eyes ablaze with fury. Release her, he bellowed, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. Yang Hao's expression shifted, dismissing me as he turned to face my uncle. Yet, his response was a moment too slow. My uncle's fist struck Yang Hao's face with the force of a cannonball, sending him flying several meters, his body akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. In that instant, Professor Guyu swiftly regained his footing, his movements startlingly agile. He retrieved the glowing object from the corpse's hand, which had shifted from an ethereal glow to a menacing red light, casting an eerie illumination in the darkness, reminiscent of a demon's watchful eyes. Carefully, he stowed it away in his robes and turned to the fray, coldly commanding, "The Waiming order is secured. Do not linger, exit promptly." His voice, though soft, possessed an enchanting quality that compelled everyone to slow their movements involuntarily, as if a dark command had issued from the depths of the abyss. "What have you taken?" my uncle demanded through clenched teeth, his gaze fixed intently on Professor Guyu, brimming with fury and suspicion, as though he sought to pierce through his facade. Professor Guyu met my uncle's gaze briefly, offering no reply, merely stating, "This matter ends here. Do not attempt to obstruct us, or else." His unspoken threat lingered in the air, palpable and chilling, like a Damocles sword hanging ominously above us. My uncle was about to advance, but the thousand-finger guanyin and the dark monk had already retreated swiftly to Professor Guyu's side. The thousand-finger guanyin gracefully adjusted her veil, her movements poised and composed, a glimmer of triumph in her eyes, while the dark monk remained with hands clasped, his serene expression concealing a wellspring of lethal intent. "The Buddhist Tao is about to commence. We must depart." Professor Guyu lifted his hood, revealing a countenance as deep and cold as a frigid stone. He turned to lead the group away, their silhouettes gradually fading into the darkness, leaving us alone in this mysterious and daunting ancient temple. "Don't run." I clenched my fists, the resentment within me igniting like a blazing flame as I shouted. My uncle gently patted my shoulder, his eyes radiating determination and composure. "This debt will be settled in due time. Let us first assess Chuchu's condition." His words fell upon me like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the impulsive fire within my heart and drawing me back to reality, where my concern for Sister Chuchu's safety took precedence. Chapter 84, The Ghostly Trap. After Professor Guyu removed the mysterious object from the coffin, the ancient corpse in white robes appeared to lose its life-sustaining force, astonishingly disintegrating at an accelerated pace. Under our incredulous gazes, it transformed into dust before our very eyes, as though a millennium of time had been compressed into that fleeting moment, leaving only the trace of its demise. Yet, at that moment, we were too preoccupied to contemplate this bizarre phenomenon. We hurried to Sister Chuchu's side, finding her pallid face akin to parchment, her lips devoid of color, weakly leaning against the golden coffin. I gently supported her, my fingers brushing against her icy skin, a pang of anguish striking my heart. I anxiously called out, "Sister Chuchu, please wake up." Her eyes remained tightly shut, her long eyelashes quivering slightly, yet there was no sign of consciousness. Clicking sounds echoed as my uncle crouched down, swiftly and steadily drawing a peachwood stick from his waist. The stick glimmered faintly in the dim light as he focused intently, quickly pressing several acupoints on Chuchu's body. His precision halted the bleeding from her wrist instantly. Then, he placed his fingers on her pulse, his brow furrowed, worry evident in his gaze. After a moment, he exhaled softly, his tense expression easing, and said, "It's not serious. She has merely lost too much blood and is extremely weak. We must take her away as quickly as possible." A slight reassurance washed over me, yet I remained engulfed in worry and anger. Watching the retreating figures of Professor Guyu and the others, I gritted my teeth and exclaimed, "Why did they do this? What exactly is the Waiming order?" My uncle stood up, gazing into the dark passage where Professor Guyu had vanished, his eyes deep and cold, as if capable of piercing through the darkness. He spoke slowly. Wei Ming is a surname of the Western Xiao royal family. This Wei Ming order is likely deeply connected to them. Perhaps a key object that unlocks great secrets or treasures. Professor Guyu's convoluted actions must harbor insidious intentions. Mao Shi looked at Chuchu's condition. His face etched with frustration and indignation, his fists clenched in anger. Damn it, they let those scoundrels escape. I held the injured Tang Yuan tightly, agreeing through gritted teeth. They are too cunning and treacherous. At that moment, Tang Yuan stirred slightly in my arms, lifting its head, its eyes reflecting a hint of fear and fatigue, yet still gazing at me with resilience. I gently stroked its small head, my heart aching for it. The fluffy creature had also exerted itself to the limit. Now collapsed beside us, panting heavily, its body rising and falling. Thanks to it, we had been granted an opportunity to turn the tide. Suddenly, the ancient temple began to tremble faintly. My uncle surveyed the surroundings, his eyes alert as he addressed the ancient and mysterious temple. We should not linger here. His voice was drowned by the tremors, but still reached our ears clearly, like an urgent clarion call. Mao Shi nodded in agreement and carefully hoisted Chu Chu onto his back. But uncle, how do we escape this Six Paths tomb? I asked anxiously, my voice tinged with trepidation. In this enigmatic and perilous tomb, the exit felt like a distant hope. My uncle, however, appeared confident, pointing in the direction where Gu Yu and the others had departed. Did not Professor Gu Yu just tell us that to leave the Six Paths tomb, we must find the seventh path, the path of Buddha? The path of Buddha? I inquired, perplexed, as this unfamiliar term felt like an arcane cipher. My uncle affirmed, indeed, the Western Xiao revered Buddhism. The term Six Paths tomb is derived from the Buddhist concept of reincarnation. The six burial paths are distinct yet interconnected. All who enter the Six Paths tomb are destined to cycle through these six realms, life and death. A perpetual rotation akin to the wheel's spin, with no escape. However, before the Six Paths tomb is completed, there exists a Buddha path that transcends this cycle. This Buddha path is the sole safe haven within the tomb, and once the entire Six Paths tomb is finalized and the deceased interred, the Buddha path will be completely sealed. I suddenly comprehended. This unfinished Six Paths tomb must mean the Buddha path had not yet been sealed. Mao Shi interjected, his expression filled with confusion. The Buddha path indeed offers a glimmer of hope. Yet I can't fathom why this Six Paths tomb was abandoned just as it was nearing completion. What could compel them to forsake such a monumental undertaking? I know. My uncle suddenly spoke in a grave tone, his voice low and serious, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie silence as if time had momentarily halted. What is it? I pressed urgently, curiosity and anticipation brimming within me. My uncle's face darkened as he sighed. In the realm of heavenly paths, I witnessed thousands of corpses piled high. Unmistakably the laborers who constructed this tomb. Beneath the remains of one Han laborer, I found two words scrawled in his dying moments. Ghostly trap. Ghostly trap? Mao Shi flinched as if struck by a shock. Are you suggesting that beneath this Six Paths tomb lies a connection to the ghostly trap city? His voice trembled with fear and reverence. What is the ghostly trap city? I inquired, my heart racing at the thought of this mysterious and terrifying term. Mao Shi's eyes reflected trepidation as he replied, the legends surrounding the ghostly trap city are scarcely documented in ancient texts. Throughout history, it has appeared fewer than 10 times. Yet each occurrence has ushered in calamity, resulting in widespread devastation and countless corpses. During the late Eastern Han Dynasty, a band of official thieves inadvertently unearthed a ghostly trap city near Luoyang, leading to mysterious deaths among the locals. At the time, people believed it was a plague. The Book of Gene records, a great epidemic befell the city, with most of Luoyang's populace perishing. However, after the emergence of the ghostly trap, it swiftly spread across the Central Plains, with entire towns falling victim overnight. Every household mourned a death, and cries echoed through the night. By the late Eastern Han period, the population of the Central Plains had dwindled to merely 1/10 of that during the Han Dynasty. That is terrifying, I gasped, the horrifying imagery flooding my mind. My uncle continued, not only in China, but Europe also experienced the wrath of a ghostly trap city. In the 14th century, a ghostly trap city emerged in the Sicilian Islands, sweeping across Europe within 3 years, resulting in the mysterious deaths of 25 million Europeans. These individuals seemed to succumb to an inexplicable curse, developing dark spots on their skin, enduring agonizing deaths with no hope of recovery. Europeans dubbed it the Black Death. My heart raced at the thought. Each emergence of the ghostly trap city was a calamity, Could such a terrifying entity lie beneath the Six Paths tomb? No wonder they had to abandon the construction just before completion. Had they unearthed the ghostly trap city, the Western Xiao would have perished 200 years earlier. But what exactly is the ghostly trap? Why is it so dreadful? I asked, my mind clouded with confusion. Mao Shi shook his head. No one truly knows what the ghostly trap is. It is neither ghost nor monster, and it is uncertain if it is even a living being. The guest exile states, the ghostly trap is inscrutable. Even the mischievous spirits pale in comparison. It is a being far more terrifying than any demon. A disaster is certain when the ghostly trap emerges. In short, we must leave this place immediately. Should we disturb the ghostly trap city, it would undoubtedly lead to yet another tragedy. His eyes brimmed with concern, as though foreseeing an impending catastrophe. Mao Shi was right. We could not allow the ghostly domain to manifest. My uncle echoed, his tone resolute and unwavering. The ancient temple quaked more violently. The massive stones forming its walls began to crack ominously, producing sounds of splitting, as if ready to collapse at any moment. It seemed that Gu Yu and his companions had activated the Buddha path. With a grave expression, my uncle urged urgently, the underground palace is on the verge of collapse. We must hurry. Chapter 85. The emergence in an instant. Everyone stood frozen like lifeless statues, rendered speechless by the shocking turn of events. The sudden upheaval filled each individual with trepidation. Run. My uncle was the first to react, pulling me along. I quickly regained my senses and sprinted desperately toward the ancient temple's exit. Just as we raced down the steps, a thunderous roar erupted behind us, and the ancient altar was obliterated, reduced to ashes amidst a rising cloud of dust. Simultaneously, as the temple crumbled, the entire altar began to disintegrate, sending clouds of debris cascading down. The altar was collapsing. No sooner had I spoken than a series of rumbling sounds reverberated from behind, causing the entire ancient tomb to tremble, as if 1,000 horses were galloping or a mighty ocean was surging. The steps we had just traversed began to crumble beneath us. Any moment's delay would result in being engulfed by the ruins. We fled frantically downward, and at the very moment we escaped the altar, it had already collapsed significantly, with an endless cloud of dust enveloping the entire hall of the dead. The once grand, golden altar was now a mere wreckage. As I caught my breath, I suddenly noticed a dark shadow writhing on the ground. My pupils dilated in alarm as I pointed toward the ground, exclaiming, "Quick, look! What is that?" My uncle and the others immediately turned their gaze, and before us, the ground cracked open, revealing a series of fissures. These cracks widened gradually, and suddenly, a black hand emerged from the crevice. A chill coursed down my spine. A ghostly specter? The first thought that flashed through my mind was of a ghastly apparition. From the fissures, billowing clouds of black smoke began to escape. The specter is about to emerge. The skies are filled with thunderous fog. Mao Shi muttered under his breath. Could it be that the ghostly realm truly had come into being? Was another cataclysm about to befall the world? We three held our breaths, motionless, fixated on the black hand. It slowly ascended, and soon an ominous figure began to crawl upward. Its head gradually appeared, revealing an exceedingly grotesque black visage. Its small stature resembled that of an insect, its body in a state of decay, exuding a powerful stench of death. After the first specter emerged, two more followed suit from the ground's fissures. My stomach churned violently, and my body trembled in terror. Had the ghostly realm truly emerged? My uncle drew a jade ruler from his back and held it firmly, whispering, "It should not be. If the ghostly realm had truly emerged, there would not be only these few." He surmised that the collapse of the altar had awakened these specters. The grotesque face of the specter bore two large eyes, yet they remained tightly shut. My uncle warned, "You must be extremely cautious of the specter's eyes. The moment they open, anyone who gazes into them will surely succumb to a fatal curse." Legend has it that the specters are forsaken beings, abandoned by the divine. The deities view murder as a sin, yet the specters, in their struggle for survival, are compelled to slay humans, thus bearing this inherent sin. What makes the specters terrifying is that they are not mere mindless corpses. They possess thought and belief. They firmly believe themselves to be descendants of the serpent god, abandoned by the divine, yet unable to relinquish their veneration and admiration for the deity. The so-called ghostly realm is the resting place of the serpent god. Though the serpent god has long perished, its divine remains still harbor immense power, granting the specters immortality. The remains require blood for sacrificial offerings. And within the subterranean ghostly realm, they have established a vast religious hierarchy. Whenever the energy from the serpent's bones is depleted, they must open a passage to the surface. performing elaborate rituals to seize human blood for the serpent's sacrificial rites. Anyone who gazes into the specter's eyes will be marked by the specter's dark seal, gradually draining their life essence until their blood congeals and they perish. This life essence is absorbed by the serpent's bones, enabling the specters to attain eternal life. They then retreat into a sunless, sealed space, slumbering until the serpent's power is renewed. The specters believe that one day, this world will meet its demise, and from its ashes, a new world will arise, wherein the serpent god shall resurrect, allowing the specters to escape the shadows of the underworld and establish their realm. They are remnants from a void, entities that ought not to exist in our reality. At that moment, I was unaware of all this, and the specters were gradually closing in on us. A dense cloud of black mist emanated from them, reeking of a repulsive stench of decay. The already dim cavern was now engulfed in swirling black fog, as if a calamity was imminent. This is bad. The specters are approaching us. My complexion was as pale as that of Snow White. Although the specters had yet to open their eyes, they seemed to sense our presence. Inching closer with each passing moment, I felt death was perilously near. A wave of terror swept through my heart. Mao Shi glanced back at Xuechichu, who was still breathing steadily, indicating she could endure for a while longer. In his other hand, he had drawn an ink box, resolutely muttering, "Let us fight them." No. My uncle immediately intervened, insisting we could not confront them but must find a way to escape. Yin Loxi, even if we run, we might not escape. What if more specters appear? At least fighting them gives us a sliver of hope, Mao Shi countered. My uncle's expression turned grave. There is no hope. It is a path to death. The specters are indestructible. Indestructible? Mao Shi was taken aback. He was only vaguely familiar with the legends of the ghostly realm. Indeed, the specters lack blood, heartbeat, pulse, and breath. When they slumber, they are akin to corpses. Their healing abilities are astonishing. Even stabbing their hearts with a blade is futile. Even if their heads are severed, their brains remain alive, regenerating within the hour. Unlike zombies, the specters possess their own consciousness and thoughts. If fortune favors us, they might not attack, for this is not the time of the ghostly realm's emergence. However, if we were to confront them, our demise would be certain. Goodness. An immortal body? That is utterly outrageous. I felt desolate, pondering I should cherish my remaining breaths. Do not let the cat stray from your side, my uncle suddenly cautioned. I quickly held Tang Yuan close and pulled the fur ball to my side. Uncle, will this be of any use? I had only heard an elder mention this in passing. In truth, the specters differ from other supernatural beings, as physical means cannot inflict direct harm upon them. However, cats have been spiritual entities since ancient times, bridging the realms of yin and yang, and thus the specters harbor an innate reverence for them. Chapter 86, The Path of Buddhism and Taoism Indeed. Under the fierce protest of several cats, the specters instantly ceased their movements, wandering aimlessly a few dozen paces away from us. My uncle stood protectively in front of me. Hesitant to make any sudden movements, he remained still, his breathing growing increasingly labored as he whispered, "We must find a way to leave this place." Once the specters open their eyes, no number of cats from around the world will be of any help. At some point, the dial on Mao Shi's wrist transformed into a compass, ceaselessly spinning before his eyes, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It was infuriating. We were utterly unable to pinpoint the location of the path of Buddhism and Taoism. How did Professor Gu Yu and the others manage to escape? I asked, trembling with apprehension. You've reminded me. My uncle's eyes suddenly brightened as though a thought had struck him. He scanned the surroundings and asked, Mao Shi, have you noticed that there are additional elements nearby? Following his gaze, I observed that aside from some broken walls, the only peculiar items were a collection of multicolored stones. White, yellow, blue, green. Could this be the 9 Palaces flying star chart? Mao Shi's eyes lit up as well. Realizing the profundity of Gu Yu and his companions, they even possessed knowledge of such ancient ghostly arts. What is the 9 Palaces flying star chart? Can these broken stones truly aid our escape? A flicker of hope ignited within me. This subterranean palace lay buried beneath the desert, and even with the 7th ray, it had long since succumbed to the erosion of sand and wind, making it nearly impossible for us to locate without some esoteric method. The 9 Palaces flying star chart, however, belonged to a long-lost sect known as the Xiangbu Masters, who employed this ancient divination technique, 5 ghost transporting method. Mao Shi replied quietly. I watched as my uncle crouched down, observing the arrangement of the peculiar stones while drawing 4 horizontal and 4 vertical lines in the dirt, dividing the area into 9 equal squares. He then placed a small stone in the center. I tugged at Mao Shi and asked, "What is my uncle doing?" The tortoise transporting method sounds rather ominous, doesn't it? You are correct. The 5 ghosts are formidable earth spirits. So one must never come into contact with unclean substances while employing this technique. If such impurities awaken the energy of the 5 ghosts, the practitioner will suffer dire consequences. Mao Shi continued, intently watching my uncle's actions. What Yin Loxi is drawing is indeed the 9 palaces flying star chart. The central square represents the position of the 5 ghosts. In the realm of Shin Kong flying star feng shui, the 5 ghosts occupy the 5 yellow position in the 9 palaces flying star chart. Look at the various colored stones around us. They correspond to the other positions in the grid. Only then did I recall having seen references to the 9 palaces flying star chart in my readings. Though I had given up due to its cryptic nature, my uncle slowly rose, pointing out each position as he spoke. This is the flying star's positional arrangement. We must place different colored earth and stones according to the attributes of the 9 palaces. To the south, the white star named the greedy wolf, associated with water, is colored white, positioned in the can direction of the 8 trigrams. To the north, the black star named the great gate, associated with earth, is yellow, positioned in the Kuan palace. To the southwest, the green star named the Lu Siyuan, associated with wood, is azure green, positioned in the Jin palace of the east. To the east, the green star named the Wenchu, also associated with wood, is emerald green, positioned in the Sun direction. To the southeast, the yellow star named the Lianzhan, associated with earth, is yellow, positioned in the central palace. At the center, the white star named the Wu Chu, associated with metal, is white, positioned in the northwest. To the northwest, the red star named the Pajun, associated with metal, is white, positioned in the west. To the west, the white star named the Zuofu, associated with earth, is white, positioned in the northeast. And to the northeast, the purple star named the Yubai, associated with fire, is red, positioned in the south. I shook my head, feeling utterly perplexed by this celestial script of directions. Soon after, I saw my uncle darting to one end of the tomb, rummaging through the area. Moments later, he returned with a collection of peculiar items in hand. Did Professor Guyu leave these? I inquired, peering with curiosity. My uncle had neatly arranged 5 stalks of straw on the ground, along with 5 ghosts' official talismans. The most unsettling part was that he had placed 5 skulls atop them, their hollow eye sockets sending chills down my spine. Stay back. I will attempt to initiate the 5 ghosts transporting method, my uncle stated solemnly. Mao Shi and I stepped back a few paces, anxiously watching from a distance. My palms slick with sweat. I then observed my uncle placing the 5 ghosts' talismans and straw into the 5 skulls. The talismans resembled paper effigies, inscribed with the words for the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys in red cinnabar. Next, I heard my uncle seemingly murmuring an intricate incantation from my position. I could not catch every word, but phrases like the 5 elements counter the 5 ghosts, and may they swiftly part forever reached my ears. It was only later that I learned from my uncle that the 5 ghost transporting technique was far more terrifying than I had imagined. The 5 ghosts arise from the murky energies of the underworld. Summoning them requires 5 skulls, 5 stalks of straw, and 5 ghosts' official talismans. Practitioners of this dark art could exploit the 5 ghosts' mysteries to drain the life force of others, plunging them into madness or even causing death by shock. The 5 ghosts are Dourin, Li Kai, Zhongwu, Shirtai, and Zhouwan, 5 spectral generals of ancient lore, notorious for their use of the 5 ghosts transporting method to steal ill-gotten gains. Criminals would employ this method to commit theft, leaving no trace behind. It is indeed the most sophisticated form of pilfering. This technique originated from an ancient sect known as the Xiangmu Masters, who could swiftly locate hidden tombs and exits beneath the earth using this method. A moment later, my uncle suddenly opened his eyes wide. Yet he appeared as if his strength had been abruptly drained, stumbling slightly as if he might fall. "Uncle, are you all right?" I rushed forward to support him. "I'm fine. I have located the path of Buddhism and Taoism." A smile crept onto my uncle's lips as he pointed towards a Buddhist statue in the southeast direction. "That is the mechanism to open the path." Heart pounding with trepidation, I clutched Tang Yuan and dashed towards the statue, attempting to lift it, but it wouldn't budge. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a curved scratch on the ground. With a flash of inspiration, I turned the statue along the scratch. To my astonishment, as the smiling Buddha completed a full rotation, its visage abruptly morphed into something as terrifying as a Shura or Yasha, exuding an eerie aura. Suddenly, the ground beneath us began to tremble violently, while torrents of sand cascaded from above. I found myself covered in sand, stumbling as I fell to the ground. Spitting out the sand from my mouth, I exclaimed, "What is happening? Is it an earthquake?" "It's not an earthquake. Look over there." Mao Shi pointed toward the southeast corner. I quickly turned my head, and to my astonishment, the stone wall began to sway left and right, undulating like waves. Suddenly, beneath the wall, a swirling black vortex appeared, and with a thunderous crash, the entire wall collapsed, sucking countless grains of sand and rubble into the maelstrom. When the vortex finally ceased, we were left wide-eyed in amazement as a large hole emerged in the wall. The path of Buddhism and Taoism has opened. Chapter 87. Emerging from the tomb, the ghostly figures continued to confront us, emanating an eerie glow that sent chills down our spines. Their terrifying presence enveloped us like a tangible miasma, as if we were on the verge of freezing in place. The air around us felt dense with this sinister aura, each breath tearing at our parched throats, instilling a profound sense of dread. In an instant, as the Buddhist path was activated, an unexpected change occurred. The already bizarre apparitions began to convulse violently, as if provoked by an invisible malevolent force. They twisted and writhed like leaves caught in a tempest. Their piercing shrieks reminiscent of countless nails scraping across glass, the sound stabbing directly into our eardrums, making us want to cover our ears. Yet, the noise burrowed into our minds, refusing to dissipate. Why were these specters suddenly going mad? Could it be that the power of the Buddhist path had roused them? They seemed as frantic as a mouse confronted by a cat, seemingly ready to lash out at us in desperation. I mused inwardly. But that thought was swiftly submerged by a rising tide of terror. If the ghosts were to open their eyes, said to possess the power to annihilate the world, we would surely be reduced to dust in an instant. At that moment, we were akin to standing at the precarious edge of a crumbling cliff. The ground beneath us threatening to give way, ready to plunge us into an abyss of darkness. The activated Buddhist path appeared as a solitary vessel in a torrential storm. Our only lifeline in this life-or-death situation. The underground palace quaked violently, as if shaken by an enraged behemoth. This tremor was exponentially more intense than before, the surrounding rock walls resembling fragile eggshells, unable to withstand the onslaught. Cracks spread like spider webs, each fissure resembling the gaping maw of the earth, threatening to consume us. The sounds of these fractures echoed in the suffocating atmosphere, incessantly assaulting our frail nerves, instilling a sense of impending doom. In the midst of our disarray, a mysterious voice resonated without warning, as if emanating from the depths of the underworld, both ethereal and imbued with an inexplicable authority. Following this, the six-word mantra of Buddhism floated into the air: Om, Ma, Nai, Pad, Mi, Hum. Initially, the sound resembled a gentle stream meandering through the mountains, soothing our taut nerves. Yet, in an instant, it transformed into a roaring river, the grand Buddhist chant reverberating throughout the entire palace. It seemed to carry boundless strength, causing the earth to tremble slightly under its vibrations while the air buzzed in response. The benevolent, solemn, profound, and mysterious resonance of the chant swept through the altar, bathing it in a sacred aura that appeared capable of dispelling all darkness and malevolence. This light enveloped us like a warm veil, yet amidst the tension, it felt somewhat illusory. What was happening? Was it possible that some deity had manifested? I thought frantically, regardless of which divine being it was. I would offer daily prayers for salvation. The scene before us was so overwhelming that we all felt as though we had been struck by a paralysis spell. Our eyes wide open in shock, rendered speechless, our mouths slightly agape, our faces etched with disbelief. We were completely absorbed in this sudden and miraculous sound, as if time itself had come to a standstill. What an astonishing mechanism! It ingeniously utilized the vibrations between gears to produce the sound of the Buddha. Mao Shi's eyes widened in astonishment, a glimmer of wonder shining within. He spoke excitedly, reaching out as if to touch the seemingly tangible sound, eager to dismantle the mechanism to uncover its secrets. However, the ghosts appeared to sense an impending horror, their once manic forms contorting further. As if striving to break free from some unseen restraint, they shrieked and lunged toward us with the speed of black lightning, an icy wind trailing in their wake, slicing against our faces like shards of ice. "Run!" Uncle shouted, shattering our stupor. His reaction was swift. He seized my arm with a force that seemed to harness all his strength. He immediately dashed toward the Buddhist path with a velocity reminiscent of Usain Bolt. My arm nearly dislocated from the force, but there was no time to dwell on it. I could only clutch Tang Yuan tightly to protect her from the falling debris. The tremors of the underground palace grew more violent, as if the apocalypse were upon us. Massive stones cascaded from above like raindrops, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar, each sound tolling a death knell for our fates. The ground was pockmarked with deep craters, clouds of dust erupting into the air, obscuring our vision. The tomb was on the verge of collapse, and we were like ants dancing on the precipice of death, at risk of being mercilessly crushed at any moment. Suddenly, a pained groan echoed behind us. We turned to see Mao Shi shielding Chuchu with his own body from a falling boulder, a rock the size of a basin crashing down upon his calf, instantly lacerating his flesh and causing blood to gush down his leg, creating a horrifying crimson trail on the ground. Shi, Uncle cried out, his face paling in alarm, the urgency in his eyes now tinged with deep concern. He shoved me toward the exit and, like a gust of wind, rushed to Mao Shi's side, swiftly retrieving a rubber tourniquet from his backpack. His hands moved in a flurry, yet with precision, sweat beading on his forehead as he muttered, "You better not get hurt. You little rascal. What's the point in playing the hero at such a critical moment?" Mao Shi forced a smile through the pain. "Old Yen, don't worry about me. If this continues, we'll both be finished." His voice was weak yet stubborn. His face contorted in agony as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, but he remained determined not to burden us. Uncle playfully punched him on the forehead, feigning lightheartedness as he chided, "What nonsense. You can't die here. You still owe me $20 from the last time we had noodles. You think you can just bail out? What are you talking about? If I bite the dust, what good is paying you back?" Mao Shi quipped, attempting to lighten the atmosphere despite his pallor. Uncle hastily finished bandaging him and carefully lifted Chuchu onto his back, his gaze resolute as he declared, "You owe me double when we get out. If you dare shortchange me, I want to let you off the hook." The palace was collapsing at an alarming rate. What was once a grand underground structure had now turned into a heap of rubble. The once mysterious and imposing edifice had vanished, leaving only crumbling walls and swirling dust. The air was thick with the acrid scent of dust, prompting involuntary coughs. "Uncle, hurry." I stood at the entrance of the Buddhist path, my heart racing with urgency, calling out for Uncle and Mao Shi to hasten. Yet, my voice seemed feeble amidst the cacophony of the collapse, as if it could be drowned out at any moment. The collapse accelerated, and the entrance to the Buddhist path was on the verge of being buried under the debris. Uncle clenched his teeth, his cheeks puffing out as he supported Chuchu while helping Mao Shi, sprinting toward the entrance with all his might. His footsteps were heavy and hurried, each step resembling a race against death. A massive stone tumbled down from the top of the tomb, seemingly propelled by 1,000 pounds of force, akin to a colossal cannonball, poised to bury the entrance to the Buddha path. In this critical moment, my uncle and Mao Shi leaped forward, accompanied by a cloud of dust, just managing to dive into the entrance of the Buddha path at the last moment. "Are you all right?" I hurriedly approached them, my face etched with concern, my eyes anxiously scanning for any sign of severe injury. "Nothing else wrong? That's odd." Mao Shi groaned on the ground, clutching his injured calf. His body curled slightly, the pain evident on his face. "I don't know about him, but I definitely have a problem," came a voice from beneath Mao Shi, revealing that my uncle was pinned beneath him and Sister Chuchu, struggling to break free. "Get up, you're crushing me. You look slim normally, but you're so heavy at a critical moment." I quickly helped them to their feet. Mao Shi rubbed the bump on his head caused by the fall, grimacing as he inhaled sharply. "This place could collapse at any moment. We need to get out quickly. If we keep this up, we'll bury ourselves without any ghostly intervention." She was right. This was no time to relax. My uncle quickly rose, looking up at the ceiling of the Buddha path, his eyes filled with vigilance. He hoisted Sister Chuchu onto his back again, adjusting her position for her comfort. "We must leave this place quickly, Shi. Your injury needs immediate attention. I don't want to linger in this cursed place for another moment." Everyone was battered and exhausted, yet the Buddha path was no sanctuary, with the constant risk of collapse indicated by the dust falling from above. Each grain of dust reminded us that danger was ever present. Our flashlights had fallen into the ancient tomb, plunging the surroundings into darkness. However, remarkably, the walls of the passage were adorned with glowing swastikas, emitting a soft illumination that cast a gentle light upon the Buddha path, creating an almost divine atmosphere. Yet, in this tense escape, the presence of such light felt somewhat ironic. Dragging my weary body down the tomb corridor, my legs felt leaden, each step requiring all my strength. After what felt like 2 hours of laborious travel, the faint glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. "Wonderful, it's the exit," Mao Shi exclaimed excitedly. But his sudden movement inadvertently aggravated his injury, causing him to wince in pain as he inhaled sharply, his expression shifting to one of distress. However, I noticed a flicker of concern in my uncle's eyes. He gazed at the exit, his brow furrowing slightly. as if he sensed that safety and tranquility might not await us beyond the Buddha path. The tribulations we had faced had taught him that danger often lurked beneath seemingly safe facades. The moment we emerged from the tomb, a large, round moon hung overhead. Its silvery light cascading down like water, illuminating the vast, boundless desert. The silver glow danced upon the sand, crafting graceful contours of the dunes, enveloping the scene in a dreamlike yet mysterious ambience. Yet, to us, those who had just brushed against death, this beauty felt out of place. They made it out. At that moment, I suddenly spotted dark figures moving among the nearby dunes, and I heard Ming Han and Lu Fei rushing towards us. Their silhouettes appeared somewhat blurred in the moonlight, yet the familiar shouts brought a sense of warmth to our weary hearts. Choo-choo. Ming Han rushed towards her, his face a mix of joy and tears. Xue Juanhao quickly joined them, expressing concern for Sister Choo-choo's well-being. The past 2 days had aged him significantly, with gray streaks appearing in his hair. Time seemed to accelerate in this instant, etching deep lines upon his face. Ming Han hastily reassured him, "Uncle Xue, Choo-choo just fainted. Please don't worry too much. As long as she is fine. As long as she is fine." Xue Juanhao murmured, his eyes misty with self-reproach. "It's all my fault. We shouldn't have ventured into that underground royal tomb." His voice brimmed with regret, as if he believed that all the calamities were his responsibility. Seeing us panting and collapsed on the ground, each bearing various injuries, Xiao Ran inquired, "Is everyone all right?" Mao Shi's injuries were severe, yet he still managed to respond with a grin. "Don't worry, I'm like a cockroach. I want to die. Though this pain makes me want to curse, I swear I'll never return to this wretched place." My uncle's expression became somewhat peculiar as he quietly asked, "Have you all noticed the ancient Yu and his group?" Before he could finish, an aged yet robust voice resonated from behind us. "Detective Yan. I knew I was mistaken about you. You've managed to escape alive." The voice echoed in the silent desert, carrying an eerie quality that sent chills down our spines. Chapter 88. The sudden change. I turned my head towards the sound and beheld the figure of Professor Guyu, slowly approaching us under the cold moonlight. The moonlight cast a long shadow behind him, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the darkness. Qian Jiguanin and the Ming monk followed closely behind him, their faces bearing captivating smirks or solemn expressions, instantly thickening the atmosphere with tension, as though the very air had solidified, making it hard to breathe. My uncle's expression initially stiffened, but in the blink of an eye, he managed a gentle smile, albeit one laced with an inscrutable meaning, casually remarking, "Indeed, thanks to Professor Guyu's foresight in locating the Buddhist path, otherwise we would have perished in the ancient tomb." His voice was steady, yet it bore a hint of probing. As Professor Guyu approached, I could finally see his face illuminated by the moonlight. Without his glasses, his eyes were deep and unfathomable. I instinctively took a step back, while Tang Yuan nestled into my clothing, as if sensing danger. Professor Guyu stood tall with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a chilling sense of oppression, his lips curling into a sardonic smile as he spoke softly. "Though you have escaped the underground palace, you are fated not to leave this desert alive." His voice, though low, resonated like a cold verdict, sharp against the stillness of the desert night. Xiao Ran hurried forward, his expression tight, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as disbelief filled his eyes. He spoke in a hushed tone, "Teacher, what do you mean by that?" The atmosphere grew exceedingly bizarre. I stood there, wide-eyed, watching the standoff between my uncle and Professor Guyu, my heart racing in my chest, my mind a blank slate, unsure of how to react. Professor Guyu laughed heartily, the sound echoing harshly in the vast desert. "Ha! Detective Yan, how could someone as clever as you not foresee this? Besides, you have my fine student by your side." His gaze landed on Xiao Ran, scrutinizing him like prey, filled with mockery and disdain. Xiao Ran froze, as if struck by lightning, his lips quivering but unable to utter a single word. Professor Guyu regarded him with an indifferent glance, as if he were examining an inconsequential object, and said coolly, "In truth, I have long realized that you are aware of our secret. Yet, you are merely a pawn in my quest for the Wei Ming order." My uncle glared coldly at Professor Guyu, gritting his teeth. "What do you want? Hand Choo-choo over to me." "Very well," Professor Guyu replied coldly, his voice devoid of warmth, his eyes reflecting an unyielding determination. "Will this be enough for you to let us go?" My uncle scoffed dismissively. Professor Guyu laughed again, clapping his hands twice. Suddenly, over 20 heavily armed men emerged from the surrounding sands, encircling us. Leading them was Yang Hao, with all the men donned in black hoods, revealing only their mouths and eyes. Armed with AK-47 assault rifles, their dark muzzles aimed at us, eliciting a chill. "Gu! Gu Lao. What is the meaning of this? Xue Juanhao stammered, his voice sharp with fear, instinctively shrinking back. The turn of events was too abrupt. Just moments ago, we had rejoiced in our escape from the underground palace, and now we found ourselves ensnared in this dire predicament. My mind was a tumult of confusion, leaving no room for a reaction. Mao Shi struggled to rise from the ground, his pallor reflecting his injuries, yet he fixed his cold gaze on Professor Guyu. Gritting his teeth, "Old Yin, let's fight them." Professor Guyu smiled faintly, a smile that was difficult to discern as either mockery or pity. He spoke slowly. "What a pity for a genius tomb raider. I recognized your talent as a mechanism expert at first glance. You indeed possess great potential and, given time, could become a leader in this field. If you would agree to work with me, I would spare your life. What say you?" "Nonsense. I shall not conspire with you. You disgrace our ancestors." Mao Shi retorted through the pain, drawing a dagger from his waist. Professor Guyu chuckled, unfazed by the rejection, as he retrieved a pendant from his collar, revealing an ancient bronze coffin nail inscribed with archaic characters, which upon closer inspection clearly read "Coffin Lock." My uncle and Mao Shi's pupils dilated in shock as they exclaimed in unison, "Coffin Lock Master." It was astonishing. The lineage of coffin lock masters was rare. And yet Professor Guyu was connected to this very lineage. Now you should understand the disparity between us. I shall grant you another chance. Will you join the tomb or accompany these souls to the afterlife? Professor Guyu spoke slowly, his voice dripping with an undeniable pressure, as if we were fish on a chopping board, awaiting slaughter. Without hesitation, my uncle spat defiantly. "Every coffin lock master takes an oath upon inheriting the coffin nail, vowing never to betray the ancestral teachings. There is honor even in thievery." "Huh." A glimmer of malice flickered in Professor Guyu's eyes as he coldly declared, "Then you shall perish in this desert together." With a wave of his hand, the armed men raised their AK-47s in unison. The synchronized motion and the cold muzzles intensified the atmosphere of death looming over us. My uncle shielded us behind him, and I clutched Tang Yuan tightly, feeling as if I could hear the thunderous beating of my heart. We were all injured, our bodies weary and battered, resembling a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. With over 20 rifles aimed at us, at a rate of 100 rounds per minute from the AK-47s, it would take less than half a minute for us to be reduced to mere riddled corpses. Lu Fei had already burst into tears, a photographer grappling with the reality of dying in the desert. Xue Juanhao held on to Sister Chuchu tightly, his eyes filled with terror yet striving to maintain composure. Sister Menghan stood beside Mao Shi. Though fear was evident on her face, her eyes shone with defiance. My uncle kept me closely guarded behind him, and I could feel the tension in his body. For the first time, I felt death so near. That icy sensation seemed to crawl along my spine, making my blood feel as if it had turned to ice. Professor Guyu waved his hand with an air of unyielding authority, his voice chillingly commanding, "Proceed." His words rang out like a death knell. However, just as Professor Guyu finished speaking, a rustling sound suddenly emerged beside us. Initially faint, it resembled something quietly writhing beneath the sand, but it quickly grew louder, shattering the already taut atmosphere. Professor Guyu and his men hesitated, their motion stilled. The fierce demeanor that once dominated their faces replaced by confusion. Upon listening closely, the sound appeared to be emanating from the exit of the Buddhist path. I had tightly shut my eyes, my mind preoccupied with thoughts of the pain from the bullets, vivid images of blood and horror flashing in my mind. My body stiffening with fear. Yet after a while, when no gunfire came, I cautiously opened my eyes and was astounded to see fear reflected in the eyes of Professor Guyu and his cohorts. The once commanding aura that surrounded them had vanished, replaced by profound dread and chaos. As I turned to gaze towards the exit of the Buddhist path, I was startled to discover several grotesque black shadows emerging from its depths. Their forms were twisted and bizarre, resembling demons crawling forth from the abyss of hell, exuding an unbearable stench that permeated the air, inducing a wave of nausea. They slithered slowly, inching upward, each movement seemingly infused with boundless malevolence and terror. From Professor Guyu's expression, it was evident that these creatures were far more terrifying than I had ever imagined. My uncle's face was grave. He protectively clasped me with one hand while leaning slightly forward, his gaze fixed warily on the approaching monstrosities, his other hand clenched into a fist, bracing for the impending danger. 3 of the creatures ambled towards us, their steps appearing languid yet exuding an irresistible sense of oppression. A fear that surged like a tidal wave, rendering us almost breathless. Monsters, perish. One of the burly men could no longer withstand the oppressive atmosphere and fired at one of the creatures. The flash of gunfire illuminated the dark desert, strikingly vivid against the night. Dozens of bullets rattled against the monster, their impacts creating a cacophony of sound and stirring up clouds of dust. "Stop!" Professor Guyu shouted in desperation, his voice tinged with urgency and fear, but it was too late. With the first shot fired, all the men unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the creatures, and in an instant, spent cartridges flew in all directions, the gunshots resonating throughout the desert, shattering the stillness of the night. The three entities emitted bone-chilling shrieks, their sounds akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard, sharp and jarring, piercing through the air and compelling one to cover their ears. Suddenly, Mao Shi cried out, "This is bad. The specters are about to awaken. Fools, cease fire." Despite Professor Guyu's frantic pleas, chaos ensued as the men, driven mad by the adrenaline, continued to fire indiscriminately, while the three creatures steadily advanced towards us, casting a shadow of death over all. I noticed the creatures' large eyes blinking slowly, a glimmer of red light seeping through their eyelids, reminiscent of flames from the underworld, radiating an aura of unending evil and destructive power that sent chills down my spine. "Everyone, close your eyes and lie down," my uncle shouted, his voice cutting through the turmoil like a lifeline. Instinctively, I hugged Tang Yuan and dropped to the ground, covering his eyes with my hands. My body pressed tightly against the sand, my heart racing uncontrollably, barely daring to breathe, fervently wishing for this terrifying ordeal to come to an end. Everyone complied, closing their eyes and lying still on the ground, while the three dark creatures opened their blood-red eyes. Chapter 89. The Curse of the Spectre. What a bunch of fools. Professor Guyu scolded, his voice laced with anger and urgency. He then commanded those nearest to him, "Quick, lie down. Do not look into the eyes of those creatures." Although the burly men were unaware of the reason behind his orders, their ingrained obedience to Professor Guyu compelled them to comply without hesitation. They pressed their bodies against the sandy ground, trembling slightly, clearly filled with dread yet suppressing their fear. However, the remaining group of over 10 armed men failed to heed Professor Guyu's warning. The blood-red eyes of the monsters only intensified their terror, and they unleashed a frenzy of bullets upon the creatures. "Kill those monsters," one man shouted hoarsely. "Damn it, why can't we kill them?" another bellowed, continuing to pull the trigger while cursing incessantly. "It's looking at us," another man cried out, his voice tinged with a whimper, the ferocity replaced by profound fear. As if witnessing the apocalypse, I could only hear chaos around me. Those who had spoken suddenly emitted piercing cries of agony that shattered the night, sending chills down my spine. They seemed to have all their strength siphoned away, collapsing to the ground, writhing in torment, their hands scratching at their bodies as if countless insects were gnawing at their flesh. Before long, the struggle subsided into silence, and the desert appeared to be muted, enveloped in a chilling stillness far more ominous than the previous clamor. Though I merely heard the sounds, my heart raced with terror, as horrifying images flooded my mind. Once vibrant lives snuffed out in an instant, the swiftness of death starkly illustrating its cruelty and horror. It must be the work of those monsters. One man trembled, his voice laced with a sob. Suddenly, without warning, he fell to the ground with a cry, uttering pained moans before becoming motionless. "Ghost! Ghost! It's a ghost!" A man's sanity unraveled completely. He threw down his weapon and began to flee, his steps frantic and hurried, stirring up a cloud of dust in the sandy terrain. But soon, another scream erupted, and he collapsed, convulsing briefly before falling silent. A wave of terror spread among the remaining men, akin to a plague, as they descended into chaos, discarding their weapons and fleeing in every direction. Their cries for help intertwined in the vast desert, but the sounds grew increasingly feeble. Not a single person managed to escape alive. After a frantic dash, they all fell to the ground, silenced, restoring the desert to an eerie stillness. I felt my entire body tremble, my teeth chattering uncontrollably, my heart consumed with fear and confusion. What on earth was happening? Was this the curse of the spectre? Would all who gazed into the eyes of the spectre meet a strange demise? My mind swirled in chaos, shrouded in the terror of the unknown. Later, I learned that this curse, once referred to in the West as the Black Death, was even more terrifying than the historical accounts of that plague. From a contemporary perspective, it could be likened to a virus, one that existed solely within the spectre, capable of infecting through mere sight. Anyone who directly beheld the eyes of the spectre would instantly develop a peculiar black birthmark resembling a whirlpool or eyeball, seeping ominously from beneath the skin, an eerie, indelible mark. Those who bore this black mark would find the iron content in their blood gradually diminishing. Human blood is red due to its iron content. As the iron dissipated, the blood would thicken, reducing the oxygen supply to the brain, making breathing increasingly difficult. Ultimately, at the moment of death, the blood would turn yellow, The process of dying was excruciating. Each victim of the specter's curse would suffer indescribable agony, the pain seemingly emanating from the depths of their soul, beyond the capacity of any language to articulate. According to the legends of the Spectre City, all cursed individuals would have their vital essence absorbed by the skeletal remains of a serpent deity, a gruesome ritual intended to resurrect the god. Such a mysterious and terrifying narrative sent shivers down one's spine. Each person lying on the ground was consumed by fear, hearing the distant cries of the dying. Yet the silence that followed made it evident that all had perished. Nearly 3 awakened specters were already this horrifying. If the Spectre City truly manifested, what dreadful calamities would befall the world? The surrounding sounds diminished, and I heard Professor Guyu loudly instruct the remaining individuals, quickly, capture Choo-Choo and leave this place. Though he endeavored to maintain composure, a hint of panic seeped through his voice, betraying his own unease at the sudden turn of events. Yes, the remaining men, clearly more disciplined, responded in unison. I could sense the palpable aura of bloodshed emanating from them, a testament to their experiences in countless life and death struggles, evoking a chilling apprehension. Those familiar with the Tomb Raiders organization would recognize these men as a highly prized group of mercenaries, veterans, escaped convicts, and drug traffickers from the Golden Triangle, all walking the thin line of darkness, now united with the Tomb Raiders to form a smuggling syndicate, willing to employ any means for profit. Whatever you do, do not open your eyes. My uncle whispered urgently in my ear, then I heard him rise to confront the mercenaries. Uncle, I called out anxiously, my voice trembling with a hint of weeping, yet I dared not move a muscle, fearing that even the slightest motion could draw the attention of the terrifying monsters or mercenaries. I could only lie flat, my heart racing as I listened intently to the commotion outside. Fire! The lead mercenary shouted, and a chorus of gunfire erupted, the sound piercing through the silence of the desert. I could almost feel the bullets whizzing past, the sand splattering painfully against my face. My heart raced with worry. I longed to rise and join my uncle, willing to face death alongside him. The cacophony of gunfire, the sounds of struggle, and the specter's horrifying shrieks blended into an overwhelming chaos. I could no longer discern the state of events around me, feeling as though I were trapped in a nightmarish scenario. Yet, the mere awareness of my uncle's presence provided a semblance of solace amidst the boundless fear. Strangely, my uncle seemed unaffected by the curse of the specter. Was the curse ineffective against him? Or did he harbor secrets unknown to others? Time dragged on, each second stretching into eternity, the tormenting sensation nearly driving me to the brink of despair. I lost track of how long it had been when I felt the sun dispel the chill of the night, its warm rays bathing my skin in a comforting embrace. Daylight. A surge of astonishment washed over me. I had unknowingly endured the long and harrowing night. The specters emitted anguished howls, their cries more piercing than before, suffused with a palpable fear and aversion to the sunlight. Then, in a frantic bid for survival, it burrowed into the ground, the sound of earth being scraped quickly fading away. In truth, while the specters cannot be vanquished, they, like vampires, harbor a profound dread of sunlight. Exposure to its rays would cause their skin to disintegrate, rendering them inert. Thus, they are condemned to dwell in the pitch-black abysses beneath the earth, slumbering in sealed spaces devoid of sunlight, awaiting the moment of their next awakening to once again unleash terror and calamity upon the world. Suddenly, I heard the thud of a person collapsing, the sound striking my heart with a heavy thump, causing it to leap into my throat. Uncle! I opened my eyes and cried out in desperation. Chapter 90. The Black Princess of the Western Xia. 5 days later. In a hospital room at the First Hospital of Phoenix City. As I opened my bleary eyes, I found myself slumped beside the hospital bed, where my uncle lay still unconscious. The 4 drip hung beside him, and the heart monitor emitted a steady beeping sound. 5 days had passed since that fateful night when my uncle bravely battled the malevolent spirit alone for our sake. Just as dawn broke, the spirit, fearful of the light, retreated into the depths of the earth. However, when we managed to rise from the ground, we discovered my uncle lying on the floor, barely clinging to life, while Professor Guyu and his companions had vanished without a trace. My uncle and sister Choo-Choo remained in a deep coma, while Mao Shi was gravely injured, and the others, including Ming Han and Shui Yuanhao, bore varying degrees of wounds. A wave of despair washed over us. None of us had anticipated that our expedition to the royal tomb of Western Xia would end in such tragedy. My uncle and sister Choo-Choo needed urgent medical attention, so we hurriedly retraced our steps and brought them to the hospital. Yet they remained in a deep slumber, unresponsive. The room contained 2 beds. On the other bed lay Mao Shi, his legs suspended and bound with thick bandages. He was deeply asleep, emitting faint snores. The doctor remarked that had we arrived any later, Mao Shi might have lost his leg entirely. "Uncle, you must awaken," I whispered to myself. Having kept vigil by the bedside for these days, witnessing the transformation of my uncle's once handsome face into a gaunt visage, causing my eyes to brim with tears. At that moment, footsteps echoed outside the door, followed by the sound of the doorknob turning. It was Ming Han, entering with a bag of food. Behind her trailed Shui Juanhao, who had visibly aged and lost weight from his concern for Sister Chu Chu. "Ming Han, Uncle Shui, you're here," I exclaimed. Ming Han glanced at my uncle and Mao Shi on the beds, then sighed softly in disappointment. She then smiled gently, saying, "Xiao Guan, you must be hungry. Eat something." Shui Juanhao, devoid of his former commanding presence, approached and affectionately ruffled my hair, saying, "Yes, you should eat. You've been here all this time without a proper meal." I turned to look at my unconscious uncle, feeling no appetite whatsoever. Then I heard Shui Juanhao's voice, thick with guilt. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't trusted Professor Guyu, if I hadn't taken you to the royal tomb of Western Xia, none of this would have happened." Ming Han quickly stepped forward to comfort him. "Uncle Shui, don't say that. This is not your fault. It's all part of that villain's scheme. But if it weren't for me, Chu Chu wouldn't have been captured by Guyu, and now her life hangs in the balance." "Chu Chu, what is happening?" A faint voice drifted from behind us. We turned to see my uncle slowly sitting up in bed. "Uncle, Yen Loxi." Upon witnessing my uncle awaken from his coma, both Mao Shi and I were filled with overwhelming joy, nearly leaping from our seats. My uncle appeared frail, his complexion pale, and his first inquiry was about Sister Chu Chu's condition. Shui Juanhao sighed, his expression complex. "Chu Chu remains in a coma." The doctors conducted various tests but found no cause. The atmosphere grew somber. Though Chu Chu's vital signs were normal, she remained unresponsive, teetering on the brink of a vegetative state. Everyone's spirits dampened, especially after learning of the vast organization behind Professor Guyu. It was unfathomable that a world-renowned archaeologist was the mastermind of an international tomb raiding and smuggling syndicate. I asked, "Uncle Shui, have you reported this to the authorities?" Shui Juanhao shook his head, his brow furrowed. "Not yet. My thoughts have been chaotic these past days. I don't know what to do." My uncle rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. "For now, it's best not to alert the police." Regarding the revelation of Professor Guyu as the mastermind of the tomb organization, we lacked direct evidence beyond Xiaoran's testimony. Furthermore, even if the police were to take on this case, they would unlikely uncover the tomb organization's hideout in the short term. It could instead provoke them into taking drastic measures. The tomb is an extremely secretive organization, and even Interpol has struggled for years to decipher its scale and structure. I suspect we are currently under surveillance by them. If we act recklessly, it may place Chu Chu in peril. Will Chu Chu be in danger? Shui Juanhao asked urgently. Not for now. I suspect Chu Chu's unresponsiveness is linked to the mysterious Wai Ming Ling that Guyu sought in the underground palace, my uncle mused. But their ultimate goal remains unclear. Suddenly, a fragment flashed in my mind, prompting me to spring to my feet. I heard Professor Guyu mention the Black Princess while in the underground palace. Could it be related? Black Princess? A voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. We turned to see Xiaoran entering, arms laden with documents and books, declaring, "I found leads on the Black Princess." My uncle, resting his chin on his hand, pondered for a moment before addressing Xiaoran. From Professor Guyu's actions, it's evident he discovered the existence of the Six Paths underground palace long ago. Why has he disclosed this information? It must be connected to the Black Princess. Exactly. It's because when he unearthed the underground royal tomb, he discovered an even greater secret. And this secret, once revealed, would undoubtedly create a worldwide stir. Xiaoran's handsome face bore a complex expression. What secret? I asked eagerly. The Black Princess of Western Xia. Xiaoran replied. Western Xia? A princess? The others displayed confusion. I previously mentioned that within the underground royal tomb, my teacher and I unearthed something astonishing. In the coffin, we found a scroll depicting an ancient princess, and astonishingly, the princess bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Chu. Xiaoran stated earnestly. Ming Han gasped in surprise. "Isn't that the painting you gave to Chu Chu?" Xiaoran nodded. At the time, I didn't think much of it. I merely found it remarkable that such a coincidence existed. Later, I painted an identical oil painting for Chu Chu. However, I noticed that ever since returning from the Western Xia royal tomb, my teacher began behaving strangely. For instance, he insisted we keep the scroll a secret, forbidding any disclosure until research concluded. Additionally, he began frequent contact with Chu Chu's father. My instincts told me that the woman depicted in the scroll was significant. So I secretly studied the artifacts and texts unearthed from the tomb. What were the results? Xiao Ran's expression shifted, disbelief etched across his face. It was only in recent days that I learned the woman in the painting is none other than the youngest daughter of Emperor Li Yuanhao of Western Xia, named Huaiming Yuer, also known as the Black Princess. The Black Princess? Who is she? What is her connection to Chu Chu? Shui Juanhao inquired hastily. Among the unearthed artifacts was a tattered parchment, detailing events that are truly unbelievable. Huaiming Yuer was the youngest daughter of Li Yuanhao, known for her beauty, and he cherished her deeply. At the age of 10, he formally granted her the title of Black Princess and bestowed upon her the city of Heishui. Yet, historical records contain no mention of the Black Princess. She, like the city of Heishui, has vanished from history. Mao Shi, well-versed in history, expressed his confusion. While other children of Li Yuanhao are somewhat documented, why has Huaiming Yuer been forgotten by the world? Xiao Ran's complexion grew increasingly peculiar, as if he were undergoing some harrowing experience, for this dark princess was not of human origin. Not human? I was taken aback. According to the ancient scrolls, the dark princess was a transformation of a serpent demon, well-versed in sorcery. However, in modern parlance, this Huaiming Yuer must possess an innate superpower. A superpower? It is the ability to foretell death. Since Huaiming Yuer began to speak, those around her gradually realized that this dark princess frequently uttered strange pronouncements. Whenever she declared that someone would perish, that individual inevitably met their demise at the specified time, place, and manner she foretold. The surrounding populace was gripped with fear, deeming the dark princess a monster. Yet, it was precisely due to her uncanny ability that Li Yuanhao always knew the outcomes of his battles, leveraging Huaiming Yuer's powers to expand his territories. The foundation of his empire can largely be attributed to the Dark Princess. Thus, while Huaiming Yuer faced ostracism from many, Li Yuanhao reveled in her presence. Until one fateful day, when Huaiming Yuer prophesied Li Yuanhao's death and the fall of the Western Xia. She foretold Li Yuanhao's demise and the end of Western Xia. Indeed, one day, Huaiming Yuer proclaimed, Western Xia shall perish after 9 generations, reduced to ashes and rendered irretrievable. And you shall be slain by your own flesh and blood. After hearing this, Li Yuanhao was unable to sleep at night. The Dark Princess's predictions had never been wronged, which meant that Huaiming Yuer's prophecy was destined to come to pass. Li Yuanhao pondered for days, ultimately concluding that if he were to eliminate the Dark Princess, her prophecy would not materialize. The more he contemplated, the more frenzied he became, eventually commanding his soldiers to summon the Dark Princess and personally execute her by hanging. In her final moments, the Dark Princess cast a curse. Western Xia shall surely fall. And then, I swallowed hard. Following the death of Huaiming Yuer, Li Yuanhao found no solace. He began to fear the Dark Princess's curse. Consequently, he sought the counsel of a ghostly expert to dispel the curse. Acting on the ghostly sage's advice, Li Yuanhao sealed a vast treasure along with the Dark Princess's remains. This immense treasure was said to be reserved for the restoration of the nation in the event that Huaiming Yuer's prophecy came to fruition. Furthermore, the ghostly expert employed geomantic secrets to drive 9 copper pillars into the dragon vein of Western Xia, ensuring that the tombs of successive emperors would be constructed around these pillars, perhaps to counteract the Dark Princess's curse. Thus, the mystery of the 9 imperial tombs of the Western Xia Royal Mausoleum was unveiled. I was astounded. Yet, the curse remained unbroken. Li Yuanhao was indeed slain by his own son, and after 9 emperors, Western Xia fell to the Mongols, its dragon vein destroyed, and the remains of its emperors dragged out and ground to dust. The entire Great Xia was ruthlessly annihilated by the Mongols, leaving no trace in history. So, Professor Guyu and the Tomb Organization's objective is the treasure of the Dark Princess. Chapter 91. Blackwater City. Though I had long suspected that the Tomb Organization harbored a grand conspiracy, the revelation of the unfolding events still sent shivers down my spine. Yet, I remain perplexed. One thing eludes my understanding. If Professor Guyu's objective is the treasure of the Black Princess, why lead us to the 6 Paths underground palace? This ancient tomb should hold no value for them. It is to unlock the treasure, the Wei Ming Ling. My uncle asserted with unwavering certainty. Wei Ming Ling. A flicker of realization ignited in my mind. Xiao Ran continued, the Black Princess's tomb was constructed by masters of the ghost sect to seal her away. The dangers within are exponentially greater than those of the 6 Paths underground palace. To access the Black Princess's tomb and retrieve the treasure, 2 items are indispensable. The key, Wei Ming Ling, and the blood of the Black Princess. The blood of the Black Princess? She has been deceased for a millennium. How could there be? I suddenly halted, disbelief washing over me as I gazed at my uncle. Could it be Sister Choo-Choo? Yes. It may sound absurd, but it is quite possible that Choo-Choo is the reincarnation of the Black Princess. Xiaoran's face grave. Initially, I found this notion utterly ludicrous. Yet recalling the series of incredible events we had encountered, it seemed that the world was rife with the inexplicable. It is truly hard to believe. All I wish to know now is how to awaken Choo-Choo, Shuejuanhao lamented. My uncle tied back his long hair. His eyes sharp. We must reclaim the Wei Mingling. I turned to my uncle and inquired, but uncle, we have no inkling of where Professor Guyu and his cohort are hiding. My uncle glanced out the window and asked, what do you think the tomb organization will do next? I pondered carefully. These individuals have orchestrated all of this for the treasure of the Black Princess. I concluded, of course, they will seek the treasure. Mao Shi immediately replied, we must locate the Black Princess's tomb before Guyu and his team do, and seize them in one fell swoop. My uncle, with a scruffy beard and a serious expression, warned, what we can conceive, Professor Guyu can also anticipate. The tomb organization has evaded capture precisely because their operations are meticulously planned, leaving intelligence agencies of various nations unable to ascertain their movements. In truth, Professor Guyu's plan is exceedingly tight-knit. Had the ghostly apparition not suddenly appeared, we would likely have been silenced in the desert long ago. Mao Shi concurred, indeed, Guyu is truly formidable. To be honest, this is the first time I have encountered a coffin-locking master aside from Yin Loxi. Whether Guyu is a genuine coffin-locking master remains uncertain, yet he is undoubtedly extraordinary. My uncle continued, earlier, we witnessed him employing the five-ghost transportation technique while searching for Buddhist scriptures in the underground palace. However, in retrospect, that was not the five-ghost transportation at all, but rather the five-ghost chaos technique. This is an exceptionally powerful art, arguably one of the most sophisticated forms of sorcery, and only those who are top-tier masters within the ghost sect can wield it. Listening to my uncle and Mao Shi, a wave of trepidation washed over me. The tomb organization is indeed terrifying. Our survival in the desert was sheer luck. Yin Loxi, do you mean to say that Guyu's group may have already set traps in the Black Princess's tomb, waiting for us to fall into their snare? Mao Shi expressed indignation, a sense of humiliation washing over him. Precisely. My uncle's expression remained grave as he stated, Guyu is well aware of our intentions. He knows we will undoubtedly attempt to rescue and reclaim the Wei Mingling, and even if we realize it is a trap, we will proceed regardless. If I am not mistaken, he has likely dispatched individuals to monitor us, awaiting our discovery of their whereabouts. Damn those scoundrels. Mao Shi slammed his fist on the bed. While I now grasped the tomb organization's scheme, numerous questions lingered, the most critical being the location of the Black Princess's tomb. Hence I asked, but we have no clues regarding the Black Princess's tomb? Blackwater City. Xiaoran interjected, the clues to the Black Princess's tomb lie within Blackwater City. Blackwater City? I felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity with this name, as if I had encountered it somewhere before. After a moment of reflection, I suddenly recalled having seen this geographical name in a book about Western Xia. Blackwater City is the most renowned ancient city of Western Xia. Its name even more deeply ingrained in the public consciousness than the capital city of Zinkingfu. After a brief moment of astonishment, it seemed we all recognized this historical city. Xiaoran placed the materials on the table, extracting a tattered, yellowed sheepskin map, which he unfurled for our inspection, stating, this map was supposedly left behind by a tomb raider 3 centuries ago. It documents the ancient Blackwater City. I scrutinized the rivers and mountains depicted. Although the drawing was simplistic and lacked modern geographical markers, I could discern that the terrain illustrated bore little resemblance to the actual landscape. I queried in confusion. This map appears to be erroneous. Look at these mountains and this river. They simply do not exist. I was confident in my geographical knowledge, convinced I had not erred. However, Mao Shi interjected, this map reflects Blackwater City as it was a millennium ago. With the passage of time and relentless sands, many geographical features have undoubtedly changed. Xiaoran nodded, pointing at the map. Yes, Mao Shi is correct. Observe this river. 1,000 years ago, it was known as the Blackwater River, also referred to as the Agina River. Agina derives from the language of the Tanga people of Western Xia, meaning Blackwater. The name of Blackwater City originates from this river. The Blackwater River springs from the melting snow of the Chilean mountains, annually flowing northward towards the Agina grasslands of the Inner Mongolia Alasan League, eventually draining into the now desiccated Juyin Sea at its northernmost point. Mao Shi, possessing vast historical knowledge, contemplated the sheepskin map thoughtfully, stating, Agina is the only region within our country that continues to use ancient Western Xia geographical names. The Blackwater city within it holds a unique position in the history of Western Xia. During the height of the Western Xia and Yuan dynasties, Blackwater City was an important city along the ancient Silk Road. Xiaoran then recounted the history of Blackwater City. Established during the 9th century under the Western Xia regime, the area surrounding Blackwater was rich in water and grass, interspersed with rivers and lakes, making it a crucial transportation hub along the route from the Hushi corridor to the northern desert. Thus, its strategic significance was paramount, even before the founding of Western Xia. The region around Blackwater City was home to numerous residents engaged in agriculture and hunting, sustaining their communities. After the establishment of Western Xia, to enhance regional governance and guard against invasions from the Eastern Liao Kingdom and the Northern Mongolian Confederacy, the Western Xia dynasty dispatched 2 military commanders to garrison Blackwater City in the entire Juyin region, relocating large populations to settle in the vicinity of Blackwater City, where they would cultivate the land and produce food to satisfy the needs of the military and civilian populace. Ultimately, Li Yuanhao even bestowed Blackwater City upon his favored youngest daughter, the Black Princess. Xiaoran then opened a modern geographical map, continuing in 1226. Genghis Khan of the Northern Mongolian Khans led his army to invade Western Xia, first conquering Blackwater City before advancing southward to seize the capital, Zhongxingfu, leading to the fall of Western Xia. After the establishment of the Yuan dynasty, Blackwater City continued to be utilized and received considerable attention from its rulers. At that time, this region became a vital transportation hub connecting the northern desert to the interior, prompting the Yuan rulers to station a significant military presence in Blackwater City and relocate many Han and Mongolian individuals from various regions to cultivate the Agi-Na River's banks. At that time, Heishui City was not only densely populated and economically prosperous, but also served as a vital transportation hub, connecting the northern regions, the western frontiers, the southern corridors to Hishi, and the eastern routes to Yinchuan. Additionally, it was a military, political, and cultural center in the western regions. Upon further investigation into historical records, I discovered that Heishui City holds a significant air of mystery within Chinese history, and numerous theories abound regarding its decline. In the mid-14th century, Heishui City underwent a monumental transformation. The once thriving oasis was devoured by the encroaching desert, and what was once a flourishing city was reduced to a desolate wasteland overnight. Although I had gained a basic understanding of Heishui City's history, I found myself perplexed and inquired, Xiaoran, why are you so certain that there must be clues to the Black Princess's tomb within Heishui City? Xiaoran meticulously rolled up the sheepskin map and gently patted the stack of books, saying, upon my return, I delved into extensive research regarding Heishui City, during which I stumbled upon several crucial leads. My teacher and I. As he mentioned his teacher, Xiaoran shook his head slightly before continuing. When we discovered the portrait of the Black Princess within the tomb of the Western Xia kings, we gleaned insights into her life and clues regarding her treasure from various inscriptions and ancient texts. The Black Princess, named Wei Mingyur, was the beloved youngest daughter of Li Yuanhao, who conferred upon her the title of Black Princess at the tender age of 10, with her fief located in Heishui City. Meng Han remarked, so the Black Princess grew up in Heishui City. Thus, the likelihood of her tomb being in the vicinity is quite high, is it not? Indeed. That is true, Xiaoran replied, but then shifted his tone. Yet, if we can surmise this, how could others not? In truth, since the burial of the Black Princess, various factions have relentlessly sought her treasure. It is said that after interring the Black Princess, Li Yuanhao ordered the execution of all craftsmen and soldiers privy to the details. The only individuals remaining who knew the location of her tomb were Li Yuanhao himself and the master craftsman of the ghostly sect who designed it. Li Yuanhao intended to eliminate the master to silence him, but the master had long since vanished. He sealed a vast treasure within the tomb, fearing that one day the prophecy of the Black Princess would come to fruition, providing future generations with the means to restore their kingdom. Ironically, he met his end at the hands of his own son, cut down before he could pass on this secret. Subsequently, each emperor of the Western Xia sought the Black Princess's treasure, yet for 2 centuries, no clues emerged. The fate of the Western Xia unfolded as predicted by the Black Princess, collapsing after 10 emperors and being irrevocably buried in the vast desert. A significant reason for the Mongol conquest of the Western Xia was allegedly due to Genghis Khan's knowledge of the Black Princess's treasure. Thus, The primary target of the Mongol assault was Heishui City. Although the Mongols obliterated the western Xia, they did not uncover the coveted treasure. They even excavated the city under the guise of irrigation projects, yet found nothing. Eventually, even the Mongols came to believe that the treasure was merely a legend. It was not until the last general stationed at Heishui City uncovered the secret that the truth began to surface. He was none other than the Black General. Chapter 92. The Legend of the Black General, Part 1. Upon hearing the tale of the Black General, I was utterly astounded. I never imagined that we had inadvertently become ensnared in a vortex of tumultuous history, one that conceals untold secrets beyond our comprehension. Initially, the legend of the Black General did not originate from the Chinese, but rather from a Russian thief named Kozlov. This Kozlov, ostensibly a soldier and even a member of the Russian Imperial Geographic Society, clandestinely engaged in tomb raiding and the illicit trade of antiquities. Regrettably, this foreign grave robber had no scruples. In 1909, under the guise of scientific exploration, he led a fully armed Russian contingent to the ancient city of Heishui, masquerading as a wildlife surveyor. However, the local populace, deeply rooted in their beliefs regarding Heishui, refused to guide him. Kozlov, possessing a profound understanding of Chinese customs, swiftly sought the aid of the local lord, Prince Baden Zasak, employing threats and monetary bribes to persuade him to act as a guide to the ancient city. Upon arriving at his long-desired destination, Kozlov was elated, commanding his troops to commence extensive excavations, ultimately filling 10 large crates with artifacts. Through the intermediary of Prince Baden, these treasures were gradually transported to St. Petersburg via the ancient post routes. Greed knows no bounds. After delivering the artifacts to St. Petersburg, Kozlov unexpectedly stumbled upon references to the Black Princess's treasure within the ancient texts he had brought back. Without hesitation, he resolved to return to Heishui. This time, they undertook an even more extensive excavation, unearthing over 30 pagodas and their bases, resulting in the destruction of a millennium-old city at the hands of an archaeological marauder. Although Kozlov did not uncover the coveted treasure, he departed with an even richer trove of artifacts and manuscripts, leaving behind utter devastation in his wake. Upon returning to Russia, Kozlov remained obsessed with the Black Princess's treasure, diligently studying the ancient documents he had retrieved from Heishui. After years of research in 1923, he published a report titled Explorations of the Black City, Mingu, Ando, and the Dead City of Halakot, meticulously detailing the tale of the Black General, the last guardian of the city, as passed down among the local Mingu people. Years later, Kozlov made his final return to Heishui. Yet the events of that visit remained shrouded in mystery. Thus, the legend of the Black General commenced. His name was Harabator, literally translated as the Black General, a Mongolian who began as a mere junior officer in the Yuan dynasty's army. During the waning days of the Yuan, the regime had become thoroughly decayed, with widespread peasant uprisings erupting across the nation, one of which was led by the well-known Zhu Yuanzhang, the future Ming emperor. The Yuan army, beleaguered and demoralized by years of corruption, had lost its once great spirit, resembling not the proud eagle of the steppes, but rather a mere domestic fowl. As the Yuan forces retreated, Zhu Yuanzhang's northern campaign soon besieged the Yuan capital, forcing the Yuan emperor to flee northward. Harabator, a rare valiant general among the Yuan, dutifully accompanied the fleeing emperor to the northern wilderness. Impressed by Harabator's bravery, the emperor not only appointed him as a general, but also entrusted him with the defense of Heishui, even betrothing his daughter to him. Indeed, Harabator proved to be a general of both valor and strategy. After securing Heishui, he not only trained a formidable army, but also spearheaded irrigation projects, transforming the city into a thriving hub in the northwest. Over time, the inhabitants began to refer to him as the Black General. Just as he was basking in his accomplishments, one day, a ragged, bald-headed Taoist approached his gates. This Taoist, named Lu Urgu, had been an orphan taken in by an elderly Taoist during his travels in Shaanxi. Recognizing Lu's potential, the master endeavored to teach him the ways of divination and geomancy. However, Lu proved to be a dismal student, squandering his talent on gambling, accumulating debts, and even pilfering some of his master's artifacts to fund his vices. Infuriated, the elderly Taoist expelled Lu, who, lacking any remorse, continued his reckless lifestyle. As debts mounted, he found himself pursued by mercenaries sent by the gambling houses. With no options left, Lu contemplated ending his life. In a moment of desperation, he recalled a tale once told by his master about a remarkable figure from centuries past who had mastered the arts of yin and yang. This figure had been invited by the founding emperor of the Western Xia, Li Yuanhao, to seal the Black Princess and her immense treasure using profound techniques. Though the master had vanished, he had left behind a silk scroll detailing the legend. Over generations, many had sought the Black Princess's tomb, yet knowledge of its location dwindled with each passing lineage, relegating it to mere folklore. Desperate, Lu recalled the tale and, having secretly taken the scroll when expelled, considered it a potential opportunity. Clutching the ancient document, he resolved to seek the treasure, believing it could liberate him from his troubles. With determination, Lu packed a few belongings and set forth. It was the early years of the Hongwu period during the Ming dynasty. Shortly after Zhu Yuanzhang had captured the Yuan capital, while the Yuan emperor retreated to the northern territories. Although the precise location of the Black Princess's tomb remained elusive, the old master had frequently mentioned the name of Heishui, suggesting its proximity to the treasure. Hearing that the current general of Heishui was referred to as the Black General, Lu decided to seek his patronage. Upon arriving at Heishui, however, he appeared disheveled and odorous. Yet his excitement was palpable at the prospect of unearthing the Black Princess's treasure, which promised untold riches. Chapter 93, The Legend of the Black General, Part 2. Once upon a time, Lu Ergu, having endured countless hardships, arrived at the gates of the Black General's mansion, only to be dismissed by the sentry soldiers as a beggar, cast aside onto the roadside. However, Lu Ergu was not one to yield easily. He was tantalizingly close to his goal and needed to devise a clever strategy. Indeed, Lu Ergu was a quick-witted fellow, and after a day of contemplation, he concocted an ingenious plan. He donned the tattered white cloth he once used for deceit, replacing it with a ragged Taoist robe, and proceeded to pose as the revered Lu Banzian before the entrance of the Black General's estate. With a few clumsily learned phrases of ancient alliance language, he bellowed, "The tomb of the Black Princess has revealed itself. The Black General shall ascend to power." The soldiers on guard were unaware of who the Black Princess was. Yet, taken aback by Lu Ergu's eccentric demeanor, they hesitated to intervene and reported the matter to the Black General. To the general's astonishment, upon hearing the words of the ragged Taoist, he dropped his tea bowl in disbelief. He had indeed heard of the legendary treasure of the Black Princess. But over the centuries, from the Western Xia to the Yuan dynasty, each ruler had attempted to uncover the tomb without success, and thus the tale had gradually faded into obscurity. Few were privy to the secret of the Black Princess's tomb, and even the Black General himself had only stumbled upon it after taking command of Heishui City, at which time he had not taken the legend seriously. Yet now, the disheveled figure outside had boldly spoken of this hidden truth. Furthermore, the Taoist proclamation ignited a fervor within the general. The tomb of the Black Princess has revealed itself. The Black General shall ascend to power. Could it be that this bald-headed Taoist is a divine envoy sent to assist me? Promptly, the Black General ordered his men to discreetly invite the Taoist into his residence. Lu Ergu felt a surge of joy, but he was acutely aware that a single misstep could lead to his utter ruin, let alone any hope for wealth and glory. Thus, he meticulously maintained his facade as Lu Banzian, daring not to reveal any hint of his true identity. The Black General scrutinized the ragged Taoist before him, whose attire was in tatters and whose appearance was that of a beggar. Yet, there was an air of an otherworldly sage about him, making his disheveled appearance seem oddly remarkable. The general, fluent in Mandarin, spoke in coarse language. "I have heard the Taoist mention the Black Princess's tomb outside. What does it signify?" Lu Ergu, inwardly triumphant at having hooked the general, feigned a thoughtful demeanor, shaking his head. Such matters cannot be divulged." The general, unable to contain his curiosity, pressed earnestly, "I beseech you to reveal the truth. I shall reward you with 100 gold pieces." Lu Ergu's heart soared at this. Yet he maintained his enigmatic demeanor, replying, "Very well, I shall share this with the general. Have you heard the legend of the Black Princess?" The general nodded. "I have heard some, but the details elude me." Lu Ergu shook his head and began to recount the tale of the Black Princess as narrated by the old Taoist. The Black General listened with increasing astonishment. Upon concluding the story, Lu Ergu added, "In truth, the esteemed master mentioned that the Western Xia lacked divine favor, and the treasures of the Black Princess shall ultimately be claimed by the fated one. I have adhered to this ancestral teaching, wandering for decades, and at last, I have found you, General. You are the destined one." The Black General was stirred by Lu Ergu's words, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Lu Ergu then presented a piece of silk manuscript, claiming it was left behind by his master, containing the secrets of the Black Princess's tomb. The general accepted the manuscript, tracing the ancient lines with his fingers, when suddenly he recognized a long-faded image, a wolf with the wings of an eagle and the horns of a yak. The general's expression transformed dramatically, first flushed with excitement, then shadowed with confusion, pale with surprise, and ultimately flushed with exhilaration. Taoist. This manuscript is indeed a map to the Black Princess's tomb. Lu Urga nearly spat out his tea. He had thoroughly examined the manuscript on his journey, and its cryptic symbols had been utterly indecipherable, akin to celestial script. He had initially thought the treasure of the Black Princess was unattainable, content to exchange the manuscript for a fortune, yet the general had discerned its significance almost immediately. This was largely due to the Han people's limited knowledge of the Western Xia, while some of the Black general's subordinates were descendants of the Tangots, possessing a certain understanding of Western Xia's history and customs. The general pointed to the manuscript. Observe, Taoist, it depicts a wolf, an eagle, and the horns of a yak. These are the totems of the Tangut people. The ancient script seems to be the long-lost characters of Western Xia. This manuscript, known as this, is a form of covert communication used in military operations, crafted with a special grammar. These seemingly meaningless symbols conceivably conceal vast information, likely detailing the precise location of the Black Princess's tomb. Astonished, Lu Urga felt the elusive treasure of the Black Princess suddenly within reach. General, do you understand this Western Xia script? He inquired. The general shook his head, though I do not. I have several Tangut descendants among my ranks who likely possess this knowledge. Both Lu Urgu and the Black General were consumed with excitement and secretly summoned a deputy of Tangut descent. While this individual was not fully versed in the Western Xia script, he had conducted some research. Thus, the group concealed their discoveries and spent months in seclusion, deciphering the manuscript with the assistance of the deputy's rudimentary understanding of Western Xia and Lu Urgu's rudimentary geomancy. Miraculously, they unraveled the mystery of the manuscript. However, as fate would have it, just as the Black General was basking in his triumph, he drunkenly revealed to others his discovery of the Black Princess's treasure, boasting that once he obtained it, he could usurp the Northern Yuan Emperor and challenge the newly established Ming dynasty. This revelation reached the Northern Yuan Princess, who, in alarm, reported it to her father. The Northern Yuan Emperor, both enraged and elated, promptly commanded an army to besiege Heishui City. The Black General, incensed by the news, poisoned his wife and immediately mobilized his troops for a decisive confrontation with the emperor. Confident in the prowess of his elite forces, he personally led them to meet the emperor's army in the mountains of Shazhul, near the current northern border of Alas on Left Banner, engaging in several fierce battles. Fully aware of the elite nature of the Black General's troops, the Northern Yuan Emperor gathered nearly all available forces. Ultimately, the Black General was defeated and retreated to the city. The Northern Yuan army encircled Heishui City, yet the Black General's troops proved remarkably valiant, resisting the siege for an extended period. Eventually, the emperor's forces resorted to a cunning stratagem, severing the city's water supply. They constructed a dam upstream on the Aegean River, diverting its flow away from Heishui City and directly into the Jiuyan Sea. With water running scarce, the Black General ordered wells to be dug, but after excavating to a depth of 80 zhang, they found no water. Overwhelmed with fury, the general resolved to fight the emperor's forces to the death. In his despair, he poisoned his wife and children, while the instigator Lu Urgu met a grim fate, having been decapitated. To prevent the manuscript detailing the Black Princess's tomb from falling into the hands of the Northern Yuan Emperor, the general buried it in a well. After making these preparations, he commanded his troops to break a large hole in the northwest corner of the city wall and led them in a desperate charge. He fought valiantly at the front lines, yet ultimately, outnumbered, his entire army was annihilated, and the Black General met his end. After the Northern Yuan Emperor's forces captured Heishui City, they plundered the town, yet the manuscript buried by the Black General remained undiscovered. Thus, tales of the general's treasure circulated, which in truth was the manuscript of the Black Princess's tomb. However, unbeknownst to outsiders, there are rumors that the valiant General He buried a treasure within the city before his demise. Subsequently, some individuals banded together to excavate this treasure, yet they returned empty-handed. The legend of General He is both tragic and poignant, concealing an even more astonishing secret, the treasure of Princess He's tomb. To uncover the tomb of Princess He, one must first locate the silk manuscript buried by General He. Chapter 94, Decision. In that orderly hospital room, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive, with a trace of bitterness unconsciously reflected on everyone's faces as if shrouded by a veil of gloom. Although we had a lead, it was merely a faint glimmer of light amidst the vast darkness. Locating the silk scroll left by General Hay was akin to searching for a needle in an expansive ocean, a daunting task indeed. My uncle leaned against the head of the bed, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling, appearing lost in profound contemplation. Upon closer observation, I realized he exhibited no signs of panic or confusion. He simply closed his eyes, allowing streams of information to flow gently into his mind, meticulously sorting through them in the realm of thought, as if all external distractions were temporarily suspended. I, on the other hand, gazed out the window at the withered leaves, which swayed precariously in the wind before eventually drifting down, mirroring our chaotic situation and filling my heart with a sense of helplessness. I attempted to untangle the web of information swirling in my mind, yet the more I pondered, the more entangled I felt, as if my thoughts were ensnared in a tangled mess that defied clarity. Despite my efforts to remain calm, my heart surged like tumultuous waves, with various thoughts colliding incessantly. Now that Sister Choo-Choo lay in a coma, it felt as though a heavy stone pressed upon our hearts. To rescue her, we needed to ascertain the precise geographical location of the Black Princess's tomb, the only glimmer of hope. However, this was no simple endeavor. It was akin to fishing for a needle in a vast sea, utterly bewildering. After finally acquiring a lead from General Hay, I had initially thought we glimpsed the dawn. But the reality of the search proved to be exceedingly arduous, fraught with countless obstacles and challenges. Moreover, there was another matter we could not afford to overlook, the clandestine grave organization lurking in the shadows. They resembled a pack of ravenous wolves hidden in darkness,